The Pillars of Creation, The Sword of Truth, Book 7, by Terry Goodkind. Read by Nick Sullivan. This book contains 557 pages. Chapter 1. Picking through the dead man's pockets, Jensen Daggett came across the last thing in the world she would ever have expected to find. Startled, she sat back on her heels. The raw breeze ruffled her hair as she stared wide-eyed at the words written in precise, blocky letters on the small square of paper. The paper had been folded in half, twice, carefully, so that the edges had been even. She blinked, half expecting the words to vanish like some grim illusion. They remained solid and all too real. Foolish though she knew the thought was, she still felt as if the dead soldier might be watching her for any reaction. Showing none outwardly anyway, she stole a look at his eyes. They were dull and filmy. She had heard people say of the deceased that they looked like they were only sleeping. He didn't. His eyes looked dead. His pale lips were taut. His face was waxy. There was a purplish blush at the back of his bull neck. Of course he wasn't watching her. He was no longer watching anything. With his head turned to the side toward her, though, it almost seemed as if he might be looking at her. She could imagine he was. Up on the rocky hill behind her, bare branches clattered together in the wind like bones clacking. The paper in her trembling fingers seemed to be rattling with them. Her heart, already thumping at a brisk pace, started to pound harder. Jensen prided herself in her level-headedness. She knew she was letting her imagination get carried away. But she had never before seen a dead person, a person so grotesquely still. It was dreadful seeing someone who didn't breathe. She swallowed in an attempt to compose her own breathing, if not her nerves. Even if he was dead, Jensen didn't like him looking at her, so she stood, lifted the hem of her long skirts, and stepped around the body. She carefully folded the small piece of paper over twice, the way it had been folded when she had found it, and slipped it into her pocket. She would have to worry about that later. Jensen knew how her mother would react to those two words on the paper. Determined to be finished with her search, she squatted on the other side of the man. With his face turned away, it almost seemed as if he were looking back up at the trail from where he had fallen, as if he might be wondering what had happened, and how he had come to be at the bottom of the steep, rocky gorge with his neck broken. His cloak had no pockets. 2 pouches were secured to his belt. One pouch held oil, whetstones, and a strop. The other was packed with jerky. Neither contained a name. If he'd known better, as she did, he would have taken the long way along the bottom of the cliff rather than traverse the trail across the top, where patches of black ice made it treacherous this time of year. Even if he didn't want to retreat the way he had come in order to climb down into the gorge, it would have been wiser for him to have made his way through the woods, despite the thick bramble that made travel difficult up there among the deadfall. Done was done. If she could find something that would tell her who he was, maybe she could find his kin, or someone who knew him. They would want to know. She clung to the safety of the pretense. Almost against her will, Jensen returned to wondering what he had been doing out here. She feared that the carefully folded piece of paper told her only too clearly. Still, there could be some other reason. If she could just find it. She had to move his arm a little if she was to look in his other pocket. "Dear spirits, forgive me," she whispered, as she grasped the dead limb. His unbending arm moved only with difficulty. Jensen's nose wrinkled with disgust. He was as cold as the ground he lay on, as cold as the sporadic raindrops that fell from the iron sky. This time of year, it was almost always snow driven before such a stiff west wind. The unusual intermittent mist and drizzle had surely made the icy places on the trail at the top even slicker. The dead man only proved it. She knew that if she stayed much longer, she would be caught out in the approaching winter rain. She was well aware that people exposed to such weather risked their lives. Fortunately, Jensen wasn't terribly far from home. If she didn't get home soon, though, her mother, worried at what could be taking so long, would probably come out after her. Jensen didn't want her mother getting soaked, too. Her mother would be waiting for the fish Jensen had retrieved from baited lines in the lake. For once, the lines they tended through holes in the ice had brought them a full stringer. The fish were lying dead on the other side of the dead man, where she had dropped them after making her grim discovery. He hadn't been there earlier, or she would have seen him on her way out to the lake. Taking a deep breath to gird her resolve, Jensen made herself return to her search. She imagined that some woman was probably wondering about her big, handsome soldier, worrying if he was safe, warm, and dry. He was none of that. Jensen would want someone to tell her mother if it were she who had fallen and broken her neck. Her mother would understand if she delayed a bit to try to find out the man's identity. Jensen reconsidered. Her mother might understand, but she still wouldn't want Jensen anywhere near one of these soldiers. But he was dead. He couldn't hurt anyone now, much less her and her mother. Her mother would be even more troubled once Jensen showed her what was written on the little piece of paper. Jensen knew that what really drove her search was the hope for some other explanation. She desperately wanted it to be something else. That frantic need kept her beside his dead body when she wanted nothing so much as to run for home. If she didn't find anything to explain away his presence, then it would be best to cover him and hope that no one ever found him. Even if she had to stay out in the rain, she should cover him over as quickly as possible. She shouldn't wait. Then no one would ever know where he was. She made herself push her hand down into his trouser pocket all the way to the end. The flesh of his thigh was stiff. Her fingers hurriedly gathered up the nest of small objects at the bottom. Gasping for breath at the awful task, she pulled it all out in her fist. She bent close in the gathering gloom and opened her fingers for a look. On top were a flint, bone buttons, a small ball of twine, and a folded handkerchief. With one finger, she pushed the twine and handkerchief to the side, exposing a weighty clutch of coins, silver and gold. She let out a soft whistle at the sight of such wealth. She didn't think that soldiers were rich, but this man had 5 gold marks among a large number of silver marks, a fortune by most any standard. All the silver pennies, not copper, silver, seemed insignificant by contrast, even though they alone were probably more than she had spent in the whole of her 20 years. The thought occurred to her that it was the first time in her life that she had ever held gold, or even silver, marks. The thought occurred to her that it might be plunder. She found no trinket from a woman, as she had hoped, so as to soften her worry about what sort of man he had been. Regrettably, nothing in the pocket told her anything of who he might be. Her nose wrinkled as she went about the chore of returning his possessions to his pocket. Some of the silver pennies spilled from her fist. She picked them all up from the wet, frozen ground and forced her hand into his pocket again in order to return them all to their rightful place. His pack might tell her more, but he was sprawled atop it, and she wasn't sure she wanted to try to have a look, since it was likely to hold only supplies. His pockets would have held anything he considered valuable, like the piece of paper. She supposed all the evidence that she really needed was in plain sight. He wore stiff leather armor under his dark cloak and tunic. At his hip was a simple but ruggedly made and wickedly sharp soldier's sword in a torn, utilitarian black leather scabbard. The sword was broken at mid-length, no doubt in the long tumble from the trail. Her eyes glided more carefully over the remarkable knife sheathed at his belt. The hilt of the knife, gleaming in the gloom, was what had riveted her attention from the first instant. The sight of it had held her frozen until she realized its owner was dead. She was sure that no simple soldier would possess a knife that exquisitely crafted. It had to be more expensive than any knife she had ever seen. On the silver hilt was the ornate letter R. Even so, it was a thing of beauty. From a young age, her mother had taught her to use a knife. She wished her mother could have a knife as fine as this. Jensen. Jensen jumped at the whispered word. Not now. Dear spirits, not now, not here. Jensen. Jensen was not a woman who hated much in life, but she hated the voice that sometimes came to her. She ignored it now, as always, forcing her fingers to move to try to discover if there was anything else about the man that she should know. She checked the leather straps for concealed pockets, but found none. The tunic was a plain cut, without pockets. Jensen, came the voice again. She gritted her teeth. Leave me be, she said aloud, if under her breath. Jensen. It sounded different this time, almost as if the voice wasn't in her head, as it always was. Leave me alone, she growled. Surrender, came the dead murmur. She glanced up and saw the man's dead eyes staring at her. The first curtain of cold rain, billowing in the wind, felt like the icy fingers of spirits caressing her face. Her heart galloped, yet faster. Her breath caught against her ragged poles, like silk catching on dry skin. With her wide-eyed gaze locked on the dead soldier's face, she pushed with her feet, scuttling back across the gravel. She was being silly. She knew she was. The man was dead. He wasn't looking at her. He couldn't be. His stare was fixed in death, that's all, like her stringer of dead fish. They weren't looking at anything. Neither was he. She was being silly. It only seemed he was looking at her. But even if the dead eyes were staring at nothing, she would just as soon that they weren't doing it in her direction. "Jensen." Beyond, above the sharp rise of granite, the pine trees swayed from side to side in the wind, and the bare maple and oak waved their skeletal arms. But Jensen kept her gaze fixed on the dead man as she listened for the voice. The man's lips were still. She knew they would be. The voice was in her head. His face was still turned toward the trail from where he had fallen to his death. She had thought his lifeless sight had been turned in that direction too, but now his eyes seemed to be turned more toward her. Jensen curled her fingers around the hilt of her knife. "Jensen." "Leave me be. I'll not surrender." She never knew what it was that the voice wanted her to surrender. Despite having been with her nearly her whole life, it had never said. She found refuge in that ambiguity. As if in answer to her thought, the voice came again. "Surrender your flesh, Jensen." Jensen couldn't breathe. "Surrender your will." She swallowed in terror. It had never said that before. Never said anything she could understand. Often she would faintly hear it, as if it were too far away to be clearly understood. Sometimes she thought she could hear the words, but they seemed to be in a strange language. She often heard it when she was falling asleep, calling to her in that distant, dead whisper. It spoke other words to her, she knew, but never so as she could understand more than her name and that frighteningly seductive single-word command to surrender. That word was always more forceful than any other. She could always hear it, even when she could hear no other. Her mother said that the voice was the man who, nearly Jensen's whole life, had wanted to kill her. Her mother said that he wanted to torment her. "Jen," her mother would often say, "it's all right. I'm here with you. His voice can't hurt you." Not wanting to burden her mother, Jensen often didn't tell her about the voice. But even if the voice couldn't hurt her, the man could if he found her. At that moment, Jensen desperately wished for the protective comfort of her mother's arms. One day he would come for her. They both knew he would. Until then, he sent his voice. That's what her mother thought anyway. As much as that explanation frightened her, Jensen preferred it to thinking herself mad. If she didn't have her own mind, she had nothing. "What's happened here?" Jensen gasped in a cry of fright as she spun, pulling her knife. She dropped into a half-crouch, feet spread, knife held in a death grip. It was no disembodied voice, this. A man was walking up the gully toward her. With the wind in her ears and the distraction of the dead man and the voice, she hadn't heard him coming. As big as he was, as close as he was, she knew that if she ran, and if he was of a mind, he could easily run her down. Chapter 2. The man slowed when he saw her reaction and her knife. "I didn't mean to give you a scare." His voice was pleasant enough. "Well, you did." Although the hood of his cloak was up and she couldn't see his face clearly, he seemed to be taking in her red hair the way most people did when they saw her. "I can see that. I apologize." She didn't slacken her defensive posture in acceptance of the apology, but instead swept her gaze to the sides, checking to see if he was alone, to see if anyone else was with him and might be sneaking up on her. She felt a fool for being caught by surprise like that. In the back of her mind, she knew she couldn't ever really be safe. It didn't necessarily take stealth. Even simple carelessness on her part could at any time bring the end. She felt a sense of forlorn doom at how easily it could happen. If this man could walk up in broad daylight and startle her so easily, what did that say of her hopelessly extravagant dream that one day her life could be her own? The dark rock wall of the cliff glistened in the wet. The wind-swept gully was deserted of anyone but her and the two men, the dead one and the one alive. Jensen was not given to imagining sinister faces lurking in forest shadows, as she had been as a child. The dark places in among the trees were empty. The man stopped a dozen paces away. By his posture, it wasn't fear of her knife that halted him, but fear of causing her a worse fright. He stared openly at her, seemingly lost in some private thought. He quickly recovered from whatever it was about her face that so held his gaze. "I can understand why a woman would have cause to be frightened when a stranger suddenly walks up on her. I would have passed on by without alarming you, but I saw that fellow on the ground, and you there bent over him. I thought you might need help, so I rushed over." The cold wind pressed his dark green cloak against his sinewy build and lifted the other side away to reveal his well-cut but simple clothes. His cloak's hood covered his head against the first trailers of rain, leaving his face somewhat indistinct in its shadow. His smile was one of courteous intent, no more. He wore the smile well. "He's dead," was all she could think to say. Jensen was unaccustomed to speaking to strangers. She was unaccustomed to speaking to anyone but her mother. She was unsure as to what to say, how to react, especially under the circumstances. "Oh, I'm sorry." He stretched his neck a little without coming any closer, trying to see the man on the ground. Jensen thought it a considerate thing to do, not trying to come closer to someone who was clearly nervous. She hated that she was so obvious. She had always hoped she might appear to others somewhat inscrutable. His gaze lifted from the dead man to her knife to her face. "I suppose you had cause." Perplexed for a second, she finally grasped his meaning and blurted out, "I didn't do it." He shrugged. "Sorry, from over here I can't tell what happened." Jensen felt awkward holding a knife on the man. She lowered the arm with the weapon. "I didn't mean to appear a mad woman. You just startled the wits out of me." His smile warmed. "I understand. No harm done. So, what happened?" Jensen gestured with her empty hand toward the cliff face. "I think he fell from the trail up there. His neck's broken. At least I think it is. I only just discovered him. I don't see any other footprints. My guess is that he was killed in a fall." As Jensen returned her knife to its sheath on her belt, he considered the cliff. "Glad I took the bottom, rather than the trail up there." She inclined her head in invitation toward the dead man. "I was looking for something that might tell me who he was. I thought maybe I should notify someone, but I haven't found anything." The man's boots crunched through the coarse gravel as he approached. He knelt on the other side of the body, rather than beside her, perhaps to give the knife-wielding madwoman a precautionary bit of space, so she would feel a little less jumpy. "I'd guess you were right," he said, after taking in the abnormal cant of the head. "Looks like he's been here at least part of the day." "I was through here earlier. Those are my tracks there. I don't see any others about." She gestured toward her catch, lying just behind her. "When I went to the lake to check my lines earlier, he wasn't here." He twisted his head in order to better study the still face. "Any idea who he was?" "No, I don't have a clue, other than that he's a soldier." The man looked up. "Any idea what kind of soldier?" Jensen's brow drew tight. "What kind? He's a Daharan soldier." She lowered herself to the ground in order to look at the stranger more directly. "Where are you from that you wouldn't recognize a Daharan soldier?" He ran his hand under his cloak's hood and rubbed it along the side of his neck. "I'm just a traveler passing through." He looked as tired as he sounded. The answer perplexed her. "I've moved around my whole life, and I don't know of anyone who wouldn't know a Daharan soldier when they saw one. How can you not?" "I'm new to Dahara." "That's not possible. Dahara covers most of the world." This time, his smile betrayed amusement. "Is that so?" She could feel her face heat, and she knew it must be going red with how ignorant of the world at large she had shown herself to be. "Well, doesn't it?" He shook his head. "No. I'm from far to the south, beyond the land that is Dahara." She stared in wonder, her chagrin evaporating in light of the implications that came into her head at such an astonishing notion. Perhaps her dream might not be so extravagant. "And what are you doing here, in Dahara?" "I told you, traveling." He sounded weary. She knew how exhausting it could be to travel. His tone turned more serious. "I know he's a Daharan soldier. You misunderstood me. What I meant was, what kind of soldier? A man belonging to a local regiment? A man stationed here? A soldier on his way home for a visit? A soldier going for a drink in town? A scout?" Her sense of alarm rose. A scout? What would he be scouting for in his own homeland? The man looked off at the low, dark clouds. I don't know. I was only wondering if you knew anything of him.
No, of course not. I just found him.
Are these Daharan soldiers dangerous? I mean, do they bother folks? Folks just traveling through? Her gaze fled his questioning eyes.
I don't know. I guess they could be.
She feared to say too much, but she wouldn't want him to end up in trouble because she said too little. What do you suppose a lone soldier was doing way out here? Soldiers aren't often alone.
I don't know. Why do you suppose a simple woman would know more about soldiering than a man of the world who travels about? Don't you have any ideas of your own? Maybe he was just on his way home for a visit or something. Maybe he was thinking about a girl back home, and so he wasn't paying attention like he should have been. Maybe that's why he slipped and fell.
He rubbed his neck again, as if he were in pain. I'm sorry. I guess I'm not making much sense. I'm a little tired. Maybe I'm not thinking clearly. Maybe I was only concerned for you.
For me? What do you mean?
I mean that soldiers belong to units of one sort or another. Other soldiers know them and know where they're supposed to be. Soldiers don't just go off alone when they want to. They aren't like some lone trapper who could vanish and no one would know.
Or some lone traveler?
An easy grin softened his expression. Or some lone traveler. The grin withered. The point is, other soldiers will likely look for him. If they come upon his body here, they'll bring in troops to prevent anyone from leaving the area. Once they gather anyone they can find, they'll start asking questions. From what I've heard about Daharan soldiers, they know how to ask questions. They'll want to know every detail about every person they question. Jensen's middle cramped in sick, churning consternation. The last thing in the world she wanted was Daharan soldiers asking questions of her or her mother. This dead soldier could end up being the death of them.
But what are the chances?
I'm only saying that I'd not like to have this fellow's friends come along and decide that someone has to pay for his death. They might not see it as an accident. Soldiers get stirred up by the death of a comrade, even if it was an accident. You and I are the only two around. I'd not like to have a bunch of soldiers discover him and decide to blame us.
You mean even if it was an accident, they might seize an innocent person and blame them for it?
I don't know. But in my experience, that's the way soldiers are. When they're angry, they find someone to blame.
But they can't blame us. You weren't even here, and I was only going to tend my fishing lines.
He planted an elbow on his knee and leaned over the dead man toward her. And this soldier, going about his business for the great Daharan Empire, saw a beautiful young woman strutting along and was so distracted by her that he slipped and fell.
I wasn't strutting.
I don't mean to suggest you were. I only meant to show you how people can find blame when they decide they want to. She'd not thought of that. They were Daharan soldiers. Such behavior would hardly be out of the question. The rest of what he'd said registered in her mind. Jensen had never before had a man call her beautiful. It flustered her, coming so unexpectedly and out of place as it did in the middle of such a worry. Since she didn't have any idea how to react to the compliment, and since there were so many more important thoughts commanding her emotions, she ignored it. If they find him, the man said, then at the least they're going to collect anyone around and question them long and hard. All the ugly implications were becoming all too real. The day of doom was suddenly looming near.
What do you think we should do?
He thought it over a moment. Well, if they do come by, but don't find him, then they won't have any reason to stop and question the people here. If they don't find him, they'll go somewhere else to keep looking for him. He rose and looked around. Ground's too hard to dig a grave. He pulled his hood farther forward to shield his eyes from the mist as he searched. He pointed to a spot near the base of the cliff. There's a deep cleft that looks big enough. We could put him in there and cover him over with gravel and rocks. Best burial we can manage this time of year. And probably more than he deserved. She would just as soon leave him, but that wouldn't be wise. Covering him up was what she had planned on doing before the stranger happened along. This would be a better way to do it. There would be less chance that animals would uncover him for passing soldiers to discover. Seeing her trying to hastily weigh the various ramifications and mistaking it for reluctance, he spoke in soft assurance. The man is dead. Nothing can be done about it. It was an accident. Why let that accident bring trouble? We didn't do anything wrong. We weren't even here when it happened. I say we bury him and go on with our lives, without Daharan soldiers becoming unjustly involved. Jensen stood.
The man might be right about soldiers coming upon a dead friend and deciding to question people. There was abundant reason to be worried about the dead Daharan soldier without this new concern. She thought again about the piece of paper she'd found in his pocket. That would be reason enough, without any other. If the piece of paper was what she thought it might be, then questioning would only be the beginning of the ordeal. "Agreed," she said. "If we're to do it, let's be quick." He smiled, more relief than anything, she thought. Then, turning to face her more squarely, he pushed his hood back off his head, the way men did out of respect for a woman. Jensen was shocked to see, even though he was at most only 6 or 7 years older than she, that his cropped hair was as white as snow. She gazed at it with much the same sense of wonder as people gazed at her red hair. With the shadows of the hood gone, she saw that his eyes were as blue as people said her father's had been. The combination of this short white hair and those blue eyes was arresting. The way they both went with his clean-shaven face was singularly appealing. It all fit together with his features in a way that seemed completely right. He held his hand out across the dead soldier. "My name is Sebastian." She hesitated a moment, but then offered her hand in return. Even though his was big and no doubt powerful, he didn't squeeze her hand to prove it, the way some men did. The unnatural warmth of the hand surprised her. "Are you going to tell me your name?" "I'm Jensen Daggett." "Jensen." He smiled his pleasure at the sound of it. She felt her face going red again. Instead of noticing, he immediately set to the task by grabbing the soldier under his arms and giving him a tug. The body moved only a short distance with each mighty pull. The soldier had been a huge man. Now he was a huge dead weight. Jensen seized the soldier's cloak at the shoulder to help. Sebastian moved his hold to the cloak at the other shoulder, and together they dragged the weight of the man, who loomed as dangerous to her in death as he would have in life, across the gravel and slick patches of smooth rock. Still panting from the effort, and before pushing the soldier into the crevice that was to be his final resting place, Sebastian rolled him over. Jensen saw for the first time that he wore a short sword strapped over his shoulder under his pack. She hadn't seen it before because he was lying on it. Hooked on the weapons belt around his waist at the small of his back hung a crescent-bladed battle-axe. Jensen's level of apprehension rose at seeing how heavily armed the soldier had been. Regular soldiers didn't carry this many weapons, or a knife like he had. Sebastian tugged the straps of the pack down off the arms. He unstrapped the short sword and set it aside. He pulled off the weapons belt and tossed it atop the sword. "Nothing too unusual in the pack," he said after a brief inspection. He added the pack to the short sword, the weapons belt, and the axe. Sebastian started searching the dead man's pockets. Jensen was about to question what he was doing when she recalled that she had done the same. She was somewhat more disturbed when he returned the other items after picking out the money. She thought it rather cold-blooded, stealing from the dead. Sebastian held the money out to her. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Take it." He offered the money again, more insistently this time. "What good is it going to do in the ground? Money is of use to relieve the suffering of the living, not the dead. You think the good spirits will ask him for the price of a bright and pleasant eternity?" He was a Daharan soldier. Jensen expected the keeper of the underworld would have something somewhat more dark in store for this man's eternity. "But it's not mine." He frowned a reproving look. "Consider it partial compensation for all you've suffered." She felt her flesh go cold. How could he know? They were always so careful. "What do you mean?" "The years taken off your life by the fright this fellow gave you today." Jensen finally was able to let her breath go in a silent sigh. She had to stop fearing the worst in what people said. She allowed Sebastian to put the coins in her hand. "All right, but I think you should have half for helping me." She handed 3 gold marks back. He grasped her hand with his other and pressed all 3 coins into her palm. "Take it. It's yours now." Jensen thought of what this much money could mean. She nodded. "My mother has had a hard life. She could use it. I will give it to my mother." "I hope it helps you both, then. Let it be this man's last good act, helping you and your mother." "Your hands are warm." By the look in his eyes, she thought she knew why. She said no more. He nodded and confirmed her suspicion. "I've got a touch of fever. I came down with it this morning. When we get finished with this business, I'm hoping to get to the next town and rest up in a dry room for a while. I just need some rest to regain my strength. Town is too far for you to make today.
You sure? I can make good time. I'm used to traveling.
So am I, Jensen said, and it takes me most of the day to make it. There's only a couple of hours of light left, and we have yet to finish with this task. Not even a fast horse would get you near town today.
Sebastian let out a sigh. Well, I guess I'll make do. He knelt again and rolled the soldier part way over in order to unstrap the knife. The sheath, fine grain black leather, was trimmed with silver to match the handle and decorated with the same ornate emblem. On one knee, Sebastian held the gleaming, sheathed knife up to her. Silly to bury such a fine weapon. Here you go. Better than that piece of junk you showed me before. Jensen stood stunned and confused.
But you should keep it.
I'll take the others. More to my taste, anyway. The knife is yours. Sebastian's rule.
Sebastian's rule?
Beauty belongs with beauty. Jensen blushed at the intended compliment. But this was not a thing of beauty. He had no idea of the ugliness this represented. Any idea what the R in the hilt stands for? Oh, yes, she wanted to say. She knew only too well what it represented. That was the ugliness.
It stands for the House of Ral.
House of Ral?
Lord Ral, the ruler of Dahara, she said, in simple explanation of a nightmare.
Chapter 3. By the time they were finished with the laborious task of covering the troublesome body of the dead Daharan soldier, Jensen's arms were weak with fatigue. The damp wind scything through her clothes felt like it cut to the bone. Her ears and nose and fingers were numb. Sebastian's face was covered in a sheen of sweat. But the dead man was at last buried under gravel and then rocks that were in abundance at the base of the cliff. Animals were not likely to be able to dig through all the heavy stone to get at the body. The worms would feast undisturbed. Sebastian had said a few simple words, asking the Creator to welcome the man's soul into eternity. He made no plea for mercy in his judgment, and neither did Jensen. As she finished scattering gravel with a heavy branch at her feet, obscuring the marks left by their work, she gave the area a critical examination and was relieved to see that no one would ever suspect that a person lay buried there. If soldiers came through, they wouldn't realize that one of their own had met his end here. They would have no reason to question local people, except perhaps to ask if anyone had seen him. That would be a simple enough lie to feed them, and one easily swallowed. Jensen pressed her hand against Sebastian's forehead. It confirmed her fears.
You're burning with fever.
We're done now. I can rest more easily, not having to worry that soldiers will be rousting me out of my bedroll to ask me questions at the point of a sword. She wondered where he was going to sleep. The drizzle was thickening. She expected it would soon be raining. Given the persistence of the darkening clouds, once it started, it would likely rain the whole night. Cold rain soaking him to the skin would only further inflame his fever. Such a winter rain could easily kill someone who lacked proper shelter. She watched as Sebastian strapped the weapons belt around his waist. He didn't place the axe at the small of his back the way the soldier had worn it, but rather positioned it at his right hip. After testing its edge and finding it satisfactory, he fastened the short sword to the left side of the belt. Both weapons were placed so as to come readily to hand. When he'd finished, he flipped his heavy green cloak closed over it all. He seemed again a simple traveler. She suspected he was more. He had his secrets. He wore them casually, almost in the open. She wore hers uneasily and held close. He handled the sword with the kind of smooth ease that came only with long acquaintance. She knew because she handled a knife with effortless grace, and such proficiency had come only with experience and continual practice. Some mothers taught their daughters to sew and cook. Jensen's mother didn't think sewing would save her daughter. Not that a knife would either, but it was better protection than needle and thread. Sebastian lifted the dead man's pack and threw back the flap. We'll divide the supplies. Do you want the pack?
You should keep the supplies in the pack, Jensen said, as she retrieved her stringer of fish.
He agreed with a nod. He appraised the sky as he cinched the pack closed. I'd best be on my way then.
Where?
His weary eyelids blinked at the question. No place special. Traveling. I guess I'll walk for a while, and then I suppose I'd better try to find some shelter.
Rain is coming, she said. It doesn't take a prophet to tell that.
He smiled. Guess not. His eyes bore the prospect of what lay ahead with resigned acceptance.
He swiped his hand back over his wet spikes of white hair, then pulled up his hood. "Well, take care of yourself, Jensen Daggett. Give my best to your mother. She raised a lovely daughter." Jensen smiled and acknowledged his words with a single nod. She stood, facing the damp wind as she watched him turn and start off across the flat expanse of gravel. Craggy rock walls rose up all around, their snow-crusted boulders disappearing into the low gray overcast that concealed the bulk of the mountains and the nearly endless range of high peaks. It seemed so funny, so freakish, so futile, that in all this vast country their paths should cross so briefly at that instant in time for such a tragic moment as one life ended, and then that they would both go off again into that infinite oblivion of life. Jensen's heart pounded in her ears as she listened to his footsteps crunching across the jagged gravel, watched his long strides carrying him away. With a sense of urgency, she debated what she should do. Was she always to turn away from people? To hide? Was she always to forfeit even small snatches of what it was to live life because of a crime she did not commit? Dare she risk this? She knew what her mother would say, but her mother loved her dearly, and so would not say it out of cruelty. "Sebastian?" He looked back over his shoulder, waiting for her to speak. "If you don't have shelter, you may not live to see tomorrow. I wouldn't like it if I knew you were out here with a fever getting soaked to the skin." He stood watching her, the drizzle drifting between them. "I wouldn't like that either. I'll mind your words and do my best to find some shelter." Before he could turn away again, she lifted her hand, gesturing off in the other direction. She saw that her fingers were trembling. "You could come home with me." "Would your mother mind?" Her mother would be in a panic. Her mother would never allow a stranger, despite what help he had been, to sleep in the house. Her mother wouldn't sleep a wink all night with a stranger anywhere near. But if Sebastian stayed out with a fever, he could die. Jensen's mother would not wish that on this man. Her mother had a kind heart. That loving concern, not malice, was the reason she was so protective of Jensen. "The house is small, but there's room in the cave where we keep the animals. If you wouldn't mind, you could sleep there. It's not as bad as it sounds. I've slept there myself on occasion when the house felt too confining. I'd make you a fire near the entrance. You'd be warm and could get the rest you need." He looked reluctant. Jensen held up her stringer of fish. "We could feed you," she said, sweetening the offer. "You would at least have a good meal along with a warm rest. I think you need both. You helped me. Let me help you?" His smile, one of gratitude, returned. "You're a kind woman, Jensen. If your mother will allow it, I will accept your offer." She lifted her cloak open, displaying the fine knife in its sheath, which she had tucked behind her belt. "We'll offer her the knife. She will value it." His smile, warm and suddenly light-hearted with amusement, was as pleasant a smile as Jensen had ever seen. "I don't think two knife-wielding women need lose any sleep over a stranger with a fever." That was Jensen's thought, but she didn't admit it. She hoped her mother would see it that way, too. "It's settled, then. Come along before the rain catches us out." Sebastian trotted to catch up with her as she started out. She lifted the pack from his hand and shouldered it. With his own pack and his new weapons, he had enough to carry in his weakened condition. Chapter 4. "Wait here," Jensen said in a low voice. "I'll go tell her that we have a guest." Sebastian dropped heavily onto a low projection of rock that made a convenient seat. "You just tell her what I said, that I'll understand if she doesn't want a stranger spending the night at your place. I know it wouldn't be an unreasonable fear." Jensen considered him with a calm and somber demeanor. "My mother and I have reason not to fear a visitor." She was not alluding to common weapons, and by her tone he knew it. For the first time since she had met him, she saw a spark of uncertainty in Sebastian's steady blue eyes, a shadow of uneasiness not elicited by her expertise with a knife. A hint of a smile came and turned to Jensen's lips as she watched him considering what manner of dark danger she might represent. "Don't worry, only those bringing trouble would have cause to fear being here." He lifted his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Then I'm as safe as a babe in his mother's arms." Jensen left Sebastian to wait on the rock while she made her way up the winding path, through sheltering spruce, using twisted roots as steps up, toward her house set back in a clutch of oak on a small shelf in the side of a mountain. The flat patch of grassy ground was, on a better day, a sunny open spot among the towering old trees. There was room enough to yard their goat along with some ducks and chickens. Steep rock to the back prevented any visitors happening upon them from that direction. Only the path up the front provided an approach. Should they be threatened, Jensen and her mother had constructed a well-hidden set of footholds up the back to a narrow ledge and out a twisting sideway via deer paths that would take them through a ravine and away. The escape route was nearly inaccessible as a way in unless you knew the precise course through the maze of rock walls, fissures, and narrow ledges, and even then they had made certain that key passages were well hidden by strategically placing dead wood and brush they'd planted. Ever since Jensen was young, they had moved often, never staying in one place too long. Here, though, where they felt safe, they had stayed for over 2 years. Travelers had never discovered their mountain hideaway, as sometimes had happened in other places they had stayed, and the people in Briarton, the nearest town, never ventured this far into such a dark and forbidding wood. The seldom used trail around the lake, from where the soldier had fallen, was as close as any trail came to them. Jensen and her mother had gone into Briarton only once. It was unlikely that anyone even knew they were living out in the vast trackless mountains far from any farmland or city. Except for the chance encounter with Sebastian down closer to the lake, they'd never seen anyone near their place. This was the most secure spot she and her mother had ever had, and so Jensen had dared to begin to think of it as home. Since she was 6, Jensen had been hunted. As careful as her mother always was, several times they had come frighteningly close to being snared. He was no ordinary man, the one who hunted her. He was not bound by ordinary means of searching. For all Jensen knew, the owl watching her from a high limb as she made her way up the rocky path could be his eyes watching her. Just as Jensen reached the house, she met her mother, throwing her cloak around her shoulders as she came out the door. She was the same height as Jensen, with the same thick hair to just past her shoulders, but more auburn than red. She was not yet 35, and the prettiest woman Jensen had ever seen, with a figure the Creator himself would marvel at. In different circumstances, her mother's life would have been one of countless suitors, some no doubt willing to offer a king's ransom for her hand. Her mother's heart, though, was as loving and beautiful as her face, and she had given up everything to protect her daughter. When Jensen sometimes felt sorry for herself, for the normal things in life that she couldn't have, she would then think of her mother, who had willingly given up all those same things, and more, for the sake of her daughter. Her mother was as close as it came to a guardian spirit in the flesh. "Jensen!" Her mother rushed to her and seized her shoulders. "Oh, Jen, I was starting to worry so. Where have you been? I was just coming to look for you. I thought you must have had some trouble, and I did, Mother," Jensen confided. Her mother paused only momentarily. Then, without further question, she embraced Jensen in protective arms. After such a frightening day, Jensen openly welcomed the balm of her mother's hug. Finally, with a comforting arm encircling Jensen's shoulders, her mother urged her toward the door. "Come inside and get yourself dry. I see you have quite the catch. We'll have a good dinner, and you can tell me—" Jensen was dragging her feet. "Mother, I have someone with me." Her mother halted, suddenly searching her daughter's face for any outward sign of the nature and depth of the trouble. "What do you mean? Who would you have with you?" Jensen flicked a hand back toward the path. "He's waiting down there. I told him to wait. I told him I'd ask you if he could sleep in the cave with the animals." "What? Stay here? Jen, what are you thinking? We can't—" "Mother, please, listen to me. Something terrible happened today. Sebastian—" "Sebastian!" Jensen nodded. "The man I brought with me. Sebastian helped me. I came across a soldier who fell from the path, the high trail around the lake." Her mother's face went ashen. She said nothing. Jensen took a calming breath and started again. "I found a Daharan soldier dead in the gorge below the high trail. There were no other tracks. I looked. He was an extraordinarily big soldier, and he was heavily armed. Battle axe, sword at his hip, sword strapped over his shoulder." Her mother canted her head with an admonishing expression. "What aren't you telling me, Jen?" Jen wanted to hold it back until she explained Sebastian first, but her mother could read it in her eyes, hear it in her voice. The terrible threat of that piece of paper with the 2 words on it seemed almost to be screaming its presence from her pocket. "Mother, please, let me tell it my way." Her mother cupped a hand to the side of Jensen's face. Tell me, then, your way if you must. I was searching the soldier, looking for anything important, and I found something. But then, this man, a traveler, came upon me. I'm sorry, Mother, I was frightened by the soldier being there, and by what I found, and I wasn't paying attention as I should have. I know I behaved foolishly. Her mother smiled. No, baby, we all have lapses. None of us can be perfect. We all sometimes make mistakes. That doesn't make you foolish. Don't say that about yourself. Well, I felt foolish when he said something and I turned around and there he was. I had my knife out, though. Her mother was nodding with a smile of approval. He saw then that the man had fallen to his death. He, Sebastian, that's his name, he said that if we just left him there, then more likely than not, other soldiers would find him and start questioning us all, and maybe blame us for their fellow soldier being dead. This man, Sebastian, sounds like he knows what he's talking about. I thought so, too. I had intended to cover the dead soldier to try to hide him, but he was big. I could never have dragged him over to a cranny by myself. Sebastian offered to help me bury the body. Together we were able to drag him over and roll him into a deep split in the rock. We covered him over good. Sebastian put some heavy rocks atop the gravel I scooped in. No one will find him. Her mother looked more relieved. That was wise. Before we buried him, Sebastian thought we should take anything valuable, rather than let it go to waste in the ground. One eyebrow arched. Did he now? Jensen nodded. She pulled the money from her pocket, the pocket that didn't have the piece of paper in it. She dumped all the money in her mother's hand. Sebastian insisted that I take it all. There's gold marks there. He didn't want any for himself. Her mother took in the fortune in her hand, then glanced briefly to the trail where Sebastian waited. She leaned closer. Jen, if he came with you, then perhaps he thinks he can have the money back at any time of his choosing. That would give him the opportunity to look generous and win your trust, and still be near enough to end up with the money when he chooses. I considered that, too. Her mother's tone softened sympathetically. Jen, it's not your fault. I've kept you so sheltered, but you just don't know how men can be. Jensen let her gaze drop from her mother's knowing eyes. I suppose it could be true, but I don't think so. And why not? Jensen looked back up more intently this time. He has a fever, Mother. He's not well. He was leaving without asking to come with me at all. He bid me a goodbye. As tired and feverish as he is, I feared he'd die out in the rain tonight. I stopped him, told him that if it was all right with you, he could sleep in the cave with the animals, where he could at least be dry and warm. After a moment of silence, Jensen added, He said that if you don't want a stranger near, he will understand and be on his way. Did he? Well, Jen, this man is either very honest or very clever. She fixed Jensen with an intent look. Which do you think it is, Jensen twined her fingers together. I don't know, Mother. I honestly don't. I wondered the same things as you. I really did. She remembered then. He said that he wanted you to have this, so you wouldn't have to fear a stranger sleeping nearby. Jensen drew the knife in its sheath from behind her belt and held it out to her mother. The silver handle gleamed in the dim yellow light coming from the small window behind her mother. Staring in astonishment, her mother slowly lifted the weapon in both hands as she whispered, Dear spirits. I know, Jensen said. I nearly yelped in fright when I saw it. Sebastian said that this was a fine weapon, too fine to bury, and he wanted me to keep it. He kept the soldier's short sword and axe for himself. I told him I would give this to you. He said that he hoped it would help you feel safe. Her mother slowly shook her head. This does not make me feel safe at all, knowing that a man carrying this was near us. Jen, I don't like that one bit. Not one bit. Her mother's eyes showed that she was on to worries bigger than the man Jensen had brought home with her. Mother, Sebastian is sick. Can he stay in the cave? I led him to believe that he has more to fear from us than we from him. Her mother glanced up with a sly smile. Good girl. They both knew that in order to survive, they had to work as a team, with well-practiced roles they fell into without the need for formal discussion. She let out a sigh, then, as if with the burden of knowing all the things her daughter was missing in life, she ran a hand tenderly down Jensen's hair, letting it come to rest on her shoulder. All right, baby, she said at last. We'll let him stay the night. And feed him. I told him he would have a hot meal for helping me. Her mother's warm smile widened. And a meal, then. She drew the blade from its sheath, finally. She gave it a critical appraisal, turning it this way and that, inspecting its design. She tested the edge, and then the weight. She spun it between her slender fingers to get the feel of it, the balance. At last, she held it in her open palm, contemplating the ornate letter R. Jensen could not imagine what terrible thoughts and memories must be going through her mother's mind as she silently considered the emblem representing the House of Rahl. "Dear spirits," her mother whispered again to herself. Jensen didn't say anything. She entirely understood. It was an ugly, evil thing. "Mother," Jensen whispered when her mother had looked at the handle for an eternity, "it's almost dark. May I go get Sebastian and take him back to the cave?" Her mother slid the blade home into its sheath, looking to put a panorama of painful memories away with it. "Yes, I suppose you had better go get him. Take him to the cave. Make a fire for him. I'll cook some fish and bring some herbs along to help him sleep with his fever. Wait there with him until I come out. Keep your eye on him. We will eat with him out there. I don't want him in the house." Jensen nodded. She touched her mother's arm, halting her before she could go into the house. Jensen had one more thing to tell her mother. She dearly wished she didn't have to. She didn't want to bring her mother such a worry, but she had to. "Father," she said, in a voice barely above a whisper, "we are going to need to go from this place." Her mother looked startled. "I found something on the Daharan soldier." Jensen pulled the piece of paper from her pocket, unfolded it, and held it out in her open palm. Her mother's gaze took in the two words on the paper. "Dear spirits," was all she said, was all she was able to say. She turned and looked at the house, taking it all in, her eyes suddenly brimming with tears. Jensen knew that her mother had come to think of it as home, too. "Dear spirits," her mother whispered to herself again, at a loss for anything more. Jensen thought the weight of it might overcome her, and her mother might break down in helpless tears. That was what Jensen wanted to do. Neither did. Her mother wiped a finger under each eye as she looked back at Jensen. And then she did cry, one brief inhalation of a gasping sob of hopelessness. "I'm so sorry, baby." It broke Jensen's heart to see her mother in such anguish. Everything that Jensen had missed in life, her mother had missed twice over, once for herself and once for her daughter. On top of it, her mother had to be strong. "We'll leave at first light," her mother said in simple pronouncement. "Traveling at night and in the rain will serve us ill. We'll have to find a new place to hide. He's getting too close to this one." Jensen's own eyes overflowed with tears, and her voice came only with great difficulty. "I'm so sorry, Mama, that I'm such trouble." Her tears flooded forth in a painful torrent. She crushed the piece of paper as her hands fisted. "I'm so sorry, Mama. I wish you could be free of me." Her mother caught her up in her arms then, cradling Jensen's head to a shoulder as she wept. "No, no, baby, don't ever say that. You're my light, my life. This trouble is caused by others. Don't you ever wear a cloak of guilt because they are evil. You're my wonderful life. I would give everything else up 1,000 times over for you, and then once again, and be joyous to do so." Jensen was glad that she would never have any children, for she knew she didn't have her mother's strength. She held on for dear life to the only person in the world who was a comfort to her. But then she pushed away from her mother's embrace. "Mama, Sebastian is from far away. He told me. He said that he's from beyond Dahara. There are other places, other lands. He knows of them. Isn't that wonderful? There is a place that isn't Dahara. But those places are beyond barriers and boundaries that can't be crossed." "Then how can he be here?" "It must be so. Otherwise he could not have traveled here." "And Sebastian is from one of these other lands?" "To the south," he said. "The south? I don't see how it could be possible. Are you sure that's what he said?" "Yes." Jensen added a firm nod of confirmation. "He said the south. He only mentioned it casually. I'm not sure how it's possible, but what if it is? Mother, maybe he could guide us there. Maybe, if we asked, he would guide us out of this nightmare land." As level-headed as her mother was, Jensen could see that she was considering this wild idea. It wasn't crazy. Her mother was thinking it over, so it couldn't be crazy. Jensen was suddenly filled with a sense of hope that maybe she had come up with something that would save them. "Why would he do this for us?" "I don't know. I don't even know if he would consider it, or what he would want in return. I didn't ask him. I didn't dare even to mention it until I talked to you first. That's part of why I wanted him to stay here, so you could question him. I feared to lose this chance to discover if it really is possible." Her mother looked around again at the house. It was tiny, only one room, and it was nothing fancy, built from logs and wood they had shaped themselves, but it was warm and snug and dry. It was frightening to contemplate striking out in the dead of winter. The alternative of being caught, though, was far worse. Jensen knew what would happen if they were caught. Death would not come swiftly. If they were caught, death would come only after endless torture. At last, her mother gathered herself and spoke. "That's good thinking, Jen. I don't know if anything can come of such an idea, but we'll talk to Sebastian and see. One thing is for sure, we have to leave. We dare not delay until spring, not if they're this close. We'll leave at dawn." "Mother, where will we go this time, if Sebastian won't lead us away from Dahara?" Her mother smiled. "Baby, the world is a big place. We are only two small people. We will simply vanish again. I know it's hard, but we're together. It will be fine. We'll see some new sights now, won't we? Some more of the world. Now go get Sebastian and take him to the cave. I'll get started on dinner. We'll all need to have a good meal." Jensen quickly kissed her mother's cheek before racing down the trail. The rain was starting, and it was so gloomy among the trees that she could hardly see. The trees were all huge Daharan soldiers to her, broad, powerful, grim. She knew she would have nightmares after seeing a real Daharan soldier up close. Sebastian was still sitting on the rock, waiting. He stood as she rushed up to him. "My mother said it was all right for you to sleep in the cave with the animals. She's started on cooking up the fish for us. She wants to meet you." He looked too tired to be happy, but he managed to show her a small smile. Jensen seized his wrist and urged him to follow her. He was already shivering with the wet. His arm was warm, though. Fever was like that, she knew. You shivered even though you were burning up. But with some food and herbs and a good night's rest, she was sure he would soon be well. What she wasn't sure of was if he would help them. Chapter 5. Betty, their brown goat, watched attentively from her pen, occasionally voicing her displeasure at sharing her home, as Jensen quickly collected straw to the side for the stranger in Betty's sanctuary. Bleeding her distress, Betty finally quieted when Jensen affectionately scratched the nervous goat's ears, patted the wiry hair covering her round middle, and then gave her half a carrot from the stash up on a high ledge. Betty's short, upright tail wagged furiously. Sebastian shed his cloak and pack, but kept on the belt with his new weapons. He unstrapped his bedroll from under his pack and spread it out over the mat of straw. Despite Jensen's urging, he wouldn't lie down and rest while she knelt near the cave's entrance and prepared the fire pit. As he helped her stack dry kindling, she could see by the dim light coming from the window of the house on the other side of the clearing that sweat beaded his face. He repeatedly scraped his knife down the length of a branch, swiftly building a clump of fluffy fibers. He struck a steel to flint several times, sending sparks through the darkness into the tinder he'd made. He cupped the fluff in his hands, and with gentle puffs of breath nursed the slow flames until they strengthened. Then placed the burning tinder beneath the kindling, where the flames quickly grew and popped to life among the dry twigs. The branches released a pleasing fragrance of balsam as they caught flame. Jensen had been planning on running to the house not far off to get some hot coals to start the fire, but he had it going before she could even suggest it. By the way he trembled, she imagined he was impatient for heat, even though he was burning with fever. She could smell the aroma of the frying fish coming from the house, and when the wind among the pine boughs died from time to time, she could hear the sizzle. The chickens retreated from the growing light into the deep shadows at the back of the cave. Betty's ears stood at attention as she watched Jensen for any signs that another carrot might be forthcoming. Her tail wagged in hopeful fits. The opening in the mountain was simply a place where, in some distant age past, a slab of rock had tumbled out, like some giant granite tooth come loose, to plunge down the slope and leave a dry socket behind. Now trees below grew among a collection of such fallen boulders. The cave only ran back about 20 feet, but the overhang of rock at the entrance further sheltered it and helped keep it dry. Jensen was tall, but the ceiling of the cave was high enough that she could stand in most of it, and since Sebastian was only a little taller than she, his spikes of snow-white hair, now a mellow orange in the firelight, didn't brush the top as he went to the back to collect some of the dry wood stacked there. The chickens squawked at being bothered, but then quickly settled back down. Jensen squatted on the opposite side of the fire from Sebastian, with her back to the rain that had started, so she could see his face in the firelight as they both warmed their hands in the heat of the crackling flames. After a day in the frigid, damp weather, the fire's warmth felt luxurious. She knew that sooner or later winter would return with a vengeance. As cold and uncomfortable as it was now, it would get worse. She tried not to think about having to leave their snug home, especially at this time of year. She had known from the first instant she saw the piece of paper, though, that they might. "Are you hungry?" she asked. "Starving," he said, looking as eager for the fish as Betty was for a carrot. The wonderful smells were making her stomach grumble, too. "That's good. My mother always says that if you're ill and you have an appetite, then it can't be too serious." "I'll be fine in a day or two." "A rest will do you good." Jensen drew her knife from its sheath at her belt. "We've never allowed anyone to stay here before. You will understand that we will be taking precautions." She could see in his eyes that he didn't know what she was talking about, but he shrugged his understanding of her prudence. Jensen's knife wasn't anything like the fine weapon the soldier had been carrying. They could afford nothing like that knife. Hers had a simple handle made of antler, and the blade wasn't thick, but she kept its edge razor sharp. Jensen used the blade to slice a shallow cut across the inside of her forearm. With a frown, Sebastian started to rise, to voice a protest. Her challenging glare stopped him cold before he was halfway up. He sank back down and watched with growing concern as she wiped the sides of the blade through the crimson beads of blood welling up from the cut. She very deliberately looked him in the eye again before turning her back on him and moving out closer to the edge of the cave where the rain dampened the ground. With the knife wetted in blood, Jensen first drew a large circle. Feeling Sebastian's eyes on her, she next pulled the tip of the bloody blade through the damp earth in straight lines to make a square, its corners just touching the inside of the circle. With hardly a pause, she drew a smaller circle that touched the insides of the square. As she worked, she murmured prayers under her breath, asking the good spirits to guide her hand. It seemed the right thing to do. She knew that Sebastian could hear her soft sing-song, but not make out the words. It occurred unexpectedly to her that it must be something like the voices she heard in her own head. Sometimes, when she drew the outer circle, she heard the whisper of that dead voice call her name. Opening her eyes from the prayer, she drew an 8-pointed star, its rays piercing all the way through the inner circle, the square, and then the outer circle. Every other ray bisected a corner of the square. The rays were said to represent the gift of the Creator. So, as she drew the 8-pointed star, Jensen always whispered a prayer of thanks for the gift of her mother. When she finished and looked up, her mother was standing before her, as if she had risen from the shadows or materialized from the edge of the drawing itself to be lit by the leaping flames of the fire behind Jensen. In the light of those flames, her mother was like a vision of some impossibly beautiful spirit. "Do you know what this drawing represents, young man?" Jensen's mother asked, in a voice hardly more than a whisper. Jensen stared up at her, the way people often stared when they first saw her, and shook his head. "It's called a grace. They have been drawn by those with the gift of magic for thousands of years. Some say since the dawn of creation itself. The outer circle represents the beginning of the eternity of the underworld, the keeper's world of the dead. The inner circle is the extent of the world of life. The square represents the veil that separates both worlds, life from death. It touches both at times. The star is the light of the gift from the Creator himself, magic, extending through life and crossing over into the world of the dead." The fire crackled and hissed as Jensen's mother, like some spectral figure, towered over the two of them. Sebastian said nothing. Her mother had spoken the truth, but it was truth used to convey a specific impression that was not true. "My daughter has drawn this grace as protection for you as you rest this night, and as protection for us. There is another before the door to the house." She let the silence drag before adding, "It would be unwise to cross either without our consent." "I understand, Mrs. Daggett." In the firelight, his face showed no emotion. His blue eyes turned to Jensen. A hint of a smile came to his lips, even though his expression remained serious. "You are a surprising woman, Jensen Daggett, a woman of many mysteries. I will sleep safely tonight." "And well," Jensen's mother said. Besides the dinner, I brought some herbs to help you sleep." Her mother, holding the bowl full of fried fish in one hand, collected Jensen with a hand on her shoulder and guided her around to the back of the fire to sit beside her, on the opposite side of her from Sebastian. By the sober look on his face, their demonstration had had the desired effect. Her mother glanced at Jensen and gave her a smile Sebastian couldn't see. Jensen had done well. Holding the bowl out, her mother offered Sebastian some fish, saying, "I would like to thank you, young man, for the help you gave Jensen today." "Sebastian, please." "So Jensen has told me."
I was glad to help. It was helping myself, too, really. I'd not like to have Daharan soldiers chasing me.
She pointed. "If you would accept it, this one on top is coated with the herbs that will help you sleep." He used his knife to stab the darker piece of fish coated in the herbs. Jensen took another on her own knife after first wiping the blade clean on her skirts. "Jensen tells me that you are from outside Dahara." He glanced up as he chewed. "That's right." "I find that hard to believe. Dahara is bordered by impassable boundaries.
In my lifetime, no one has been able to come into or leave Dahara."
"How is it possible, then, that you have?" With his teeth, Sebastian pulled the chunk of herb-coated fish off his knife. He inhaled between his teeth to cool the bite. He gestured around with the blade as he chewed. "How long have you been out here alone in this great wood, without seeing people, without news?" "Several years." "Oh, well then, I guess it makes sense that you wouldn't know. But since you've been out here, the barriers have come down." Jensen and her mother both took in this staggering, nearly incomprehensible news in silence.
In that silence, they both dared to begin to imagine the heady possibilities.
For the first time in Jensen's life, escape seemed conceivable. The impossible dream of a life of their own suddenly seemed only a journey away. They had been traveling and hiding their whole life. Now it seemed the journey might at last be near the end. "Sebastian," Jensen's mother said, "why did you help Jensen today?" "I like to help people. She needed help. I could tell how much that man scared her even though he was dead." He smiled at Jensen. "She looked nice. I wanted to help her. Besides," he finally admitted, "I don't much care for Daharan soldiers." When she gestured by lifting the bowl toward him, he stabbed another piece of fish. "Mrs. Daggett, I'm liable to fall asleep before long. Why don't you just tell me what's on your mind?" "We are hunted by Daharan soldiers." "Why?" "That's a story for another night. Depending on the outcome of this night, you may yet learn it. But for now, all that really matters is that we are hunted, Jensen more so than me. If the Daharan soldiers catch us, she will be murdered." Her mother made it sound simple. He would not let it be so simple. It would be much more grisly than any mere murder. Death would be a reward gained only after inconceivable agony and endless begging. Sebastian glanced over at Jensen. "I'd not like that." "Then we three are of a single mind," her mother murmured. "That's why the two of you are good friends with those knives you keep at hand," he said. "That's why," her mother confirmed. "So," Sebastian said, "you fear the Daharan soldiers finding you. Daharan soldiers aren't exactly a rarity. The one today gave you both a scare. What makes you both fear this one today so much?" Jensen added a stout stick to the fire, glad to have her mother to do the talking. Betty bleated for a carrot, or at least attention. The chickens grumbled about the noise and light. "Jensen," her mother said, "show Sebastian the piece of paper you found on the Daharan soldier." Taken aback, Jensen waited until her mother's eyes turned her way. They shared a look that told Jensen her mother was determined to take this chance, and if she was to try, then they had to at least tell him some of it. Jensen drew the crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and handed it past her mother to Sebastian. "I found this in that Daharan soldier's pocket." She swallowed at the ghastly memory of seeing a dead person, just before you showed up. Sebastian pulled the crumpled paper open, smoothing it between a thumb and finger as he cast them both a suspicious look. He turned the paper toward the firelight so he could see the two words. "Jensen Lindy," he said, reading it from the piece of paper. "I don't get it. Who's Jensen Lindy?" "Me," Jensen said. "At least it was for a while." "For a while? I don't understand." "That was my name," Jensen said. "The name I used, anyway, a few years back, when we lived far to the north. We move around often, to keep from being caught. We change our name each time, so it will be harder to track us.
Then Daggett is not a real name either?
No.
Well, what is your real name, then?
That, too, is part of the story for another night. Her mother's tone said that she didn't mean to discuss it. What matters is that the soldier today had that name. That can only mean the worst.
But you said it's a name you no longer use. You use a different name here, Daggett. No one here knows you by that name, Lindy.
Her mother leaned toward Sebastian. Jensen knew her mother was giving him a look that he would find uncomfortable. Her mother had a way of making people nervous when she fixed them with that intent, penetrating gaze of hers. It may no longer be our name, a name we used only far to the north, but he had that name written down, and he was here, mere miles from where we are now. That means he has somehow connected that name with us, with two women somewhere up in this remote place. Somehow he connected it, or more precisely, the man who hunts us connected it and sent him after us. Now they search for us here.
Sebastian broke her gaze and took a thoughtful breath.
I see what you mean. He went back to eating the piece of fish, skewered on the point of his knife. That dead soldier would have others with him, her mother said. By burying him, you bought us time. They won't know what happened to him. We have that much luck. We are still a few steps ahead of them. We must use our advantage to get away before they tighten the noose. We will have to leave in the morning.
Are you sure? He gestured around with his knife. You have a life here. Your lives are remote, hidden. I would never have found you had I not seen Jensen with that dead soldier. How could they find you? You have a house, a good place.
Life is the word that matters in all that you said. I know the man who hunts us. He has thousands of years of bloody heritage as guidance in hunting us. He will not rest. If we stay, sooner or later he will find us here. We must escape while we can. She pulled from her belt the exquisite knife Jensen had brought her from the dead Daharan soldier. Still in its sheath, she spun it in her fingers, presenting it hilt first to Sebastian. This letter R on the hilt stands for the House of Rahl, our hunter. He would only have presented a weapon this fine to a very special soldier. I don't want a weapon which has been presented by that evil man. Sebastian glanced down at the knife tendered, but didn't take it. He gave them both a look that unexpectedly chilled Jensen to the bone. It was a look that burned with ruthless determination. Where I come from, we believe in using what is closest to an enemy, or what comes from him, as a weapon against him. Jensen had never heard such a sentiment. Her mother didn't move. The knife still lay in her hand. I don't. Do you choose to use what he has inadvertently given you and turn it against him? Or do you choose instead to be a victim? What do you mean? Why don't you kill him? Jensen's jaw dropped. Her mother seemed less astonished. We can't, she insisted. He's a powerful man. He is protected by countless people, from simple soldiers to soldiers of great skill at killing, like the one you buried today, to people with the gift who can call upon magic. We are but two simple women. Sebastian was not moved by her plea. He won't stop until he kills you. He lifted the piece of paper, watching her eyes take it in. This proves it. He will never stop. Why don't you kill him before he kills you, kills your daughter? Or will you choose to be corpses he has yet to collect? Her mother's voice heated. And how do you propose we kill the Lord Rahl? Sebastian stabbed another piece of fish. For starters, you should keep the knife. It's a weapon superior to the one you carry. Use what is his to fight him. Your sentimental objection to taking it only serves him, not you or Jensen. Her mother sat still as stone. Jensen had never heard anyone talk like this. His words had a way of making her see things differently than she ever had before. I must admit that what you say makes sense, her mother said. Her voice came softly and laced with pain, or perhaps regret. You have opened my eyes, a little anyway. I don't agree with you that we should try to kill him, for I know him all too well. Such an attempt would be simple suicide at best, or accomplish his goal at worst. But I will keep the knife, and use it to defend myself and my daughter. Thank you, Sebastian, for speaking sense when I didn't want to hear it. I'm glad you're keeping the knife, at least. Sebastian pulled the bite of fish off his own knife. I hope it can help you. Page 46. With the back of his hand, he wiped the sweat from his brow. If you don't want to try to kill him in order to save yourself, then what do you propose to do? Keep running? You say the barriers are down. I propose to leave Dahara. We will try to make it to another land, where Dark and Rahl cannot hunt us." Sebastian looked up as he stabbed another piece of fish. "Dark and Rahl? Dark and Rahl is dead." Jensen, having run from the man since she was little, having awakened countless times from nightmares of his blue eyes watching her from every shadow, or of him leaping out to snatch her when her feet wouldn't move fast enough, having lived every day wondering if this was the day he would finally catch her, having imagined 1,000 times, and then another 1,000, what terrible, brutal, torturous things he would do to her, having prayed to the good spirits every day for deliverance from her merciless hunter and his implacable minions, was thunderstruck. She realized only then that she had always thought of the man as next to immortal as evil itself. "Dark and Rahl dead? It can't be," Jensen said as tears of deliverance welled up and ran down her cheeks. She was filled with a wild, heart-pounding sense of expectant hope, and at the same time an inexplicable shadow of dark dread. Sebastian nodded. "It's true. About 2 years ago, from what I heard." Jensen gave voice to the hope. "Then he is no longer the threat we thought." She paused. "But if Dark and Rahl is dead—" "Dark and Rahl's son is Lord Rahl now," Sebastian said. "His son?" Jensen felt her hope being eclipsed by that dark dread. "The Lord Rahl hunts us," her mother said, her voice calm and enduring, betraying no evidence of even a moment of exalted hope. "The Lord Rahl is the Lord Rahl. It is now as it has always been, as it will always be, as immortal as evil itself." "Richard Rahl," Sebastian put in. "He's the Lord Rahl now." Richard Rahl. So, now Jensen knew her hunter's new name. A terrifying thought washed over her. She had never before heard the voice say anything more than surrender and her name, and occasionally those strange foreign words she didn't understand. Now it demanded she surrender her flesh, her very will. If it was the voice of the one who hunted her, as her mother said, then this new Lord Rahl must be even more terrifyingly powerful than his wicked father. Fleeting salvation had left behind grim despair. "This man, Richard Rahl," her mother said, searching for understanding amid all the startling news. "He ascended to rule as the Lord Rahl of Dahara when his father died, then?" Sebastian leaned forward, a cloaked rage unexpectedly surfacing in his blue eyes. "Richard Rahl became the Lord Rahl of Dahara when he murdered his father and seized rule. And if you are next going to suggest that perhaps the son is less of a threat than his father, then let me set you straight. Richard Rahl is the one who brought down the barriers." At that, Jensen threw up her hands in confusion. "But that would only give those who wish to be free their opening to escape Dahara, to escape him." "No, he brought those ancient protective barriers down so he could extend his tyrannical rule to the lands that were beyond the reach of even his father." Sebastian thumped his chest once with a tight fist. "My land he wants. Lord Rahl is a madman. Dahara is not enough for him to rule. He lusts to dominate the entire world." Jensen's mother stared off into the flames, looking dispirited. "I always hoped, I guess, that if Dark and Rahl were dead, then maybe we might have a chance. The piece of paper Jensen found today with her name on it now tells me that the son is even more dangerous than his father, and that I was only deluding myself. Even Dark and Rahl never got this close to us." Jensen felt numb after having been rocked by a turbulent swing of emotions, only to be left more terrified and hopeless than before. But seeing such despair on her mother's face wounded her heart. "I will keep the knife." Her mother's decision said how much she feared the new Lord Rahl, and how frightful was their plight. "Good." Dim light coming from the house reflected off the swollen pools of water standing beyond the cave entrance, but the droning rain churned the light into thousands of sparkles, like the tears of the good spirits themselves. In a day or two the collection of ponds would be ice. Traveling would be easier in that cold than in cold rain. "Sebastian," Jensen asked, do you think we could escape Dahara? Maybe go to your homeland, escape the reach of this monster?" Sebastian shrugged. "Maybe. But until this madman is killed, will there be anywhere beyond his ravenous reach?" Her mother tucked the exquisite knife behind her belt, and then folded her fingers together around one bent knee. "Thank you, Sebastian. You've helped us. Being in hiding has, regrettably, kept us in the dark. You've at least brought us a bit of light." "Sorry it wasn't better news." "The truth is the truth. It helps us know what to do." Her mother smiled at her. "Jensen always was one who sought to know the truth of things. I have never kept it from her. Truth is the only means of survival. It's as simple as that." "If you don't want to try to kill him in order to eliminate the threat, maybe you can think of some way to make the new Lord Rahl lose interest in you, in Jensen." Jensen's mother shook her head. "There are more things involved than we can tell you tonight. Things you are in the dark about. Because of them, he will never rest, never stop. You don't understand the lengths to which the Lord Rahl, any Lord Rahl, will go in order to kill Jensen." "If that's so, then perhaps you're right. Maybe the two of you should run." "And would you help us? Help her, to get away from Dahara?" He looked from one of them to the other. "If I can, I guess I could try. But I'm telling you, there is no place to hide. If you ever want to be free, you'll have to kill him." "I'm no assassin," Jensen said, not so much out of protest as out of acceptance of her own frailty in the face of such brutal strength. "I want to live, but I just don't have the nature to be an assassin. I will defend myself, but I don't think I could effectively set out to kill someone. The sad fact is, I just wouldn't be any good at it. He's a killer by birth, I'm not." Sebastian met her gaze with an icy look. His white hair, cast red by the firelight, framed cold blue eyes. "You'd be surprised what a person can do if they have the proper motivation." Her mother lifted a hand to halt such talk. She was a practical woman, not given to wasting valuable time on wild schemes. "Right now the important thing is for us to get away. Lord Rahl's minions are too close. That's the simple truth of it. From the description and this knife, the dead man you found today was probably part of a quad." Sebastian looked up with a frown. "A what?" "A team of 4 assassins. On occasion, several quads will work together if the target has proven particularly elusive or is of inestimable worth. Jensen is both." Sebastian rested an arm over his knee. "For someone on the run and in hiding all these years, you seem to know a lot about these quads. Are you sure you're right?" Firelight danced in her mother's eyes. Her voice turned more distant. "When I was young, I used to live at the People's Palace. I used to see those men, the quads. Darken Rahl used them to hunt people. They are ruthless beyond anything you could imagine." Sebastian looked uneasy. "Well, I guess you would know better than I. In the morning, then, we leave." He yawned as he stretched. "Your herbs are already working, and this fever has exhausted me. After a good night's sleep, I'll help you both get away from here, away from Dahara, and on your way to the old world, if that's your wish." "It is." Her mother stood. "You two eat the rest of the fish." As she moved past, her loving fingers trailed along the back of Jensen's head. "I'm going to go collect some of our things, get together what we can carry." "I'll be right in," Jensen said, "soon as I bank the fire." Chapter 6. The rain was getting worse. Runoff ran in a rippled sheet over the ledge at the brow of the cave. Jensen scratched Betty behind her ears to try to stop her bleating. The always nervous goat was suddenly inconsolable. Perhaps she sensed that they were going to be leaving. Maybe she was just unhappy that Jensen's mother had gone into the house. Betty loved that woman, and would often follow her around the yard like a puppy. Betty would be only too happy to sleep in the house with them both if they would let her. Sebastian, having had his fill of fish, rolled himself in his cloak. His eyelids drooped as he tried to watch her bank the fire. He lifted his head and frowned over at the pacing goat. "Betty will settle down when I go in the house," Jensen told him. Sebastian, already half asleep, mumbled something about Betty that Jensen couldn't even begin to hear over the noise of the rain. She knew it wasn't important enough to ask him to repeat it. He needed sleep. She yawned. Despite her anxiety over everything that had happened that day and her worry about what the next would bring, the din of the downpour was making her sleepy too. As much as she ached to ask him about what was beyond Dahara, she bid him a good night's sleep, even though she doubted that he heard her over the rain. She would have time enough to ask him all her questions. Her mother would be waiting for help with selecting what to take and packing it. They didn't have much, but they would have to leave some of what they had. At least the clumsy dead Daharan soldier had provided them with money just when they would need it most. It was enough money to buy horses and supplies that would help them get out of Dahara. The new Lord Rahl, the bastard son of a bastard son and an unbroken long line of bastard sons, had inadvertently provided them with the means to escape his grasp. Life was so precious. She just wanted her and her mother to be able to live their own lives. Somewhere over the distant dark horizon lay their new lives. Jensen threw her cloak around her shoulders. She pulled the hood up to protect herself from the rain, but as hard as it was coming down, she expected she was likely to get wet on the run to the house. She hoped the morning would dawn clear for their first day of travel, so they could put distance between them and their pursuers. She was pleased to see that Sebastian looked dead to the world. He needed a good sleep. She was thankful that amid all the torment and injustice, at least he had come into their lives. Jensen picked up the bowl with the few remaining pieces of fish, tucked it under her cloak, held her breath, and, lowering her head against the onslaught, dove into the roaring rain. The cold shock of the downpour made her gasp as she splashed through the dark puddles on her dash to the house. She made the house, her wet lashes turning the dim light of the oil lamps and firelight coming through the window to a blinking blur. Without looking up, she threw the door open as she ran in.
"It's cold as the keeper's heart," she called out to her mother as she raced in.
Jensen's breath left her lungs in a grunt as she crashed into a solid wall that had never been there before. Rebounding from the collision, she looked up to see a broad back turning, to see a huge hand snatching for her. The hand caught only her cloak. The heavy wool cloak stripped away from her as she fell back. The bowl thudded to the floor, spinning like a crazy top. The door bounced back from hitting the wall, banging closed behind her, trapping her just before her back slammed into it. Gasping, Jensen reacted. It was wild instinct, not deliberate thought. Jensen. Terror, not technique. Surrender. Desperation, not design. The man's blocky face was clearly lit by the fire from the hearth. He plunged toward her, a monster with stringy wet hair. Straining sinew and muscle twisted in rage. The knife in her fist whipped around, powered by stark terror. Her cry was a growl of panicked effort. Her knife slammed into the side of his head. The blade snapped at mid-length as it hit his cheekbone. His head twisted from the impact. Blood splashed across his face. Swinging madly, his meaty hand walloped her face. Her shoulder hit the wall. A shock of pain lanced her arm. She stumbled on something. Thrown off balance, she tumbled past her footing. Her face smacked the floor beside another of the huge men. He was like the dead soldier she had buried. Her mind grasped at snatches of what she was seeing, trying to make sense of it. Where did they come from? How were they in her house? Her leg was draped over the man's still legs. She pushed herself up. He was slumped against the wall. His dead eyes stared at her. The handle with the ornate R sideways below his ear reflected sparkles of firelight. The point of the knife jutted from the other side of his bull neck. He wore a wet red shirt. Surrender. With cold fright, she saw a man coming for her. Gripping her broken knife, she scrambled to her feet, turning toward the threat. She saw her mother on the floor. A man held her by the hair. There was blood everywhere. Nothing seemed real. In a nightmare vision, Jensen saw her mother's severed arm on the floor, fingers slack and open, red stab wounds. Jensen. Panic ruled her mind. She heard her own short, choppy screams. Wet blood splashed across the floor, glistened in the firelight. Whirling movement. A man slammed into her, driving her to the wall. She lost her breath. Pain crushed her chest. Surrender. No! Her own voice seemed unreal. She slashed with her broken knife, ripping the man's arm. He bellowed a vile oath. The man holding Jensen's mother dropped her and made for Jensen. She stabbed wildly, frantically at the men around her. Reaching hands shot toward her from all around. A huge hand clamped her thrashing knife arm. Surrender. Jensen gasped a cry. She struggled savagely. She kicked. She bit. Men cursed. The second man seized her throat in iron fingers. No breath. No breath. She tried, couldn't breathe. Tried desperately, but couldn't draw a breath. He sneered as he squeezed her throat. Pain shot up through her temples. His cheek, slashed by her knife, laid open from ear to mouth, ran with gouts of blood. She could see glistening red teeth through the gaping wound. Jensen struggled but couldn't pull a breath. A fist slammed her stomach. She kicked him. He seized her ankle before she could kick him again. One was dead. Two had her mother down. Her vision was narrowing to a black tunnel. Her chest burned. It hurt so much, so much. Sound was muffled. She heard a bone-jarring thunk. The man in front of her, squeezing her throat, staggered once as his head jerked. It made no sense to her. His grip went slack. She gasped an urgent breath. His head tipped forward. A crescent-bladed axe was embedded in the back of the man's neck, severing his spine. The axe handle swung in an arc as he dropped. Sebastian, measured fury with white hair, stood behind him.
The last man let go of her arm. His other fist brought up a blood-slick sword. Sebastian was quicker than the man.
Jensen was quicker even than Sebastian. "Surrender!" She cried out an animal sound, savage, unbridled terror and fury. Her broken blade slashed across the side of the man's neck. Her half-blade, ripped bone deep, cut the artery, severed muscles. He cried out. Blood seemed to float, suspended in midair as the man pitched against the far wall on his way down. She'd swung so hard she fell sprawling with him. Sebastian's short sword struck like lightning, slamming through the great barrel chest with bone-cracking power. Jensen scrambled over the bodies, slipping on blood. She saw only her mother on the floor, half-sitting, leaning against the far wall. Her mother watched her come. Jensen couldn't stop screaming, couldn't breathe through her hysterical cries. Her mother, covered in blood, eyelids half-closed, looked as if she were falling asleep. But she had that spark of joy at seeing Jensen. Always that spark in her eyes. Her face had bloody streaks from big fingers down the side. She smiled her beautiful smile at seeing Jensen. "Baby," she whispered. Jensen couldn't make herself stop screaming, shaking. She didn't look down at the awful red wounds. She saw only her mother's face. "Mama, Mama, Mama!" One arm embraced her. Her other was gone. Her knife arm gone. The one around Jensen was love and comfort and shelter. Her mother smiled a weary smile. "Baby, you did good. Now listen to me." Sebastian was there, working frantically to tie something around what was left of her mother's right arm, trying to stem the tide of blood. Her mother only saw Jensen. "I'm here, Mama. Everything will be fine. I'm here. Mama, don't die. Don't die. Hold on, Mama, hold on." "Listen." Her voice was hardly more than a breath. "I'm listening, Mama," Jensen cried. "I'm listening." "I'm gone. I'm crossing to be with the good spirits now." "No, Mama. No, please, no." "Can't help it, baby. It's all right. The good spirits will take good care of me." Jensen held her mother's face in both hands, trying to see it through the helpless flood of tears. Jensen gasped with frantic sobs. "Mama, don't leave me alone. Don't leave me. Please, oh, please don't. Oh, Mama, I love you." "Love you, baby, more than anything. I've taught you all I can. Listen now." Jensen nodded, fearing to miss a single precious word. "The good spirits are taking me. You must understand that. When I go, this body won't be me any longer. Understand? I don't need it anymore. It doesn't hurt at all. Not at all. Isn't that a wonder? I'm with the good spirits. You must be strong now, and leave what is no longer me." "Mama!" Jensen could only sob in agony as she held the face she loved more than life itself. "He's coming for you, Jen. Run. Don't stay with this body that isn't me after I'm with the good spirits. Understand?" "No, Mama, I can't leave you. I can't." "You must. Don't foolishly risk your life just to bury this useless body. It isn't me. I'm in your heart and with the good spirits. This body isn't me. Understand, baby?" "Yes, Mama, not you. You'll be with the good spirits, not here." Her mother nodded in Jensen's hands. "Good girl. Take the knife. I took one out with it. It's a worthy weapon." "Mama, I love you." Jensen wished for better words, but there were none. "I love you." "I love you. That's why you must run, baby. I don't want you to throw your life away over what is no longer me. Your life is too precious. Leave this empty vessel. Run, Jen, or he'll get you. Run." Her eyes turned toward Sebastian. "Help her." Sebastian, right there, nodded. "I swear I will." She looked back at Jensen and smiled her sweet love. "I'll always be in your heart, baby. Always. Love you always." "Oh, Mama, you know I love you. Always." Her mother smiled as she watched her daughter. Jensen's fingers caressed her mother's beautiful face. For a fleeting eternity, her mother watched her, until Jensen realized that her mother was no longer seeing anything in this world. Jensen fell against her mother, dissolving in tears and terror, choking in sobs. Everything had ended. The crazy, senseless world had ended. Her arms stretched out toward her mother as she was pulled away. "Jensen," his mouth was close to her ear, "we have to do what she wanted." "No, please, oh, please, no," she wailed. He gently pulled. "Jensen, do as she asked. We must." Jensen pounded her fists against the blood-slicked floor. "No." The world had ended. "Oh, please, no, no, it can't be." "Jen, we have to go." "You go," she sobbed. "I don't care. I give up." "No, Jen, you don't. You can't." His arm around her middle lifted her, set her on her wobbly legs. Numb, Jensen couldn't move. Nothing was real. Everything was a dream. The world was crumbling to ash. Holding her by her upper arms, he shook her. "Jensen, we have to get out of here." She turned her head and looked at her mother on the floor. "We have to do something, please. We have to do something." "Yes, we do. We have to leave before more men show up." His face was dripping. She wondered if it was rain. As if she were watching herself from some great disconnected distance, her own thoughts seemed crazy to her. "Jensen, listen to me." Her mother had said that. It was important. "Listen to me. We have to get out of here. Your mother was right. We have to go." He turned to the pack beside the lamp on the table at the side of the room. Jensen slumped to the floor. Her knees hit with a thump. She was empty of everything but the hot coals of agony from which she could not pull away. Why did everything have to be so wrong? Jensen crawled toward her sleeping mother. She couldn't die. She couldn't. Jensen loved her too much for her to die. "Jensen, grieve later. We have to get out of here." Out the open door, the rain poured down. "I won't leave her." "Your mother made a sacrifice for you, so you would have a life. Don't throw away her final act of courage." He was stuffing whatever he could find in a pack. "You have to do as she said. She loves you and wants you to live. She told you to run. I swore I'd help you. We have to leave before they catch us here." She stared at the door. It had been closed. She remembered crashing into it. Now it stood open. Maybe the latch broke. A huge shadow materialized out of the rain, melting through the doorway into the house. The brawny man's eyes fixed on her. Feral fright surged through her. He moved toward her, faster and faster. Jensen saw the knife with the ornate R sticking from the side of a dead man's neck. The knife her mother told her to take. It wasn't far. Her mother had lost her arm, her life, to kill him. The man, seemingly oblivious of Sebastian, dove for Jensen. She dove for the knife. Her fingers, greasy with blood, seized the handle. The worked metal gave good grip. Art with purpose, deadly art. With teeth gritted, she yanked the blade free and rolled. Before the man reached her, Sebastian growled with the effort of burying his axe in the back of the man's head. The soldier crashed to the floor beside her, his meaty arm falling across her middle. Jensen, crying out, wriggled out from under the arm as blood grew in a dark pool beneath his head. Sebastian pulled her up. "Get whatever you want to take," he ordered. She moved through the room, walking in a dream. The world had gone mad. Perhaps it was she who had finally gone mad. The voice in her head whispered to her in its strange language. She found herself listening, almost comforted by it. "Tu vas mischt, tu vas mischt, grustiva du kalt mischt." "We have to go," Sebastian said. "Get what you want to take." She couldn't think. She didn't know what to do. She blocked the voice and told herself to do as her mother said to do. She went to the cupboard and rapidly began picking things out that they always took when they traveled. Things always at the ready. Traveling clothes were kept in her pack, ready to leave at a moment's notice. She threw herbs, spices, and dried food in on top of them. She pulled other clothes, a brush, a small mirror, from a simple chest of woven branches. Her hand paused when she started grabbing her mother's clothes for her. She stopped, fingers trembling, focusing on her mother's orders. She couldn't think, so she moved like a trained animal, doing as she had been taught. They'd had to run before. She scanned the room. 4 dead Daharans. 1 that morning. That made 5. A quad plus 1. Where were the other 3? In the dark outside the door? In the trees? In the dark woods, waiting? Waiting to take her to Lord Rahl to be tortured to death? With both hands, Sebastian seized her wrist. "Jensen, what are you doing?" She realized she was stabbing at the empty air. She watched as he pried the knife from her fist and returned it to its sheath. He tucked it behind her belt.
He scooped up her cloak, which the huge Daharan soldier had ripped off her as she had first fallen into the nightmare. "Hurry up, Jensen. Grab anything else you want." Sebastian rifled through the dead men's pockets, pulling out money he found, cramming it in his own pockets. He unstrapped all 4 knives, none as good as the one he'd tucked behind her belt, the one with the ornate letter R on the handle, the one from the fallen dead man, the one her mother had used. Sebastian slipped the 4 knives down the side of the pack as he yelled at her again to hurry. While he took the best sword from one of the men, Jensen went to the table. She scooped up candles and stuffed them in the pack. Sebastian attached the scabbard of the sword to his weapons belt. Jensen collected small implements, cooking utensils, pots, pushing them in her pack. She wasn't really aware of what she was taking. She was just picking up whatever she saw and putting it in. Sebastian lifted her pack, took one of her wrists, and stuffed it through the strap, as if he were handling a rag doll. He put her other arm through the other strap he held out for her, then threw her cloak around her shoulders. After he pulled the hood up over her head, he stuffed her red hair in the sides. He held her mother's pack in one hand. He tugged twice and freed his axe from the soldier's skull. Blood ran down the handle as he hooked the axe on his weapons belt. With the heel of his sword hand against the small of her back, he urged her onward. "Anything else?" he asked as they moved toward the door. "Jensen, do you want anything else from your house before we go?" Jensen looked over her shoulder at her mother on the floor. "She's gone, Jensen. The good spirits are taking care of her now. She's smiling down on you now." Jensen looked up at him.
Really? You think so?
"Yes, she's in a better world now. She told us to go from here. We have to do what she said." In a better world. Jensen clung to that idea. Her world held only anguish. She moved toward the door, doing as Sebastian said to do. He scanned in every direction. She simply followed, stepping over bodies, over bloody arms and legs. She was too scared to feel anymore, too heartsick to care. Her thoughts seemed completely muddled. She had always prided herself on her clear thinking. Where had her clear thinking gone? In the rain, he pulled her by her arm toward the path down. "Betty," she said, digging in her heels. "We have to get Betty." He gazed at the path, then toward the cave. "I don't think we need bother with the goat, but I should get my pack, my things." She saw he was standing in the downpour without his cloak. He was soaked to the skin. It occurred to her that she wasn't the only one who wasn't thinking clearly. He was so intent on escaping that he almost left his things. That would be the death of him. She couldn't let him die. Betty would help, but there was one other thing that she remembered. Jensen ran back in the house. She ignored Sebastian's yells. Inside, she wasted no time rushing to a small wooden chest just inside the door. She looked at nothing else as she pulled out 2 bundled sheepskin cloaks, one hers, one her mother's. They kept them there, rolled and tied, at the ready, in case they ever had to leave in a hurry. He watched from the doorway, impatient but silent, when he saw what she was doing. Without looking death in the eye, she rushed back out of her house for the last time. Together they ran to the cave. The fire was still crackling hot. Betty paced and trembled, but was uncharacteristically silent, as if knowing something was terribly wrong. "Dry yourself a bit first," she said. "We don't have time. We have to get out of here. The others could come at any moment." "You'll freeze to death if you don't. Then what good will running do? Dead is dead." Her own reasoned words surprised her. Jensen pulled the 2 rolled sheepskin cloaks from under her wool cloak and started working loose the knots in the thongs. "These will help keep the rain out, but you need to get dry first, otherwise you won't stay warm enough." He was nodding as he shivered and rubbed his hands before the fire, the sense of what she said finally overcoming his urgency to be gone. She wondered how he managed to do all he had done with a fever, and after having taken herbs. Fear, she guessed. Stark, raving fear. That she understood. Her whole body ached. Not only had she been banged around, but she saw now that her shoulder was bleeding. The cut wasn't bad, but it throbbed. The sustained level of terror had left her drained and exhausted. She wanted only to lie down and cry, but her mother had told her to get away. Only her mother's words motivated her now. Without those last commands, Jensen would be unable to function. Now she simply did what her mother had told her to do. Betty was beside herself. The distraught goat tried to climb the pen to get to Jensen. As Sebastian hovered over the fire, Jensen tied a rope around Betty's neck. The goat was as thankful to be going as a goat could be. They would give Betty a chance to return the favor. When they had gotten away and found at least simple shelter, they would not be able to build a fire on such a wet night. If they could find a dry hole, a spot under a rock ledge or beneath fallen trees, they would hunker down beside the goat. Betty would keep them both warm so they wouldn't freeze to death. Jensen understood the plaintive calls Betty made toward the house. The goat's ears were at attention. Betty was worried for the woman who wasn't going. Jensen collected all the carrots and acorns off the shelf, stuffing them in pockets and packs. When Sebastian was as dry as he was going to allow himself to get, they donned their wool cloaks and topped them with the sheepskin. With Jensen leading Betty by the rope, they started out into the drenching darkness. Sebastian headed for the trail down from the front, the way he had come in. Jensen seized his arm, stopping him. "They might be waiting down there." "But we have to get out of here. I have a better way. We made an escape route." He gazed at her a moment through the fall of icy rain separating them, then, without further protest, followed her into the unknown. Chapter 7. Oba Schalk snatched the chicken by the neck and lifted it from the nest box. The chicken's head looked tiny above his meaty fist. With his other hand, he fished a warm brown egg from the bottom of the depression in the straw. He gently placed the egg in the basket with the others. Oba didn't set the chicken back down. He grinned as he lifted it closer to his face, watching its head twist from side to side, its beak open and close, open and close. He put his own lips close, so the beak was touching his lips, then with all his might, he blew in the chicken's open mouth. The chicken squawked and flapped, madly trying to escape the vice-like fist. A deep laugh rolled up from Oba's throat. "Oba! Oba, where are you?" When he heard his mother hollering for him, Oba plopped the chicken back on its nest. His mother's voice had come from the nearby barn. Squawking its terror, the chicken fled the hen house. Oba followed it out of the coop and then trotted toward the door to the barn. The week before, they had had a rare winter downpour. By the following day, the standing water had frozen and the rain had turned to snow. Wind-swept snow now hid the ice, making for treacherous footing. Despite his size, Oba negotiated the icy conditions without much difficulty. Oba prided himself on being light on his feet. It was important for a person not to let their body or mind become slow and dull. Oba believed it was important to learn new things. He believed it was important to grow. He thought it was important for a person to use what they had learned. That was how people grew. The barn and house were one small structure made of wattle and daub, woven branches covered with a mixture of clay, straw, and dung. Inside, the house and barn were separated by a stone wall. After he'd built the house, Oba had made the wall inside by stacking flat gray rocks from the field. He had learned the technique from observing a neighbor stack rocks at the side of his field. The wall was a luxury most homes didn't have. Hearing his mother yell his name again, he tried to think of what he could have done wrong. As he perused his mental list of the chores she'd told him to do, he couldn't recall one in the barn that he'd failed to do. Oba wasn't forgetful, and besides, they were chores he did often. There shouldn't be anything in the barn to have set her off. True as all that was, none of it shielded him from incurring his mother's ire. She could think of things that needed doing that had never before needed doing. "Oba! Oba! How many times do I need to call for you?" In his mind's eye, he could see her mean little mouth all pinched up as she said his name, expecting him to appear the instant she screeched for him. The woman had a voice that could unwind a good rope. Oba turned sideways to fit his shoulders through the small side door into the barn. Rats squeaked and scurried away at his feet. The barn, with a hayloft above, housed their milk cow, 2 hogs, and 2 oxen. The cow was still in the barn. The hogs had been turned loose in the oak stand to rut for acorns under the snow. Oba could see the hind ends of both oxen through the larger barn door out to the yard on the other side. His mother stood on the low hill of frozen muck, hands on her hips, the cold smoke of her breath rising from her nostrils like a dragon's fiery snort. Mother was a big-boned woman, broad in the shoulders and hips, broad everywhere, even her forehead was broad. He had heard people say that when his mother was younger she had been a handsome woman, and indeed, when he had been a boy, she had had a number of suitors. Year by year, though, the struggles of life had worn away her looks, leaving behind deeply etched lines and sagging folds of flesh. The suitors had long ago stopped coming around. Oba made his way across the black icy ground inside the barn and stood before her, hands in his pockets. She walloped the side of his shoulder with a stout stick. "Oba!" He flinched when she whacked him 3 times more, each swat punctuating his name. "Oba! Oba! Oba!" When he had been young, such a thrashing would have left him black and blue. He was too big and strong now for her stick to hurt him. That made her angry, too. While he wasn't bothered much by the stick now that he was grown, the condemnation in her voice whenever she spoke his name still made his ears burn. She reminded him of a spider with a mean little mouth, a black widow spider. He hunched, trying not to look so big. "What is it, Mama?" "Where are you loafing when your mother calls?" Her face screwed up, a plum long ago turned to a prune. "Oba the ox, Oba the dimwit, Oba the oaf, where were you?" Oba lifted his arm defensively as she cracked him with the stick again. "I was getting the eggs, Mama. Getting the eggs." "Look at this mess. Don't it ever occur to you to do anything round here unless someone with brains tells you to?" Oba looked around, but didn't see what needed doing other than the regular work that would have set her off so. There was always work to do. Rats stuck their noses out from under boards in the stalls, whiskers twitching as they sniffed, watching with beady black eyes, listening with little rat ears. He looked back at his mother but had no answer. None would suit her anyway. She pointed at the ground. "Look at this place! Don't you ever think to scoop out the muck? Soon as it thaws, it'll be running under the wall and into the house where I sleep. Do you think I feed you for nothing? Don't you think you have to earn your keep, you lazy oaf? Oba the oaf!" She had already used the last invective. Oba was surprised sometimes that she wasn't more creative, didn't learn new things. When he had been little, she had seemed to him a mind reader of inscrutable ability, with a talented tongue that could cut him with knowing lashes. Now that he had grown so much larger than her, he sometimes wondered if other aspects of his mother were less formidable than he had once feared. Wondered if her power over him wasn't somehow artificial, an illusion, a scarecrow with a mean little mouth. Yet she still had a way about her that could cut him down to nothing. And she was his mother. A person was supposed to mind their mother. That was the most important thing a person could do. She had taught him that lesson well. Oba didn't think he could do much more to earn his keep. He worked from sun-up to sundown. He prided himself on not being lazy. Oba was a man of action. He was strong and worked as hard as any two men. He could best any man he knew. Men didn't give him any trouble. Women, though, stymied him. He never knew what to do around women. Big as he was, women had a way of making him feel puny. He scuffed his boot against the dark, rippled, slick mound underfoot, assessing the rock-hard mass. The animals added to it continually, much of it freezing before it could all be scooped out, allowing it to build in layers throughout the long, cold winter. Periodically, Oba scattered straw over the top for better footing. He'd not want his mother to slip and fall. It wasn't long, though, before the layer of straw became slicked over, and it was time for another. "But, Mama, the ground's all frozen." In the past, he had always scooped it out as it thawed and could be worked. In the spring, when it got warmer and the flies filled the barn with their constant buzzing, it would come off in layers where the straw was. But not now. Now it was welded together into a solid mass. "Always an excuse, isn't that right, Oba? Always an excuse for your mother, you worthless bastard boy." She folded her arms, glowering at him. He couldn't hide from the truth, couldn't pretend, and she knew it. Oba peered around in the dark barn and saw the heavy steel scoop shovel leaning against the wall. "I'll scoop it, Mama. You go back to your spinning and I'll scoop the barn good." He didn't exactly know how he was going to scoop the solid frozen muck, only that he had to. "Get started now," she huffed. "Use what light is left of the day. When it gets dark, then I want you to go to town to get me some medicine from Lethea." Now he knew why she had come to the barn looking for him. "My knees is aching me again," she complained, as if she wanted to cut off any objection he might voice, even though he never did. He thought it, though. She always seemed to know what he was thinking. "Today you can get started in the barn, and tomorrow you can go back to scraping the muck all the way down until you clean it all out. Before the day wears on, though, I want you to go get my medicine." Oba pulled on his ear as he cast his gaze toward the ground. He didn't like going to see Lethea, the woman with the cures. He didn't like her. She always looked at him like he was a worm. She was mean as rake. Worse, she was a sorceress. If Lethea didn't like someone, they suffered for it. Everybody was afraid of Lethea, so Oba didn't feel so singled out. Still, though, he didn't like going to see her. "I will, Mama. I'll fetch your medicine. And don't you worry, I'll get to work at scraping the muck out, just like you said." "I have to tell you every little thing, don't I, Oba?" Her glare burned into him. "I don't know why I bothered raising such a worthless bastard boy," she added under her breath.
Should have done what Lethea told me in the beginning.
Oba heard her say this often when she was feeling sorry for herself, sorry that no suitors came around anymore, sorry that none had wanted to marry her. Oba was a curse she bore with bitter regret, a bastard child who'd brought her trouble from the first. If not for Oba, maybe she would have gotten herself a husband to provide for her.
And don't you be staying in town with any foolishness.
I won't, Mama. I'm sorry that your knees are bad today.
She whacked him with the stick.
They wouldn't be so bad if I didn't have to follow around a big dumb ox, seeing that he does what he should already be doing.
Yes, Mama.
Did you get the eggs?
Yes, Mama.
She eyed him suspiciously, then pulled a coin from her flaxen apron.
Tell Lethea to make up a remedy for you two, along with my medicine. Maybe we can yet rid you of the Keeper's evil. If we could get the evil out of you, maybe you wouldn't be so worthless.
His mother, from time to time, sought to purge him of what she believed to be his evil nature. She tried all sorts of potions. When he was little, she had often forced him to drink burning powder she mixed with soapy water. Then she would lock him in a pen in the barn, hoping the otherworldly evil wouldn't like being burned, and locked up both, and would flee his restrained earthly body. His pen didn't have slats like the pens for the animals did. It was made of solid boards. In the summer, it was an oven. When she made him take burning powder and then dragged him by the arm and locked him in the pen, he near to died of terror that she'd never let him out, or never let him have a drink of water. He welcomed the beatings she would give him to try to silence his screams, just to be let out.
You buy my medicine from Lethea, and a remedy for you.
His mother held up the small silver coin as her eyes narrowed into a spiteful squint.
And don't you go wasting any of this on women.
Oba felt his ears heating. Each time his mother sent him to buy something, whether medicine or leather work or pottery or supplies, she always admonished him not to waste the money on women. He knew that when she told him not to waste it on women, she was mocking him. Oba didn't have the courage to say much of anything to women. He always bought what his mother said to buy. He never once wasted it on anything. He feared his mother's wrath. He hated that she always told him not to waste the money when he never did. It made him feel like she thought he was intending to do wrong even though he wasn't. It made him guilty even though he had done no wrong. It made what was in his thoughts, even if he didn't have them, a crime. He tugged on a burning ear.
I won't waste it, Mama.
And dress respectable, not like some dumb ox. You already reflect badly enough on me.
I will, Mama. You'll see.
Oba ran around to the house and fetched his felt cap and brown woolen jacket for his journey to Gretton, a couple miles northwest. She watched him carefully hang them on a peg, where they would stay clean until he was ready to go to town. With the scoop shovel, he started in on the rock-hard muck. The steel shovel rang like a bell each time he rammed it at the frozen ground. He grunted with each mighty blow. Chips of black ice burst forth, splattering his trousers. Each was but an infinitesimal speck from the dark mountain of muck. It was going to take a long time and a lot of work. He didn't mind hard work, though. Time he had in abundance. Mother watched from the doorway of the barn for a few minutes to make sure he was working up a sweat as he chipped away at the frozen mound. When she was satisfied, she vanished from the doorway to go back to her own work, leaving him to think about his coming visit to Lethea. Oba. Oba paused. The rats back in the small places stilled. Their little black rat eyes watched him watching them. The rats went back to their search for food. Oba listened for the familiar voice. He heard the door to the house close. Mother, a spinster, was going back to spinning her wool. Mr. Tuchman brought her wool, which she spun into thread for him to use on his loom. The meager pay helped support her and her bastard son. Oba. Oba knew the voice well. He'd heard it ever since he could remember. He never told his mother about it. She would be angry and think that it was the Keeper's evil calling to him. She would want to force him to swallow even more potions and cures. He was too big to be locked in the pen anymore, but he wasn't too big to drink Lethea's cures. When one of the fat rats scurried past, Oba stepped on its tail, trapping it. Oba! The rat squeaked a little rat squeak. Little rat legs scrambled, trying to get away. Little rat claws scratched against the black ice. Oba reached down and seized the fat, furry body. He peered at the whiskered face. The head twisted futilely. Beady black eyes watched him. Those eyes were filled with fear. Surrender. Oba thought it was vitally important to learn new things. Quick as a fox,
he bit off the rat's head. Chapter 8. From what seemed to her the least troublesome corner of the room, Jensen kept an eye on the door as well as the boisterous crowd. Half a room away, Sebastian leaned on the thick wooden plank counter, speaking to the innkeeper. She was a big woman, and with a forbidding scowl that made her look like she was as used to trouble as she was prepared to deal with it. The roomful of people, mostly men, were a jovial lot. Some of the men played at dice or other table games, some arm wrestled. Most were drinking and telling jokes that would set tables of them off in peals of fist-pounding laughter. Laughter sounded obscene to Jensen. There was no joy in her world. There could be none. The past week was a blur. Or was it more than a week? She couldn't recall exactly how long they had been traveling. What did it matter? What did anything matter? Jensen was unaccustomed to people. People had always represented danger to her. Groups of them made her nervous. People at an inn, drinking and gambling, even more so. When men noticed her standing at the end of the counter near the wall, they forgot the jokes, or paused at their dice, and lingered on the sight of her. Meeting their gazes, she pushed the hood of her cloak back, letting her thick rings of red hair fall over the front of her shoulders. That was enough to turn their eyes back to their own business. Jensen's red hair spooked people, especially those who were superstitious. Red hair was uncommon enough that it raised suspicion. It gave people a worry that she might be gifted, or perhaps that she might even be a witch. Jensen, by boldly meeting their gazes, played on such fears. It had in the past helped protect her, oftentimes better than a knife could have. Back at her house, it hadn't helped one little bit. After the men turned away from her and went back to their dice and drinks, Jensen looked back down the counter. The stout innkeeper was staring at her red hair. When Jensen met her gaze, the woman quickly turned her attention back to Sebastian. He asked her another question. She bent closer as she spoke to him. Jensen couldn't hear them over the roar of all the talking, joking, betting, cheering, cursing, and laughing. Sebastian nodded to the woman's words, spoken close to his ear. She pointed off over the heads of her customers, apparently giving directions. Sebastian straightened and pulled a coin from his pocket, then slid it across the counter toward the woman. After taking the coin, she traded it for a key from a box behind her. Sebastian scooped the key off the counter worn smooth by countless mugs and hands. He picked up his own mug and bid the woman a good day. When he reached the end of the counter, he leaned close to Jensen so she could hear him and gestured with his mug. "You sure you wouldn't like a drink?" Jensen shook her head. He kept an eye on the roomful of people. They were all once again engaged in their own business. "It was a good thing you pushed your hood back. Until the woman of the house saw that red hair of yours, she was playing dumb. After that, her tongue loosened." "The woman knows her? She is still living here in Gretton, as my mother said? The innkeeper is sure?" Sebastian took a long drink, watching a roll of dice bring a cheer for the winner. "She gave me directions." "And you got us rooms?" "Only one room." As he took another swig, he saw her reaction. "Better to be together in case of trouble. I thought it would be safer with us both in one room." "I'd rather sleep with Betty." Realizing how that must have sounded, she looked away in embarrassment and added, "Than in an inn, I mean. I'd rather be by myself than where there are so many people so close all around. I'd feel safer in the woods than closed in a room here. I didn't mean—" "I know what you meant." Sebastian's blue eyes took up his smile. "It will do you good to sleep inside. It's going to be a bitter night. And Betty will be better sheltered at the stable." The man who ran the stable had been a bit surprised to be asked to stable a goat for the night, but horses enjoyed the company of goats, so he was accommodating. That first night, Betty had probably saved their lives. Sebastian, with his fever, might not have survived had Jensen not found a dry place under a jut of ledge. The back of the small cleft beneath the overhang narrowed to a point, but it was big enough for the two of them. Jensen had cut balsam and fir limbs to line the depression, lest the cold rock sap their bodies of heat. She and Sebastian then wedged themselves into the back. With Jensen's urging, and with the aid of the rope, Betty knelt behind the pine boughs positioned over the opening and then lay down close before them. With Betty's body against them, blocking the cold and providing her warmth, they had a dry, warm bed. Jensen quietly wept the long, miserable night away. She was at least relieved that Sebastian, feverish, was able to sleep. By morning his fever had broken. Morning had been the first day of Jensen's bleak new life without her mother. Leaving her mother's body there at the house all alone constantly haunted Jensen. The memory of the horrifying bloody sight gave her nightmares. That her mother was gone brought limitless tears and crushed Jensen with heartache. Life seemed desolate and meaningless. But Sebastian and Jensen had escaped. They had survived. That instinct to survive and knowing all that her mother had done to give Jensen life kept her going. At times, she wished she were not such a coward and could simply face the end and be done with it. At other times, the terror of being pursued kept her putting one foot in front of the other. At yet other moments, she felt a sense of fierce commitment to life, to not allowing all her mother's sacrifices to be in vain. "We should have some supper," Sebastian said. "They have lamb stew. Then maybe you should get a good night's sleep in a warm bed before we go see this old acquaintance of yours. I'll stand watch while you sleep." Jensen shook her head. "No, let's go see her now. We can sleep later." She had seen people eating thick stew from wooden bowls. The thought of food held no appeal for her. Sebastian studied the look on her face and saw that he wasn't going to talk her out of it. He drained the mug and set it on the counter. "It's not far. We're on the right side of town." Outside in the gathering dusk, she asked, "Why did you want to stay here at this inn? There were other places much nicer, where the people didn't look so rough." His blue-eyed gaze swept the buildings, the dark doorways, the alleys, as his fingers touched his cloak, seeking the reassurance of the hilt of his sword. "A rough crowd asks fewer questions, especially the kind of questions we don't want to answer." He seemed to her a man who was used to avoiding having questions asked of him. She stepped along the narrow furrow of a frozen rut, following it down the road toward the woman's house, a woman Jensen only dimly remembered. She held on tightly to the hope that the woman might be able to help. Her mother must have had some reason for not going to this woman again, but Jensen could think of nothing else to try but to seek her aid. Without her mother, Jensen needed help. The other 3 members of the quad were surely hunting her. 5 men dead told her that there were at least 2 quads. That would mean at least 3 of those killers were still after her. It was entirely possible there were more. It was probable that even if there were not more, there soon would be. They had escaped by using the hidden trail away from her house. The men probably wouldn't have been expecting that, so she and Sebastian had gained the temporary safety of distance. The rain would have done a good job of covering any tracks. It was possible that the 2 of them had gotten away cleanly and were, for the time being, safe. But since her pursuer was the Lord Rahl himself, it was also possible that the killers were, by some dark and mysterious means, moment by moment, closing in on her. After the horrifying encounter with the huge soldiers at her house, the terror of that possibility always loomed in Jensen's fears. At a deserted corner, Sebastian pointed to the right. "Down this street." They walked past dark buildings, square and windowless, that suggested to her that maybe they were only used for storage. No one seemed to live down the street. Before long, they'd left the buildings behind. Trees, naked before the bitter wind, huddled in clumps. When they came to a narrow road, Sebastian pointed. "By the directions, it's the house down this road, down at the end, in that stand of trees." The road looked to be little used. Weak light from a distant window stole through bare branches of oak and alder. The light, rather than warm invitation, shone more like a glowing warning to stay away. "Why don't you wait here?" she said. "It might be better if I went alone." She was providing him with an excuse. Most people didn't want anything to do with the sorceress. Jensen herself wished she had some other choice. "I'll go with you." He had shown a distinct distrust of anything to do with magic. The way his eyes watched the dark place off through the branches and brush to the sides, he might have been trying to sound more brave than he was. Jensen admonished herself for even thinking such thoughts. He had fought Daharan soldiers who not only had been much bigger than he, but had outnumbered him. He could have simply stayed out in the cave and not risked his life. He could have left the scene of such carnage and gone on with his life. Fearing magic only proved him of sound mind. She, of all people, could understand fearing magic. Snow crunched under their boots as the 2 of them, after reaching the end of the road, made their way along the narrow path through the trees. Sebastian watched off to the sides while her attention was mostly fixed on the house. Behind the small place, the woods marched off up foothills. Jensen imagined that only those with a strong need dared walk the path toward this door. Jensen reasoned that if the sorceress lived this near into town, then she must be someone who helped people, someone whom people trusted. It was entirely possible that the woman was a valued and respected member of the community, a healer, devoted to helping others, not someone to fear. As the wind moaned through the trees looming around her, Jensen rapped on the door. Sebastian's gaze studied the woods to each side. Off behind them, the lights from homes and businesses would at least provide light enough for them to find their way back. As she waited, Jensen's gaze, too, was drawn to the gloom all around. She imagined eyes in the darkness watching her. The hairs at the back of her neck lifted. The door finally drew in, but only as wide as the face of the woman peering out at them. "Yes?" Jensen couldn't clearly make out the shadowed features of the face, but by the light coming out through the partly opened door, the woman could see Jensen plainly enough. "Are you Lethea?" she asked. "Lethea, the sorceress?" "Why?" "We were told that Lethea the sorceress lives here. If that's you, may we come in?" Still, the door didn't open any wider. Jensen pulled her cloak tighter against the cold night air, as well as the chilly reception. The woman's steady look took in Sebastian, then Jensen's form hidden within a heavy cloak. "I'm not a midwife. If you want to get yourself out of the trouble you two are in, I can't help with that. Go see a midwife." Jensen was mortified. "That's not why we're here." The woman peered out for a moment, considering the two strangers at her door. "What sort of medicine do you need, then?" "No medicine. Spell. I've met you before once. I need a spell like you once cast for me, when I was little." The face in the shadows frowned. "When? Where?" Jensen cleared her throat. "Back at the People's Palace, when I lived there. You helped me when I was little." "Helped you what? Speak up, girl." "Helped hide me. With some kind of spell, I believe. I was little at the time, so I don't recall exactly." "Hide you?" "From Lord Rahl." There was an awful silence from the house. "Do you remember? My name is Jensen. I was very little at the time." Jensen pushed her hood back so the woman could see her ringlets of red hair, lit in the wedge of light coming through the door. "Jensen. Don't recall the name, but the hair I remember. It's not often one sees hair like yours." Jensen's spirits buoyed with relief. "It has been a while. I'm so glad to hear that." "I don't deal in your kind," the woman said. "Never have. I cast no spell for you." Jensen was stunned speechless. She didn't know what to say. She was sure the woman had once cast a spell to help her. "Now be gone, the both of you." The door started to close. "Wait, please. I can pay." Jensen reached into a pocket and hurriedly brought out a coin. Only after she passed it through the door did she see that it had been gold. The woman inspected the gold mark for a time, perhaps considering if it was worth becoming involved again in what was sure to be a high crime, even for what amounted to a small fortune. "Now do you remember?" Sebastian asked. The woman's eyes turned to him. "And who are you?" "Just a friend." "Lethea, I need your help again. My mother—" Jensen couldn't bring herself to say it, and started over in a different direction. "I remember my mother telling me about you, and how you helped us once. I was very little at the time, but I remember having the spell cast over me. It wore off years ago. I need that help again." "Well, you have the wrong person." Jensen's fists tightened on her wool cloak. She had no other ideas. This was the only thing she could think of. "Lethea, please, I'm at my wit's end. I need help." "She's given you a goodly sum," Sebastian put in. "If you say that we have the wrong person and you don't want to help, then I guess we should save the gold for the right person." Lethea gave him a sly smile. "Oh, I said she had the wrong person, but I didn't say I couldn't earn the payment tendered." "I don't understand," Jensen said, holding her cloak closed at her throat as she shivered with cold. Lethea gazed out at her for a moment, as if waiting to be sure they were paying close attention. "You are looking for my sister, Althea. I am Lethea. She is Althea. She is the one who helped you, not I. Your mother probably got our names mixed up, or you recalled it wrong. It used to be a common mistake back when we were together. Althea and I have different talents with the gift. It was she who helped you and your mother, not I." Jensen was dumbfounded and disappointed, but at least not defeated. There was still a thread of hope. "Please, Lethea, could you help me this time? In your sister's place?" "No, I can do nothing for you. I am blind to your kind. Only Althea can see the holes in the world. I cannot."
Jensen didn't know what that meant, holes in the world. Blind to my kind?
"Yes, I have told you what I can. Now go away." The woman started pulling back from the door.
"Wait, please! Can you at least tell me where your sister lives, then?" She looked back at Jensen's expectant face.
"This is dangerous business."
"It's business," Sebastian said, his voice as cold as the night. "A gold mark's worth. For that price, we should at the least have the place where we can find your sister." Lethea considered his words, then, in a voice as cold as his had been, said to Jensen,
"I don't want nothing to do with your kind. Understand? Nothing. If Althea does, that's her business. Inquire at the People's Palace."
Jensen seemed to remember traveling to a woman not terribly far from the palace. She had thought it was Lethea, but it must have been her sister, Althea. "But can't you tell me more than that? Where she lives? How I can find her?"
"Last time I saw her, she lived near there with her husband. You can inquire there for the sorceress Althea. People will know her, if she still lives."
Sebastian put his hand against the door before the woman could shut it. "That's a pretty thin bit of information. We should have more than that for the price offered."
"For what I have told you, the price is paltry. I gave you the information you need. If my sister wants to tempt her doom, that's up to her. What I don't need for any price is trouble."
"We mean no trouble," Jensen said. "We only need the help of a spell. If you can't help with that, then we thank you for your sister's name. We will seek her out. But there are some important things I need to know. If you could tell me—"
"If you had any decency, you'd leave Althea alone. Your kind will only bring us harm. Now go from my door before I set a nightmare upon you."
Jensen stared at the face in the shadows. "Someone already has," she said, as she turned away. Chapter 9. Oba, feeling fashionable in his cap and brown wool jacket, walked down the sides of the narrow streets, humming a tune he had heard played on a pipe at an inn he'd passed. He had to wait for a rider to go by before he turned down Lethea's road. The horse's ears swiveled toward him as it passed. Oba had had a horse once, and liked to ride, but his mother had decided that they couldn't afford to keep a horse. Oxen were more useful and did more work, but they weren't as companionable. As he walked down the dark road, his boots crunching on the crust of snow, a couple came past from the opposite direction, from the direction of Lethea's place. He wondered if they had gone to the sorceress for a cure. The woman cast a wary look his way. On a dark road, such a reaction was not undue, and, too, Oba knew that his size frightened some women. She sidestepped clear of him. The man with her met Oba's gaze. Many men didn't. The way they stared reminded Oba of the rat. He grinned at that memory, at learning new things. Both the man and the woman thought he was grinning at them. Oba tipped his cap to the lady. She returned a weak smile. It was the kind of empty smile Oba had often seen from women. It made him feel a buffoon. The couple melted into the dark streets. Oba stuffed his hands in his jacket pockets and turned back toward Lethea's place. He hated going there in the dark. The sorceress was fearsome enough without the walk down her dark path. He let out a troubled sigh into the brisk winter air. He wasn't afraid to confront the strength of men, but he knew he was helpless against the mysteries of magic. He knew how much misery her potions inflicted upon him. They burned him going in and coming out. They not only hurt, they made him lose control of himself, making him seem like he was just an animal. It was humiliating. He had heard tell of others, though, who had angered the sorceress and suffered worse fates. Fevers, blindness, a slow, lingering death. One man had gone mad and run off naked into a swamp. People said he must have crossed the sorceress somehow. They found him snake-bit and dead, all puffed up and purple, floating among the slimy weed. Oba couldn't imagine what the man had done to earn such a fate from the sorceress. He should have known better, and been more cautious with the old shrew. Sometimes, Oba had nightmares about what she might do to him with her magic. He imagined Lethea's powers could lance him with 1,000 cuts, or even strip the flesh from his bones, boil his eyes in his head, or make his tongue swell until he gagged and choked in a slow, agonizing death. He hurried along the path. The sooner started, the sooner finished. Oba had learned that. When he reached the house, he knocked.
It's Oba Shulk. My mother sent me for her medicine.
He watched his breath cloud in the air while he waited. The door finally opened a sliver so she could peer out at him. He thought that, being a sorceress, she should be able to see him without having to open the door for a look first. Sometimes, when he was there waiting for Lethea to mix up medicine, someone would come, and she would simply open the door. Whenever Oba came, though, she always peered out first to see it was him. Oba! Her voice was as sour with recognition as her expression. The door opened to admit him. Cautiously, respectfully, Oba stepped inside. He peered about even though he knew the place well. He was careful not to act too forward with her. Harboring no fear of him, she swatted his shoulder to spur him to move deeper into the room to give her the leeway to shut the door. "Your mother's knees again?" the sorceress asked, pushing the door closed against the frigid air. Oba nodded as he stared at the floor.
She says they're aching her, and she'd like some of your medicine.
He knew he had to tell her the rest of it.
She asked for you to send along something for me as well.
Lethea smiled in that sly way she had. "Something for you, Oba." Oba knew that she knew very well what he meant. There were only 2 cures he ever went to her for, one for his mother and the one for him. She liked to make him say it, though. Lethea was as mean as a toothache.
A remedy for me, too, Mama said.
Her face floated closer. She peered up at him, the snaky smile still playing across her features. "A remedy for wickedness?" Her voice came in a hiss. "That it, Oba? Is that what Mother Shulk wanted you to fetch?" He cleared his throat and nodded. He felt puny before her thin smile, so he looked back down at the floor. Lethea's gaze lingered on him. He wondered what was in that clever mind of hers, what devious thoughts, what grim schemes. She finally moved off to fetch the ingredients she kept in the tall cabinet. The rough pine door squeaked as she pulled it open. She set bottles in the crook of her other arm and carried them to the table in the middle of the room. "She keeps trying, doesn't she, Oba?" Her voice had gone flat like she was talking to herself. "Keeps trying even though it never changes what is."
Oba.
An oil lamp on the trestle table lit the collection of bottles as she set them there, one at a time, her eyes lingering on each. She was thinking about something. Maybe what vile brew she might mix up for him this time, what sort of sickly condition she would inflict upon him in an attempt to purge him of his ever-present unspecified evil. The oak logs in the hearth had checkered in the wavering yellow-orange glow of the fire, throwing good heat as well as light into the room. In the middle of their room, Oba and his mother had a pit for a fire. He liked the way the smoke in Lethea's fireplace went right up the chimney and out of the house, rather than hanging in the room before eventually making its way out a small hole in the roof. Oba liked a proper fireplace, and thought that he should make one for him and his mother. Every time he went to Lethea's place, he studied the way her fireplace was built. It was important to learn things. He also kept an eye on Lethea's back as she poured liquid from bottles into a wide-mouthed jar. She mixed the concoction with a glass rod as each new ingredient was slowly added. When she was satisfied, she poured the medicine in a small bottle and stoppered it with a cork. She handed him the little bottle. "For your mother." Oba passed her the coin her mother had given him. She watched his eyes as her knobby fingers slipped the coin into a pocket in her dress. Oba finally let his breath go after she turned back to her table, to her work. She lifted a few bottles, studying them in the light of the fire, before she began mixing his cure. His cursed cure. Oba didn't like speaking with Lethea, but her silence often made him even more uncomfortable, made him itch. He couldn't really think of anything worthy of saying, but he finally decided that he had to say something.
Mama will be glad for the medicine. She's hoping it will help her knees.
And she's hoping for something to cure her son. Oba shrugged, regretting his attempt at casual conversation.
Yes, ma'am.
The sorceress peered back over her shoulder. "I've told Mother Shulk that I don't believe it will do any good." Oba didn't think so either, because he didn't really believe there was anything needing curing. When he had been little, he thought that his mother knew best, and wouldn't give him the cure if he didn't need it. But he had since come to doubt that. She no longer seemed to him as smart as he had once believed her to be.
She must care about me, though. She keeps trying.
"Maybe she's hoping that the cure might rid her of you," Lethea said almost absently as she worked.
Oba.
Oba's head came up.
He stared at the sorceress's back. He had never considered such a thought. Maybe Lethea was hoping that the cure would rid them both of the bastard boy. His mother sometimes went to see Lethea. Maybe they had discussed it. Had he ignorantly believed the two women were trying to do good for him, to help him, when the opposite was actually true? Maybe both women had hatched a plan. Maybe they had been conniving all along to poison him. If something happened to him, his mother would no longer have to help support him. She often complained about how much he ate. Time and again she told him that she worked more to feed him than herself, and that because of him she could never put any money away. Maybe if she had instead put away the money she'd spent on his cures over the years, she'd have a comfortable nest egg by now. But if something happened to him, his mother would have to do all the work. Maybe both women just wanted to do it out of simple meanness. Maybe they hadn't thought it all through, as Oba would. His mother often surprised him with her simple-mindedness. Maybe both women had been sitting around one day and had just decided to be mean. Oba watched the flickering light play over the thin strands of the sorceress's straight hair.
Today, Mama said that she should have done what you always told her to do from the beginning.
Lethea, pouring thick brown liquid into the jar, glanced back over her shoulder again. Did she now?
Oba. What did you say from the beginning that Mama should do?
Isn't it obvious?
Oba.
Icy realization prickled his flesh.
You mean that she should have killed me?
He had never before come out and said anything so bold. He had never once in any way dared to confront the sorceress. He feared her too much. But this time, the words had just come into his mind, much like the voice did, and he had spoken them before he had time to consider whether or not it was wise to do so. He had surprised Lethea even more than he had surprised himself. She hesitated at her bottles, watching him as if he had changed before her very eyes. Maybe he had. He realized then that he liked the way it felt to speak his mind. He had never before seen Lethea falter. Maybe it was because she felt safe dancing around the subject, safe in the shadows of the words without having them brought out into the light of day.
That what you always wanted her to do, Lethea? That it? Kill her bastard boy?
A smile pushed its way onto her thin face. It wasn't like you make it sound, Oba. All the low, slow, haughty intonation had evaporated from her voice. Not at all. She addressed him more like a man than she ever had before, rather than an evil bastard boy she tolerated. She sounded almost sweet. Women are sometimes better off without a newborn babe. It isn't so bad when the babe is newborn. They're not such a person yet.
Oba, surrender. You mean it would be easier?
That's right, she said, eagerly latching on to his words. It would be easier. His own voice slowed and took on an edge that he didn't know had been in him.
You mean it would be easier before they got big enough to fight back?
The range of his latent talents amazed him. It was a night of new wonders. No, that's not at all what I mean. But he thought it was. Her voice, reflecting a fresh respect for him, quickened, became almost urgent. I only mean that it's easier before a woman comes to love her child. You know, before the child comes to be a person. A real person with a mind. It's easier then, and sometimes it's best for the mother. Oba was learning something new, but he hadn't put it all together yet. He sensed that all his new learning was profoundly important, that he was on the cusp of true understanding.
How could it be best?
Lethea stopped pouring the liquid and set the bottle down. Well, sometimes it's a hardship to have a new baby. A hardship on both. It's best for both, really, sometimes. She walked briskly to the cabinet. When she returned with a new bottle, she stepped around to the other side of the table so her back was no longer to him. Most of the ingredients for his cures were powders or liquids, and he didn't know what they were. The bottle she brought back contained one of the few things he recognized, the dried base of mountain fever roses. They looked like brown, shriveled little circles with stars in the centers. She often added one to his cure. This time she poured a pile in her cupped hand, made a fist to crush them, and dumped the fine brown crumbles in the cure she was mixing.
Best for both?
Oba asked.
Her fingers seemed to be looking for something to do. Yes, sometimes. She seemed like she didn't want to talk about it anymore, but couldn't find a way to make it end. Sometimes it's more of a hardship than a woman can endure, that's all. A hardship that only endangers her and the rest of her children.
But Mama had no other children.
Lethea went silent for a moment.
Oba, surrender.
He listened to the voice that had become somehow different, somehow vastly more important.
No, but all the same, you was a hardship on her. It's difficult for a woman to raise a child by herself, especially a child...
She caught herself, then started over.
I only meant that it would be hard.
But she did it. I guess you were wrong, isn't that so, Lethea? You were wrong. Not Mama, you. Mama wanted me.
And she never married.
Lethea snapped. Her flash of anger had put the flame of haughty authority back in her eyes.
Maybe if she'd married, she would have had a chance to have a whole family instead of only...
A bastard boy?
Lethea didn't answer this time. She seemed to regret having taken a stand. The spark of anger left her eyes. With slightly trembling fingers, she dumped another pile of the dried flower buds in her palm, hurriedly crushed them in her fist, and dumped them in the cure. She turned and busied herself studying the flames in the hearth through a liquid in a blue glass bottle. Oba took a step toward the table. Her head came up, her eyes turning to his.
Dear Creator,
she whispered as she looked into his eyes. He realized she was not speaking to him, but to herself.
Sometimes when I look into those blue eyes, I can see him.
Oba's brow drew down above his glare. The bottle slipped from her hand, thumped on the table, and rolled to the floor where it shattered.
Oba, surrender. Surrender your will.
This was new. The voice had never before said that. Page 83.
You wanted Mama to kill me, didn't you, Lethea?
He took another step toward the table. Lethea stiffened.
Stay where you are, Oba.
There was fear in her eyes, little rat eyes. This was definitely new. He was learning new things almost faster than he could note them all. He saw her hands, the weapons of a sorceress, lifting. Oba paused. He stood cautiously at attention.
Surrender, Oba, and you will be invincible.
This was not merely new, it was startling.
I think you want to kill me with your cures, don't you, Lethea? You want me dead.
No, Oba, that isn't true. I swear it isn't.
He took another step, testing what the voice promised. Her hands rose, a glow of light coming to life around her clawed fingers. The sorceress was conjuring magic.
Oba,
her voice was more forceful, more sure.
Stay where you are, now.
Surrender, Oba, and you will be invincible.
Oba felt his thighs bump the table as he advanced. The jars rattled and clanked together. One of them wobbled. Lethea watched it teeter and almost right itself, only to topple and spill its thick red liquid. Lethea's face abruptly twisted with hatred, with rage, with effort. She cast her clawed hands forward, toward him, cast the full force of her power at him. With a thunderous clap, light ignited, the flash making everything in the room go white for an instant. He saw a flare of a yellow-white light knife through the air toward him, deadly lightning sent to kill. Oba felt nothing. Behind him, the light blasted a man-sized hole through the wooden wall, scattering flaming splinters out into the night. All the fire fizzled out in the snow. Oba touched his chest where the full force of her power had been directed. No blood, no torn flesh. He was unharmed. He thought that Lethea was even more surprised about it than he. Her mouth hung open in astonishment. Her wide eyes stared. All his life he had feared this scarecrow. Lethea quickly recovered, and again her face twisted with effort as she drew her hands up. This time an eerie blue hiss of light formed. The air smelled like burning hair. Lethea turned her palms up, sending forth her deadly magic, sending him death. Power no person could withstand shrieked toward him. The blue light scorched the walls behind, but again he felt nothing. Oba grinned. Again, Lethea wheeled her arms, but this time she also whispered a chant of clipped words he could not understand, rattling off a menace of magic. A column of light bloomed, undulating in the air before him, a viper of extraordinary might. Beyond doubt, it was meant to kill. Oba lifted his hands to feel the snaking rope of crackling death she had spawned. He ran his fingers through it, but could feel nothing. It was like looking at something in a different world, there, but not. It was as if he were invincible. With a howl of outrage, her hands came up again. Quick as thought, Oba seized her by the throat. "Oba!" she screeched. "Oba, no! Please!" This was new. He had never before heard Lethea say please. With her neck in his meaty grip, he dragged her across the table toward him. Bottles scattered, tumbling to the floor. Some thudded and rolled, some broke like eggs. Oba closed a fist on Lethea's stringy hair. She clawed at him desperately, calling upon her talents. She spoke words that had to be a mystical entreaty to magic, to her gift, to her sorceress power. While he didn't recognize the words, he understood their lethal intent. Oba had surrendered, though, and he had become invincible. He had watched her unleash her rage. Now he unleashed his. He slammed her up against her cabinet. Her mouth grew wide with a silent scream. "Why did you want Mama to get rid of me?" Her eyes, big and round, were fixed on the object of her terror, Oba. All his life she had delighted in terrifying others. Now all that terror had returned to haunt her. "Why did you want Mama to get rid of me?" A series of small, panting cries were her only answer. "Why? Why?" Oba ripped her dress from her body. Coins spilled from the pocket, raining across the floor. "Why?" He clutched the white shift she wore underneath the dress. "Why?" She tried to hold the shift to herself, but he stripped it away, sending her tumbling across the floor, bony arms and legs sprawling. Her wasted breasts hung like shriveled udders. This powerful sorceress was now naked before him, and she was nothing. Her cries, full and round, came to life at last. Teeth gritted, he snatched her by the hair and hauled her to her feet. Oba rammed her against the cabinet. Wood splintered. Bottles cascaded out. He seized a bottle as it rolled out and broke it against the cabinet. "Why, Lethea?" He brought the neck of a broken bottle up against her body. "Why?" She shrieked all the louder. He twisted it against her soft middle. "Why?" "Please, oh dear Creator, please, no." "Why, Lethea?" "Because," she wailed, "you are the bastard son of that monster, Darkenral." Oba hesitated. This was stunning news, if it was true. "Mama was forced. She told me so. She said it was some man she didn't know who fathered me." "Oh, she knew him, she did. She worked at the palace when she was younger. Your mother had big breasts and bigger ideas back then, poorly conceived ideas. She wasn't smart enough to realize that she was no more than a night's diversion for a man with a limitless supply of women, those eager like her and those not." This was definitely something new. Darkenral had been the most powerful man in the world. Could that noble Ral blood flow in his veins? The heady implications made his head swim. If the sorceress was telling the truth. "My mother would have stayed there at the People's Palace if she carried Darkenral's son." "You aren't his gifted heir." "But still, if I was his son..." Despite her pain, she managed to give him that smile that said he was but dirt to her. "You are not gifted. Your kind were vermin to him. He ruthlessly exterminated all he discovered. He would have tortured you and your mother to death if he knew of you. Once she learned this, your mother fled." Oba was overwhelmed with new things. They were beginning to become a jumble in his mind. He pulled the sorceress close. "Darkenral was a powerful wizard. If what you say is true, he would have hunted us." He slammed her against the cabinet again. "He would have hunted me." He shook her to elicit an answer. "He would have." "He did, but he could not see the holes in the world." Her eyes were rolling. Her frail body was no match for Oba's strength. Blood ran from her right ear. "What?" Oba reasoned that Lethea was babbling nonsense now. "Only Althea can..." She had ceased to make sense. he wondered how much of what she had said was true. Her head lolled to the side.
I should have saved us all when I had the chance. Althea was wrong.
He shook her, trying to get her to say more. Red froth bubbled from her nose. Despite his yelling, his demanding, his shaking her, no more words came. He held her close, his heavy, hot breath lifting thin strands of her hair as he glared into her aimless eyes. He had learned all he would from her. He remembered all the burning powder he'd had to drink, the potions she had mixed for him, the days he'd spent in the pen. He remembered all the times he'd vomited his guts out, and it still wouldn't stop burning his insides. Oba growled as he lifted the bony woman. With a roar of anger, he slammed her against the wall. Her cries were fuel for the fire of his vengeance. He reveled in her helpless agony. He smashed her down against the heavy trestle table, breaking it and breaking her. With each crash, she became more limp, bloody, incoherent. But Oba had only just begun to rage at her. Chapter 10. Jensen didn't want to go back to the inn, but it was dark and cold, and she didn't know what else to do. It was disheartening that Lethea wouldn't answer their questions. Jensen had pinned her hopes on the woman's help. "What shall we do tomorrow?" Sebastian asked. "Tomorrow?" "Well, do you still want me to help you leave Dahara, as you and your mother asked of me?" She hadn't really thought it out. In view of what little Lethea had told her, Jensen wasn't sure what to do. She stared absently out into the empty night as they trudged across the crusted snow. "If we went to the People's Palace, I would have some answers," she said, thinking out loud. "And hopefully Althea's help." Going to the People's Palace was by far the most dangerous alternative. But no matter where she ran, where she hid, Lord Rawl's magic would haunt her. Althea might be able to help. Maybe, somehow, she would be able to conceal Jensen from him so she could have her own life. He seemed to give her words serious thought, a long cloud of his breath trailing away in the wind. "We'll go to the People's Palace, then. Find this Althea woman." She felt somehow uneasy when she realized that he wasn't offering any argument or trying to talk her out of it. "The People's Palace is the heart of Dahara. It's not just the heart of Dahara, but the home of the Lord Rawl." "Then he wouldn't be likely to expect you to go there, would he?" Expected or not, they would still be walking into the enemy's lair. No predator long neglected to notice the prey in his midst. They would be naked before his fangs. Jensen glanced over at the shadowed shape walking beside her. "Sebastian, what are you doing in Dahara? You seem to have no love for the place. Why would you travel to a place you don't like?" Beneath his hood, she saw his smile. "Am I that obvious?" Jensen shrugged. "I've met travelers before. They talk about places they've been, sights they've seen, wonders, beautiful valleys, breathtaking mountains, fascinating cities. You don't speak of anywhere you've been or anything you've seen." "You want the truth?" he asked, his expression now serious. Jensen looked away. She suddenly felt awkward, nosy, especially in light of what she wasn't telling him. "I'm sorry. I have no right to ask such a thing. Forget I mentioned it." "I don't mind." He looked over at her with a wry smile. "I don't think you would be one to report me to Daharan soldiers." She was appalled at the very idea. "Of course not." "Lord Rawl and his Daharan Empire wish to rule the world. I'm trying to help prevent that. I'm from south of Dahara, as I told you before. I was sent by our leader, the Emperor of the Old World, Jagang the Just. I am Emperor Jagang's strategist." "Then you're someone of high authority," she whispered in astonishment. "A man of high rank." The astonishment quickly transformed to tingling intimidation. She feared to guess at his importance, his rank. In her mind, it rose by the moment, notch by notch. "How am I to address one such as you?" "As Sebastian." "But you're an important man. I'm a nobody." "Oh, you're somebody," Jensen Daggett. "The Lord Rawl himself does not hunt nobodies." Jensen felt an odd and unexpected sense of uneasiness. She harbored no love for Dahara, of course, but she still felt somewhat uncomfortable to know that Sebastian was there to help bring about the defeat of her land. The twinge of loyalty confused her. After all, the Lord Rawl had sent the men who had murdered her mother. The Lord Rawl hunted Jensen, wanted her dead. But it was the Lord Rawl who wanted her dead, not necessarily the people of her land. The mountains, the rivers, the vast plains, the trees and plant life had always all sheltered and nurtured her. She'd never really thought it through in that way before, that she could love her homeland, yet hate those who ruled it. If this Jagang the Just succeeded, though, she would be freed from her pursuer. If Dahara was defeated, Lord Ral would be defeated. The rule of evil men would be ended. She would at last be free to live her own life. In light of how open he was with her, she also felt foolish, even ashamed, for not telling Sebastian who she was and why Lord Ral hunted her. She didn't know it all herself, but she knew enough to know that Sebastian would share the same fate as she if they caught him with her. As she thought about it, it began to make sense why he might not object to going to the people's palace, why he might be willing to risk such a dangerous journey. As a strategist for the Emperor Jagang, perhaps Sebastian would like nothing better than to sneak a look into the enemy's lair. "Here we are," he said. She looked up and saw the white-clabbered face of the inn. A metal mug, hanging from a bracket overhead, squeaked as it swung to and fro in the wind. The sounds of singing and dancing spilled out onto the snow-covered silence of the night. With an arm around her shoulders, Sebastian sheltered her as they made their way through the great room, shielded her from the prying eyes, and led her to the stairs at the far side. If possible, the place was even more crowded and noisy than before. Without pause, the two of them quickly ascended the stairs. Partway down the dim hall, he unlocked a door to the right. Inside, Sebastian turned the wick up on the oil lamp sitting on a small table. Alongside the lamp was a pitcher and wash basin, and near the table a bench. Looming to the side of the room sat a high bed, covered crookedly with a dark brown blanket. The room was better than the home she had left, but Jensen didn't like it. One wall was overlaid with drab painted linen. The plastered walls were stained and fly-blown. Since the room was on the second floor, the only way down was back through the inn. She hated the stink of the room, a sour mixture of pipe smoke and urine. The chamber pot beneath the bed hadn't been emptied. As Jensen pulled a few things from her pack and went to the table to wash her face, Sebastian left her to it and went back downstairs. By the time she had finished washing and had brushed her hair, he returned with 2 bowls of lamb stew. He had brown bread, too, and mugs of ale. They ate sitting close together on the short bench, hunched over the table, close to the wavering light of the oil lamp. The stew didn't taste as good as it looked. She picked out the chunks of meat, but left the colorless, tasteless, soft vegetables. She sopped up some of the juice with the hard bread. She gave her ale to Sebastian, and drank water instead. She wasn't used to drinking ale. To her, the ale smelled as unpleasant as the lamp oil. Sebastian seemed to like it. When she had finished eating, Jensen paced in the confining room the way Betty paced in her pen. Sebastian threw a leg to each side of the bench and leaned back against the wall. His blue eyes followed her from the bed to the wall hung with linen and back again as she began wearing a path in the plank floor. "Why don't you lie down and get some sleep?" he said in a soft voice. "I'll watch over you." She felt like a trapped animal. She watched him take a long draught of ale from his mug. "And what will we do tomorrow?" It wasn't only her dislike of the inn, of the room. Her conscience was eating at her. She didn't let him answer. "Sebastian, I have to tell you who I am. You were honest with me. I can't stay with you and endanger your mission. I don't know anything about the important things you do, but being with me will only put you at great risk. You've already helped me more than I could have hoped, more than I ever could have asked." "Jensen, I'm already at risk being here. I am in the land of my enemy." "And you're someone of high rank, an important man." She rubbed her hands together, trying to bring some warmth to her icy fingers. "If they captured you because you were with me, well, I couldn't bear it. I took the risk of coming here. But I haven't been honest with you. I haven't lied to you, but I haven't told you what I should have long ago. You're too important a man to chance being with me when you don't even know why I'm hunted, or what that attack back at my house was about." She swallowed at the painful lump in her throat. "Why my mother lost her life." He said nothing, but simply gave her the time to gather herself and tell him in her own way. From the first moment she had met him, and he hadn't come close when she had been afraid, he always gave her the room she needed in order to feel safe. He deserved more than she gave him in return. Jensen finally brought a halt to her pacing, and looked down at him, at his blue eyes like hers, like her father's. "Sebastian." Lord Rall, the last Lord Rall, Darken Rall, was my father. He took the news without any outward reaction. She couldn't know what he was thinking. As he gazed up at her, as calmly as he did when she wasn't telling him terrible news, she felt safe in his company. My mother worked at the People's Palace. She was part of the palace staff. Darken Rall, he noticed her. It is the Lord Rall's prerogative to have any woman he wants. Jensen, you don't. She lifted a hand, silencing him. She wanted the whole thing out before she lost her nerve. Having always been with her mother, she feared being alone now. She feared he would abandon her, but she had to tell him what she knew. She was 14, Jensen said, beginning the story as calmly as she could. Too young to really understand about the ways of the world, of men. You saw how beautiful she was. At that young age, she was already pretty as could be, growing into a woman sooner than many her age. She had a bright smile and an innocent exuberance for life. She was a nobody, though, and to an extent excited to be noticed, desired by a man of such power, a man who could have any woman he wanted. That was foolish, of course, but at her age and station it was flattering, and in her innocence, I suppose it might have even seemed glamorous. She was bathed and pampered by older women on the palace staff, her hair done up like a real lady. She was dressed in a beautiful gown for her meeting with the great man himself. When she was brought to him, he bowed and gently kissed the back of her hand. Her, a servant in his great palace, and he kissed her hand. From all accounts, he was so handsome that he shamed the finest marble statues. She had dinner with him in a great hall and ate rare and exotic foods she had never tasted before. Just the two of them at a long dining table, with people serving her for the first time in her life. He was charming. He complimented her on her beauty, her grace. He poured wine for her, the Lord Rall himself. When she was at last alone with him, she was confronted with the reality of why she was there. She was too frightened to resist. Of course, had she not meekly submitted, he would have done what he wished anyway. Darken Rall was a powerful wizard. He was easily as cruel as he was charming. He could have handled any woman without the slightest difficulty. He had but to command it, and those who resisted his will were tortured to death. But she never gave any thought to resisting. For a brief time, despite her apprehension, that world at the center of such splendor, such power, had probably seemed exciting. When it turned to terror for her, she bore it silently. It wasn't rape in the meaning of being taken against her will with a knife held to her throat, but it was a crime nonetheless, a savage crime. Jensen looked away from Sebastian's blue eyes. He took my mother to his bed for a period of time before he tired of her and moved on to other women. There were as many women as he could want. Even at that age, my mother didn't hold any foolish illusion that she meant something to him. She knew he was simply taking what he wanted for as long as he wanted, and that when he was finished with her, she would soon be forgotten. She was doing as a servant did, a flattered servant, perhaps, but still a frightened, innocent young servant who knew better than to resist a man above any law but his own. She couldn't bear to look at Sebastian. In a small voice, she added the last bit to the tale. I was the result of that brief ordeal in her life, and the beginning of a far greater one. Jensen had never before told anyone the awful story, the terrible truth. She felt cold and dirty. She felt sick. Most of all, she felt deep anguish for what her mother must have gone through, for her young life spoiled. Her mother never told her the story all out as Jensen had just done. Jensen had pieced snippets and snatches of it together over her whole life until it was finally a whole picture in her mind. She wasn't telling Sebastian all the snippets either, the true extent of the horror of the way her mother had been treated by Darken Rall. Jensen felt burning shame that she had to be born to remind her mother every day of that terrible memory she could never tell in whole. When Jensen looked up through tears, Sebastian was standing close before her. His fingertips gently touched the side of her face. It was as tender a thing as she had ever felt. Jensen wiped the tears from under her eyes. The women and their children mean nothing to him. The Lord Rall eliminates all those offspring who are not gifted. Since he takes many women, children of these couplings are not uncommon. He covets only one, his heir, the single child born of his seed who carries the gift. Richard Rall, Sebastian said. Richard Rall, she confirmed. My half-brother. Richard Rall, her half-brother, who hunted her as his father before him had hunted her. Richard Rall, her half-brother, who sent the quads to kill her. Richard Rall, her half-brother, who had sent the quads that had murdered her mother. But why? She could have been no threat to Darken Rall, and even less of a threat to the new Lord Rall. He was a powerful wizard who commanded armies, legions of the gifted, and countless other loyal supporters. And she? She was nothing but one lone woman who knew few people and wanted only to live her own simple life in peace. She was hardly a threat to his rule. Even the truth of her story would not so much as raise an eyebrow. Everyone knew that any Lord Rall lived by his own laws. No one was even remotely likely to disbelieve her story, but no one would really care either. At most, they might wink or give one another a knowing elbow at the lives of powerful men, and Darken Rall had been the most powerful man alive. Jensen's whole life seemed suddenly to come down to that central question. Why would her father, a man she never knew, have wanted so desperately to kill her? And why would his son, Richard Rall, her own half-brother, and now the Lord Rall, also be so intent on killing her? It made no sense. What could she possibly do that could harm either of them? What threat could she possibly constitute to such power? Jensen checked that the knife at her belt, her knife displaying the emblem of the House of Rall, was secure. She lifted the blade to be sure it was free in its scabbard. The steel made a pleasing metallic click as she pushed it home. She scooped her cloak off the bed and threw it around her shoulders. Sebastian swiped a hand back across his white spikes of hair as he watched her quickly tie the cloak shut. "What do you think you're doing?" "I'll be back in a while. I'm going out." He reached for his weapons and cloak. "All right, No, leave me to it, Sebastian. You've put yourself at risk enough on my behalf. I wish to go alone. I'll be back when I've finished." "Finished what?" She hurried to the door. "What I have to do." He stood in the center of the room, fists at his sides, apparently hesitant to go against her explicit wishes. Jensen quickly pulled the door shut tight behind herself, closing off her view of him. She took the steps 2 at a time, intent on being quickly out of the inn and gone before he changed his mind and followed. The crowd downstairs was as rowdy as they had been before. She ignored the men, their gambling, their dancing, their laughter, and headed for the door. Before she made it, though, a bearded man hooked his arm around her middle and jerked her back into the press of people. She let out a small cry that was lost in the gale of revelry. Her left arm was pinned against her waist. He swung her around, catching her right hand, dancing her across the floor. Jensen tried to reach up to pull back her hood, to free her red hair in order to give him a scare, but she couldn't liberate her arm. He held her other hand in an iron grip. Not only could she not free her hair, she couldn't reach her knife to defend herself. Her breath came in a frightened pant. The man laughed with his fellows and swirled her to the music, holding her tight lest he lose his dance with her. His eyes shone with merriment, not menace, but she knew that was only because she had not yet forcefully resisted. She knew that when he discovered that she was unwilling, his pleasant demeanor was sure to change. He released her waist and spun her around. With only one hand still entrapped in his calloused fingers, she hoped yet to break the hold. With her left hand, she fumbled for her knife, but it was under her cloak, and not handy to her offhand. The crowd clapped in time with the tune of the pipes and drums. As she turned and stepped away, another man caught her up around the waist, bumping against her hard enough to knock the wind from her in a grunt. He captured her hand away from the first fellow. She had wasted her chance to pull back her hood by trying for her knife instead. She found herself adrift in a sea of men. The few other women, serving girls mostly, were either willing or laughed and were able to alight briefly and then move away, like bugs that were able to walk on water. Jensen didn't know how they performed the trick. She was in danger of drowning among waves of men who passed her along from one to another. When she caught sight of the door, she yanked away suddenly, breaking the hold of the latest man to have her in his grip. He hadn't been expecting her to suddenly break free. The men all laughed at the fellow who had lost hold of her. His merriment, as she had expected, died. The rest of the men were more good-natured about it than she had expected, and sent up a cheer for her escape. Instead of showing anger, the man from whom she had escaped bowed.
"Thank you, my beautiful lass, for the gracious dance. It was a kindness to a lumbering old soul such as me."
His grin returned, and he winked at her before turning back to clap along with his fellows in time to the music. Jensen stood stunned, realizing that it had not been the danger she had expected. The men were having a good time, and not really intent on harm. None had touched her in an unseemly manner, or even spoken any crude words to her. They had only smiled, laughed, and danced with her. Still, Jensen made a quick line for the door. Before she went out, another arm caught her around the waist. Jensen started to fight and pull away. "I didn't know you liked to dance." It was Sebastian. She relaxed and let him usher her out of the inn. Out in the dark night, the cold air was a relief. She pulled a long breath, happy to be away from the unfamiliar smell of ale, pipe smoke, and sweaty men, happy to be away from the noise of so many people. "I told you to leave me to it," she said. "Leave you to what?" "I'm going to Lithia's place. Stay here, Sebastian, please." "If you tell me why you don't want me to go." She lifted a hand, but let it flop back to her side. "Sebastian, you're an important man. I feel terrible about the danger you've already been in, all because of me. This is my problem, not yours. My life is... I don't know. I don't have a life. You do. I don't want to get you all tangled up in my mess." She started out across the crusty snow. "Just wait here." He stuffed his hands in his pockets as he strode along beside her. "Jensen, I'm a grown man. Don't decide for me what I should be doing, all right?" She didn't answer as she turned the corner down a deserted street. "Tell me why you want to go see Lithia, will you?" She stopped then at the side of the road close to an uninhabited building not far from the corner of the road that turned down to Lithia's place. "Sebastian, my whole life I've been running. My mother spent the better part of her life running from Darken Rall, hiding me. She died running from his son, Richard Rall. It was me Darken Rall was after. Me Darken Rall wanted to kill, and now it's Richard Rall who is after me, who wants to kill me. And I don't know why. I'm sick of it. My life is nothing but running, hiding, and being afraid. It's all I do, all I think about. That's all my life is, running from a man trying to kill me, trying to stay a step ahead of him, and stay alive." He didn't argue with her. "So, why do you want to go to the sorceress?" Jensen pushed her hands under her cloak, under her arms, to warm them. She gazed down toward the dark road to Lithia's place, at the feathery canopy of bare branches moving in the wind. Some of the limbs creaked and groaned as they rubbed together. "I even ran from Lithia earlier. I don't know why Lord Rall is chasing me, but she does. I was afraid to insist she tell me. I was going to travel all the way to the People's Palace in order to find her sister Althea, hoping that maybe, as I stand meekly before her door, she might deign to tell me, to help me. What if she doesn't? What if she too dismisses me? Then what? What greater danger could there be than for me to go there to the People's Palace? And for what? The hollow hope that someone will finally volunteer to stoop to help a solitary woman hunted by the mighty force of a nation led by the murderous bastard son of a monster. Don't you see? If I would stop taking no for an answer and insist Lithia tell me, then maybe I could save a dangerous journey to the even more dangerous heart of Dahara and leave instead. For the first time in my life, I could be free then. But I was about to throw away that chance because I was afraid of Lithia too. I'm sick to death of being afraid." In the dim light, he stood, considering their options. "So let's just leave. Let me take you away from Dahara, if that's what you want." "No. Not until I find out why Lord Rall wants to kill me." "Jensen, what difference does it make if—" "No!" Her fists tightened. "Not until I find out first why my mother had to die." She could feel bitter tears turning icy cold as they ran down her cheeks. Finally, Sebastian nodded. "I understand. Let's go see Lithia. I'll help you get an answer from her. Maybe then you'll let me take you away from Dahara to where you will be safe." She brushed back the tears. "Thank you, Sebastian. But don't you have some kind of job to do here? I can't let my problems get in your way any longer. This is my trouble. You must live your own life." He smiled then. "Our people's spiritual guide, Brother Narav, says that our most important job in this life is helping those who need help." Such a sentiment lifted her spirits when she didn't think they could be lifted. He sounds like a wonderful man. He is. "But you are still on a duty from your leader, Jagang the Just, aren't you?" "Brother Narav is also a close friend and spiritual guide to Emperor Jagang. Both men would want me to help you. I know they would. After all, the Lord Ral is our enemy too. Lord Ral has caused our people untold hardship. Both men, Brother Narav and Emperor Jagang, would insist I help you. That's the truth of it." She was choked with emotion and couldn't speak. She let him put his arm around her waist and lead her down the road. Sharing the quiet darkness with him, Jensen listened to the soft sound of their boots crunching through the hard crust of snow. Lethea had to help her. Jensen intended to see to it. Chapter 11. Oba hated it to end, but he knew it had to. He would have to get home. His mother would be angry if he stayed too long in town. Besides, he could wring no more enjoyment out of Lethea. She had given him all the satisfaction she was ever going to give him. It had been fascinating while it lasted, boundlessly fascinating, and he had learned many new things. Animals simply did not provide the same kind of sensations as those he had gotten from Lethea. True, watching a person die was in many ways much like watching an animal die, but at the same time it was oh so very different. Oba had learned that. Who knew what a rat was really thinking, or if rats could even think at all? But people could think. You could see their mind through their eyes, and you knew. To know they were thinking real people thoughts, not some chicken-rabbit-rat thoughts, behind those human eyes, behind that look that said it all, was intoxicating. Witnessing Lethea's ordeal had been rapture, especially as he waited for that singular inspirational instant of ultimate anguish when her soul fled her human form and the keeper of the dead received her into his eternal realm. Animals did give him a thrill, though, even if they lacked that human element. There was tremendous enjoyment to be had in nailing an animal to a fence or a barn wall and skinning them while they were still alive. But he didn't think they had a soul. They just died. Lethea had died, too, but it had been a whole new experience. Lethea had made him grin like he had never grinned before. Oba unscrewed the top of the lamp, pulled out the woven wick, and dribbled lamp oil across the floor over the broken pieces of the trestle table around Lethea's medicine cabinet lying face down in the center of the room. As much as he knew he would enjoy it, he couldn't just leave her there to be discovered. There would be questions, if she was found like this. He glanced over at her. Especially if she was found like this. That idea did hold a certain fascination. He would enjoy listening to all the hysterical talk. He would love to hear people tell him all the macabre details of the monstrous death Lethea had suffered. The very idea of a man who could have taken the powerful sorceress out in such a grisly fashion would cause a sensation. People would want to know who had done it. To some folk, he would be an avenging hero. People everywhere would be abuzz. As word spread about Lethea's ordeal and gruesome end, the gossip would heat to a fever pitch. That would be fun. As he emptied the last of the lamp oil, he saw his knife, where he'd left it, beside the overturned cabinet. He tossed the empty lamp on the heap of ruin and bent to retrieve his knife. It was a mess. Couldn't have an omelet without breaking eggs, his mother always said. She said it a lot. In this case, Oba thought her tired old saw fit. With one hand, he took Lethea's favorite chair and tossed it into the center of the room, then began carefully cleaning his blade on the quilted throw from the chair. His knife was a valuable tool, and he kept it razor sharp. He was relieved to see the shine returning when the blood and slop was wiped off. He'd heard that magic could be troublesome in untold ways. Oba had briefly worried that the sorceress might be made up of some kind of dreadful acid sorceress blood that once spilled would eat through steel. He looked around. No, just regular blood, lots of it. Yes, the sensation this would create would be exciting. But he didn't like the idea of soldiers coming around to ask questions. They were a suspicious lot, soldiers. They would poke their noses into it sure as cows gave milk. They would spoil everything with their suspicion and questions. He didn't think that soldiers appreciated omelets. No, best if Lethea's house burned down. That wouldn't provide nearly the enjoyment that all the conversation and scandal would, but it also wouldn't be so suspicious. People's houses burned down all the time, especially in winter. Logs rolled out of fireplaces, spilling flaming coals. Sparks shot into curtains and set homes ablaze. Candles melted down and fell, catching things on fire. Happened all the time. Not really suspicious, a fire in the dead of winter. With all the lightning and sparks the sorceress sent flying willy-nilly, It was a wonder the place hadn't already burned down. The woman was a menace. Of course, someone might notice the blaze way down at the end of the road, but by then it would be too late. By then the fire would be too hot for anyone to be able to come near the place. Tomorrow, if no one found the place ablaze, there would be nothing but ashes. He let out a sad sigh for the stillborn gossip, for what might have been, if not for the tragic fire that would be blamed for Lithia's end. Oba knew about fires. Over the years, several of his homes had burned down. Their animals had been burned alive. That was back when they had lived in other towns, before they moved to the place where they lived now. Oba liked to watch a place burn, liked to hear the animals scream. He liked it when people came running, all in a panic. They always seemed puny in the face of what he created. People were afraid when there was a fire. The uproar caused by a burning building always swelled him with a sense of power. Sometimes, as they yelled for more help, men would throw buckets of water on the fire or beat at the roaring flames with blankets, but that never stopped a fire Oba had started. He wasn't slipshod. He always did good work. He knew what he was doing. Finally finished cleaning and polishing his knife, he threw the bloody quilted throw on the oil-soaked wood beside the overturned cabinet. What was left of Lithia was nailed to the back of the cabinet that lay face down on the floor. She stared at the ceiling. Oba grinned. Soon there would be no ceiling for her to stare up at. His grin widened, and no eyes to stare with. Oba saw a glint of light on the floor beside the cabinet. He bent and recovered the small object. It was a gold coin. Oba had never seen a gold mark before that night. It must have fallen from the pocket of Lithia's dress along with the others. He slipped the gold coin into his own pocket, where he'd put the rest he had collected from the floor. He'd also found a fat purse under her sleeping pallet. Lithia had made him rich. Who knew that the sorceress had been so wealthy? Some of that money earned by his mother from her spinning and used for his hated cures had at last returned to Oba. Justice finally done. As Oba started for the fireplace, he heard the soft but unmistakable crunch of footsteps in the snow outside. He froze in mid-stride. The footsteps were coming closer. They were approaching the door to Lithia's house. Who would be coming to Lithia's place this late at night? That was just plain inconsiderate. Couldn't they wait until morning for their cures? Couldn't they let the poor woman get her rest? Some people only thought of themselves. Oba snatched up the poker leaning against the fireplace and quickly spilled the burning oak logs out of the hearth and across the oil-soaked floor. The oil, the splintered wood, the bedsheets, and the quilted throw caught fire with a whoosh. Dense white smoke swirled up around Lithia's pyre. Quick as a fox, Oba scurried out the hole that the troublesome sorceress had conveniently blown through the back wall when she had tried to kill him with her magic. She didn't know that he had become invincible. Jensen was pulled up short when Sebastian caught her by the arm. She turned to see his face in the dim light coming from the only window. That orange glow danced in his eyes. She knew immediately by his serious expression that she should remain silent. Sebastian noiselessly drew his sword as he slipped past her on his way to the door. In that smooth, practiced movement, she saw a professional, a man familiar with such business. He leaned to the side, trying for a look through the window without having to step into the deep snow below it. He turned back and whispered, "Fire!" Jensen rushed to him. "Hurry! She might be asleep! We have to warn her!" Sebastian considered for only an instant, then burst through the door. Jensen was right on his heels. She had difficulty making sense of what she saw inside. The place was washed in whirling orange light that cast monstrous shadows up the walls. In that wavering light, everything seemed surreal, out of scale and out of place. When she spotted the debris in the center of the room, it became only too real. She saw a woman's open hand sticking out beyond the top of what looked to be a tall wooden cabinet that had fallen. Jensen drew a choking gasp of smoke and the smell of lamp oil. Thinking that maybe the cabinet had toppled and hurt the old sorceress, Jensen rushed to help. As she raced around the foot of the splintered chest, she caught the full view of what was left of Lithia. The shock of it stiffened her. She couldn't move, couldn't blink her wide eyes. She gagged on the sickly stench of butchery and blood. As Jensen stared, her anguished cry was lost in the leaping roar of flames and crackle of burning wood. Sebastian briefly took in the remains of Lethea, nailed to the back of the cabinet, only one detail of many as his gaze scanned the room. By his calculated movements, she surmised that he had seen such things enough that the human element no longer arrested his attention as it did hers. Jensen. Jensen's fingers tightened around the hilt of her knife. She could feel the ornately worked ridges of metal pressing against her palm, the worked metal peaks and whorls that made up the letter R. As she gasped her breath past the nausea welling up inside, she pulled the blade free. Surrender. They've been here, she whispered. The Daharan soldiers have been here. What she detected in his eyes was more like surprise or confusion than anything else. He frowned as he glanced around again. Do you really think so? Jensen. She ignored the echo of the dead voice in her head and thought back to the man they had met out on the road after they had come to see the sorceress the first time. He was big, blond, and good-looking, like most Daharan soldiers. She hadn't thought at the time that he was a soldier. Could he have been one, though? No, if anything, he had seemed more intimidated by them than they were of him. Soldiers didn't behave the way that man had. Who else? We didn't see all of them before. It had to be the rest of the quad from back at my house. When we escaped out the back way, they must have somehow followed us. He was still peering about as the flames grew, now licking at the ceiling. I guess you could be right. Surrender. Sebastian, we have to get out of here now, or we'll be next. Jensen clutched the cloak at his shoulder, pulling him away. They may be near right now. But how could they know? Dear spirits, Lord Rahl is a wizard. How does he do anything he does? How did he find my house? Sebastian was still looking, prodding at the rubble with his sword. Jensen tugged again at his cloak, urging him toward the open door. Your house, he said, frowning. Yes, I see what you mean. We have to get out of here before they catch us. He nodded, reassuring her. Where do you want to go? They both watched the dark doorway over their shoulders, as well as the growing conflagration to their other side. We've no choice now, Jensen said. Lethea was our only hope to find an answer. We have to go to the People's Palace now. Find her sister Althea. She's the only one with any answers. She's a sorceress, too, and the only one who can see the holes in the world, whatever that means. Are you sure that's what you want to do? She thought about the voice. It sounded so cold and lifeless in her head. It had surprised her. She hadn't heard it since her mother's murder. What other choice do we have now? If I'm ever to know why Lord Rahl wants to kill me, why he murdered my mother, why I'm hunted, and maybe how to escape his clutches for good, then I have to go find this woman Althea. I have to. He hurried with her through the door and out into the bitter night. We better go back and get our things together. We can get an early start. With them this close, I fear to be trapped in the inn while we sleep. I have the money from my mother. You have what you took from the men. We can buy horses. We have to leave tonight and hope that no one saw us come here earlier, or again now. Sebastian sheathed his sword. His breath streamed out into the night as he considered their options. He glanced back through the door. With the fire, at least there won't be any evidence of what happened here. We have that much going for us. No one saw us come here earlier, so no one will have cause to ask us questions. No one will know we were here again. They won't have any reason to tell soldiers about us. As long as we get out of here before it's discovered and everyone gets suspicious, Jensen said. Before soldiers start asking about strangers in town. He took her arm. All right, let's be quick then. Chapter 12. Well, wasn't this just something? Stranger and stranger. This night was full of new things, one right after another. From his hiding place just around the corner of the house, Oba had been able to hear much of the conversation between the two. At first, he had been sure they would run off to get help. Oba didn't think the fire could be extinguished, but for a time he had been concerned, fearing that the man and woman might pull Lethea out of the house, rescue her from the blaze so that people could have a look. It would be just like the troublesome sorceress to find a way to come back to torment him, and after all, his work. But both the man and the woman wanted to leave Lethea to the fire. They, too, hoped the fire would cover the evidence of the sorceress's true end. They almost sounded like thieves, the woman talking about taking money from her mother, and him taking money from men. That sounded suspicious. If they had found gold and silver there, they might have taken it. Had they worked and slaved their whole lives as he had to finally recover money that was their due? Or had they been forced to suffer the abuse of swallowing Lithia's cursed cures their whole life? Oba didn't think so. It had been different for him. He had simply recovered money that was rightfully his all along. He felt a little indignant to be almost in the company of common thieves. This night was just one startling thing after another. It seemed amazing to him how his life had gone along day after day, month after month, year after year, always the same. Same chores, same work, same everything. Now, in one night, all that seemed to have changed. First, he had become invincible, and in so doing unleashed his righteous inner self, only to discover that Raal blood coursed through his veins, and now this odd pair showed up to help him conceal Lithia's true end. Stranger and stranger. The startling news that he was in fact the son of Darken Raal still had him in a state of astonished shock. He, Oba Shulk, as it turned out, was someone quite important, someone of noble blood, someone of noble birth. He wondered whether or not he should now properly think of himself as Oba Raal. He wondered if he was, in fact, a prince. That was an intriguing notion. Unfortunately, his mother had raised him simply, so he didn't know much about such matters, what station or title was rightfully his. He also realized that his mother was a liar. She had hidden his true identity from her own son, her flesh and blood, Darken Raal's flesh and blood. She was probably resentful and envious and didn't want Oba to know of his greatness. That would be just like her. She was always trying to beat him down. The bitch. The smoke coming through the open door no longer smelled of lamp oil. It now carried the aroma of roasting meat. Oba grinned as he peeked through the doorway to see Lithia's hand sticking above the cabinet, blackening in the flames, waving to him from the world of the dead. Sneaking across the snow to hide behind the fat trunk of an oak, Oba watched as the couple hurried down the path through the trees toward the road. When they had passed out of sight, he followed in their tracks, staying hidden. He was a pretty big man to hide behind a tree, but in the darkness it wasn't difficult. He was puzzled and troubled by certain aspects of the encounter. He had been surprised that the couple wouldn't want to call for help and instead ran away. The woman especially was eager to escape, thinking that because of Lithia's death, someone was after them. A quad, she had said. That was part of what troubled him. Oba had vaguely heard of quads before, assassins of some sort, assassins sent by the Lord Raal himself. Assassins sent after important people, or people who were especially dangerous. Maybe that was it. They were dangerous people and not common thieves after all. Oba had heard her name, Jensen. But the thing that had really perked up his ears was that Lithia had a sister named Althea, yet another cursed sorceress, and Althea was the only one who could see the holes in the world. That was most troubling of all, because that was the very same thing that Lithia had said to him. At the time, he had thought the old sorceress was already conversing with the spirits in the world of the dead, or maybe with the keeper of the underworld himself, but as it turned out, she was speaking the truth. Somehow this Jensen woman and Oba were both what Lithia called holes in the world. That sounded important. This Jensen was somehow like him. They were somehow connected. That fascinated him. He wished he had gotten a better look at her. The first meeting had been in darkness. The second time he saw her, just now, the fire had provided only enough light for a dim and shadowed view. As she had turned away, he only had time for a quick glimpse. From that fleeting look, he'd seen that she was a remarkably beautiful young woman. He paused behind a tree before making his way across the open snow toward the concealment of a more distant tree. These people, like Jensen, like Oba, who were holes in the world, were important. Quads were sent after important people, people who were especially dangerous to the Lord Raal. Lithia had said that if he knew of Oba, the Lord Raal would want to exterminate him. Oba didn't know if he believed Lithia. She would be jealous of anyone more important than herself. Still, he might be in some kind of danger without even knowing it, hunted because he was an important man. That seemed pretty far-fetched. But in view of all the other new things he had learned this night, he didn't think it was entirely out of the question. An important man, a man interested in learning new things, didn't just dismiss such new information without giving it due consideration. Oba was still trying to connect together all the things he had learned. It was all very complicated, that much he did know. He had to take everything into account if he was to put it all together. As he scurried to the next tree, he decided that it might be best if he went to the inn and got a better look at Jensen and Sebastian, the man with her. His eyes tracked them as they reached the road that headed back into town. Even though the couple kept looking around, it wasn't difficult in such darkness for Oba to follow them without being seen. Once they were back among the buildings, it was even easier. From around the corner of one building, Oba saw the light spill out into the road when they opened the door below a metal mug swinging in the wind. Laughter and music spilled out, too, like a celebration of the sorceress's demise. Too bad everyone didn't know that Oba was the hero who had done away with the bane of all their lives. If people knew what he had managed to accomplish, he would probably have all the free drinks he could want. He watched as Jensen and Sebastian were swallowed inside. The door thudded shut. The stillness of the winter night returned. Oba never got a chance to go to an inn for a drink. He never had any money. He had money now. He had had a hard night, but he had emerged a new man, a rich man. Wiping his nose on his jacket sleeve, he made for the door. It was time for him to go to a cozy inn and have a drink. If anyone deserved one, it was Oba Ral. Jensen suspiciously scanned the faces at the inn, looking for any that might betray murderous design. She still felt sick from the sight of what had been done to Lethea. This night there were monsters about. Men looked her way, but the twinkle in their eyes seemed merry, not murderous. But how would she know before it was too late? She ached to take the stairs 2 at a time. "Easy," Sebastian whispered, apparently believing she was on the verge of panicked flight. Maybe she was. His grip on her arm tightened. "Let's not make people suspicious." They took the stairs 1 at a time, moving at a measured pace, just a couple going to their room. In their room, Jensen burst into motion, gathering the few items they had removed from their packs, replacing them, securing the straps and buckles. Even Sebastian, checking his weapons beneath his cloak, seemed unnerved by what had happened to Lethea. Jensen made sure that her knife was free in its scabbard. "You sure you wouldn't like to get some sleep? Lethea couldn't have told them anything. She didn't know we were staying here at the inn. It might be better to start fresh at dawn." She shot him a look as she shouldered her pack. "Right," he said. He caught her arm. "Jensen, slow down. If you run, people will want to know why you're running." He was in enemy territory. He would know how to go about the business of not raising suspicion. Jensen nodded. "What should I do?" "Just act like we're going down for a drink or to listen to the music. If you insist on going directly out, walk. Don't call attention to us by running. Maybe we're just going to visit a friend or relative. Who's to say? But we don't want people to wonder if there's something wrong. People forget normal. They remember when things look wrong." Unabashed, she nodded again. "I guess I'm not very good at this. Close-up running, I mean. I've been running and hiding my whole life, but not like this, when they're so close I can almost feel their breath on my neck." He smiled that warm smile of his, the one that looked so good on him. "You aren't trained in this kind of thing. I wouldn't expect you to know how to act. Even so, I don't think I've ever met another woman who was as good as you are under such pressure. You're doing fine. You really are." Jensen felt a little better to know that she wasn't acting like a complete fool. He had a way about him that gave her confidence, put her at ease, made her able to do things she didn't think she could. He let her decide on her own what it was she wanted to do, and then he backed up her decision. Not many men would do that for a woman. Down the steps once again, for the last time, she could feel the door on the other side of the room, as if she were drowning, and it was the only air. People so close, brushing against her, still made her uneasy, made her feel the desperate need for that air. She had learned earlier, though, that the men weren't the threat she had thought. She was somewhat humbled by how wrong she had been about them. Where before she had seen thieves and cutthroats, she now saw farmers, craftsmen, laborers joining together for company, companionship, and some harmless recreation. Still, there were killers somewhere close this night. After seeing Lethea, there could be no doubt of that. Jensen could never have imagined that anyone could be that perverted. She knew that if they caught her, they would eventually do those kinds of things to her too, before she was allowed to die. She felt her stomach roil with nausea at the vivid memory of what she had seen. She held back her tears, but she needed the air of outdoors and the solitude of the night. As she and Sebastian wound their way through the crowd and toward that air, she bumped into a big man as they crossed paths. Stopped by the human wall, she looked up into the handsome face. She remembered him. He was the man they had seen on the road to Lithia's place earlier. He lifted his cap in greeting.
Evening.
He grinned at her. Good evening, she said. She told herself to smile and make it believable, normal. She wasn't sure if she was doing a good job of it, but he seemed to find it convincing. He didn't act as shy as she thought he had seemed before. Even the way he carried himself, his movements, were more sure. Maybe it was just that her smile was working as she had hoped.
You two look like you could use a drink.
When Jensen frowned, not knowing what the man meant, he gestured at her face and then at Sebastian.
Your noses are red with the cold. May I buy you an ale on this chill night?
Before Sebastian could accept, which she feared he might, she said, Thank you, no, we have to go to check on some business. But it was very kind of you to offer. She made herself smile again. Thank you. The way the man stared at her made her nervous. The thing was, she found herself staring back into his blue eyes just as intently, and she didn't know why. Finally, she broke the gaze, and after a bow of her head to bid the big man a good night, made her way toward the door. Something about him looked familiar, she whispered to Sebastian. Yes, we saw him earlier, out on the streets, when we were on our way to Lithia's house. She looked back over her shoulder, peering between the milling throng. I guess maybe that's all it is, then. Before she went out the door, the man, as if he sensed her looking at him, turned. When their eyes met and he smiled, it was as if no one else existed for either of them. His smile was polite, no more, but it made her go cold and tingly all over the way the dead voice in her head sometimes did. There was something frightening familiar about the feeling she got looking at him and the way he looked at her. Something about the look in his eyes reminded her of the voice. It was as if she remembered him from a deep dream she had completely forgotten until that very instant. The sight of him in her awake life left her shaken. She was relieved to make it out into the empty night and be on their way. She bundled her cloak's hood close around her face against the bitter wind as they hurried across the snow and down the street. Her thighs stung with the cold. She was glad the stable was not far, but she knew that would be only a brief respite. It was going to be a long, cold night, but there was no choice. Lord Ral's men were too close. They had to run. While Sebastian went to rouse the stableman, Jensen squeezed through the barn door. A lantern hanging from a beam provided enough light for her to make her way to the pen where Betty was tied up for the night. The shelter from the wind, along with the warm bodies of the horses and the sweet smell of hay and dusty wood, made the stable a cozy haven. Betty bleated plaintively when she saw Jensen, as if she feared she had been abandoned for all time. Betty's upright tail was a happy blur as Jensen sank to one knee and hugged the goat's neck. Jensen stood and stroked her hand along the silken ears, a touch Betty mooned over. As the horse in the next stall put her head over the rail to watch her stablemate, Betty stood on her hind legs, joyful to be reunited with her lifelong friend and eager to be closer. Jensen patted the wiry hair on Betty's fat middle. "There's a good girl," she urged the lovable goat down. "Glad to see you too, Betty." Jensen at 10 had been there for Betty's birth and had named her. Betty had been Jensen's only childhood friend and had listened patiently to any number of worries and fears. When her short horns first began to come in, Betty had in turn rubbed and comforted her head against her faithful friend. Other than her worry of being abandoned by her lifelong companion, Betty's fears in life were few. Jensen groped through her pack until her fingers located a carrot for the ever-hungry goat. Betty danced about as she watched, then with her tail wagging in excitement, accepted the treat. For reassurance after the torment of an unusual separation, she rubbed the top of her head against Jensen's thigh while chewing the carrot. The horse in the next stall, her bright, intelligent eyes watching, neighed softly and tossed her head. Jensen smiled and gave the horse a carrot along with a rub on her white blaze. Jensen heard the jangle of tack as Sebastian returned, along with the stableman, both carrying saddles. Each man in turn laid his load over the rail of Betty's stall. Betty, still wary of Sebastian, backed a few steps. "Sorry to lose the company of your friend there," the man said, indicating the goat as he came up beside Sebastian. Jensen scratched Betty's ears. "I appreciate her care." "Not much care. The night isn't over." The man's gaze shifted from Sebastian to Jensen. "Why do you two want to leave in the night, anyway? And why do you want to buy horses, especially at this hour?" Jensen froze in panic. She hadn't expected to have anyone question her, and so she had no answer prepared. "It's my mother," Sebastian said in a confidential tone. He let out a convincing sigh. "We just got word that she's taken ill. They don't know if she'll last until we can get there. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I didn't. Well, we'll just have to make it in time, that's all." The man's suspicious expression softened with sympathy. Jensen was surprised at how credible Sebastian sounded. She tried to imitate his look of concern. "I understand, son. I'm sorry. I didn't realize. What can I do to help?" "Which 2 horses can you sell us?" Sebastian asked. The man scratched his whiskered chin. "You going to leave the goat?" Sebastian said yes. At the same time, Jensen said no. The man's big dark eyes looked from one to the other. "Betty won't slow us down," Jensen said. "She can keep up. We'll make it to your mother just the same." Sebastian leaned a hip against the rail. "I guess the goat will be leaving with us." With a sigh of disappointment, the man gestured to the horse Jensen was scratching behind the ear. "Rusty here gets on well with that goat of yours. I guess she'd be as good to sell as any of the others. You're a tall girl, so she would fit you well." Jensen nodded her agreement. Betty, as if she had understood every word, bleated hers. "I have a strong chestnut gelding that would better carry your weight," he said to Sebastian. "Pete's down the way there on the right. I'd be willing to let you have him along with Rusty here." "Why's she called Rusty?" Jensen asked. "Dark as it is in here, you can't see so well, but she's a red roan, about as red as they come, all except that white blaze on her forehead." Rusty sniffed Betty. Betty licked Rusty's muzzle. The horse snorted softly in response. "Rusty it is," Sebastian said. "And the other, then?" The stableman scratched his stubble again and nodded to seal the agreement. "I'll go get Pete." When they returned, Jensen was pleased to see Pete nuzzle a greeting against Rusty's shoulder. With danger close on their heels, the last thing she wanted to have to worry about was handling bickering horses, but these two were friendly enough. The 2 men hurried at their work. A mother lay dying, after all. Riding with a blanket on her lap promised to be a welcome relief from traveling on foot. A horse would help keep her warm and make the night ahead more tolerable. They had a long rope for Betty, who tended to get distracted by things along the way, edible things especially. Jensen didn't know what Sebastian had to pay for the horses and tack, nor did she care. It was money that had come from her mother's killers and would get them away. Getting away was all that mattered. With a wave to the stableman as he held the big door open for them, they rode out into the frigid night. Both horses, apparently pleased at the prospect of activity despite the hour, stepped briskly along the street. Rusty turned her head back, making sure that Betty, at their left, was keeping up. It wasn't long before they passed the last building on their way out of town. Thin clouds raced before the rising moon, but left enough light to turn the snow-covered road to a silk ribbon between the thick darkness of the woods along each side. Betty's rope suddenly jerked tight. Jensen looked over her shoulder, expecting to see the goat trying to nibble at a young branch. Instead, Betty, her legs stiff, had her hooves dug in, resisting any progress. "Betty!" Jensen whispered harshly. "Come on! What's wrong with you? Come on!" The goat's weight was no match for the horse, so she was dragged down the snowy road against her will. When Sebastian's horse stepped over, jostling Rusty, Jensen saw the trouble. They were overtaking a man walking down the road. In his dark clothing, they hadn't seen him at the right side, against the dark of the trees. Knowing that horses didn't like surprises, Jensen patted Rusty's neck to assure her that the man wasn't anything to be frightened of. Betty, though, remained unconvinced and used all the rope available to swing a wide arc. Jensen saw then that it was the big blond man from the inn, the man who had offered to buy them a drink, the man she thought for some reason should dwell only in her dream life rather than in her waking life. Jensen kept an eye on the man as they passed him. As cold as she was, it felt as if a door opened into the infinitely colder eternal night of the underworld. Sebastian and the stranger exchanged a brief greeting in passing. Once beyond the man, Betty scampered ahead, pulling at her rope, eager to put distance between her and the man. "Krushdeva, du kalt mischt." Jensen, her breath caught fast at the end of a gasp, turned to stare wide-eyed at the man walking down the road behind. It sounded like it had been he who'd spoken the words. That was impossible. Those were the strange words from inside her head. Sebastian made no notice of it, so she didn't say anything lest he think her crazy. With Betty's agreement, Jensen urged her horse to pick up the pace. Just before they rounded a bend and were away, Jensen looked back one last time. In the moonlight, she saw the man grinning at her. Chapter 13. Oba was throwing a hay bale down from the loft when he heard his mother's voice.
Oba, where are you? Get down here.
Oba scurried down the ladder. He brushed hay from himself as he straightened before her waiting scowl.
What is it, Mama?
Where's my medicine and your cure?
Her glare swept across the floor. I see you still haven't gotten the mess out of the barn. I didn't hear you come home last night. What took you so long? Look at that stanchion rail. Haven't you fixed that yet? What have you been doing all this time? Do I have to tell you every little thing? Oba wasn't sure which question he was supposed to answer first. She always did that to him, confused him before he could answer her. When he faltered, she would then insult and ridicule him. After all he had learned the night before, and all that had happened, he thought that he might feel more confident when he faced his mother. In the light of day, standing back in the barn with his mother gathered before him like a thunderhead, he felt much the same as he always did before her storming onslaught, ashamed, small, worthless. He had felt big when he came home, important. Now he felt as if he were shrinking. Her words shriveled him.
Well, I was...
You was dawdling. That's what you were doing, dawdling. Here I am waiting for my medicine, my knees aching me, and my son, Oba the oaf, is kicking a rock down the road, forgetting what I sent him for.
I didn't forget.
Then where's my medicine? Where is it?
Mama, I didn't get it.
I knew it. I knew you was spending the money I gave you. I worked my fingers to the bone at spending to earn that, and you go wasting it on women. Whoring! That's what you was doing. Whoring!
No, Mama, I didn't waste it on women.
Then where's my medicine? Why didn't you get it like I told you to?
I couldn't because...
You mean you wouldn't, you worthless oaf. You only had to go to Lethea's.
Lethea is dead.
There. He'd said it. It was out and in the light of day. His mother's mouth hung open, but no words rained out. He had never seen her go silent like that before, seen her so shocked that her jaw just hung. He liked it. Oba fished a coin from his pocket, one he had set aside to return, so she wouldn't think he'd spent her money. Amid the drama of such a rare silence, he handed her the coin.
Dead? Lethea?
She stared at the coin in her palm.
What do you mean, dead? She went ill?
Oba shook his head, feeling his confidence build as he thought about what he had done to Lethea, how he'd handled the troublesome sorceress.
No, Mama, her house burned down. She was killed in the fire.
Her house burned?
His mother's brow drew together.
How do you know she died? Lethea isn't likely to be caught unawares by a fire. The woman is a sorceress.
Oba shrugged.
Well, all I know is that when I went to town, I heard a ruckus. People were running toward her house. We all found the place ablaze. A big crowd gathered around, but the fire was so hot that there was no chance of saving the place.
That last part was, to a degree, true. He had started to leave town, headed home because he figured that if no one had spotted the fire, maybe they wouldn't until morning. He didn't want to be the one to start yelling, "Fire!" In light of history, that might look suspicious, especially to his mother. She was a suspicious woman, one of her many peevish traits. Oba had planned on simply telling his mother the story of what he knew was bound to happen anyway, the blazing ruins, the charred body found. But as he had been walking home after his visit to the inn, not long after that Jensen woman and the man with her, Sebastian, passed by, leaving town on their journey to find Althea, he heard people yelling that there was a fire down at Lethea's place. Oba ran down the long, dark road with the rest of the people toward the orange glow off in the trees. He was just a bystander, same as everyone else. There was no reason to suspect him of anything.
Maybe Lethea escaped the flames.
His mother sounded more like she was trying to convince herself than him. Oba shook his head.
I stayed, hoping the same as you, Mama. I knew you'd want me to help her if she was hurt. I stayed to do what I could. That's why I was so late.
That, too, was partly true. He had stayed, along with the crowd, watching the fire, listening to the talk. He had savored the crowd's anticipation, the gossip, the speculation.
She's a sorceress. Fire isn't likely to catch such a woman.
His mother was starting to sound suspicious. Oba had figured on this. He leaned a little toward her.
When the fire burned out enough, some of us men threw snow down so we could get in over the smoking rubble. Inside, we found Lithia's bones.
Oba pulled a blackened finger bone from his pocket. He held it out, offering it to his mother. She stared down at the grim evidence, but folded her arms without taking it. Pleased with the effect it had, Oba finally returned the treasure to his pocket.
She was in the middle of the room with one hand lifted above her head, like she had tried to make it to the door but was overcome by the smoke. The men said that a fire's smoke was what put folks down, and then the fire got at them. That must have been what happened to Lethea. The smoke got her. Then, laying there on the floor, reaching toward the door, the fire burned her to death.
His mother glared at him, her mean little mouth all pinched up but silent. For once, she had no words. He found her glare, though, was just as bad. In the daggers of that glare, he could tell that she was thinking he was no good, her bastard boy. Darken Rawl's bastard son, almost royalty. Her arms slipped from their sullen knot as she turned away. I have to get back to my spinning for Mr. Tuchman. You get this mess scooped off the floor, you hear?
I will, Mama.
And you had better get that stanchion fixed before I come back and see that you've been loafing away the day.
For several days, Oba worked at the frozen muck on the floor, but made little headway. The weather had stayed bitterly cold, so the frozen mound, if anything, had only hardened. His efforts at wearing it down seemed interminable, like trying to chip away granite ledge, or his mother's stony disposition. He had his other chores, of course, and he couldn't let them go. He had fixed the stanchion and a broken hinge on the barn door. The animals had to be attended to, along with 100 other small things. In his head, as he worked, he planned the construction of their fireplace. He would use the back wall between the house and barn, since it was already existing. Mentally, he stacked stones against it, creating the shape of the firebox. He already had his eye on a long stone to use for the lintel. He would mortar everything all together properly. When Oba set his mind to doing something, he put his all into it. He didn't do any job he started just halfway. In his mind's eye, he pictured how surprised and happy his mother would be when she saw what he'd built them. She would recognize his worth then. She would finally acknowledge his value. But he had other work to do before he could begin to build a fireplace. One job in particular loomed before him. The surface of the mound of frozen muck in the barn showed the scars of the battle. It was now pocked with holes, places where he had been able to find a weakness, a place with air or dry straw underneath that had allowed him to break out a chunk. Each time a piece went pop and came loose, he was sure that he had at last found a way into the formidable tomb of ice, but each time had been a false hope. Chipping away with the scoop shovel was slow going, but Oba was no quitter. The worry had come to him that perhaps a man of his importance should not be wasting his time on such menial labor. Frozen manure hardly seemed the province of a man who was in all likelihood something akin to a prince. At the least, he now knew he was an important man. A man with Ral blood in his veins. A direct descendant, the son of the man who had ruled Dahara, Darken Ral. There probably wasn't a single person who had not heard of Darken Ral, Oba's father. Sooner or later, he would confront his mother with the truth she had been keeping from him. The truth of the man he really was. He just couldn't figure how to do it without her discovering that Lethea had spilled the news before she spilled her blood. Winded from a particularly spirited attack on the frozen mound, Oba rested his forearms on the shovel's handle while he caught his breath. Despite the cold, sweat trickled down from his matted blonde hair.
Oba the oaf, said his mother as she strode into the barn. Standing around doing nothing, thinking nothing, worth nothing. That's you, isn't it, Oba the oaf?
She glided to a stop, her mean little mouth all puckered up as she peered down her nose at him.
Mama, I was just catching my breath.
He pointed around at the chips of ice littering the floor, evidence of his strenuous efforts.
I've been working at it, Mama. I have.
She didn't look. She was glaring at him. He waited, knowing she had something more on her mind than the mound of frozen muck. He always knew when she was on a mission to trouble him, to make him feel like the muck he stood in. From the dark crevices and hidey holes around the barn, the rats watched with their little black rat eyes. With her critical gaze locked on him, his mother held out a coin. She held it between her thumb and first finger, not simply to convey the coin itself, but its importance.
The Pillars of Creation by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 119. Oba was a little bewildered. Lethea was dead. There was no other sorceress anywhere close, none that he knew of anyway, who could provide his mother's medicine or his cure. He obediently turned his palm up anyway.
Look at it,
she commanded, dropping the coin into his hand. Oba held it out to the light of the doorway, scrutinizing it with care. He knew she expected him to find something. What, he didn't know. He turned it over as he cautiously stole a glance at her. He carefully inspected the other side, but still saw nothing out of the ordinary.
Yes, Mama?
Notice anything unusual about it, Oba?
No, Mama.
It doesn't have a scratch along the edge.
Oba puzzled that over for a moment, then looked again at the coin, this time carefully inspecting the edge.
No, Mama.
That's the coin you gave back to me.
Oba nodded, having no reason to doubt her.
Yes, Mama. The coin you gave me for Lethea. But I told you Lethea died in the fire, so I couldn't buy your medicine. That's why I gave you your coin back.
Her hot glare was murderous, but her voice was arrestingly cool and collected.
It isn't the same coin, Oba.
Oba grinned.
Sure it is, Mama.
The coin I gave you had a mark on the edge. A mark I put there.
Oba's grin withered as his mind raced. He tried to think of what to say, what he could say, that she would believe. He couldn't contend that he put the coin in a pocket and then pulled out a different coin when he gave it back to her, because he never had any money of his own. She knew very well that he didn't have any money. She wouldn't allow it. She thought he was no good, and that he might waste it. But he had money now. He had all the money from Lethea, a fortune. He remembered hurriedly gathering up all the coins that had spilled from Lethea's pocket, including the coin he'd only just given her. When he later set aside a coin to return to his mother, he hadn't known that she had marked the one she'd given him. Oba had the bad luck of returning a different coin than the one she had originally given him.
But, Mama, are you sure? Maybe you only thought you marked the coin. Maybe you forgot.
She slowly shook her head.
No, I marked it so that if you spent it on drinking or on women, I would know, because I could go look for it if I had to and see what you had done.
The conniving bitch. She didn't even trust her own son. What kind of mother was she, anyway? What proof did she have other than a missing tiny scratch on the edge of a coin? None. The woman was a lunatic.
But, Mama, you must be wrong. I don't have any money. You know I don't. Where would I get a different coin?
That's what I'd like to know.
Her eyes were frightening. He could hardly breathe under their blistering scrutiny. Her voice, though, remained composed.
I told you to buy medicine with that money.
How could I? Lethea died. I gave you your coin back.
She looked so broad and powerful standing there before him, like an avenging spirit in the flesh come to speak for the dead. Maybe Lethea's spirit had returned to tell on him. He hadn't considered that possibility. That would be just like the troublesome sorceress. She was sneaky. This might be just what she had done, intent on denying him his importance, his due prestige.
Do you know why I named you Oba?
No, Mama.
It's an ancient Daharan name. Did you know that, Oba?
No, Mama.
His curiosity got the best of him.
What does it mean?
It means two things. Servant and king. I named you Oba, hoping you might someday be a king, and if not, then you would at least be a servant of the Creator. Fools are rarely made kings. You will never be a king. That was just a silly dream of a new mother. That leaves servant. Who do you serve, Oba?
Oba knew very well who he served. In so doing, he had become invincible.
Where did you get this coin, Oba?
I told you, Mama, I couldn't get your medicine because Lethea had died in the fire at her place. Maybe the mark on your coin rubbed off against something in my pocket.
She seemed to consider his words.
Are you sure, Oba?
Oba nodded, hoping that maybe he was at last turning her mind away from the coin mix-up.
Of course, Mama. Lethea died. That's why I gave you your coin back. I couldn't get your medicine.
His mother lifted an eyebrow.
Really, Oba?
She slowly drew her hand from the pocket of her dress. He couldn't see what it was she had, but he was relieved that he was finally bringing her around.
That's right, Mama. Lethea was dead.
He found he liked saying that.
Really, Oba? You couldn't get the medicine. You wouldn't lie to your mother, would you, Oba?
He shook his head emphatically.
No, Mama.
Then what's this?
She turned over her hand
and held out the bottle of medicine Lethea had given him before he had dealt with her. "I found this in your jacket pocket, Oba." Oba stared at the cursed bottle, at the troublesome sorceress's revenge. He should have killed the woman right off before she gave him the telltale bottle of medicine. He had completely forgotten that he had put it in a pocket of his jacket, intending to toss it in the woods on his way home that night. What with all the important new things he had been learning, he had completely forgotten about the cursed bottle of medicine.
"Well, I think it must be an old bottle."
"An old bottle? It's full." Her razor-edged voice was back. "How did you manage to get a bottle of medicine from a woman who was dead, in her house that had already burned down? How, Oba? And how is it that you gave me back a different coin than the one I gave you to pay with? How?" She took a step closer. "How, Oba?" Oba backed a step. He couldn't pull his eyes away from the cursed cure. He couldn't look up into his mother's fierce eyes. If he did, he just knew she would wither him to tears under her deadly glare.
Well,
I what, Oba? Well, I what, you filthy bastard boy? You worthless, lazy, lying bastard boy. You wretched, scheming, vile bastard boy, Oba Shulk. Oba's eyes turned up. He was right. She had him fixed in her deadly glare. But he had become invincible.
"Oba Ral," he said.
She didn't flinch. He realized then that she had been goading him into admitting he knew. It was all part of her scheme. That name, Ral, screamed out how he had come to know it, betraying everything to his mother. Oba stood frozen, his mind in a wild state of turmoil, like a rat with a foot on his tail. "The spirits curse me," she said under her breath. "I should have done what Lethea always told me. I should have spared us all. You killed her, you loathsome bastard, you contemptible, lying—" Quick as a fox, Oba whipped the shovel around, putting all his weight and strength behind the swing. The steel shovel rang like a bell against her skull. She dropped like a sack of grain, pushed out of the loft. Whump! Oba rapidly retreated a step, fearful she might skitter toward him, spider-like, and with her mean little mouth bite him on the ankle. He was positive that she was fully capable of it, the conniving bitch. Lightning quick, he darted forward and whacked her again with the shovel, right on the same place on her broad forehead, then retreated out of range of her teeth before she could bite him like a spider. He often thought of her as a spider, a black widow. The ring of steel on skull hung in the otherwise still air of the barn, slowly, slowly, slowly dying away. Silence, like a heavy shroud, settled around him. Oba stood poised, shovel cocked back over his shoulder, ready to swing again. He watched her carefully. Nearly clear pinkish fluid leaked from both her ears out across the frozen muck. In a frenzy of fear and rage, he ran forward and swung the shovel at her head over and over. The ringing blows of steel on bone echoed around the barn, creating one long, clangorous din. The rats, watching with their little black rat eyes, scurried for their holes. Oba staggered back, gasping for air after the violent effort of silencing her. He panted as he watched her still form, sprawled atop the mound of frozen muck. Her arms were spread out wide to each side, as if asking for a hug. The sneaky bitch, she might be up to something. Trying to make amends, probably. Offering a hug as if it could make up for the times he'd spent in the pen. Her face looked different. She had an odd expression. He tiptoed closer for a look. Her skull was all misshapen like a ripe melon broken on the ground. This was so new that he couldn't gather his thoughts. Mama, her melon head, all broke open. For good measure, he whacked her 3 more times, quick as he could, then retreated to a safe distance, shovel at the ready, should she suddenly spring up to start yelling at him. That would be just like her. Sneaky. The woman was a lunatic. The barn remained silent. He saw his breath puffing out in the cold air. No breath came from his mother. Her chest was still. The crimson pool around her head oozed down the muck mound. Some of the holes he'd chopped filled with the runny contents of her curious melon head, all broken open on the ground. Oba began to feel more confident then that his mother was not going to say hateful things to him any more. His mother, not being too smart, had probably gone along with Lethea's nagging and had been talked into hating him, her only son. The 2 women had ruled his life. He had been nothing but the helpless servant of the 2 harpies. Fortunately, he had finally become invincible and had rescued himself from them both.
Do you want to know who I serve, Mama? I serve the voice that made me invincible. The voice that rid me of you.
His mother had nothing more to say. At long last, she had nothing more to say. Then, Oba grinned. He pulled out his knife. He was a new man, a man who pursued intellectual interests when they arose. He thought he should have a look at what other odd and curious things might be found inside his lunatic mother. Oba liked to learn new things. Oba was eating a nice lunch of eggs cooked in the hearth he had started to build for himself when he heard a wagon rumbling into the yard. It had been over a week since his sneaky mother had opened her mean little mouth for the last time. Oba went to the door, opened it a crack, and stood eating his eggs as he peered out to see the rear of a wagon pulled up close by. A man climbed down. It was Mr. Tuchman, who regularly brought wool. Oba's mother was a spinster who made thread for Mr. Tuchman. He used the thread on his loom. With so many new things demanding his attention lately, Oba had forgotten all about Mr. Tuchman. Oba glanced over to the corner to see how much thread his mother had ready. Not much. Bales of wool sat to the side, waiting to be spun into thread. The least his mother could have done would be to attend to her work before she started in causing trouble. Oba didn't know what to do. When he looked back to the doorway, Mr. Tuchman was standing right there looking in. He was a tall man, thin, with a big nose and ears. His hair was graying and as curly as the wool he dealt in. He was recently widowed. Oba knew that his mother liked Mr. Tuchman. Maybe he could have leached some of the venom from her fangs, softened her a bit. It was an interesting theory to contemplate. "Afternoon, Oba." His eyes that Oba had always found curiously liquid, were peering in the crack, searching the house. "Is your mother about?" Oba, feeling a little violated by the man's roving eyes, stood holding the plate of eggs, trying to think what to do, what to say. Mr. Tuchman's gaze settled on the fireplace. Oba, standing ill at ease behind the door, reminded himself that he was a new man, an important man. Important men weren't unsure of themselves. Important men seized the moment and created their own greatness.
"Mama?"
Oba set down his plate as he glanced to the fireplace.
"Oh, she's about somewhere."
Wool-headed Mr. Tuchman stared stone-faced at Oba's grin for a time. "You heard about Lethea? What they found at her place?" Oba thought the man had a mouth kind of like his mother had. Mean, sneaky.
"Lethea?"
Oba sucked at a piece of egg stuck between his teeth.
"She's dead. What could they find?"
More precisely what they didn't find, I guess you could say. Money. Lethea had money. Everyone knew that. But they found none in her house."
Oba shrugged.
"Must have burned up, melted."
Mr. Tuchman grunted his skepticism.
Maybe, maybe not. Some folks say maybe it was gone before the fire started.
Oba felt indignant that people just couldn't let a thing go. Didn't they have their own business to mind? Why couldn't they leave well enough alone? They should rejoice that the sorceress was out of their lives and leave it at that. They had to keep picking at it, though. Peck, 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 like a gaggle of geese at the grain. Busybodies, that's what they were.
"I'll tell Mama you were here."
I need the thread she spun. I have another load of wool for her. I need to be on my way. Got other people waiting.
The man had a whole bevy of women who spun wool for him. Didn't he ever give his poor spinsters a chance to catch their breath?
"Well, I'm afraid that Mama hasn't had time to."
Mr. Tuchman was staring at the fireplace again, only more intently this time. The look on his face was more than curious. It bordered on anger. The man, accustomed to ordering people around and always more bold than Oba felt comfortable around, stepped through the door and into the house to the center of the room, still staring at the fireplace. His arm rose, pointing.
What's that? Dear Creator."
Oba looked where he was pointing, at the new fireplace being built against the stone wall that separated the house from the barn. Oba thought his work was quite well done, sturdy and straight. He had studied other fireplaces and learned how they were done. Even though the chimney wasn't built all the way up yet, he was using it. He had put it to good advantage. Oba saw then what Mr. Tuchman was really pointing at. Mama's jawbone. Well, wasn't this just something? Oba hadn't expected visitors, especially Snoopy visitors. What gave this man the right to poke his nose into other people's houses just because they spun wool for him? Mr. Tuchman started backing toward the door. Oba knew that Mr. Tuchman would talk about what he'd seen. The man was a gossip, already flapping his tongue to anyone who would listen about Lethea's missing money, which, after all, was really Oba's when you considered the lifetime of trouble he had endured to earn it. Who were all these people coming out of the woodwork to stick up for the troublesome sorceress? When Mr. Tuchman started blabbing about what he saw in the fireplace, there were sure to be questions. Everyone would have to stick their noses in it and want to know whose it was. They would probably start fretting over his mother now, just like they were doing over the sorceress. Oba, a new man, a man of action, could hardly let that happen. Oba was an important man, he'd learned. Raw blood coursed through his veins, after all. Important men acted, handled problems as they arose, quickly, efficiently, decisively. Oba seized Mr. Tuchman by the back of his neck, halting his retreat. The man struggled fiercely. He was tall and wiry, but he was no match for Oba's strength or speed. With a grunt of effort, Oba plunged his knife up into Mr. Tuchman's middle. The man's mouth opened wide. His eyes, always so liquid, always so curious, went wide as well, filled now with a look of terror. Oba followed the obnoxious Mr. Tuchman to the ground. They had work to do. Oba was never afraid of hard work. First, there was the struggling, wool-headed snoop to deal with. Then there was the matter of his wagon. People would probably come looking for him. Oba's life was getting complicated. Mr. Tuchman called for help. Oba rammed his knife up into the soft part under Mr. Tuchman's chin. Oba leaned over him, watched the man struggle, knowing he was going to die. Oba had nothing against Mr. Tuchman, really, even though the man was impertinent and bossy. This was all that troublesome sorceress's fault. She was still making Oba's life difficult. She had probably sent some message to his mother, and then to Mr. Tuchman from beyond in the underworld. The bitch. Then his mother had to get all sneaky and suspicious, and now this irksome pest, Mr. Tuchman. They were like a swarm of locusts, come from nowhere to plague him. It was because he was important, he knew. It was probably time for changes. Oba couldn't stay around and keep having people who knew him pestering him with questions. He was too important to be in this little nothing of a place anyway. Mr. Tuchman grunted in his futile effort to escape. It was time for the unhappy widower to join Oba's lunatic mother and the troublesome sorceress with the keeper of the underworld, the world of the dead. And then, the time had come for Oba to take up his important life as a new man and to move on to better places. Just as the realization struck him that he would never again have to go in the barn and see the mound of frozen muck that he hadn't been able to dislodge with the scoop shovel, despite the ranting insistence of his lunatic mother, it occurred to him that if he had used the pickaxe, that would have made quick work of it. Well, wasn't that just something? Chapter 14. With an easy but flawlessly precise turn of his wrist, Friedrich Gilder lifted a leaf of gold on the fine hairs of his brush and laid it over. The gold, light enough to float on the gentlest breath of air, drew down onto the wet gesso as if by magic. Leaning over his workbench in concentration, Friedrich used a sheep's wool pad to carefully rub the freshly gilded surface of the small, stylized carving of a bird, checking for any flaws. Outside, the rain occasionally tink, tink, tinked against the window. Through midday, when the prowling clouds passed bearing fits of rain, it darkened as if to dusk. From the back room where he worked, Friedrich glanced up, looking out through the doorway into the main room, watching the familiar movements of his wife casting her stones over the grace. Many years ago, he had gilded the lines of her grace, the 8-sided star within a circle, within a square, within another circle, after she had properly drawn it all out, of course. The grace would have been useless had he drawn it. A grace, to be real, had to be drawn by one with the gift. He enjoyed doing whatever he could to make the things in her life a little more beautiful. She was what made his life beautiful. He thought that her smile had been gilded by the Creator himself. Friedrich saw, too, the woman who had ventured to their home for a telling lean forward expectantly, absorbed in watching the fall of her fate. If they could really see such things, people would not come to Althea for a telling, yet they always watched intently as the stones rolled from his wife's long, slender fingers and out across the board upon which was drawn the grace. This woman, middle-aged and widowed, was a pleasant sort, and had been to see Althea twice before, but that had been several years back. As he had concentrated on his own work, he'd absently heard her tell Althea about her several grown children who were married and lived close to her, and that her first grandchild was on the way. Now, though, it was the drop of stones, not a child, that held the woman's interest.
Again?
She asked. It was not a question so much as astonishment.
They did it again.
Althea said nothing. Friedrich burnished the freshly laid gold as he listened to the familiar sounds of his wife gathering up her stones from the board.
Do they do that often?
The woman asked, her wide eyes turning from the grace to Althea's face. Althea didn't answer. The woman rubbed her knuckles so hard that Friedrich thought the skin might come off.
What does it mean?
Hush, Althea murmured as she rattled the stones. Friedrich had never heard his wife be so uncommunicative with a customer. The stones, clacking in Althea's loose fist, seemed to have an urgency to their bony knock. The woman rubbed her knuckles, awaiting her destiny. Again, the 7 stones rolled out across the board, come to divulge the holy secrets of the faiths. From where he sat, Friedrich couldn't see the stones fall, but he could hear the familiar sound of their uneven shapes rolling across the board. After all these years, he rarely watched Althea practice her profession, that is, watched the stones themselves. He did, though, despite the years, savor watching Althea. As he looked out, seeing the side of her strong jaw, her hair still mostly a golden sweep down past her jaw, falling like sunlight over her shoulder, he smiled. The woman gasped.
Again?
As if to make the woman's point, thunder in the distance rolled over the house.
Mistress Althea, what could it mean?
Her voice carried the unmistakable timbre of apprehension. Althea, on her pillow on the floor, leaning on one arm, her withered legs out to the side, used the arm against the floor to straighten herself. She finally looked at the woman.
It means, Marjorie, that you are a woman of strong spirit.
That's one of those 2 stones? Me? A strong spirit?
That's right, Althea confirmed with a nod.
And the other, then? It can't be good. Not there. It can only mean the worst.
I was about to tell you that the other stone, which follows with each throw, is also a strong spirit. A man of strong spirit.
Marjorie peered again at the stones on the board. She rubbed her knuckles.
But they both,
she gestured,
they both keep going out there, to beyond the outer circle, to the underworld.
Her troubled eyes searched Althea's face. Althea pulled on her knees, drawing her legs before herself to cross them. Though her legs were withered and nearly useless, crossing them before her pillow on the floor helped her sit up straight.
No, my dear, not at all. Don't you see? This is good. Both strong spirits going through life together and together ever after. It's the best possible outcome of a telling.
Marjorie cast another worried look at the board.
Really? Really, Mistress Althea? You think it's good, then, that they keep doing that?
Of course, Marjorie. Good it is. 2 strong spirits joining.
Marjorie touched a finger to her lower lip as she peered up at Althea.
Who is it, then? Who is this mystery man I'm to meet?
Althea shrugged.
Too soon to tell. But the stones say you will meet a man.
She made a show of putting her fist and second fingers tight together.
And you 2 will be fast with each other. Congratulations, Marjorie. It looks as if you are close to finding the happiness you seek.
When? How soon?
Again, Althea shrugged.
Too soon to tell. The stones only say will, not when. Maybe tomorrow, maybe next year. But the important thing is that you are near to meeting a man who will be good with you, Marjorie. You must now keep your eyes open. Don't hide yourself away in your house, or you will miss him. But if the stones say he is strong and he is open to you, but they don't fix it sure. That's up to you and the man. Keep yourself open to him when he comes into your life, or he may pass without seeing you.
I will, Mistress Althea.
The conviction in her voice strengthened.
I will. I'll stay prepared so when he happens into my life, I'll see him and he'll see me, just as the stones foretell.
Good.
The woman fished around in the leather purse hanging from her belt until she found a coin. She handed it over eagerly, pleased with the outcome of her telling. Friedrich had watched Althea give tellings for nearly 4 decades. In all that time, he had never before seen her lie to someone. The woman stood, holding out her hand.
May I help you, Mistress Althea?
Thank you, my dear. But Friedrich will help me later. I want to stay with my board for now.
The woman smiled, perhaps daydreaming of the new life waiting for her.
Well, then, I'd best be on my way before it gets any later in the day, before nightfall. And then it's a long ride back. She leaned to the side and waved through the doorway. "Good day, Master Friedrich." The rain rattled against the window in earnest. The sky, he noticed, had darkened, casting a gray gloom over their place in the swamp. Rising from his bench, Friedrich waved.
"Let me see you to the door, Marjorie. You do have someone waiting to take you back, don't you?"
"My son-in-law is up at the rim of the canyon, where the path starts down in, waiting with our horses." She paused in the doorway and gestured to his work on the bench. "That's a fine piece you've made." Friedrich smiled.
"I hope to find a customer at the palace who thinks so, too."
You will. You do fine work. Everyone says so. Those who own a piece of your work count themselves as lucky." Marjorie curtsied happily to Althea, thanking her again before retrieving her lambskin cloak from the hook by the door. She smiled out at the angry sky and donned the cloak, drawing its hood over her head, eager to be on her way to find her new man. It would be a long journey back. Before closing the door, Friedrich warned Marjorie to be absolutely certain to stay on the path and to watch her step up out of the canyon. She said she remembered the instructions and promised to follow them with care. He watched her hurry off, disappearing into the shadows and mist, before closing the door tight against the foul weather. Silence settled once more inside the house. Outside, thunder rumbled in a deep voice, as if in discontent. Friedrich shuffled up behind his wife.
"Here, let me help you to your chair."
Althea had gathered up her stones. Once again they rattled in her hand like the bones of spirits. As considerate as she always was, it was unlike her not to acknowledge him when he spoke. It was even more unlike her to cast her stones again after a customer left. Casting her stones for a telling called upon her gift in ways he could not fully understand, but he did understand how it fatigued her. Casting her stones for a telling drew down her strength so that it left her detached from the world and wanting anything but to cast them again for a while. Now, though, she was in the spell of some tacit need. She turned her wrist and opened her hand, casting the stones at her board as easily, as gracefully as he handled his ethereal leaves of gold. Smooth, dark, irregular-shaped stones rolled forth, bouncing on the board, tumbling across the gilded grace. In their life together, Friedrich had seen her cast her stones tens of thousands of times. There were times when, much like her customers, he had tried to discern a pattern in the fall of the stones. He never could. Althea always did. She saw meaning no mere mortal could see. She saw in the random fall of the stones some obscure omen only a sorceress could decipher, patterns of magic. There was no pattern expressed through the act of the throw. It was the fall of the stones that was touched by powers he dared not consider, powers that spoke only to the sorceress through her gift. In that random motif of disorder, she could read the flow of powers through the world of life, and even, he feared, the world of the dead, although she never spoke of it. Despite how close they were in body and soul, this was one thing they could not share in their life together. This time, as the stones rolled and wobbled across the board, one stopped in the exact center. Two stopped on opposite corners of the square where it touched the outer circle. Two ended up at opposite points where the square and the inner circle touched. The final two stones came to rest beyond the outer circle, which represented the underworld. Lightning flashed, and seconds later thunder clapped. Friedrich stared in disbelief. He wondered what the odds were of the stones coming to the end of their tumble at these specific points on the grace. He had never before seen them end in any discernible pattern. Althea, too, was staring at her board.
"Have you ever seen anything like that before?" he asked.
"I'm afraid so," she said under her breath as she raked the stones up with her graceful fingers.
"Really?"
He was sure he would have recalled such an unlikely event, such a startling orderliness.
"When was that?"
She rattled the stones in her loose fist. "The 4 previous throws. That casting made 5, all the same, each individual stone coming to rest in the identical place it had before." Again, she cast the stones at the board. At the same time, the sky seemed to open, letting rain roar down on the roof. The noise reverberated through the house. Involuntarily, he glanced toward the ceiling briefly before watching along with Althea as the stones rolled and bounced across the board. The first stone rolled to a halt in the exact center of the grace. Lightning flashed. The other stones, rolling in what looked to be a completely natural manner, came to rest in what appeared a perfectly normal way, except that they stopped in the exact same places they had before. 6, Althea said under her breath. Thunder boomed.
Friedrich didn't know if she was speaking to him or to herself.
But the first 4 throws were for that woman, Marjorie. You were casting them for her. This is for her telling.
Even to himself, it sounded more like a plea than reason.
Marjorie came for a telling, Althea said. That does not mean the stones chose to give her one. The stones have decided that this telling is for me.
What does it mean, then?
Nothing, she said. Not yet, anyway. At this point, it is only potential. A thunderhead on the horizon. The stones may yet say this storm is to pass us by.
Watching as she gathered up her stones, he was overcome with a sense of dread.
Enough of this. You need to rest. Why don't you let me help you up now, Althea? I'll make you something to eat.
He watched her pluck the last stone, the one in the center, off the board.
Leave your stones for now. I'll make you some nice hot tea.
He never before thought of the stones as anything sinister. Now he felt as if they were somehow inviting menace into their lives. He didn't want her to cast the stones again. He sank down beside her.
Althea.
Hush, Friedrich.
She spoke the words in a flat tone, not in anger or reproach, but simple necessity. The rain drummed against the roof with rabid intensity. Water cascading off the eaves roared. Darkness out the windows faltered in fits of lightning. He listened to the stones rattle like the bones of the dead speaking to her. For the first time in their life together, he felt a kind of defensive hatred for the 7 stones she held, as if they were some lover come to steal her away from him. From her seat, atop her gold and red pillow on the floor, Althea cast the stones down onto the grace. As they tumbled across the board, he watched with resignation as they came to rest, natural as could be, in the exact same places. He would have been surprised only if they had fallen differently.
7, she whispered. 7 times 7 stones.
Thunder rumbled in a deep, resonant tone, like the voice of discontent of spirits in the underworld. Friedrich rested a hand on his wife's shoulder. A presence had come into their home, invaded their lives. He couldn't see it, but he knew it was there. He felt a great weariness, as if all his years had come at once to weigh him down, making him feel very old. He wondered if this was in some small way what she felt all the time when she became so weary from casting a telling. He shuddered to contemplate always swimming in such emotionally turbulent waters. His world, his work of gilding, seemed so simple, so blissful in its ignorance of the swirl of tempestuous forces all around. The worst of it, though, was that he could not protect her from this unseen threat. In this, he was helpless.
Althea, what does it mean?
She hadn't moved. She was staring at the smooth, dark stones setting on her grace.
One who hears the voices is coming.
Lightning ignited in a blinding, angry flash, illuminating the room with white incandescence. The scintillating contrast between bright light and smothering shadow was dizzying. The intense strike flickered on as thunder crashed with a boom that shook the ground. A ripping crash followed on its heels, the clamor adding a confusion of sound to match the flashing of light. Friedrich swallowed.
Do you know which one?
She reached up and patted his hand, resting on her shoulder.
Tea, you say? The rain gives me a chill. I'd like some tea.
He looked from the crinkled smile showing in her eyes to the stones on the grace. For whatever reason, she wasn't going to answer that question for now. He asked another instead.
Why did your stones fall like that, Althea? What does something like that mean?
Lightning struck nearby. The crack of thunder felt as if it split air made of solid stone. Fists of rain beat against the window in petulant fits. Althea finally looked away from the window, from creation's fury, and turned back to the board. She reached out and placed her forefinger on the stone in the center.
The Creator?
He guessed aloud before she could name it. She shook her head.
Lord Ral.
But the star in the center represents the Creator, his gift.
It does in the grace, but you must not forget this is a telling. This is different. A telling only uses the grace, and in this telling, the stone in the center represents the one with his gift.
Then it could be anyone, Friedrich said. Anyone with the gift.
No. The lines coming from the 8 points of the star represent the gift as it passes through life, through the veil between the worlds, and beyond the outer circle into the underworld. Thus it represents the gift in a sense that it conveys with no other person. The gift for magic of both worlds, the world of life
and the world of the dead. Additive and subtractive. This stone in the center touches both.
He glanced back at the stone in the center of the grace.
But why would that mean Lord Ral?
Because he is the only one born in 3,000 years with both aspects of the gift. In all that time, until he came into his gift, no stone I have cast has ever landed in that place. None could. What has it been? 2 years now since he succeeded his father? Less since his gift came to life in him, which in itself leaves questions with only troubling answers.
But I recall you telling me years ago that Darken Ral used both sides of the gift.
Gazing off into dark memories, Althea shook her head. He also used subtractive powers, but he did not do so by birth. He offered the pure souls of children to the keeper of the underworld in return for the keeper's favors. Darken Ral had to trade for the limited use of such powers. But this man, this Lord Ral, has been born with both sides of the gift as those of old were. Friedrich wasn't sure what to make of that, what danger it could be that he so strongly felt. He remembered quite distinctly the day the new Lord Ral had risen to power. Friedrich had been at the palace to sell his small gilded carvings when the great event had taken place. That day, he had seen the new Lord Ral, Richard. It had been one of those moments in life never to be forgotten. Only the third Ral to rule in Friedrich's lifetime. He remembered quite clearly the new Lord Ral, tall, strong, with a raptor gaze, striding through the palace, seeming completely out of place, and at the same time belonging. And then there was the sword he carried, a legendary sword not seen in Dahara since Friedrich had been a boy, way back before the boundaries had been brought into existence, cutting Dahara off from the rest of the New World. The new Lord Ral had been walking through the corridors of the people's palace, along with an old man, a wizard, people said, and a sublime woman. The woman, with long, lush hair, wearing a satiny white dress, made the grandeur and majesty of the palace seem dull and common by comparison. Richard Ral and that woman seemed right together. Friedrich recognized the special way they looked at each other. The commitment, loyalty, and bond in the gray eyes of that man and the green eyes of that woman was as profound as it was unmistakable.
What of the other stones? He asked.
Althea gestured out past the larger circle of the grace, where only the gilt rays of the Creator's gift dared go, to the 2 dark stones sitting in the world of the dead. Those who hear the voices, Althea said. He nodded at having his suspicions confirmed. In such things dealing with magic, it wasn't often that he was able to guess the truth from what appeared to be obvious.
And the rest?
Staring at the 4 stones resting at the cusps of lines, her voice came softly, mingling with the rain. These are protectors.
They protect Lord Ral?
They protect us all. He saw then the tears rolling down her weathered cheeks. Pray, she whispered, that they are enough, or the keeper will have us all.
You mean to say there are only these 4 who protect us?
There are others, but these 4 are pivotal. Without them, everything is lost. Friedrich licked his lips, fearful of the fate of the 4 sentinels standing against the keeper of the dead.
Althea, do you know who they are?
She turned then, putting her arms around him, pressing the side of her face to his chest. It was as childlike a gesture as he could imagine, one that touched his heart and made him ache with his love for her. Gently he put protective arms around her, comforting her, in spite of the fact that in truth he could do nothing to protect her from such things as she rightly feared. Carry me to my chair, Friedrich. He nodded, lifting her in his arms as she hugged his neck. Her withered, useless legs dangled. A woman of such power as could enforce a warm and rain-swept swamp around them in winter, yet she needed him to carry her to a chair. Him, Friedrich, a mere man she loved, a man without the gift, a man who loved her.
You didn't answer my question, Althea.
Her arms tightened on his neck. One of the 4 protective stones, she whispered, is me. Friedrich's wide eyes turned back to the grace with the stones upon it. His jaw fell open when he saw that one of the 4 stones had crumbled to ash. She had no need to look. One was my sister, Althea said. Cradled in his arms, he felt her grieving sob. And now there are 3. Chapter 15. Jensen moved out of the way of the flood of people flowing up the road from the south. Huddling close to Sebastian for shelter from the wind, she briefly considered simply curling up on the frozen ground off to the side and going to sleep. Her stomach grumbled with hunger. When Rusty stepped sideways, Jensen slid her grip up on the reins, closer to the bit. Betty, her eyes, ears, and tail alert, pressed up against Jensen's thigh for reassurance. The footsore goat occasionally huffed her annoyance at the passing throngs. When Jensen patted her fat middle, Betty's upright tail instantly became a wagging blur. She glanced up at Jensen, swiped her tongue out for a brief lick of Rusty's muzzle, and then folded her legs to lie down at Jensen's feet. As his sheltering arm enclosed her shoulders, Sebastian eyed the wagons, carts, and people moving past on their way toward the People's Palace. The sound of the wagons rumbling by, people talking and laughing, feet shuffling, and horses clopping all melted together into a steady drone punctuated by jangling metal and the rhythmic squeaking of axles. The clouds of dust lifted by all the movement carried the aroma of food along with the stink of people and animals and left the taste of dirt on her tongue. "What do you think?" Sebastian asked in a low voice. The cold sunrise bathed the distant sheer cliffs of the huge plateau in glowing lavender light. The cliffs themselves rose what seemed thousands of feet from the Azrith plains, but what man had made atop them rose higher yet. Countless roofs behind imposing walls collected together into the massive structure that was a city founded on the plateau. Low winter sunlight lent the soaring marble walls and columns a warm glow. Jensen had been little when her mother had taken her away. Her childhood memory of having lived here had not prepared her adult sensibilities for the actual splendor of the palace. The heart of Dahara stood noble and proud, triumphant above a barren land. Her awe was dimmed only by the taint of it, also being the ancestral home of the Lord Ra. Jensen swiped a hand over her face, closing her eyes briefly against her pounding headache, against what it meant to be the prey of Lord Ra. It had been a difficult and exhausting journey. After they had stopped each night, Sebastian used the cover of darkness to scout while she started to make camp. A number of times he had rushed back with the horrifying news that their pursuers were closing in. Despite exhaustion and her tears of frustration, they had to pack up and keep running. "I think we came here for a reason," she finally answered. "Now is a poor time to lose courage." "Now is the last chance to lose courage." She studied the note of caution in his blue eyes for only a moment before answering by wading back into the moving river of people. Betty sprang to her feet, peering up at the strangers as she pressed in close to Jensen's left leg. Sebastian moved in close on the other side. An older woman in a cart beside them smiled down at Jensen. "Care to sell your goat, dear?" Jensen, one hand grasping Betty's rope along with Rusty's reins, her other holding the hood of her cloak closed against a cold gust of wind, smiled, but shook her head firmly to decline. As the woman in the horse-drawn cart returned a disappointed smile and started to move away, Jensen saw a sign on the cart proclaiming sausages for sale. "Mistress, are you here selling your sausages today?" The woman reached behind, pushed aside a lid, and stretched her hand into one of the kettles nestled snugly in blankets and cloth. She came up holding a fat coil of sausage. "Fresh cooked this morning. Could I interest you? Only a silver penny and well worth it." When Jensen nodded eagerly, Sebastian passed the woman the coin requested. He cut the sausage in two and handed half to Jensen. It was wonderfully warm. She quickly devoured a few bites, hardly taking the time to chew. It was a relief to dull the sharp edge of her gnawing hunger. Only after those bites were down did she begin to appreciate the taste. "It's delicious," she called up to the woman. The woman smiled, seeming not at all surprised at the compliment. Walking abreast with the cart, Jensen asked, "Would you happen to know of a woman by the name of Althea?" Sebastian swept a furtive gaze around at the people walking within earshot. The woman, not at all shocked by the question, leaned down toward Jensen. "You'll come for a telling, then?" Although she couldn't be sure, Jensen thought it easy enough to guess what the woman meant. "Yes, that's right. Would you know where I can find her?" "Well, dear, I don't know her, but I know of her husband, Friedrich. He comes to the palace to sell his gilded carvings." Many of the people moving up the road looked to have come to sell their wares. Jensen dimly recalled when she was very young the palace being a buzz of activity, with throngs coming every day to sell everything from food to jewelry. Many towns near where Jensen had lived when she was older had a market day.
The People's Palace, though, was a city with the buying and selling of goods taking place every day. She recalled her mother taking her to booths to buy food and, once, cloth for a dress. "Would you know where we can find this man, Friedrich, or someone else who knows the way?" The woman gestured up ahead toward the palace. "Friedrich has a small booth in the marketplace, up top. As I hear told, you'll need to be invited out to see Althea. I'd advise you to talk to Friedrich up top." Sebastian put a hand on Jensen's back as he leaned past her. "Up top?" he asked the woman. She nodded. "You know, up top where the palace is. I don't go up there myself." "Then where do you sell your sausages?" he asked. "Oh, I have my cart and horse, so I stay down along the road, selling to those going to and from the palace. They won't let you take those horses of yours up, if it be your intention to go look for Althea's husband. Your goat neither, for that matter. There are ramps for horses inside for the soldiers and those with official business, but wagons with supplies and such mostly use the cliff road on the east side. They don't let just anyone ride their horses up. Only the soldiers keep horses up top." "Well," Jensen said, "I guess we'll need to stable them if we're to go up to find Althea's husband." "Friedrich doesn't come often. You'll be lucky to catch him on a day he's here. Best, though, if you could talk to him." Jensen swallowed another mouthful of sausage. "Do you know if he would be here today, or what days he does come to the palace?" "Sorry, dear, but I don't." The woman pulled an oversized red scarf over her head and fastened it tight with a knot under her chin. "I see him now and then, that's all I know. I sold him sausages a time or two to take home to his wife." Jensen glanced up at the looming People's Palace. "I guess we'll just have to go for a look then." They weren't even inside yet, and already Jensen's heart was pounding at a furious pace. She saw Sebastian's fingers glide over his cloak, touching the hilt of his sword. She couldn't resist brushing her forearm against her side, checking for the reassuring presence of her knife under her own cloak. Jensen hoped not to be in the palace long. When they found out where Althea lived, they could be on their way. The sooner the better. She wondered if Lord Rahl was at the palace or off making war on Sebastian's homeland. She felt great empathy for his people being at the mercy of Lord Rahl, a man she knew to be without a shred of mercy. On their journey to the People's Palace, she had asked Sebastian about his homeland. He had shared with her some of the convictions and beliefs of the people in the Old World, their sensitivity for the plight of their fellow man, and their longings for the blessings of the Creator. Sebastian spoke passionately about the beloved spiritual leader of the Old World, Brother Nariv, and his disciples of order, who taught that the welfare of others was not only the responsibility, but also the sacred duty of all people. She had never imagined a place with people who were so compassionate. Sebastian said that the Imperial Order was fighting back valiantly against Lord Rahl's invaders. She, of all people, understood what it was to fear the man. It was that fear that worried Jensen about going into the palace. She feared that if Lord Rahl was there, his powers might somehow tell him that she was near. An orderly column of soldiers in chainmail and dark leather armor rode out, headed in the opposite direction. Their weapons, swords, axes, lances, flashed menacingly in the morning sunlight. Jensen kept her eyes turned to the ground ahead and tried not to stare at the soldiers. She feared they would pick her out of the throng by sight, as if she were glowing with some mark only they could see. She kept the hood of her cloak pulled up to cover her red hair, fearing that it would attract unwanted attention. As they drew near the great portals into the plateau, the crowds grew thicker. Spread out on the Azrith plains to the south of the cliffs, vendors had set up their stalls in makeshift streets. Those newly arrived settled in wherever they found room. Despite the cold, everyone seemed in a good mood as they went about setting out their wares. Many were already doing a brisk business. Daharan's soldiers seemed to be everywhere. They were all big men, all wearing the same orderly leather, chainmail, and wool uniforms. All were armed with at least a sword, but most carried additional weapons, an axe, spiked mace, or knives. While the soldiers were alert and watchful, they didn't appear to be bothering the merchants or hampering their business. The woman selling sausages waved her good wishes to Jensen and Sebastian before she pulled her cart off the road at an empty space beside 3 men setting out casks of wine on a short table. The 3 men, with the same strong jaws, broad shoulders, and tousled blonde hair, were obviously brothers. "Careful who you leave your animals with," she called after them.
Many of the people who set up their stands down on the plain had animals, and it seemed easy enough to conduct business where they were, rather than go up to the palace. Other people roamed the crowds, hawking items to passers-by. Perhaps their simple wares sold better to those come to the open-air market. Some, like the woman with the cart, came to sell food they had cooked, and since there were plenty of people down below, they had no need to go up inside. Jensen suspected that others were content to be away from what was sure to be the greater scrutiny of officials and yet more guards in the palace proper. Sebastian took it all in without looking obvious. She imagined in his gaze a running tally of troops. To others, it would appear he was merely looking about at the merchants, enticed by the variety of wares for sale. But Jensen saw that his vision focused beyond, to the great portals between towering stone columns. "What should we do with the horses?" she asked. "And Betty?" Sebastian gestured to one of the enclosures where horses were picketed. "We're going to have to leave them." In addition to being so close to the home of the man trying to kill her, Jensen didn't like being among the press of so many people. She felt so flush with the sense of danger that she couldn't think straight. Leaving Betty at a stable in the town was one thing, but leaving her lifelong friend out here, among all these people, was something else. She pointed with her chin to the scruffy men minding the livestock enclosure. They were busily engaged in a game of dice. "Do you think we can trust the animals to people like that? They could be thieves for all we know. Maybe you could stay with the horses, while I go look for Althea's husband." Sebastian turned back from his survey of the soldiers near the entrance. "Jen, I don't think it's a good idea to separate in a place like this. Besides, I don't want you going in there alone." She gauged the concern in his eyes. "And if we get into trouble, do you really think we could fight our way out?" "No. You have to use your head. Keep your wits about you. I've brought you this far. I'm not going to abandon you now and let you go in there alone." "And if they draw swords on us?" "If it came to that, fighting wouldn't save us in a place like this. It's more important to give people a worry. Make them think twice about how dangerous you might be, so that you don't end up fighting in the first place. You have to bluff." "I'm not any good at that kind of thing." He grunted a short laugh. "You do it well enough. You did it with me that first night when you drew the grace." "But that was just with you and with my mother there. That's different than in a place with so many people." "You did it at the inn in the way you showed the innkeeper your red hair. Your manner loosened her tongue. And you kept the men at bay with nothing but your bearing and a look. All by yourself, you gave all those men worry enough that they left you alone." She had never thought about it that way. She viewed it more as simple desperation than calculated deception. As Betty rubbed the top of her head against Jensen's leg, she idly stroked the goat's ear and watched as the men left their game of dice to take horses from travelers. She didn't like the rough way the men handled the horses, using switches instead of a steady hand. Jensen scanned the crush of people when she spotted the red scarf. She coiled the slack out of Betty's rope and started off, pulling Rusty along with her. Surprised, Sebastian stepped quickly to catch up. The woman in the red scarf was setting out pots with her sausages when Jensen reached her. "Mistress?" She squinted in the sunlight.
"Yes, dear? Some more sausages?"
She lifted a lid.
"They are good, aren't they?" "Delicious. But I was wondering if you would accept a payment to watch our horses and my goat."
The woman replaced the lid.
"The animals? I'm not a stableman, dear."
Jensen, holding the rope and the reins in one hand, rested her forearm on the side of the cart. Betty folded her legs and laid down beside the wheel. "I thought you might like the company of my goat for a while. Betty is a fine goat and wouldn't cause you any trouble." The woman smiled as she peered down over the edge of her cart.
"Betty, is it? Well, I could watch your goat, I guess."
Sebastian handed the woman a silver coin. "If we could picket our horses with yours, it would put our minds at ease that they were in good hands and that you were keeping an eye on them." The woman carefully inspected the coin, then appraised Sebastian more critically.
"How long will you be? When I sell my sausages, I'll want to be heading home after all."
"Not long," Jensen said. "We just want to go find the man you told us about, Friedrich." Sebastian, in an offhand manner, pointed at the coin the woman was still holding. "When we get back, I'll give you another to thank you for watching our animals. If we don't get back until after your sausages are sold, then I'll give you 2 for your trouble of waiting on us." Finally, the woman nodded.
"All right, then. I'll be here selling my sausages. Tie your goat to the wheel there, and I'll keep my eye on her until you get back."
She gestured over her shoulder.
"And you can put your horses with mine there.
My old girl would enjoy the company." Betty eagerly took the small chunk of carrot from Jensen's fingers. Rusty nudged her shoulder, insistent that she not be left out, so Jensen let the horse have a piece of the rare treat, then passed a chunk to Sebastian so an ever-eager Pete wouldn't be left out.
"If you lose track of where I am, just ask around for Irma, the sausage lady."
"Thank you, Irma." Jensen smoothed Betty's ears. "I appreciate your help. We'll be back before you know it." As they mingled into the crowd funneling toward the great plateau, Sebastian put his arm around her waist to keep her close beside him as he escorted her into the gaping maw of Lord Ral's palace. Jensen could hear in the distance Betty's plaintive bleating at being abandoned. Chapter 16. Soldiers in polished breastplates, all carrying upright pikes with razor-sharp edges glinting in the sunlight, silently studied the people entering between the great columns. As their scrutiny turned toward Jensen and Sebastian, she made sure not to look them in the eye. She kept her head down and moved in step with the other people shuffling past the ranks of soldiers. She didn't know if they paid any particular attention to the two of them, but none reached out to seize her, so she kept moving. The huge cave-like entrance was lined in a light-colored stone, giving Jensen a sense of passing into a grand hall, rather than through a tunnel into a plateau the size of a mountain. Hissing torches in iron brackets set into the walls lit the way with a dotted line of light. The air smelled of burning pitch, but it felt warm inside, out of the winter wind. To the sides, cut into the rock, were rows of rooms. Most were simple openings with a short front wall behind which vendors sold their wares. Walls in many of the small rooms were decorated with brightly colored cloth or painted planks, offering a welcoming touch. It had appeared that anyone outside could set up shop and sell their goods. Jensen imagined the vendors inside had to pay rent for the rooms, but in return they had a warm and dry place in out of the weather to do business, where customers were more willing to linger. Clumps of chatting people waited near the shoemaker to have their shoes repaired, while others lined up to buy ale or bread or steaming bowls of stew. Another man, with a sing-song voice that attracted throngs to his booth, sold meat pies. At one jammed and noisy place, women were having their hair pinned up or curled or decorated with bits of colored glass set in fine chains. At another, they were having their faces made up or their nails painted. Other places sold beautiful ribbons, some cut to look just like fresh flowers to adorn dresses. By the nature of many of the businesses, Jensen realized that a lot of the people wanted to look their best before going up to the palace, where they meant to be seen as much as they meant to look. Sebastian seemed to find it all as astonishing as she did. Jensen stopped at a booth with no customers, where a small man with a lasting smile was setting out pewter mugs. "Could you tell me, sir, if you know of a gilder named Friedrich?"
"No man by that name down here. Finer work like that is usually sold up top."
As they were swallowed deeper into the underground entrance, Sebastian's arm returned to enclose her waist. She found comfort in his close presence, his handsome face, and those times he smiled at her. His spikes of white hair made him different from everyone else, unique, special. His blue eyes seemed to hold so many answers to the mysteries of the larger world she had never seen. He almost made her forget her heartache at missing her mother. A succession of massive iron doors stood open, admitting the advancing throng. It was intimidating going through such doors, knowing that if they closed, she would be trapped inside. Beyond, wide marble stairs, paler than straw and swirled through with white veins, led up to grand landings, edged with massive stone balustrades. In contrast to the immense iron doors into the plateau, finely crafted wooden doors closed off some of the rooms. Whitewashed corridors, well lit by reflector lamps, distracted from the feeling of being inside the plateau. The stairs seemed endless, in some places branching off in different directions. Some of the landings opened into spacious passageways, the destination for many of the people. It was like a city in eternal night, lit by the wall lanterns with reflectors and pole lamps by the hundreds. Along the way were beautiful stone benches where people could rest. On some levels were more small shops selling bread, cheeses, meats, some with tables and benches set outside. Rather than feeling dark and forbidding, it seemed cozy inside, perhaps even romantic. Some passageways, barred by huge doors and blocked by guards, appeared as if they might be barracks. In one place, Jensen glimpsed a spiral ramp with troops moving down on horseback. From her childhood, Jensen only dimly recalled the city under the palace. Now, with the endless new sights, it was a place of wonder. As her legs grew weary from the effort of climbing the stairs and traversing passageways, it occurred to her then why many of the people chose to remain down on the plain to do business. It was a long way up, both in distance and in time, and quite the labor. From the conversations she overheard, many of the people who came would lengthen their stay at the palace that was a city by taking rooms. Jensen and Sebastian were finally rewarded for their effort when they emerged once again in the daylight. 3 tiers of balconies fronted with roped columns supporting arched openings looked down on the marble hall. Overhead, glassed windows let in the light, creating a bright corridor unlike anything she had ever seen. If Jensen was moved by the marvel of it, Sebastian seemed thunderstruck. How could any people build a place such as this, he whispered. Why would they even want to? Jensen didn't have an answer to either question. Yet in spite of how much she loathed those who ruled her land, the palace still filled her with awe. This was a place built by people with vision and imagination beyond anything she could conceive of. With all the need in the world, he murmured to himself, the House of Rahl builds this marble monument to themselves. She thought that there seemed to be many thousands other than the Lord Rahl himself who benefited from the people's palace, those who derived their living from what the palace brought together, people of all kinds, even down to Irma the sausage lady. But Jensen didn't want to just then break her spell of astonishment to try to explain it. The corridor, stretching off in both directions, was lined with rows of shops set back under the balconies. Some were open, with a single craftsman, but many were glass-fronted and quite ornate, with doors, signs hung out, and a number of people working inside. The variety was overwhelming. Shopkeepers cut hair, pulled teeth, painted portraits, made clothes, and sold every sort of thing as could be imagined, from common produce and herbs to priceless perfumes and jewels. The aromas from the wide variety of foods were distracting. The sights were dizzying. As she was taking in those sights while looking for the gilder's place, Jensen spotted 2 women in brown leather uniforms. Each wore her long blonde hair in a single braid. She clutched Sebastian's arm and hauled him into a side passageway. Without a word, she rushed him along, trying not to go so fast as to make people suspicious, but at the same time get them out of sight as quickly as possible. As soon as she reached the first of the huge pillars lining the side hall, she ducked behind it, pulling Sebastian along with her. When people glanced their way, they both sat down on the stone bench against the wall, trying to look as normal as possible. A statue of a naked man across the way stared down at them as he leaned on a spear. Cautiously, casually, they both peeked out just enough to see. Jensen watched the 2 leather-clad women stroll past the intersection, their gazes cool, penetrating, intelligent, took in the people to both sides. These were the eyes of women that in an instant, and without regret, could decide between life and death. When one woman looked toward the side hall, Jensen sank back behind the pillar, pressing herself up against the wall. She was relieved to finally see the backs of the 2 as they continued down the main corridor. "What was that all about?" Sebastian asked, as she let out a relieved sigh. "Mord Sith." "What?" "Those 2 women. They were Mord Sith." Sebastian carefully peered out for another look, but the 2 were gone. "I don't know much about them, except that they're guards of some kind." She realized then that being from another land, he might not know much about those women. "Yes, in a way. Mord Sith are very special guards. They are the Lord Rahl's personal guards, I guess. They protect him and more. They torture information out of gifted people." He gauged the demeanor in her eyes. "You mean those with simple magic?" "Any magic. Even a sorceress. Even a wizard." He looked skeptical. "A wizard commands powerful magic. He could simply use his power to crush those women." Jensen's mother had told her about Mord Sith, how dangerous they were, and that she must avoid them at all cost. Her mother never tried to hide the nature of deadly threats. "No, Mord Sith have a power that enables them to appropriate another's magic, even a wizard or a sorceress. They capture not only the person, but their magic as well. There can be no escape from a Mord Sith unless she releases the person." Sebastian seemed only more confused. "What do you mean they appropriate another's magic? That makes no sense. What could they do with such magic if it were another's power? That would be like pulling out someone's teeth and trying to eat with them." Jensen swept her hand back over her head, under her hood, replacing the red ringlets that had fallen out. "I don't know, Sebastian.
I've heard that they use the person's own magic against them, to hurt them, to give them pain.
Then why should we be afraid of them?
They may torture information out of the gifted enemies of Lord Rahl, but they can hurt anyone. Did you see the weapon they carry?
No, I saw no weapon on them. They only carried a small red leather rod.
That is their weapon. It's called an aegil. They keep it on a chain around their wrist, so it is always at hand. It's a weapon of magic.
He considered what she said, but clearly didn't yet understand it. What do they do with it? With their aegil?
His manner had turned from incredulity to a more calm, analytical questioning for information. He was once again doing the job Jagang the Just had sent him to do. I'm no expert on the subject, but from what I've heard, the mere touch of an aegil can do anything from causing inconceivable pain, to breaking bones, to instant death. The Mord Sith decides how much pain, if the bones are to break, and whether or not you are to die by the touch. He watched out toward the intersection as he considered what she'd said.
Why are you so afraid of them? And if you have only heard these things, why do you fear them so? Now she was the one who was incredulous.
Sebastian, Lord Rahl has been hunting me my whole life. These women are his personal killers. Don't you think they would love to bring me to the feet of their master?
I suppose.
At least they were wearing their brown leather. They wear red leather when they sense a threat, or when they torture someone. In red leather, the blood doesn't show so much.
He slid both hands over his eyes, and then back over his white spikes of hair. This is a nightmare land you live in, Jensen Daggett.
Jensen Rahl, she almost corrected out of self-pity. Jensen from her mother, Rahl from her father. Do you think I don't know it?
And what if this sorceress doesn't want to help you?
She picked at a thread on her knee. I don't know.
He will come after you. Lord Rahl will never let you be. You will never be free.
Unless you kill him, were the words she could hear left off. Althea must help me. I'm so sick of being afraid, Jensen said near tears. So sick of running.
He put a gentle hand on her shoulder. I understand.
No two words could have been more meaningful at that moment. She could only nod her appreciation. His tone turned more impassioned.
Jensen, we have gifted women like Althea. They're from a sect, the Sisters of the Light, that used to live at the Palace of the Prophets in the Old World. Richard Rahl, when he invaded the Old World, destroyed their palace. It was said to be a beautiful and special place, but he destroyed it. Now the sisters are with Emperor Jagang, helping him. Maybe our sorceresses would be able to help you, too.
She looked up into his caring eyes. Really? Maybe those with the Emperor would know a way to hide me from my murderous half-brother's wizardry? But he's always only a half step behind, waiting for me to stumble so he can pounce. Sebastian, I don't think I could make it that far. Althea helped hide me from Lord Rahl once. I must convince her to help me again. If she won't, I fear I'll have no chance before I'm caught.
He leaned out again, checking, then gave her a confident smile. We'll find Althea. Her magic will hide you, and then you can get away.
Feeling better, she returned the smile.
Judging that the Mord Sith were gone and it was safe, they returned to the hall to search for Friedrich. They each inquired at several places before Jensen found someone who knew of the Gilder. With fresh hope, she and Sebastian moved deeper into the palace, following the directions they were given to a juncture of grand passageways. There, in the center of the intersection of two central corridors, she was surprised to see a quiet plaza with a square pool of dark water. Tiles, rather than the usual marble, surrounded the pool. 4 columns at the outer edge of the tiles supported the soaring opening to the sky, covered, since it was winter, by leaded glass panels. The beveled glass gave the light cast down across the tiles a shimmering liquid quality. In the pool off-center in a way that seemed right without Jensen understanding exactly why it felt right, stood a dark, pitted rock with a bell atop it. It was a remarkably quiet sanctuary in the center of such a busy place. Seeing the square with the bell sparked her memory of similar places. When the bell tolled, she recalled, the people came to such squares to bow down and chant a devotion to the Lord Rahl. She suspected that such homage was one price paid for the honor of being allowed in his palace. People sat on the low wall around the edge, talking in hushed tones, watching orange fish gliding through the dark water. Even Sebastian stared for a few minutes before moving on. Everywhere there were alert soldiers. Some seemed to be stationed at key spots. Squads of guards moved through the halls, watching everyone, stopping some people to speak with them. What the soldiers asked, Jensen didn't know, but it worried her greatly.
"What do we say if they question us?" she asked.
"It's best not to say anything unless you have to."
"But if you have to, then what?"
"Tell them that we live on a farm to the south. Farmers are isolated and don't know much about anything but life on their farm, so it wouldn't sound suspicious if we say we don't know about anything else. We came to see the palace and perhaps buy a few small things, herbs and such." Jensen had met farmers, and didn't think they were as ignorant of things as Sebastian seemed to think.
"Farmers grow or collect their own herbs," she said. "I don't think they would need to come to the palace to buy them."
"Well, then, we came to buy some nice cloth, so you could make clothes for the baby."
"Baby? What baby?"
"Your baby. You are my wife, and only recently found yourself pregnant. You are with child." Jensen felt her face flush to red. She couldn't say she was pregnant. That would only lead to more questions.
"All right, we're farmers, here to buy a few small things, herbs and such. Rare herbs we don't grow ourselves."
His only answer was a sideways glance and smile. His arm returned to her waist, as if to banish her embarrassment. Beyond another intersection of wide passageways, following the directions they'd been given, they turned down another hall to the right. It, too, was lined with vendors. Jensen immediately spotted the booth with a gilded star hanging before it. She didn't know if it was intentional or not, but the gilded star had 8 points like the star in a grace. She had drawn the grace often enough to know. With Sebastian at her side, she rushed over to the booth. Her heart sank when they found the place occupied only by an empty chair, but it was still morning, and she reasoned that maybe he hadn't come in yet. The closest businesses weren't yet open either. She stopped several stalls down at a place selling leather mugs.
"Do you know if the gilder is here today?" she asked the man working behind the bench.
"Sorry, don't know," he said without looking up from his work at cutting decorations with a fine gouge. "I just started here." She hurried down to the next occupied booth, a place that sold hangings with colorful scenes sewn on them. She turned to say something to Sebastian, but saw him inquiring at another booth not far away. The woman behind the short counter was sewing a blue brook through mountains stitched on a stretched square of coarsely woven cloth. Some of the scenes were made up into pillows displayed on a rack to the back.
"Mistress, would you know if the gilder is here today?"
The woman smiled up at her.
"Sorry, but far as I know, he won't be in today."
"Oh, I see."
Thwarted by the disappointing news, Jensen hesitated, not knowing what to do next.
"Would you know when he will return at least?"
The woman pushed her needle through, making a blue stitch of water.
"No, can't say as I do. Last time I saw him over a week ago, he said he may not be back for a while."
"Why is that, do you know?"
"Can't say as I do."
She pulled the long thread of the water out taut.
"Sometimes he stays away for a spell, working at his gilding, doing up enough to make it worth his time to travel to the palace."
"Would you happen to know where he lives?"
The woman glanced up from under a crinkled brow.
"Why do you wish to know?"
Jensen's mind raced. She said the only thing she could think of, what she had learned from Irma, the sausage lady, watching Betty for her.
"I wish to go for a telling."
"Ah," the woman said, her suspicion fading as she pulled another stitch through. "It's Althea, then, that you really want to see." Jensen nodded.
"My mother took me to Althea when I was young. Since my mother passed away, I'd like to visit Althea again. I thought it might be a comfort if I went for a telling."
"Sorry about your mother, dear. I know what you mean. When I lost my mother, it was a hard time for me, too."
"Could you tell me how to find Althea's place?"
She set her sewing down and came to the low wall at the front of her booth.
"It's a goodly ways to Althea's place. To the west, through a desolate land."
"The Azrith Plains."
"That's right. Going west, the land turns rugged, with mountains. Around the other side of the largest snow-capped mountain due west of here, if you turn north, staying just the other side of the cliffs you will find, following the low land down lower yet, you will come into a nasty place, a swampy place. Althea and Friedrich live there."
"In a swamp? But not in the winter."
The woman leaned close and lowered her voice.
"Yes, even in the winter, people say. Althea's swamp. A vile place it is, too. Some say it isn't a natural place, if you know what I mean."
"Her magic, you mean?"
She shrugged.
"Some say."
Jensen nodded in thanks and repeated the directions.
"Other side of the largest snow-capped peak west of here, stay below the cliffs, and go north.
down in a swampy place. A nasty, dangerous swampy place. The woman used a long fingernail to scratch her scalp. But you don't want to be going there unless you're invited. Jensen glanced around briefly to signal to Sebastian, but she didn't see him right off. How does one get invited? Most people ask Friedrich. I see them come here to talk to him and leave without even looking at his work. I guess he asks Althea if she will see them, and the next time he returns with his gilding, he invites them. Sometimes people give him a letter to take to his wife. Some people travel out there and wait. I hear that sometimes he comes out of the swamp to meet those people and pass along Althea's invitation. Some people return from the edge of the swamp without ever being invited in. Their long wait for nothing. None dare venture in uninvited, though. Least, none that did ever came back to tell about it, if you know what I mean. Are you saying I'll have to go there and just wait? Wait until she or her husband comes to invite us in? Guess so. But it won't be Althea who comes out. She never comes out of her swamp, as I hear it. You could come back here each day until Friedrich finally returns to sell his gilding. He's never been away for more than a month. I'd say he'll be back to the palace within a few weeks at most. Weeks. Jensen couldn't stay in one place, waiting weeks, while Lord Ral's men hunted her, closing in day by day. From as close as Sebastian said they were, she didn't think she even had days, much less weeks, before they would have her. Thank you, then, for all your help. I guess I'll come back another day to see if Friedrich has returned, and ask him if I might go for a telling. The woman smiled as she sat back down and picked up her sewing. That might be best. She looked up. Sorry to hear about your mother, dear. It's hard, I know. She nodded, her eyes watery, fearing to test her voice just then. The vivid scene flashed through her mind. The men, the blood everywhere, the terror of them coming for her, seeing her mother slumped on the floor, stabbed, her arms severed. With effort, Jensen pushed the memory away, lest it consume her in grief and anger. She had immediate worries. They had made a long and difficult journey in winter to find Althea, to obtain her help. They couldn't wait around, hoping to be invited to visit Althea. Lord Ral's men were close on their heels. The last time Jensen had wavered in her determination, she had missed her chance, and Althea had been murdered. The same thing could happen again. She had to get to Althea before those men did, at least to tell her about her sister, to warn her, if nothing else. Jensen scanned the vast hallway, searching for Sebastian. He couldn't have gone far. She saw him then, his back to her, across the broad corridor, just turning away from a place that sold silver jewelry. Before she took 2 steps, she saw soldiers swarm in and surround him. Jensen froze in her tracks. Sebastian did too. One of the soldiers used his sword to carefully lift back Sebastian's cloak, uncovering his array of weapons. She was too frightened to move, to take another step. Page 156. Half a dozen gleaming, razor-edged pikes lowered at Sebastian. Swords came out of sheaths. People nearby backed away. Others turned to look. In the center of a ring of Daharan soldiers towering over him, Sebastian held his arms out to the sides in surrender. Surrender. Just then, a bell, the one back at the square, tolled. Chapter 17. The single long peal of the bell calling people to the devotion echoed through the cavernous halls as 2 of the big men seized Sebastian by the arms and started bearing him away. Jensen watched helplessly as the rest of the Daharan soldiers surrounded him in a tight formation, bristling with steel, meant not only to keep their prisoner at bay, but to ward any possible attempt to extricate him. It was immediately clear to her that these guards were prepared for any eventuality and took no chances, not knowing if this one armed man might signify a force about to storm the palace. Jensen saw that there were other men, visitors to the palace like Sebastian, also carrying swords. Perhaps it was that Sebastian carried a variety of combat weapons, and they were all concealed, that so raised the soldiers' suspicions. But he wasn't doing anything. It was winter. Of course he was wearing a cloak. He was causing no harm. Jensen's urge was to yell at the soldiers to leave him be, yet she feared that if she did, they would take her too. The people who had spread back away from the potential trouble, along with everyone else strolling the halls, all began moving toward the square. People in the shop set down their work to join them. No one paid much attention to the soldiers' business. In response to that single chime still hanging in the air, laughter and talking trailed off to respectful whispers.
Panic clawed at Jensen as she saw the soldiers muscling Sebastian down a hall to the side. She could see his white hair amid the dark armor. She didn't know what to do. This wasn't supposed to happen. They only came to find a gilder. She wanted to scream for the soldiers to stop. She dared not, though. Jensen. Jensen stood her ground against the current of bodies trying to keep Sebastian and his captors in sight. The Lord Rahl was after her, and now they had Sebastian. Her mother had been murdered, and now they were taking Sebastian. It wasn't fair. As she watched, afraid to do anything to stop the soldiers, her own fear shamed her. Sebastian had done so much for her. He had made so many sacrifices for her. He had risked his life to save hers. Jensen's breath came in ragged pulls. But what could she do? Surrender. It wasn't fair what they were doing to Sebastian, to her, to innocent people. Anger welled up through her fear. Du warst nicht. He was only there because of her. She had asked him to come. Du warst nicht. Now he was in trouble. Grushdeva du kalt nicht. The words sounded so right. They flared through her, carried on flames of igniting rage. People pushed against her. She growled through gritted teeth as she squeezed her way among the crush of people trying to follow the soldiers who had Sebastian. It wasn't fair. She wanted them to stop. Just stop. Stop. Her helplessness frustrated her. She was sick of it. When they wouldn't stop, when they kept going, it only further enraged her. Surrender. Jensen's hand slid inside her cloak. The touch of cold steel welcomed her. Her fingers tightened around the hilt of her knife. She could feel the worked metal of the symbol of the House of Rahl pressing into the flesh of her palm. A soldier gently pushed her, turning her in the direction of the rest of the crowd. The devotion square is that way, ma'am. It was spoken as a suggestion, but wrapped around the core of command. Through the rage, she looked up into his hooded eyes. She saw the dead man's eyes. She saw the soldiers at her house, men on the floor, dead, men coming for her, men grabbing her. She saw flashes of movement through a crimson sheen of blood. As she and the soldier stared into each other's eyes, she felt the blade at her waist coming out of its sheath. A hand under her arm tugged at her. This way, dear. I'll show you where it is. Jensen blinked. It was the lady who had given her directions to Althea's place. The woman who sat in the palace of the murdering bastard Lord Rahl and sowed the peaceful scenes of the mountains and brooks. Jensen stared at the woman, at her inexplicable smile, trying to make sense of her. Jensen found everything around her strangely incomprehensible. She only knew that her hand was on the hilt of her knife, and she longed for the blade to be free. But for some reason, the knife stubbornly remained where it was. Jensen, at first convinced that some malevolent magic had seized her, saw then that the woman had a tight, motherly arm around her. Without realizing it, the woman was keeping Jensen's blade in its sheath. Jensen locked her eyes, resisting being pulled along. The woman's eyes now were set with warning. No one misses a devotion, dear. No one. Let me show you where it is. The soldier, his expression grim, watched as Jensen yielded, allowing herself to be guided by the woman. Jensen and the woman swept into the current of people moving toward the square, left the soldier behind. She looked up into the woman's smiling face. The whole world seemed to Jensen to be swimming in a strange light. The voices around her were a smear of sound that in her mind was pierced by the echoes of screams from her house. Jensen. Through the murmuring around her, the voice, sharp and distinct, caught her attention. Jensen listened, alert to what it might tell her. Surrender your will, Jensen. It made sense in a visceral way. Surrender your flesh. Nothing else seemed to matter anymore. Nothing she had tried in her whole life had brought her salvation or safety or peace. To the contrary, everything seemed lost. There seemed nothing else to lose. Here we are, dear, the woman said. Jensen looked around. What? Here we are. Jensen felt her knees touch the tiled floor as the woman urged her down. People were all around. Before them was the square with the pool of quiet water at its center. She wanted only the voice. Jensen, surrender. The voice had grown harsh, commanding. It fanned the flames of her anger, her rage, her wrath. Jensen bent forward, trembling in the grip of rage. Somewhere in the far corners of her mind screamed a distant terror. Despite that remote sense of foreboding, it was rage that was carrying her will away. Surrender! She saw strings of her saliva hanging, dripping, as she panted through parted lips. Tears dropped to the tiles close beneath her face. Her nose ran. Her breath came in gasps. Her eyes were open so wide it hurt. She shook all over as if alone in the coldest, darkest winter night. She couldn't make herself stop. People bowed forward deeply, hands pressed to the tiles. She wanted her knife out. Jensen lusted for the voice. Master Rawl, guide us! It was not the voice. It was the people all around, in one voice, chanting the devotion. As they began, they all bowed farther forward until their foreheads touched the tile floor. A soldier moved past close behind, patrolling, watching as she knelt, bent over, hands to the floor, quaking uncontrollably. Inch by halting inch, as she gasped, panted, shook, Jensen's head lowered until her forehead touched the floor. Master Rawl, teach us! That was not what she wanted to hear. She wanted the voice. She raged for it. She wanted her knife. She wanted blood. Master Rawl, protect us! The people all chanted in unison. Jensen, pulling ragged, jerking breaths, consumed with loathing, wanted only the voice and her blade free, but her palms were flat on the tiles. She listened for the voice, but heard only the chant of the devotion. In your light we thrive, in your mercy we are sheltered, in your wisdom we are humbled, we live only to serve, our lives are yours. At first, Jensen only vaguely remembered it from her youth, from when she had lived at the palace. Hearing it now, that memory came flooding back. She had known the words. She had chanted them when she was little. When they fled the palace running from Lord Rawl, she had banished the words of the devotion to the man who was trying to kill her and her mother. Now, hungering for the voice that wanted her to surrender, almost unbeknownst to her, almost as if it were someone else doing it, her trembling lips began moving with the words. Master Rawl, guide us. Master Rawl, teach us. Master Rawl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. The cadence of those murmured words filled the great hall. Many people, but one voice, resounding powerfully off the walls. She listened with all her strength for the voice that had been her companion for nearly as long as she could remember, but it wasn't there. Now Jensen was helplessly carried along with all the others. She clearly heard herself speaking the words. Master Rawl, guide us. Master Rawl, teach us. Master Rawl, protect us. In your light we thrive. In your mercy we are sheltered. In your wisdom we are humbled. We live only to serve. Our lives are yours. Over and over, Jensen softly spoke the words of the devotion along with everyone else. Over and over, without pause but for breath. Over and over, yet without haste. The chant filled her mind. It beckoned to her, spoke to her. It was all that filled her thoughts as she chanted it over and over and over. It filled her so completely that it left no room for anything else. Somehow, it calmed her. Time slipped by, incidental, inconspicuous, unimportant. Somehow the soft chant brought her a sense of peace. It reminded her of how Betty calmed when having her ears smoothed. Jensen's rage was being smoothed. She fought against it, but bit by bit she was pulled into the chant, into its promise, smoothed and gentled. She understood then why it was called a devotion. Despite everything, it drained her, and then filled her with a profound calm, a serene sense of belonging. She no longer fought the words. She allowed herself to whisper them, letting them lift away the shards of pain. For that time, as she knelt, her head to the tiles, with nothing to do but say the words, she was free of anything and everything. As she chanted along with everyone else, the shadow cast on the floor from the mullions of the leaded glass overhead moved past her, leaving her in the glow of the full sun. It felt warm and protective. It felt like her mother's warm embrace. Her body felt light. The soft radiance all around reminded Jensen of how she pictured the good spirits. An instant in time later, the hours of chanting were ended. Jensen uncurled, slowly pushing away from the floor to sit up with the others. Without warning, a sob poured forth. Anything wrong here? There was a soldier towering over her. The woman to the side put an arm around Jensen's shoulders.
Her mother passed away recently, the woman quietly explained.
The soldier shifted his weight, looking ill at ease.
I'm sorry, ma'am. My heartfelt sympathy to you and your family.
Jensen saw in his blue eyes that he meant every word. Stunned, speechless, she watched as he turned, huge and muscular, layered in leather, Lord Ral's killer continuing on his patrol. Empathy in armor. If he knew who she was, he would deliver her into the hands of those who would see to it that she suffered a long and lingering death. Jensen buried her face in the stranger's shoulder and wept for her mother, whose embrace had felt so good. She missed her mother beyond endurance, and now she was terrified for Sebastian. Chapter 18. Jensen thanked the woman who sewed country scenes and gave directions. Only after Jensen had started down the hall did she realize that she didn't even know the woman's name. It didn't really matter. They both had mothers. Both understood and shared the same feelings. Now that the devotion was over, the noise of all the people in the palace rose again to resound off marble walls and columns. Laughter could be heard ringing out across the hall. People had gone back to their own concerns, buying, trading, discussing their wants and needs. Guards patrolled, and palace staff, most in light-colored robes, went about their business, carrying messages, seeing to matters Jensen could only guess at. In one place, workers were at the task of repairing the hinges on a huge oak double door to a side passageway. The cleaning staff was back, too, busy at dusting, mopping, polishing. Jensen's mother had once been one of those women, seeing to the work in the sections of the palace closed off to the public, official rooms where matters of governance were conducted, the sections that housed the officials and palace staff, and, of course, Lord Ral's rooms. After chanting the devotion for hours, Jensen's mind was as clear as if she had had a long and needed rest. In that calm but refreshed and wide-awake state, a solution had come to her. She knew what she had to do. She moved quickly back the way she had come. There was no time to lose. On balconies above, people who lived at the People's Palace gazed down on the hall as they went about their work, watching those who had come to marvel at the great place. Jensen focused on keeping her wits about her as she moved through the throngs. Sebastian had warned her not to run and cause people to wonder if there was something wrong. He had cautioned her to act normal, lest she give people reason to take note. Yet so acute was the danger of being at the palace that he had been captured despite knowing how to act. If she raised suspicion, then soldiers would surely stop her. If the soldiers got a hold of her and found out who she was. Jensen ached to have Sebastian back. Her fear for him urged her down the hall. She had to get him away from the Daharan soldiers before they did something terrible to him. She knew that every minute they had him, he was in mortal danger. If they tortured him, he might not be able to hold out. If he confessed to who he was, they would put him to death. The thought of Sebastian being executed almost made her knees give out. Under torture, people would confess to anything, whether true or not. If they decided to torture him, to make him confess to something, he was doomed. The mental image of Sebastian being tortured made her sick and dizzy. She had to rescue him. But to do that, she had to have the sorceress's help. If Althea would help her, cast Jensen a protective spell, then she could try to get Sebastian back. Althea had to help her. Jensen would convince her. Sebastian's life hung in the balance. She reached the stairs where they had come up. People were still emptying up into the hall, some sweating and huffing with the effort of the climb. Few were going down yet. Standing at the edge, hand on the marble rail, she took a careful look around, making sure she wasn't being followed or observed. Despite her urge to run, she made herself look around casually. Some people looked at her, but no more than they looked at anyone. Patrolling soldiers were a good distance off. Jensen started down. She went as quickly as possible without looking like she was running for her life, for Sebastian's life. But she was. If not for Jensen, he would not be in this trouble. She thought that going down would be easy, but after hundreds of steps, she found that going down was tiring on the legs. Her legs burned with the effort. She told herself that if she couldn't run, she could at least not stop but keep going, and in that way make better time. On the landings, she cut the corners, saving steps. When no one was looking, she took the stairs 2 at a time. When she had to traverse passageways, she tried to screen herself behind clumps of people as she went past watchful guards. People sitting on benches, eating bread and meat pies, drinking ale, talking with friends, casually noted her along with everyone else who passed, just another visitor going by. Lord Ral's half-sister among them. On the steps again, she went quickly, her legs trembling from the non-stop effort. Her muscles burned with the need of a rest, but she gave them none. Instead, she pushed faster when she had the chance. On an empty flight of stairs between two landings screened from sight because they turned from different directions, Jensen raced recklessly down. She slowed again when a couple, arm in arm, their heads close together as they giggled over whispered words, reached the landing below and headed up. The air grew colder as she descended. On one level, with guards thick as flies in a barn in spring, one of the soldiers looked right into her eyes and smiled. Stunned to a stop for an instant, she realized that he was smiling at her as a man smiled at a woman, not as a killer smiled at his victim. She returned the smile, polite, warm, but not so much as to give the impression that she was encouraging him. Jensen pulled her cloak tight and turned down the next flight of stairs. When she glanced over her shoulder as she turned the corner on the landing, he stood above, one hand on the rail, watching her. He smiled again and waved a farewell before turning back to his duties. Unable to contain her fear, Jensen sprinted down the stairs 2 at a time and ran down the hall, past small stands selling food, brooches, and finely decorated daggers, past visitors sitting on stone benches set before the marble balustrade, on toward the next flight of stairs, until she realized that people were staring at her. She stopped running and fell casually into walking, trying to flounce to make it look as if she had just been dashing from youthful vivacity. The tactic worked. She saw the people who had been eyeing her seem to chalk it up as nothing more than a spirited girl dashing along. They turned back to their own business. Since it worked, Jensen intermittently used the same trick and was able to make better time. Breathing hard from the long descent, she finally made it to the cave-like entrance with the hissing torches. Since there were so many soldiers at the portal into the great plateau, she slowed and walked close behind an older couple to make it look as if she might be a daughter with her parents. The couple was engaged in a spirited debate of a friend's chances of making a go of it with his new shop, selling wigs up in the palace. The woman thought it a good business. The man thought his friend would run out of willing sellers of their hair and would end up spending too much of his time looking for more. Jensen could imagine no more foolish conversation when a man had been taken prisoner and was about to be tortured and probably put to death. To Jensen, the Daharan palace was nothing more than a vile death trap. She had to get Sebastian out of there. She would get him out. Neither one of the couple noticed Jensen close behind, head bowed, matching their slow pace. The gaze of guards skimmed over the three of them. At the mouth of the opening, cold wind swept in to take the breath from Jensen's lungs. After being in the lamp-lit darkness for so long, she had to squint at the expanse of bright daylight. As soon as they were in the open-air market, she turned down one of the makeshift streets, hurrying to find Irma, the sausage lady. Stretching her neck, she looked about for the red scarf as she rushed down the rows of stalls. The places that before had seemed so splendid now looked shabby after she had been in the palace. In the whole of her life, Jensen had never seen anything like the People's Palace. She could not imagine how a place of such beauty could hold such ugliness as the House of Ral. A hawker pushed in close. "Charms for the lady! Good luck for sure!" Jensen kept walking. His breath stank. "Special charms with magic! Can't go wrong for a silver penny!" "No, thank you." He walked sideways, right close in front of her, but off to the side a bit. "Just a silver penny, my lady!" She thought she would trip over the man's feet. "No, thank you. Please leave me be now." "A copper penny, then?" "No." Jensen shoved him each time he bumped into her as he pushed in close, yammering about his charms. He kept putting his face in front of hers, looking back up at her as he stooped and shuffled along, grinning at her. "Good charms they are, my lady!" He kept bumping her as she tried to walk, as she craned her neck looking for the red scarf. "Good luck for you!" "No," I said. Almost stumbling over the man, she gave him a stiff shove. "Please leave me be." Jensen sighed in relief as an older man came past going in the opposite direction, and the hawker turned to him. She could hear his voice fade behind, trying to sell the man a magic charm for a silver penny. She thought about the irony that here this man was offering magic, and she turned it down because she was in a hurry to be off to try to get magic from someone else. Past an empty space before a table with wine casks, Jensen halted abruptly. She looked up and saw the three brothers. One was pouring wine into a leather goblet for a customer, while the other two were lifting a full cask from the back of their wagon. Jensen turned and stared at the empty place. That was where Irma had been. Her heart felt as if it came up in her throat. Irma had their horses. Irma had Betty. In a panic, she seized the arm of the man behind the table as the customer departed. "Please, could you tell me where Irma is?" He looked up, squinting in the sunlight.
The sausage lady?
Jensen nodded.
Yes, where is she? She couldn't be gone already. She had her sausages to sell.
The man grinned.
She said that being beside us selling our wine had helped sell her sausages faster than she ever sold them before.
Jensen could only stare.
She's gone?
Too bad, too. Having sausages for sale next to us really helped sell wine. People ate those spicy goat sausages of hers and had to have some of our wine.
Her what?
Jensen whispered. The man's smile flagged.
Her sausages. What's wrong, ma'am? You look as if a spirit from the underworld just tapped you on the shoulder.
What did you say she sells? Goat sausages?
He nodded, looking concerned.
Among others. I tried them all, but I liked the spicy goat sausages best.
He lifted a thumb over his shoulder, indicating his two brothers.
Joe liked her beef sausages best, and Clayton, well, he liked the pork. But I favored her goat sausages.
Jensen was shivering, and it wasn't the cold.
Where is she? I have to find her.
The man scratched his head of disheveled blonde hair.
I'm sorry, but I don't know. She comes here to sell sausages. Most folks around here have seen her before. She's a nice lady, always a smile and a good word.
Jensen felt freezing tears run down her cheeks.
But where is she? Where does she live? I have to find her.
The man grasped Jensen's arm, as if fearing she might fall.
Sorry, ma'am, but I don't know. Why? What's wrong?
She has my animals, my horses, and Betty.
Betty?
My goat. She has them. We paid her to watch them until we got back.
Oh.
He looked gloomy to have no better news for her.
Sorry, her sausages pretty much sold steady till they were gone. It usually takes her all day long to sell what she cooks up, but sometimes it just goes better, I guess. After her sausages were gone, she sat around and talked to us for a long spell. Finally, she let out a sigh and said she had to get home.
Jensen's mind raced. The world felt as if it were spinning around her. She didn't know what to do. She felt dazed, confused. Jensen had never felt so alone.
Please, she said, her voice choked with tears. Please, could I rent one of your horses?
Our horses? Then how would we get our wagon home? Besides, they're draft horses. We don't have any saddle or tack for riding or any...
Please, I have gold.
Jensen groped at her belt.
I can pay.
Feeling around at her waist, she couldn't find her small leather pouch with her gold and silver coins. Jensen threw back her cloak, searching. There on her belt, beside her knife, she found only a small piece of a leather thong, parted cleanly.
My purse. My purse is gone.
She couldn't get her breath.
My money.
The man's face sagged with sorrow as he watched her pull the remnant of the drawstring from her belt.
There are wicked people prowling around, looking to steal.
But I need it.
He fell silent. She looked back behind, searching for the hawker selling charms. It all flashed back through her mind. He had bumped into her, jostled her. He was really cutting her purse. She couldn't even recall what he looked like, just that he was scruffy and ill-kept. She hadn't wanted to look at his face, meet his eyes. She couldn't seem to get her breath as she frantically looked this way and that, trying to find the man who had stolen her money.
No,
she whined, too overcome to know what to say.
No, oh please, no.
She sank down, sitting on the ground beside the table.
I need a horse. Dear spirits, I need a horse.
The man hurriedly poured wine in a cup and squatted down beside her as she sobbed.
Here, drink this.
I have no money,
she managed to get out as she wept. No charge, he said, giving her a sympathetic lopsided smile of straight white teeth.
It'll help. Drink it down.
The other two blonde-headed brothers, Joe and Clayton, stood behind the table, hands in their pockets, heads lowered with regret for the woman their brother was tending to. The man tipped the cup up, trying to get her to drink as she cried. Some spilled down her chin, some went in her mouth, and she had to swallow it.
Why do you need a horse? The man asked.
I have to get to Althea's place.
Althea? The old sorceress?
Jensen nodded as she wiped wine from her chin and tears from her cheeks.
Have you been invited out there?
No,
Jensen admitted,
But I have to go.
Why?
It's a matter of life or death. I need Althea's help or a man could die.
Crouching beside her, still holding the cup he'd used to give her a drink, his eyes turned from looking into hers to take in her ringlets of red hair under her hood. The big man put his hands on his knees and stood, going back to his brothers to let her be, as she tried but failed to halt her desperate tears. Jensen wept with worry for Betty, too. Betty was Jensen's friend and companion, and a connection to her mother. The poor goat probably felt abandoned and unloved. Jensen would give anything just then to see Betty's little upright tail wagging. She told herself that she couldn't just sit there acting like a child. It would accomplish nothing. She had to do something. There could be no help in the shadow of Lord Ral's palace, and she had no money to help her. She couldn't depend on anyone, except Sebastian, and he had no hope of help but from her. Now his life depended on her actions alone. She couldn't sit there feeling sorry for herself. If her mother had taught her anything, she had taught Jensen better than this. She had no idea what to do to rescue Betty, but she at least knew what she had to attempt in order to help Sebastian. That was what was most important, and what she had to do. She was wasting precious time. Jensen stood, angrily wiping the tears from her face, and then put a hand to her brow to shield her eyes from the sun. She had been in the palace a long time, so it was hard to judge, but she figured it to be late afternoon. Taking into account the sun's position in the sky at the time of year, she judged which way was west. If only she had Rusty, she could make better time. If only she had her money, she could rent or buy another horse. No sense yearning for what was gone and couldn't be recovered. She would have to walk. "Thank you for the wine," Jensen said to the blond-headed man standing there fidgeting as he watched her.
Not at all, he said, as he cast his gaze downward.
As she started away, he seemed to gather his courage. He stepped out into the dusty road and grabbed her by the arm.
Hold on there, ma'am. What are you thinking of doing?
"A man's life depends on my getting out to Althea's place. I've no choice. I have to walk."
What man? What's going on that his life would hinge on you seeing Althea?
Jensen, looking up into the man's sky-blue eyes, gently pulled her arm away. Big and blond, with his strong jaw and muscular build, he reminded her of the men who had murdered her mother. "I'm sorry, but I can't say." Jensen held the hood of her cloak tight against a bitter gust of wind as she struck out again. Before she had taken a dozen steps, he took several long strides and gently grasped her under her upper arm again to drag her to a halt.
"Look," he said in a quiet voice when she scowled at him. "Do you even have any supplies?"
Jensen's scowl withered, and she had to fight back the tears of frustration.
"Everything is with our horses. The sausage lady, Irma, has everything. Except my money. The cut purse has that."
"So you have nothing?"
It wasn't a question so much as scorn for so simple-minded a plan. "I have myself, and I know what I must do."
"And you intend to strike out for Althea's in the winter on foot without any supplies?"
"I've lived in the woods my whole life. I can get by." She pulled, but his big hand held her arm securely.
"Maybe so, but the Azrith Plains aren't the woods. There's nothing to help you make a shelter. Not a stick of wood to make a fire. After the sun sets, it'll get as cold as the keeper's heart. You don't have any supplies or anything. What are you going to eat?" This time she more forcefully jerked her arm away and succeeded in freeing it. "I don't have any other choice. You may not understand that, but there are some things that you have to do, even if it means risking your own life, or else life means nothing and isn't worth living." Before he could stop her again, Jensen ran into the river of people moving along the makeshift streets. She pushed her way through the crowds, past people selling food and drink she could not buy. It all served to remind her that she had not eaten since the sausage that morning. The knowledge that Sebastian might not live to have another meal gave urgency to her steps. She turned down the first road going west. With the southern winter sun on the left side of her face, she thought about the sunlight in the palace when she had been at the devotion, and how much it felt like her mother's embrace. Chapter 19. Jensen wove her way among the people below the plateau, making her way down the haphazard streets, imagining she was stepping among trees, moving through the forests where she felt most at home. That was where she wished she were, in a quiet forest, sheltered among the trees, with her mother, the both of them watching Betty nibble on tender shoots. Some of the people pausing at stalls,
or the merchants behind tables, or those strolling along, cast a gaze in Jensen's direction, but she kept her head bowed and continued along at a brisk pace. She was worried sick about Betty. The sausage lady, Irma, sold goat meat. That was no doubt why she wanted to buy Betty in the first place. The poor goat was probably heartsick and terrified at being taken away by a stranger. As sick as Jensen was over Betty, though, and as much as she ached to go find her and have her back, she couldn't put that desire ahead of Sebastian's life. Passing stands selling food only served to remind her of how hungry she was, especially after the effort of climbing all the stairs up to the palace. She hadn't eaten since that morning, and wished she could buy something to eat now, but there was no hope of that. People cooked over open fires made with wood they no doubt had brought with them. Pans sizzled with butter, garlic, and spices. Smoke from roasting meats drifted past. The aromas were intoxicating, and made her hunger nearly unbearable. When her mind wandered to her hunger, Jensen thought about Sebastian. Every moment she delayed could mean another lash of a whip for him, another cut, another twist to a limb, another broken bone, another moment of agony. The thought of it made bile rise in the back of her throat. No wonder he was here to help in the struggle to defeat Dahara. A thought even more terrifying abruptly jolted her. Mord Sith. Wherever Jensen had traveled with her mother throughout Dahara, no one feared anything or anyone more than they feared the Mord Sith. Their ability to inflict pain and suffering was legend. It was said that this side of the Keeper's hand, a Mord Sith existed without peer. What if the Daharans used one of those women to torture Sebastian? Even though he had no magic, that wouldn't matter. With that Aegil of theirs, and who knew what else, the Mord Sith could hurt anyone. They simply had the added ability to capture a person with magic. A person without magic, like Sebastian, would be nothing but a brief blood sport to a Mord Sith. The crowds thinned as she reached the edge of the open-air market. The temporary lane she was on dwindled to nothing as it reached the last stall, occupied by a lanky man selling leather tack and piles of used wagon fittings. There was nothing beyond his heavily loaded wagon full of pieces and parts but desolate open land. An endless file of people moved along the road going south. She could see a haze of dust in the air, marking the more distant sections of the road south, along with others branching off to the southwest and southeast. No road went west. A few people at the fringe of the marketplace glanced her way as she struck out, alone, toward the lowering sun. While some people might have looked her way, none followed into the wasteland that was the Azrith Plains. Jensen was relieved to be alone. Being around people had proven as dangerous as she had always feared. The market scene was quickly left behind as she marched west. Jensen slid her hand in under her cloak, feeling the reassuring presence of her knife. Lying against her body, it was warm to the touch, as if it were a living thing rather than silver and steel. At least the thief had taken her money and not her knife. Given a choice of the two, she would rather have the knife. She had lived her whole life without much money, her and her mother providing for themselves, but a knife was vital to that means of survival. If you lived in a palace, you needed money. If you lived out of doors, you needed a knife, and she had never seen a better knife than this one, despite its provenience. Her fingers idly traced the ornate letter R on the silver handle. Some people needed a knife even if they lived in a palace, she guessed. She turned back to look and was relieved to see that no one followed her. The plateau had shrunk in the distance until all the people below it looked like slow little ants moving about. It was good to be away from the place, but she knew she would have to return after seeing Althea if she was to rescue Sebastian. As she walked backward for a spell to gain a reprieve from the icy wind in her face, her gaze rose along the road, switching back and forth up the steep cliffs to the massive stone wall surrounding the palace itself. Coming in from the south, she hadn't seen the road. At one place along its length, a bridge spanned a particularly treacherous gap in the rock. The bridge was pulled up. As if the cliff itself were not deterrent enough, the high stone walls around the people's palace would defeat any attempt to get inside unless you were allowed in. She hoped it would not be that hard to get in to see Althea. Somewhere in that vast complex, Sebastian was held prisoner. She wondered if he thought himself forever abandoned, as Betty probably did. She whispered a prayer to the good spirits, asking that he not give up hope, and that the good spirits somehow let him know she was going to get him out. When she tired of walking backward, and of seeing the people's palace, she turned around. Then she had to endure the wind buffeting her, sometimes ripping the breath right out of her mouth. Sharp gusts kicked the dry, gritty ground up into her eyes. The land was flat, dry, and featureless, mostly hardpan cut through here and there with a swath of coarse sandy soil. In places, the tawny landscape was stained a darker brown, as if strong tea had been stirred through. There was only occasional vegetation, and that was a low, scruffy plant, now winter brown and brittle. Gathered to the west lay a ragged line of mountains. The one in the center looked like it might have snow on top, but it was hard to tell against the sun. She had no guess at how far it was. Being unfamiliar with such land, she found it difficult to judge distances out on the plain. It could be hours or even days for all she knew. At least she didn't have to trudge through snow, as they often had to do on their way up to the people's palace. Jensen realized that, even in winter, she was going to need water. She guessed that in a swamp there would be water aplenty. She realized, too, that the woman who had given her directions said that it was a long way, but hadn't described what was to her a long way. Maybe to her a long way was what Jensen would consider only a brisk walk of a few hours. Maybe the woman had meant days. Jensen whispered a prayer under her breath that it wouldn't be days, even though she didn't at all relish the idea of going into a swamp. When a sound rose to rattle through the wind, she turned and saw a plume of dust rising in the distance behind her. She squinted, finally recognizing that it was a wagon coming her way. Jensen turned all the way around, scanning the barren country, trying to see if there was any place she could hide. She didn't like the idea of being caught out in the open all alone. It occurred to her that men from back in the open-air market might have watched her leave, and then planned to wait until she was all alone with no one around to come out and attack her. She started running. Since the wagon was coming from the palace, she ran the direction she had been walking, west, toward the dark slash of mountains. As she ran, she sucked frigid gasps of air so cold it hurt her throat. The plain stretched out before her without so much as a crack to hide in. She focused on the dark line of mountains, running for them with all her effort, but even as she ran, she knew they were too far. Before long, Jensen forced herself to stop. She was acting foolish. She couldn't outrun horses. She bent at her waist, hands on her thighs, catching her breath, watching the wagon come for her. If someone was coming out to attack her, then running, using up her strength, was about as senseless a thing as she could do. She turned back to face the sun and kept walking, but at a pace that wouldn't wear her out. If she was going to have to fight, she should at least not be winded. Maybe it was only someone going home, and they would turn in a different direction. She had only spotted them because of the noise of the wagon and the dust it raised. They probably didn't even see her walking. The chilling thought washed through her. Maybe a moored Sith had already tortured a confession out of Sebastian. Maybe one of those merciless women had already broken him. She feared to think what she would do if someone were methodically going about snapping her bones in two. Jensen could not honestly say what she would do under such excruciating torture. Maybe, under unendurable agony, he had given them Jensen's name. He knew all about her. He knew Darken Rahl was her father. He knew Richard Rahl was her half-brother. He knew she wanted to go to the sorceress for help. Maybe they had promised him they would stop if Sebastian gave her up. Could she blame him for a betrayal under such conditions? Maybe the wagon racing toward her was full of big, grim Daharan soldiers come to capture her. Maybe the nightmare was only about to begin in earnest. Maybe this was the day she lived in fear of. As tears of fright stung her eyes, Jensen slipped her hand under her cloak and checked to be sure that her knife was free in its scabbard. She lifted it slightly, then pushed it back down, feeling its reassuring metallic click as it seated in its sheath. The minutes dragged as she walked, waiting for the wagon to catch her. She fought to keep her fear in check and tried to run through in her mind everything her mother had taught her about using a knife. Jensen was alone, but she was not helpless. She knew what to do. She told herself to remember that. If there were too many men, though, nothing would help her. She recalled only too vividly how the men at her house had grabbed her and how helpless she had then been. They had caught her by surprise, but of course it mattered not how, really. They had caught her. That was all that mattered. If not for Sebastian. When she turned again to check, the wagon was bearing down on her. She planted her feet, keeping her cloak lifted open slightly so she could reach in and snatch her knife, surprising her attacker. Surprise could be her valuable ally, too, and the only one she could hope to summon. She saw then a lopsided grin of straight teeth beaming at her. The big blond man drew his wagon close, scattering gravel and raising dust. As he set the brake, the dust drifted away. It was the man from market, the man beside Irma's place, the man who had given her the drink of wine. He was alone. Unsure of his intent, Jensen kept her tone curt and her knife hand at the ready. "What are you doing out here?" He still wore the grin.
"I came out to give you a ride."
"What about your brothers?"
"I left them back at the palace."
Jensen didn't trust him. He had no reason to come give her a ride. "Thank you, but I think you had better go back to your own business." She started walking. He hopped down off the wagon, landing with a thud. She turned to be ready, should he come at her.
"Look, I wouldn't feel right about it," he said.
"About what?"
"I could never forgive myself if I just stood by and let you go out here to your death, which is what it will be with no food, no water, no nothing. I thought about what you said, that there are some things that you have to do, or else life means nothing and isn't worth living. I couldn't live with myself if I knew you were out here going to your death."
His tenacity faltered, and his voice turned more pleading.
"Come on, climb up in the wagon and let me give you a ride."
"What about your brothers? Before I found out I'd lost my money, you wouldn't rent me a horse because you said you had to get back." He hooked a thumb behind his belt, resigned to having to explain himself.
"Well, we've been doing so well at selling wine today that we made a goodly sum. Joe and Clayton were wanting to stay at the palace anyway and have a little fun for a change. It was that Irma selling her spicy sausages right beside us that did it."
He shrugged.
"So, since she helped us do so well, it gives me a chance to come help you. Since she took your horses and supplies, I figure that giving you a ride is the least I can do. Kind of makes it even out a little. It's just a ride. It's not like I'm risking my life or something. Just a bit of help I'm offering someone who I know needs it."
Jensen surely could use help, but she feared to trust this stranger.
"I'm Tom," he said, as if reading her thoughts. "I'd be grateful if you would let me do this to help you."
"What do you mean?"
"Like you said, some things you have to do to make life a little more meaningful."
The briefest of glances took in her ringlets of red hair beneath the cloak's hood, before turning solemn.
"That's the way it would make me feel. Grateful to have done something like that."
She broke the gaze first. "I'm Jensen, but I don't—"
"Come along, then. I have some wine."
"I don't like wine. It only makes me thirsty." He shrugged.
"I have plenty of water. I brought along some meat pies, too. They're still hot, I bet, if you hurry and have some now."
She studied his blue eyes, blue like her bastard father's. Even so, this man's eyes had a simple sincerity about them. His smile wasn't cocky, but modest. "Don't you have a wife to get back to?" This time it was Tom who broke the gaze to look at the ground.
"No, ma'am. I'm not married. I travel around a lot. I don't imagine a woman would much take to that kind of life. Besides, it doesn't afford me much of a chance to come to know anyone well enough to be thinking about marriage. Someday, though, I dearly hope to find a woman who would want to share life with me, a woman who makes me smile, a woman I can live up to."
Jensen was surprised to see that the very question made his face go red. It seemed to her as if his boldness in talking to her and offering her this ride might be more forward than his customary conduct. As affable as he was, he appeared painfully shy. Something about a man that big and strong being intimidated by her, a lone woman in the middle of nowhere, by her question about matters of the heart, put her at ease. "If I'm not harming you, your business at earning a living—"
"No," he put in. "No, you're not. Not at all."
He gestured back toward the plateau.
"We made a good profit today, and we can afford a short rest. My brothers don't mind at all. We travel all over and buy whatever goods we can find at a reasonable price, everything from wine to carpets to spring chickens, and then we haul it back here to sell. It would really be doing my brothers a favor, giving them a break."
Jensen nodded. "I could use the ride, Tom." He turned serious.
"I know. A man's life is at stake."
Tom scrambled up onto the wagon and held down a hand.
"Careful, ma'am."
She took his big hand and put a boot in the iron rung. "I'm Jensen."
"So you said, ma'am."
He gently drew her up to the seat. As soon as she was seated, he pulled a blanket from behind and placed it in a pile in her lap, apparently not wanting to be so presumptuous as to spread it out over her. As she arranged it on her lap, she smiled her appreciation for the warm wool cover. Reaching behind again, He rooted around under a pile of well-worn packing blankets and came up with a small bundle. Tom grinned his lopsided smile as he presented her with the pie wrapped in a white cloth. He was as good as his word. It was still warm. He recovered a water skin, too, and set it on the seat between them.
If you'd prefer, you can ride in the back. I brought plenty of blankets to keep you warm, and they might be more comfortable to sit on than a wooden seat.
I'm fine up here for now, she said. She lifted the pie in gesture. When I get my supplies back and my money, I want to pay you back for everything. You keep a tally, and I'll pay you back for it all. He released the brake and flicked the reins.
If that's your wish, but I don't expect it.
I do, she said, as the wagon lurched ahead. As soon as they were underway, he turned from her westerly course to a more northwest line. She instantly reverted to her suspicion. What are you doing? Where do you think you're going? He looked a little startled at her renewed mistrust.
You said you wanted to go to Althea's, didn't you?
Yes, but I was told to go west until I reached the tallest snow-capped mountain, and then on the other side to turn north and follow cliffs.
Oh, he said, realizing then what she was thinking and why. That's if you wanted to take an extra day.
Why would that woman tell me to go a way that would take more time?
Probably because that's the way everyone goes to Althea's, and she didn't know you were in a hurry.
Why send people that way if it takes more time?
People go that way because they fear the swamp. That way puts you in closest to Althea's at the end, meaning you have to go through the least amount of the swamp. It was probably the only way she knew about.
Jensen had to grab the rail for support as the wagon bounced over a crease in the rocky ground. He was right. The wooden seat was hard sitting, and with a wagon made for hauling heavy loads, it bounced more when empty. But shouldn't I fear the swamp too? She finally asked.
I suppose.
Well, then, why should I go this other way? He looked over again, taking the briefest glance at her hair. It was a behavior she was used to. Most people couldn't help but to look.
You said a man's life was at stake, he said, his timidity gone. It takes a lot less time this way, cutting the corner off the route by going this side of that peak she told you about, and not having to go up that twisting canyon between the cliffs. The problem is you have to go in the swamp from the back, so you'll have more of the swamp to go through to get into Althea's.
And that doesn't take more time? Going through more swamp?
Yes, but even with having to go through more swamp, I'm betting you'll still save a day each way. That's 2 days saved.
Jensen didn't like swamps. More to the point, she didn't like the kinds of things that lived in swamps.
Is it much more dangerous?
You wouldn't strike out alone with no supplies if it wasn't pretty important. A matter of life and death. If you were willing to risk your life to do that, then I figured you'd be looking to save any time you can. If you'd rather, though, I can take you the long way, with less distance through the swamp. Up to you, but if time is important, it's 2 days more by going that way.
No, you're right.
The meat pie on her lap was warm. It felt good to have her fingers around it. He was a thoughtful man for bringing it.
Thank you, Tom, for thinking to save time.
Who is it that's at the other end of life and death?
A friend, she said.
Must be a good friend.
I'd be dead now if not for him.
He was silent as they rolled toward the dark band of mountains in the distance. She brooded about what might lie in the swamp. Worse, she worried about what would happen to Sebastian if she didn't get Althea's help soon enough.
How long? Jensen asked. How long till we get to the swamp?
Depends on how much snow is in the pass and on a few other things. I don't go this way often, so I can't say for sure. If we ride all night, though, I'm reasonably sure we can be to the back reaches of the swamp by morning.
How long to get to Althea's, then? Through the swamp, I mean.
He glanced over uneasily.
Sorry, Jensen, but I don't know for sure. I've never been in Althea's swamp before.
Any guess?
Just knowing the lay of the land, I don't think it should take more than a day to go in and come back, but I'm guessing. And that doesn't count how much time you'll be spending in there with Althea.
His uneasiness returned.
I'll get you into Althea's as quickly as I can.
Jensen had to talk to Althea about the Lord Rahl, both her father and the present Lord Rahl, Richard, her half-brother. It would not be good if Tom were to discover who she was or her purpose. His helpfulness would evaporate at the least. She also thought that a reason for him to stay behind might be in order, lest he get suspicious. She shook her head. I think it would be best if you stayed with the wagon and horses. If you drive all night, then you'll need to get some rest to be ready as soon as I come out. It will save us time. He nodded as he considered her words.
That makes sense. But I could still...
No, I appreciate the ride, the food, and water, and the warm blanket, but I won't let you risk your life in there, too. It would be the most help if you waited with the wagon and were ready to drive back when I come out. She watched the wind in his blonde hair as he thought it over.
All right, if those are your wishes. I'm glad you let me help you with my part of it. Where to after you see Althea?
Back to the palace, she said.
Then with good fortune, I'll have you back at the palace day after tomorrow.
That was 3 days for Sebastian. She didn't know if he had 3 days or 3 hours or even 3 minutes. As long as there was a chance he was still alive, though, she had to go into the swamp. Despite Jensen's misgivings about the job ahead of her, the meat pie tasted wonderful. Hungry as she was, nearly anything would have tasted good. She pulled a big piece of meat out of the pie, and holding it between a finger and thumb, fed it to Tom. After he chewed, he said,
The moon will be up not long after sundown, so by the time I reach the pass through the mountains, I should be able to see well enough to keep going. There's plenty of blankets in back. When night comes, you should probably crawl back there, and if you can, get some sleep for tomorrow. You'll be needing the rest. In the morning, I'll catch a nap while you go in to see Althea. When you come back, I'll drive all night and get you right back to the palace. I hope that way we can save enough time for you to help your friend.
She swayed in the seat along with the big man she had only just met, who was doing all this for a stranger. Thank you, Tom. You're a good man. He grinned.
My mama always said so.
Just as she took another bite, he added,
I hope Lord Rahl thinks so, too. You'll tell him when you see him, won't you?
She didn't know what he could possibly mean and feared to ask him. As her mind raced, she chewed, using her mouthful as an excuse to delay. Saying anything might inadvertently get her into trouble. Sebastian's life was at stake. Jensen decided to smile and play along. She finally swallowed the mouthful. Of course. By the slight but sublime smile that lent a curve to the line of his mouth as he tended the reins and watched out ahead, it had been the right answer. Chapter 20. Light suddenly hurt her eyes. Jensen held a hand up against the brightness and saw that Tom was pulling the blankets back off her. She stretched and yawned, but then, realizing fully why she was in the back of a wagon, where they were, and why they were there, her yawn cut short. She sat up. The wagon was stopped at the edge of a grassy meadow. Jensen put a hand on the side of the wagon, on the coarse plank worn smooth along the top edge, and blinked as she looked about. Behind them, craggy gray rock rose up, holding in its cracks and fissures low, stalwart bushes, gnarled and hunkered low, as if against an enduring wind. Her gaze rose up the weathered rock to where it dissolved into mist. Tangled growth lay at the foot of the walls beyond the edges of the meadow, and beside the narrow chasm that cut through the rock. Tom had somehow jockeyed the wagon between those steep cliffs. The 2 big draft horses, still standing in their harnesses, cropped at the shaggy grass. Ahead, beyond the meadow, the ground descended into the gloom among spreading trees, trailers of vine, and hanging moss. Strange calls, clicks, and whistles came from under the verdant shroud. In the middle of winter, was all she could think to say. Tom lifted the feed bags from the back of the wagon.
Might be a nice place to spend the winter, too.
He gestured with a nod down the hill under the tangle of growth.
Were it not for what people say comes out of there. If it weren't true, I'd bet there would be some fool who by now would have tried to give it a go here. But if they have, they were pulled in there by some nightmare creature and never made it back out.
You mean you really think here are monsters or something in there? He rested his forearms on the wagon's sides as he leaned in right over her.
Jensen, I don't hold with scaring ladies. When I was a boy, some of the other boys enjoyed waving a wriggling snake at the girls just to hear them scream. I never did. I'm not trying to frighten you. But I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I just allowed you to go bounding in there as if it were some lark, and then you ended up never coming out. Maybe it's just talk, I don't know. I've never gone in there. I don't know anyone who has ever gone in there without being invited in. And that's from the other side. People say you can't go in the back and live to tell about it. If anyone would insist on attempting it, it would be you. I know you're here for an important reason, so I don't expect you're going to sit around for days waiting for an invitation.
Jensen swallowed. Her tongue tasted sour. She nodded her thanks, not knowing what to say. Tom swiped back his fall of blonde hair.
I just wanted to tell you the truth of what I know.
He hoisted the feed bags on his way to the horses. Whatever was in there was in there. She had to go in. That was all there was to it. She didn't have any choice. If she wanted to get Sebastian away from his captors, she had to go in. If she ever wanted to be free of Lord Rahl, she had to go in. She reached under her cloak and touched the hilt of her knife. She wasn't some town girl scared of her own shadow, unable to defend herself. She was Jensen Rahl. Jensen pushed the blankets the rest of the way off her and climbed out of the wagon bed, using a rear wheel spoke for a step. Tom was coming back around, carrying a water skin.
Drink? It's water. I kept it hooked over the hames so the horses would keep it from freezing.
The cold had dried her out, and she drank eagerly. She saw Tom wipe sweat from his brow, and realized only then how warm it really was. She supposed no proper self-respecting swamp full of monsters would allow itself to be frozen over. Tom pulled back the folds of cloth of something he held in one hand.
Breakfast?
She smiled at seeing a meat pie. You're a thoughtful man, besides being a good man. He grinned as he handed her the pie, and then turned to undo the trace chains from the horses.
Don't forget, you promised to tell Lord Rahl, he called back to her.
Rather than be pulled into any kind of conversation having to do with her hunter, she diverted him from the subject. You'll be right here, then? When I come back, I mean? You'll be waiting so we can get back? He peered back as he lifted the breeching strap over the horse's rump.
You have my word, Jensen. I won't desert you here.
By his expression, he was swearing an oath. She smiled her appreciation. You should get some rest. You've driven all night.
I'll try.
She took another bite of the meat pie. It was cold, but good, and it was filling. As she chewed, she glanced at the wall of green beyond the meadow, at the darkness within, then appraised the iron-gray sky. Any idea what time of day it is?
Sun's been up an hour at most, he said, as he checked the joints on the leather straps.
He gestured back the way they had come in.
Before we started down into this low place, we were up above this fog and mist. It was sunny up there.
As somber as it was below the dark overcast, such a notion amazed her. It looked like dawn had yet to arrive. It was hard to believe that the sun was shining not far off, but she had seen such heavy blankets of fog before as she looked down from high places. After she was finished eating the meat pie and had brushed the crumbs from her palm, Jensen stood waiting until Tom turned from unbuckling the girth strap from around the deep, powerful chest of one of his horses. Both big, well-kept animals were gray with black manes and tails. They were horses as big as any she had ever seen. They seemed out of scale, until she took in Tom working beside them. He made them seem not quite so imposing, especially as he gave them affectionate strokes. They appeared to welcome his familiar touch. Both horses looked back occasionally at Tom as he removed all their gear, or rolled a dark eye toward Jensen, but both kept much closer watch on the shadows beyond the edge of the meadow. Their ears were at attention, and fixed on the swamp. I'd better get going. There's no time to waste. He offered a single nod. Thank you, Tom. If I don't get another chance to say it, thank you for helping me. Not many people would have done as you did. His shy grin appeared again to show his teeth.
Most anyone would have helped you, but I'm pleased to be the one who was able to.
She was sure he meant something that she didn't quite understand. Whatever it was, she had bigger worries. Her eyes turned toward the echoing calls coming out of the swamp. There was no telling how big the trees were because the tops disappeared up into the mist. As large as they looked, the trunks would have to be enormous. Vines descended out of the mist along with any number of other twisting, climbing plants, enshrouding the limbs of the huge trees, as if trying to wrestle them down into the darkness below. Jensen searched the rim and found a ridge descending from the edge of the meadow, like the spine of some huge beast beneath the ground. It ran down in under the spreading limbs. It wasn't a path exactly, but a place to start. She had lived in the woods her whole life, and could find a trail others would never know existed. There was no trail into this place. Nothing, it appeared, ever went in. She would have to find her own way. Jensen turned back from the edge of the meadow and shared a long look with the big man's blue eyes. He offered a small smile, respect for what she was doing.
May the good spirits be with you and watch over you.
And you, Tom. Get some sleep. When I get back, we'll need to ride hard back to the palace. He bowed.
By your command.
She smiled at his surprising manner, and then turned to the gloom and headed down in. The swamp held heat gathered under its skirts. The humidity was like a presence waiting to push intruders back. With every step it grew darker. The quiet was as thick as the damp air, and the few calls reverberating through the darkness beyond only accentuated the hush and the vast distance that lay below. Jensen followed the spine of the ridge as it twisted this way and that, going ever lower. Branches of trees off to each side drooped with the weight of mosses and vines draped over them. In some places, as she stepped along the exposed rock of the ridge, she had to squat down to duck under the limbs. In other places, she had to push vines aside to make progress. The stink of decay drifted up to her through the dead, still air. Turning, looking back, she saw a tunnel of light back up to the meadow. In the center of the circle of dull light at the end, she could see the silhouette of a big man, standing, hands on hips, watching down at her. As dark as it was, he had no hope of seeing her. She could only see him because he stood against the light. But he stood watching anyway. Jensen couldn't decide what she thought about him. He was difficult to figure out. He seemed a kind-hearted man, but she trusted no one. Except Sebastian. She trusted him. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she saw, looking back, that the way she had come in was the only way to enter, at least anywhere close that she could see. There were steep walls where the rock dropped downward. The meadow had been like a mere shelf in the mountainside's descent into the swamp. Below the meadow, the walls held a wealth of plants that used the rock for support as they climbed upward from the swamp below. The ridge she used for her descent was a mere fold of rock that provided a way for her to climb down. Without it, the walls were too steep. Taking a deep breath for resolve as she gazed about, Jensen started back down, following the ridge of rock as it twisted its way down deeper and deeper in among the trees. In places there were frightening drops to each side of where she walked. In one place, there was only darkness to each side below, as if she were on a thread of stone spanning a rupture in the world. After peering down into the depths and imagining the keeper of the underworld below awaiting the unwary, she trod more carefully. She soon came to realize that many of the trees she had seen up higher had only been a canopy of towering ancient oaks rising up from ledges in the rock. She realized that she had mistaken some of their upper limbs for trunks. Jensen had never seen trees so big. Her fear was almost replaced by awe. She gaped at the layer upon layer of massive limbs as she climbed down past them. In the distance, she saw nests, large clumps of twigs and stalks draped with downy moss and lichen perched in the crotch of limbs. If the nests were occupied, she didn't see what sort of bird could have built such imposing havens, but she guessed they had to be raptors. As she stooped, while clambering over rock to squeeze herself under a tightly woven net of limbs drooping down close over the spine of the ridge, the vista opened onto a vast land hidden under the thick leafy layers of the upper canopy. It was like a whole new world hidden away, unvisited by anyone before. Shafts of muted light hardly dared penetrate down this far. Here and there, vines hung down out of the dark growth above. Birds drifted silently through the cavernous gloom. An animal she had never heard before called from the distance. A faraway answer returned from another direction. As primitive and foreboding as the place seemed, she also thought it was darkly beautiful. It put her in mind of being in a garden of the underworld, where plants basked in eternal gloom. The underworld might be the keeper's cold domain, but the Creator's everlasting light nourished and warmed good souls. In a way, the swamp reminded her of so much about Dahara, dark, threatening, and dangerous, but at the same time achingly beautiful. In the same way, her knife embodied the ugliness of the House of Rahl, yet it was undeniably exquisite. Trees clung to the rocky slope around her with claw-like roots, as if fearing to be dragged down to what might lurk in the lower reaches. Some of the ancient pines, long dead, lay partly fallen, caught by their brethren before they could topple to the ground. The nearby trees embraced them, as if trying to help them up. Dead gray wood was visible in places under the covering of growth climbing up the tilted trunks. Many, though, had collapsed to the ground. One old tree lay across her way, as if it had melted there, conforming to every contour, every rise and fall of the ridge. The disintegrating wood was spongy underfoot and teeming with insects. Up in the branches an owl watched as she scrambled ever downward.
Ants marched along the ground carrying bits of treasure from the damp forest. Roaches, big, hard, and glossy brown, skittered across the leaf litter. Things off in the dense undergrowth disturbed branches as they moved away from her. Jensen had spent a lifetime in forests, and had seen everything from huge bears to newborn fawns, birds to bugs, bats to newts. There were things that worried her, like snakes and bears with cubs, but she knew the animals well. For the most part, they feared people and usually wanted only to be left alone, so they generally didn't frighten her. But she didn't know what animals might be lurking in this dark and damp place, what poison things with fangs. She didn't know what conjured beasts might prowl the nether reaches of this sorceress's lair, beasts that feared nothing. She saw spiders, fat, dark, and hairy, their legs slowly raking the dank air, descending smoothly on threads anchored somewhere above. They vanished into the ferns, growing in sprawling mats across the ground. As warm and humid as it was, Jensen kept her cloak closed around her and the hood covering her head to better protect herself from the likes of spiders. The bite of a spider could be as deadly as any animal. Dead was dead no matter the cause. The keeper of the dead gave no special dispensation because the deadly poison came from something small and seemingly insignificant. The keeper of the dead embraced with eternal darkness those come into his domain for whatever reason. No grace was granted for how you came to be dead. As at home as Jensen felt in the out-of-doors, and as hauntingly beautiful as the swamp was, the place still kept her eyes wide and her pulse racing. Every vine or green wisp she touched seemed threatening, and more than once made her jump. The whole place felt as though death skulked nearby. And then, before her, the spine of rock, her only path down, ended in a still, flat, rank, moldering, mossy place, crisscrossed with a tangle of roots. It looked like the trees feared the murky wet and tried to keep their roots up out of it. To the sides, the ground was grown over with every sort of spreading vegetation. She spotted the distinctive shape of a leg bone sticking up from the muddy expanse to the side. The bone was covered with fuzzy green mold, but the general shape remained recognizable. What sort of animal it could be from, she didn't know. At least, she hoped it was an animal bone. She was surprised to come upon muddy spots that actually looked as if the mud were boiling. Gooey bubbles of dark brown mud bubbled as if at a slow boil, throwing gobs of the thick mud and releasing steam. Nothing grew in the sunken areas of bubbling mud. In some places, the mud had hardened into collections of short cones from which rose yellowish vapor. As Jensen carefully picked a path among the tangle of roots, between steaming vents and boiling mud, wending her way deeper into the shadows at the bottom, she saw that the muddy stretches began to be replaced by standing water. At first it was pools and puddles that boiled and hissed and released plumes of acrid vapor. As she left the hot springs behind, the water grew in size to ponds, surrounded by tall reeds reaching up toward clouds of tiny bugs flitting together in balls. Stagnant water finally took over in earnest, a forest floor that was dark and liquid. Dead trunks stood in the black water, sentinels watching over a land reeking of rot. The whoops and calls of animals carried across the water from places darker still. Duckweed grew in some areas near the edges, under leafy banks, welcoming the unwary with the look of green ground to tread more easily across. Jensen noticed eyes poked up through the duckweed, watching her pass nearby. The mossy ground became spongy until it too gradually lowered beneath the motionless water. At first she could see the bottom, just inches below the glassy surface, but it went deeper until she could see only darkness below. Through that darkness, she saw shapes, darker yet, glide by. Jensen stepped from root to root, trying to keep her balance without having to put her hands to the often slimy trunks of trees for support. By staying on the protruding curves of roots, she didn't have to step down into water. She feared the water might hide a hole that could swallow her. With each step, as the root standing above the surface of the water grew farther and farther apart, the knot in the pit of her stomach drew tighter. She hesitated, fearing she was going too far, that she would reach a place where she couldn't turn around. She couldn't really question her judgment that this was the best way in, because there had been no opportunity to make a choice. This had been the only way. She leaned down, squinting into the gloom, peering ahead past trailers of moss and leafy vines. Through the mist and shadows and undergrowth,
She thought that not far ahead, the ground rose up again, offering a drier path. Taking a deep breath of the sultry air, Jensen extended her leg to step across to the next fat root, but she couldn't reach it. She squatted slightly and stretched harder, trying to span the patch of still water, but it was just too far. She straightened to reconsider. She was going to have to jump to the distant, thick bulge of root. It was more of a hop, really, than a jump. She just didn't like what would be under her if she slipped and fell. She also didn't want to have to balance on the lone root out in the expanse of water. If she jumped with enough speed and hit the root just right, she could spring off it to the far bank. She put her fingertips against the smooth but sticky trunk of tree for support. At least it wasn't slimy, which could make her hand slip at the worst possible moment. She studied the distance. As much of a reach as it was the closest place that offered a firm, dry step. With enough momentum, she could hop to the next root beyond on drier ground. Jensen took a deep breath, and then with a grunt of effort shoved away from the tree, bounding out over the span of open water. Just as she landed on the curve of tree root, the root moved underfoot. Her weight was committed. She couldn't reverse direction. The root, thicker than her ankle, suddenly writhed beneath her and disappeared. In an instant, a thick coil twisted back around, grasping her calf as another length of cold scales whipped up to seize her around her knee. It was all so fast that part of her was still going for the root that had grabbed her, as another part of her was trying to recoil. Caught between where she'd left and where she was going, she had nothing to help her stay upright. Instinctively, Jensen grabbed for her knife, but as she did, the thing twisted violently, flinging her down face first. She threw her arms out to break her fall. Water frothed under her. She just caught the distant roots at the water's edge, real roots, wet but rough and woody under her clutching fingers. But even as she broke her fall, by desperately seizing the roots barely at the limit of her reach, she was welcomed into the embrace of an enormous snake surfacing from beneath her through the churning water. Chapter 21. Jensen strained with all her might, using the roots to try to pull herself free. She cried out as living coils wrenched her around, breaking her grip on the roots and flipped her onto her back. She frantically reached behind. Splashing, groping, trying to snatch for another handhold. She reached, then stretched again, catching hold of thick roots with first one hand and then the other, just in time to prevent herself from being dragged under the water. The head came out of the depths to slink up across her stomach as if to inspect its stubborn prey. It was the biggest snake Jensen had ever seen. The body, covered in iridescent green scales, shimmered in the weak light as muscles along the powerful trunk flexed. The light intermittently played gleaming stripes along the length of it. Black bands sweeping back across the fierce yellow eyes made it look as if it were wearing a mask. Red tongue flicking, the dark head glided up between her breasts, coming for her face. Crying out, she shoved the head aside. In response, the muscular body twisted and contracted, grappled with her, drawing her out into the deeper water. Jensen's fingertips held fast to the roots. With all her might, she tried to pull herself out of the water, but the snake was too heavy and too strong. She tried to kick her legs, but the snake had them both now. The coils compressed, tugged, and dragged her in deeper. Coughing up water, Jensen fought panic that clawed at her just as fiercely, just as tenaciously, as if it too were a thing alive. She needed her knife. But to get the knife, she would have to let go of the roots. But if she let go, the beast would pull her down under the black water and drown her. One hand, she told herself. That was all she needed. One hand. She could get her knife if she let go with one hand. But as the unrelenting snake undulated, steadily working itself up her body, gripping her now around the middle, her panic locked her fingers all the tighter to the root. As the broad, flat head of the snake emerged from the water and once again began slinking up along her body, Jensen gripped the root as tight as she could in her left hand. With desperate resolve, she let her right hand go and thrust it under her cloak. Wet cloth bunched as she pushed. She couldn't get under it. The snake's jaw pressed against her chest, as if to let her know that next it was going to compress her lungs so she couldn't breathe. She sucked in her stomach and pushed with her fingers, trying to get them in under the snake, but the heavy body squeezed with paralyzing power against the length of her torso, preventing her from getting her hand in under her cloak to get her knife. As she struggled madly to get the weapon, wriggling, worming her fingers, the snake suddenly lurched,
lifting heavy coils higher, pinning her arm to her body. With her one hand, she still tightly gripped the root behind. The weight of the thing, though, felt as if it would pull her arm from the socket if she didn't let go. She was absolutely certain that letting go would be the worst thing she could do. But the weight was too much. The snake was pulling her so hard that she feared the skin was going to strip from her fingertips. Despite her best effort, she felt her fingers slipping from the root. As tears of pain stung her eyes, she had no choice. She let go of the root. She plunged into the dark depths of deeper water. Her feet at last contacted the bottom. She used her momentum to go where she was pulled, letting her legs bend, and then with strength powered by terror, she pushed off the submerged roots. As her body flicked around, she seized the roots on the far side. The snake rolled with her, turning her on her back. She cried out as her shoulder twisted. But in all the movement, the splashing, the rolling, the choking on water, there was a brief opening in the snake's grip on her. She didn't waste it. She seized the silver handle. As the broad head with the thin red tongue flicking was again coming toward her face, she brought her knife up, wedging the tip of the blade up under the snake's jaw. The snake paused, seeming to recognize the threat that the razor-sharp point represented. Both were still, staring at each other. She felt giddy relief to at last have her knife in hand, even if it was a deadlock. Page 194. She was on her back, lying in water with the heavy snake wrapped around her. She wouldn't be able to balance or use her weight to help her. Her arm was weak from the struggle and ached from being twisted. She was exhausted. With all that working against her, it would be no easy matter to dispatch an animal so big and powerful. Even if they were on dry land, such a task would be difficult. The yellow eyes watched her. She wondered if it was a venomous snake. She hadn't yet seen its fangs. If it went for her face, she wondered if she could be quick enough to stop it. "I'm sorry I stepped on you," she said. She didn't actually believe the snake could understand her. She was, in a way, talking to herself, reasoning out loud. "We've both scared each other." The snake remained stone still as it watched her. The tongue remained inside the mouth. Its head, lifted several inches by the tip of the knife, could probably feel the sharp point. Maybe it conceived the threat of the blade as a fang. Jensen didn't know. She just knew that it would be better not to have to battle such a creature. She was in the water, the snake's domain, and out of hers. Knife or no knife, the outcome was not certain. Even if she killed it, the weight of the creature, its coils locked around her in a death grip, could still drag her under and drown her. Better to part without a battle if possible. "Go now," she whispered with deadly seriousness, "or I will have to try to kill you." She lifted the point of the knife to make herself understood in a language she was more confident the snake might possibly understand. Her legs began to throb as she felt the constriction ease. Inch by inch, the head drew back. Scaled coils loosened and slipped away from her body and legs, leaving her to feel suddenly buoyant. Jensen followed the head as it backed away, keeping the point of her knife under the thing's jaws, prepared at the slightest sign of threat to thrust with all her strength. Finally, it slipped back into the water. As soon as she was free of the weight, she scrambled up onto solid ground. She rested on her hands and knees, knife gripped in her fist, gasping for air, getting her breath, letting her frayed nerves settle. She had no idea what the snake thought or why, or if the same thing might work in another time and place, but this day it had, and she whispered a prayer of thanks to the good spirits. If indeed they had anything to do with her deliverance from death's scaly grip, she didn't want to fail to express her gratitude. With the back of her trembling hand, Jensen wiped tears of fright from her cheeks before rising up on shaky legs. She turned and looked out at the still black water lying beneath the overhanging leaves and mosses. In retrospect, she recalled her feet touching submerged roots. Looking back at the expanse of water she had crossed, she could see that perhaps the water had risen a few feet to cover the ground there. Maybe the land had sunk. Either way, if she had just carefully walked through the shallow area rather than tried to jump to the root-turned snake, it might have proven less troublesome. On the way back, she planned to cut herself a walking stick to help her wade through the low place to feel ahead, and she would take care not to step on a snake. Still catching her breath, Jensen turned back to the dark way ahead. She had yet to get to the sorceress's place, and she was wasting time standing around feeling sorry for herself. Sebastian needed her help, not for her to feel sorry for herself.
She struck out once more, soaked to the skin. Fortunately, though it was winter, it was warm in the swamp. At least she wouldn't freeze. She remembered being wet when she and Sebastian fled her house after the quad murdered her mother. The ground was mere inches above the expanses of stagnant water, but with the profusion of roots woven through it firm enough to hold her weight. Where the water came over the ground, it was only for short expanses and shallow. Even though the water was only inches deep, Jensen stepped carefully, watching that the roots just below the surface were not lurking snakes. She knew that water snakes were some of the most dangerous. A poison snake, even if it was only a foot long, could kill a person. Like a spider, the size was immaterial if its venom was deadly. She came to another area where steam rose from fissures in the ground. Colored deposits, mostly yellow, crusted around the openings where the vapor rose. The smell gagged her, and she had to seek a way around that would allow her to breathe. The brush was thorny and thick. With her knife, she was able to cut several of the heavier branches and make it through to a shelf of rock against a rock wall. Following the narrow ledge, she skirted a dark pool of water. The surface moved with slow ripples as something beneath followed her movement. She kept her knife to hand, trying to watch her footing and keep an eye out for anything that might lunge at her out of the water. When she grabbed for a handhold and loose rock came away, almost making her lose her footing, she threw the rock in the water at the thing she couldn't see. It continued to follow her until she reached the far end, where she was able to climb up onto higher ground that took her into dense growth of tall shoots with broad leaves. It reminded her of moving through a field of corn stalks. Off through the stalks, she could see slow movement. She didn't know what it could be, but by the size of it, she didn't want to find out, and picked up the pace. Before long, she was running through the thick growth, dodging stems and ducking under branches. The trees grew in close again, and she was soon back to treading among the tangle of roots. They seemed endless, and progress was agonizingly slow. The day was wearing on. When she came to open areas, or at least open enough, she trotted to save time. She had been in the swamp for hours. It had to be close to the middle of the day. Tom had told her that he thought it might be a day of travel in and back out of the swamp. But she had been at it so long that she began to worry that she might have missed the sorceress's house. After all, there was no telling how wide the swamp was. She could easily have passed it by and never have seen it. She began to worry that that was exactly what had happened. What if she couldn't find the house? What would she do then? She didn't relish the idea of spending the night in the swamp. There was no telling what manner of creature would come out at night. She didn't think there was any chance of making a fire. The thought of being in this place in the dark with no hope of even the light of the moon or stars gripped her with fear. When she emerged at last on the shore of a broad lake, Jensen paused to catch her breath. Trees, fat at the bottom where they emerged from the water, stood like a series of poles supporting a low roof of green. The light was slightly brighter over the lake. To the right side was a wall of rock that provided not so much as a handhold, much less a way to traverse it. It dropped straight down into the water, suggesting how deep that end might be. Scanning the shore to the left, she was startled to see footprints. Jensen ran over and went to one knee to inspect the depressions in the soft ground. By the size of them, they looked to be made by a man, but were not fresh. She followed the prints along the shore and in a few places found fish scales from a catch that had been cleaned on the spot. The growth beyond was thick and tangled, but the grass and dry ground at the edge of the lake provided a good path, and the footprints, hope. At the far side of the still lake, she followed the footprints along a well-worn path, through a dense stand of willow and up onto higher ground. When she peered through an open place in the vegetation, she spotted, off through the trees, beyond the tangled growth of brush and the veil of vines, up on a rise ahead, a distant house. Wood smoke curled from a chimney to blend into the gray fog overhead, almost as if the smoke itself was creating the ashen overcast. In the gray gloom of the dark swamp, the light coming from a window at the side of the house shone like a golden jewel, a beacon to welcome the lost, the desperate, the forsaken and defenseless. The sight of her journey's end after so much terror and loss brought tears of relief. The tears might have been joy were it not for her dire need. Jensen hurried along the path, among the willow and oak, up through the tangled undergrowth past curtains of vines, and soon reached the house. It was set on a foundation of stone, painstakingly fit without mortar. The walls were made of cedar logs.
The roof overhung a narrow porch running around the side, with steps down the back to the path to the nearby lake from where she had come. Taking the steps two at a time, up to the narrow porch and following it around the house, brought her to a door flanked by pillars of stout logs supporting a simple but welcoming portico. From the door, down wide steps, was a broad and well-maintained path out through the swamp in front. That was the way people came when they were invited to visit the sorceress. After the way she had come in, it looked like a road. Wasting no time, Jensen knocked. Impatient, she rapped her knuckles again. Her knocking was interrupted when the door swung inward. An older man stood staring out at her in surprise. Gray hair was taking over from the dark brown and looked to have receded some, but it was still thick. He was neither lean nor stout, and average height. His clothes were not the clothes of a trapper or a man of the swamp, but those of a craftsman. His brown trousers, clean and well-kept, were not coarse, but a more expensively tightly woven fabric. Flecks of gold sparkled from his green shirt. He was the gilder, Friedrich. His discerning face scrutinized her more carefully, taking in the red hair under her hood.
"What are you doing here?"
he asked. His deep voice fit well with the rest of him, but it was none too friendly. "I came to see Althea, if I may." His eyes turned to the path, then back to her.
"How did you get here?"
By his suspicious expression after checking, she reasoned that he had some way of knowing if someone had been up the path. Jensen knew of such telltales. She and her mother used them all the time to be sure that no one had sneaked up on them. Jensen gestured off around the house. "I came in the other way, in the back, from beyond the lake."
"No one can go beyond the lake, not even me."
His brow of wiry black and gray hairs drew down without so much as considering her words or questioning her further.
"You're lying."
Jensen was stunned. "I'm not. I came the back way. It's urgent that I see your wife, Althea."
"You have not been invited to come here. You must leave. You will not wander off the trail this time if you know what's good for you. Now go away."
"But it's a matter of life and death. I must—" The door slammed shut in her face. Chapter 22. Jensen stood unmoving with the suddenly closed door inches from her face. She didn't know what to do. At that moment she was too stunned for any other emotion to yet flood in. From inside she heard a woman's voice. "Who is it, Friedrich?"
"You know who it was."
Friedrich's voice was nothing like it had been when he had spoken to Jensen. It was now tender, respectful, familiar. "Well, let her in."
"But, Althea, you can't—"
"Let her in, Friedrich." Her voice was scolding without being at all harsh. Jensen felt relief wash through her. The knot of arguments burgeoning inside her as she prepared to knock again melted away. The door opened, more slowly this time. Friedrich gazed out at her, not as a man defeated or reprimanded, but as a man come to face fate with dignity.
"Please come in, Jensen," he said in a quieter, more kind-hearted voice.
"Thank you," Jensen said, in a small voice of her own, somewhat astonished and slightly troubled that he knew her name. She took in everything as she followed him into the home. Despite how warm it was in the swamp, the small fire crackling in the stone fireplace gave the air a sweet smell along with a welcome dry feel. That was the sense of it, more than heat, dryness. The furnishings were simple but well made and embellished with carved designs. The main room had only 2 small windows on opposite side walls. There were rooms to the back, and in one of them a workbench lined with orderly tools sat before another small window. Jensen didn't remember the house, if indeed this was the same place. Her memory of coming to Althea's home was more of an impression of friendly faces than an actual memory of a place. The walls, decorated with things for her eyes to feast upon, seemed familiar. As a child, she would have noticed such visual treats. There were carvings of birds, fish, and animals everywhere, either hanging by themselves or grouped on small shelves. That would be the most captivating to a small child. Some of the carvings were painted, some left plain, but the feathers, scales, and fur had been carved with such fine texture that they looked like animals magically turned to wood. Other carvings were more stylized and beautifully gilded. A mirror on one wall, down low, was framed with a starburst, each ray alternately gilded gold and silver. Toward the fireplace, a large red and gold pillow sat on the floor.
Jensen's eye was drawn to a square board with a gilded grace upon it sitting on the floor before the pillow. It was just like the grace she often drew, but this one, she knew, was real. Small stones rested in a pile to the side. In a beautifully made chair, with a high back and carved arms, sat a slight woman with big dark eyes made all the more striking by golden hair flecked through with gray. The fall of hair surrounded her face and swept down to lie upon her shoulders. Her wrists rested over the arms of the chair, while her long, slender fingers gracefully traced the curve of the spiral carved in the end. "I am Althea." Her voice was gentle, but carried a clear ring of authority. She didn't get up. Jensen curtsied. "Mistress, please forgive my bursting in uninvited and unexpected like this." "Perhaps uninvited, but not unexpected, Jensen." "You know my name?" Jensen realized too late how foolish the question sounded. The woman was a sorceress. There was no telling what her powers could discern. Althea smiled, and a pleasant look it was on her. "I remember you. One does not forget meeting one like you." Jensen wasn't sure what that meant, but said, "Thank you, anyway." The smile on Althea's face widened, crinkling her eyes. "My, but you look just like your mother. Were it not for the red hair, I would think I had flown back in time to when I saw her last, when she was just the age you are now." She held a hand out level before her. "And you were only this big." Jensen felt her face going as red as her hair. Her mother had been beautiful, not just wise and loving. Jensen didn't believe she could compare to such an attractive woman, or ever live up to the kind of example her mother set. "And how is she?" Jensen swallowed. My mother is gone." In anguish, Jensen's gaze sank to the floor. "She was murdered."
"I'm so sorry," said Friedrich, standing behind her. He put a hand to her shoulder in sympathy. "I truly am. I knew her some from the palace. She was a good woman."
"How did it happen?" Althea asked.
"They finally caught up with us."
"Caught up with you?" Althea's brow twitched. "Who?"
"Why, the Daharan soldiers. Lord Ral's men."
Jensen drew her cloak back, showing them both the handle of the knife. "This came from one of them." Althea's gaze took in the knife, then returned to Jensen's face. "I'm so sorry, dear." Jensen nodded. "But I have to warn you. I went to see your sister, Lathea." "Did you see her before she died?" Jensen stared in surprise. "Yes, I did." Althea shook her head with a sad smile. "Poor Lathea. How was she? I mean, did she have a good life?" "I don't know. She had a nice house, but I only saw her briefly. I got the impression she lived alone. I went to her because I needed help. I recalled my mother mentioning the name of a sorceress who had helped us, but I guess I got the names wrong. I ended up at your sister's. She didn't even want to talk to me. She said she could do nothing, that it had been you who had helped me before. That's why I had to come here."
"How did you get in?" Friedrich asked, as he gestured to the path out front. "You must have wandered off the path."
"Not that way. I came from the back way." Now even Althea frowned. "There is no back way." "Well, there was no path as such, but I made my way through." "No one can come in from that side," Althea insisted. "There are things back there that ward that side." "I know. I had a run-in with a huge snake."
"You saw the snake?" Friedrich asked.
Jensen nodded. "I stepped on it accidentally. I thought it was a root. We had a time of it, and I had a swim." They were both peering at her in a way that made Jensen nervous. Yes, Althea said, sounding unconcerned about the snake, waving a hand as if to brush away such petty news. "But surely you had to see the other things." Jensen looked from Friedrich's wide eyes to Althea's frown. "I never saw anything but the snake." "The snake is just a snake," Althea said, dismissing the fearsome beast with another impatient wave of her hand. "There are dangerous things back there. Things that would let no one through. No one. How in the name of creation were you able to get past them?" "What sort of things?" "Things of magic," Althea said in a grim tone. "I'm sorry, but all I can tell you is that I got through, and I never saw anything but the snake." She frowned toward the ceiling as she thought again. "Although I did see things in the water. Dark things under the water." "Fish," Friedrich scoffed. "And in the bushes. I saw things in the bushes. Well, I didn't see them exactly, but I saw the bushes move, and I know something was in there. They remained hidden, though.
These things, Althea said, do not hide in bushes. They fear nothing. They hide from nothing. They would have come out and torn you apart.
I don't know why they didn't, Jensen said. Her gaze darted out through the window at the side of the stagnant expanses of murky water beneath a shadowy tangle of vines, feeling a pang of worry about her return journey. With Sebastian's life at stake, she felt frustration at the sorceress's pointless talk about what was in the swamp. After all, she had made it through, so it wasn't as impossible as the two of them wished her to believe. Why do you live out here anyway? I mean, if you're so wise and all, then why do you live out here in a swamp with snakes? Althea lifted an eyebrow.
I prefer my snakes without arms and legs.
Jensen took a breath and started again. Althea, I came because I'm in desperate need of your help. Althea shook her head as if she didn't want to hear it.
I can't help you.
Jensen was stunned to have her request dismissed so out of hand. But you must.
Really?
Please, you helped me before. I need that help again. Lord Rahl is getting closer all the time. I've only just escaped with my life on more than one occasion. I'm at my wit's end and don't know what else to do. I don't even really know why my father wanted to kill me in the first place.
Because you are an ungifted offspring.
There. You've just spoken the very reason why it makes no sense. I'm ungifted. So what possible threat could I represent? If he was a powerful wizard, what harm could I cause him? What threat could I possibly represent? Why did he want so badly to kill me?
The Lord Rahl destroys any offspring he discovers who are not gifted.
But why? That he does it is the result, not a reason. There must be a reason. If I at least knew that much of it, I might be able to figure out how to do something about it. She shook her head again.
I don't know. It isn't like the Lord Rahl came to discuss his business with me.
After I saw your sister and she wouldn't help me, I went back to ask her about that very thing, but she had been murdered by the same men who are after me. They must have feared she could tell me something, so they murdered her. Jensen smoothed her hair back over her head. I'm sorry about your sister, I really am. But don't you see? You're in danger, too, for what you know about it.
I can't imagine why they would harm her.
Frowning, Althea stared off as she considered.
What you're saying that she might know something makes no sense. She was never involved in any of it. Lathea knew less than I. She wouldn't have known anything of why Dark and Rahl would have wanted to rid the world of you. She could have told you nothing.
Well, even if he thought those of us born without the gift were inferior and just plain worthless, if he wanted to exterminate the runts of the litter, so to speak, why would his son, my half-brother, want just as badly to kill me? I couldn't harm my father, and I can't harm his son, yet Richard, too, sends squads to hunt me. Althea still didn't look convinced.
Are you sure they are Lord Rahl's men doing this? I just don't see in the stones.
They came into my house. They killed my mother. I saw them. I fought them. They were Daharan soldiers. She drew the knife from its sheath at her belt and held the handle up for the woman to see. One was wearing this. Althea's gaze took it in with care, the way one would look upon anything deadly, but she said nothing. Why would Lord Rahl kill my mother? Why does the house of Rahl want me dead?
I don't know the answer.
Althea lifted her hands and let them fall back to her lap.
I'm sorry, but that's the truth.
Jensen went to her knees before the woman. Althea, please. Even if you don't know why, I still need your help. Your sister wouldn't help. She said only you could. She said that only you can see the holes in the world. I don't know what that means, but I know it has something to do with all this, with magic. Please, I need help. The sorceress appeared puzzled.
And what is it you wish me to do?
Hide me, like you did when I was little. Cast a spell over me so that they won't know who I am or where to find me, so they can't follow me. I just want to be left alone. I need the spell that will hide me from Lord Rahl. But it's not just for me. I need it to help a friend, too. I need the spell to hide my true identity so that I can go back into the people's palace and get him out.
Get him out? What do you mean? Who is this friend?
His name is Sebastian. He helped me when the men attacked and murdered my mother. He saved my life. He brought me here to see you. Your sister said we should ask at the palace where we could find you.
He traveled all that way with me, helped me get here, so I could come to see you and get the help I need. We went to the palace to find Friedrich so I could know where you lived, and while we were there, the guards took Sebastian prisoner. Don't you see? He helped me, and because of that, they have him. They will surely torture him. He was helping me. It's my fault he's in this trouble. Please, Althea, I need your help to get him out. I need a spell to hide me, so I can go back in and rescue him. Incredulous, Althea stared. Why do you think a spell could accomplish this? I don't know. I don't know anything about how magic works. I just know that I need its help, that I need a spell to hide my true identity. The woman shook her head, as if she were dealing with a complete lunatic. Jensen, what you are envisioning is not how magic works. Do you think I can cast a web, and you will then be able to walk into the palace, and guards will somehow fall under this spell and start unlocking doors for you? Well, I don't know. Of course you don't. That is why I'm telling you that it doesn't work that way. Magic is not a key that opens doors for you. Magic is not something that, poof, spontaneously solves problems. Magic would only compound the problems. If you have a bear in your tent, you don't invite another in. 2 bears will not be better than the one. But Sebastian needs my help. I need the help of magic in order to get him that help. Were you to go in there, as you think, and use some kind of... She waved a hand around, as if trying to think of a word to describe it. I don't know, magic dust, or something, to open prison doors to get your friend out. What do you suppose would happen? That you two could then go off happily, and that would be the end of it? Well, I don't know exactly. Althea leaned forward on an elbow. Don't you suppose that the people who run the palace would want to know how this happened, so they could prevent it from happening again? Don't you suppose that some perfectly innocent people whose job it is to guard doors there would be in a great deal of trouble for allowing a prisoner to escape, and that they might suffer because of it? Don't you suppose that the palace officials would want their escaped prisoner back? Don't you suppose, since such measures were used to get him out, that whatever threat they feared this friend of yours might represent, after such an escape they would think that he must be even more dangerous than they originally believed? Don't you suppose that some perfectly innocent people might be hurt during the extreme measures taken to apprehend such an escaped prisoner? Don't you suppose they would send out an army and the gifted to comb the countryside before he could get far? Don't you even suppose, the sorceress finally said in the gravest of tones, that a wizard as powerful as the Lord Rahl of all of Tahara might have some decidedly nasty and painfully protracted fatal surprise in store for anyone daring to use a pitiful old sorceress's spell against him, and within his very own palace walls on top of it? Jensen stared at the dark eyes fixed on her. I never thought of all that. You are telling me something I already know. But how can I get Sebastian back? How can I help him? I would suppose you must figure a way to get him out, if he can be gotten out in the first place. But it must be done in a way that takes all that I have said and more into account. Breaking a hole in the wall for him to step through to freedom would bring out the hounds, now wouldn't it? It would bring you trouble much like magic would. You must instead think of a way that convinces them to turn him out on their own. Then they won't be chasing you to have him back. That all made sense to her. How can I accomplish such a thing? The sorceress shrugged. If it can be done, I would wager that you can do it. After all, you have so far lived to grow into a fine young woman, escaped quads, found me, and got yourself in here, now didn't you? You've accomplished much. You must only set your mind to it. But you don't start out by picking up a stick and whacking a hornet's nest. But I can't see how I can do it without the help of magic. I'm a nobody. A nobody, Althea scoffed as she leaned back. She was becoming a teacher, impatient with a student doing poorly on a lesson. You are somebody. You are Jensen, a smart girl with a brain. You should not kneel before me and plead ignorance, telling me that you cannot do while asking instead for others to do for you. If you want to be a slave in life, then continue going around asking for others to do for you. They will oblige, but you will find the price is your choices, your freedom, your life itself. They will do for you,
And as a result, you will be in bondage to them forever, having given your identity away for a paltry price. Then, and only then, you will be a nobody, a slave, because you yourself and nobody else made it so. But maybe in this case it's different. The sun rises in the east. There are no special exceptions just because you wish it. I know of what I speak, and I am telling you magic is not the answer. What do you think? If you had a spell that they didn't know you were Darkenral's daughter, then they would fall over themselves to open doors for you? They will open the door of your friend's cell for no one unless they think it should be opened. It would make no difference if there were a spell to turn you into a six-legged rabbit. They would still not open the doors you want opened, just because you are now a six-legged rabbit by the hand of magic. But magic is a tool, not a solution. Jensen reminded herself to remain composed even though she wanted to seize the woman by the shoulders and shake her until she agreed to help. Unlike with Lethea, she did not intend to lose this chance for that help. What do you mean magic is not a solution? Magic is powerful. You have a knife. You showed it to me. That's right. And when you are hungry, do you wave your knife in someone's face and demand their bread? No. You entice them to give you bread by giving them a coin in exchange. You mean you think they can be bribed? Another sigh. No. Of all I know, I can tell you that they cannot be bribed, at least not in the conventional sense. However, the principle is not entirely without some parallel. When Friedrich wishes bread, he doesn't use his knife to take the bread from those who have it, at least not in the sense of how you wish to use magic. He uses his knife as a tool to carve figures, and then he gilds them. He sells what he made with his knife, and then exchanges that coin for the bread. You see, if he would use the knife, the tool, to directly solve the problem of getting bread, it would do him more harm in the end. He would be a thief and hunted as such. He uses his head instead and uses the knife as a tool to create something with the aid of his mind, thus solving the problem of obtaining bread with his knife. You mean, then, that I need to use magic indirectly? I must somehow use magic as a tool to help me? Althea sighed heavily. No, child, forget magic. You must use your head. Magic is trouble. Use your head. I did, Jensen said. It wasn't easy, but I used my head to come to you to get help. It's a spell I need now as a tool to help me, to hide me. In that way, it will be a tool, as you suggest. Althea looked away into the hearth, watching the wavering flames. I cannot help you in that way. I don't think you understand. I'm hunted by powerful men. I just need a spell to hide my identity, like you did when I was little, when I lived at the palace with my mother. Still the old woman stared off into the hearth. I cannot do that. I don't have the power. But you do. You've already done it once. A lifetime of frustration, fear, loss, and futility surfaced, bringing with it bitter tears. I didn't travel all this way, suffer all this hardship to have you tell me no. Lethea told me no, told me that only you can see the holes in the world, and that only you could help me. I must have your help, your spell to hide me. Please, Althea, I'm begging for my life.
Althea would not look her in the eyes.
I cannot cast a spell like that for you. Jensen choked back the tears. Please, Althea. I just want to be left alone. You have the power. I do not have what you've invented in your mind for me. I have helped you in the only way I can. How can you sit here knowing that other people are suffering and dying and not help? How can you be so selfish, Althea? How can you not help when I need it? Friedrich put a hand under Jensen's arm, lifting her to her feet. I'm sorry, but you've asked what you would. You've heard what Althea has to say. If you're wise, you will use what you've learned to help yourself. Now it's time for you to leave. Jensen pulled away. All I want is the help of a spell. How can she be so selfish? Friedrich's eyes blazed with fury, even if his voice did not. You have no right to speak to us in that manner. You don't know anything about it, about the sacrifices she's made. It's time for you to... Friedrich, Althea said in a soft voice, why don't you make us some tea? Althea, there is no reason you should have to explain any of it, least of all to her. Althea smiled up at him. It's all right. Explain what? Jensen asked. My husband may sound harsh to you, but it's because he doesn't want me to burden you. He knows that some people leave here unhappy with the knowledge I give them. Her dark eyes turned up to her husband. Make us some tea. Friedrich's face twisted with a long-suffering expression before he nodded in resignation. What do you mean? Jensen asked. What knowledge? What is it you are telling me? As Friedrich went to a cupboard and retrieved a kettle and cups, setting the cups on the table, Althea gestured for Jensen to sit on the pillow before her. Chapter 23. Jensen made herself comfortable on the red and gold pillow on the floor in front of the sorceress. Many years ago, Althea began, clasping her hands in her lap atop her black and white print dress. More than you might believe, I traveled with my sister to the old world, beyond the Great Barrier to the south. Jensen decided that, for the time being, it might be best just to keep quiet and learn what she could, rather than bring up what she already knew, that the new Lord Rahl, bent on conquest, had destroyed the Great Barrier to the south in order to invade the old world, and that Sebastian had come up from the old world to try to find a way to help the Emperor, Jagang the Just, stop the invading Daharans. She thought that maybe if she understood it all a little better herself, then she might be able to come up with a way of convincing Althea to help her. I went to the old world to go to a place called the Palace of the Prophets, Althea said. This, too, Jensen had heard of from Sebastian. I have a gift for a very primitive form of prophecy. I wanted to learn what I could about it, while my sister wished to learn about cures and such. I also wanted to learn things about people like you. Me? Jensen said. What do you mean? The ancestors of Darkenral were no different than he. They all eliminated any ungifted offspring they discovered had been born. Lathea and I were young and full of fire to help those in need, and also those we felt were unjustly persecuted. We wanted to use our gift to help change the world for the better. While we each hoped to study different things, we both went for much the same reasons. Jensen thought that seemed pretty close to how she felt, and was just the kind of help she was talking about, but she also knew that right then was not the moment to say it. She asked instead, why did you have to travel all the way to the Palace of the Prophets to learn these things? The sorceresses there are renowned to have experience with many things, with wizards and magic, and most of all with matters to do with this world and with the worlds beyond. Worlds beyond? Jensen gestured to the space outside the outer gilded ring on the gray setting, not far away. You mean the world of the dead? Althea leaned back as she reflected. Well, yes, but not exactly. You understand the grace? Althea waited for Jensen's nod. The sorceresses at the Palace of the Prophets have knowledge about the interactions of the gift, the veil between worlds, and their interdependent relationships, how it all fits together. They are called the Sisters of the Light. Jensen recalled with a jolt that Sebastian had said that the Sisters of the Light were with Emperor Jagang now. Sebastian had offered to take Jensen to the Sisters of the Light. He'd said he thought they might be able to help her. It had to be that they had something to do with the Creator's light, and especially the gift in the center of the grace. Another thought came to her. This has something to do with what Lathea said? That you could see the holes in the world, as she called it? Althea smiled with the pleasure of a teacher seeing a student flirting with discovery. That's the tip of the tooth. You see, the ungifted offspring of the Lord Rahl, of every Lord Rahl going back thousands of years, are different than anyone else. You are holes in the world to those of us with the gift. What does that mean exactly? Holes in the world. We are blind to you. Blind? But you see me. Lathea could see me too. I don't understand. Not blind with our eyes, blind with our gift. She swept an arm out toward Friedrich at the fire with an iron kettle, and then toward the window. There are living things all around. You see them with your eyes. You see Friedrich and the trees and such, just as I do, just as everyone does. She held up a finger to make her point. But through my gift I also see them. While our eyes may perceive you, those of us with the gift cannot see you with that aspect of ourselves. Darkenral could not see you any more than I can. Neither can the new Lord Rahl.
To those of us with the gift, you are a hole in the world.
But, Jensen stammered in confusion. That makes no sense. He's been hunting me. He sent men after me. They had my name on a piece of paper.
They may hunt you, but only in the conventional sense. They cannot find you with magic. His gift is blind to you. He has to use spies, bribes, and threats to locate you, in addition to his wits and cunning. Were it not so, he might send some magic beast to reap your bones for him and be done with it, instead of sending out men with your name written down on a piece of paper.
You mean I'm already invisible to him?
No, I know you. I remember your red hair. I recognized you because I remember your mother, and you look like her. I know you in those ways, the ways anybody knows and recognizes someone. Dark and Raw, were he alive, might recognize you if he remembered your mother. Others who knew him might well see some of him in you, as I do, in addition to your mother's looks. He could know you in all those same ways common to one without the gift. He can find you by ordinary means. Of course, if he or one with the gift were to actually lay eyes on you, they would realize you are an ungifted offspring of a Rawl, because they could see you. But he could not find you with magic. That he cannot do. To those of us with the gift, you are in many ways like everyone else, except that you are a hole in the world.
Jensen was frowning. She only realized it when Althea tapped her thumbs together, thinking in response to that face.
When I was at the Palace of the Prophets, Althea finally said, I knew a woman there, a sorceress like me, named Addie. She had traveled alone to the old world from a far-off land in order to learn what she could, but Addie was blind.
Blind? She could travel alone when she was blind?
Althea smiled at the memory of the woman. Oh, yes, with the use of her gift rather than her eyes. All sorceress, all people with the gift have unique abilities. On top of that, in some, the gift is stronger, like people who have big muscles are stronger than me. Like Friedrich, he is stronger in muscles. You have hair, like other people, but yours is red. Some have blonde or black or brown. Despite what things people have in common, each person has different attributes. It's like that with the gift. It's not only different in its aspects, but the power of those aspects differ. With some it's very strong, with some weak. Each of us is an individual. We're all unique in our ability, our gift, the same as you are unique in other ways.
And what about your friend Addie?
Ah, well, Addie's eyes were completely white, blind, but she had learned the trick of seeing with her gift. The gift told her more about the world around her than my eyes told me. Addie could see people better with her gift than I could with my eyes. Much like when people who don't have the gift go blind, they depend more on their hearing, so they learn to hear more than you or I. Addie did that with her gift. She saw by sensing that infinitesimal spark of the Creator's gift that everything has, life itself and more, creation. The point is that to me, to Dark and Raw, to Addie, you do not exist. You are a hole in the world.
For reasons Jensen could not at first comprehend, terror washed through her. And then the sense of her terror began to take shape. She could feel her eyes filling with tears. The Creator didn't give me life like everyone else? I came to exist in some other way? I'm some kind of monster? My father wanted to have me killed because I'm some monstrosity of nature?
No, no, child, Althea said, as she leaned forward and stroked a comforting hand down Jensen's hair. That is not at all what I mean.
Jensen tried mightily to contain the new shape of dread. Through watery vision, she saw Althea's concerned face gazing down at her. I'm not even part of creation. That's why the gift can't sense me. The Lord Rawl only wanted to rid the world of an error of nature, an evil thing.
Jensen, don't put words where I have not. Listen to me now.
Jensen nodded as she wiped under her eyes.
I'm listening. Just because you're different, that doesn't make you evil.
Just what am I, then, if not a monster untouched by creation?
My dear child, you are a pillar of creation.
But you said...
I said that those with the gift cannot see you with it. I did not say that you don't exist, or that you are not, as the rest of us, a part of creation.
Then why am I one of those things? One of those holes in the world? Althea shook her head. I don't know, child. But our lack of knowledge does not prove something evil. An owl can see at night. Does it make you evil because people can't see you while the owl can? One person's limitations don't confer wickedness on another. It shows only one thing, the existence of limitations. But all the offspring of the Lord Rahl are like this? She considered carefully before answering. The genuinely ungifted ones, yes. Those who are born with at least some tiny aspect of the gift are not. That aspect can be so infinitesimal and unusable that it would not even be recognized to exist by anyone in any other way aside from this one. For all practical purposes, those offspring would be thought of as ungifted, except that they would have this quality that would keep them from being like you, holes in the world. It also makes them vulnerable. This kind of offspring can be found with magic and thus eliminated. Could it be that most of the offspring of Lord Rahl are like that? And those like me, holes in the world, are actually the ones who are more rare? Yes, Althea admitted quietly. Jensen sensed an undercurrent of tension in the single-word answer. Are you suggesting that there is something more to all of this than just that we are holes in the world to the gifted? Yes. That was one of the reasons I went to study with the Sisters of the Light. I wanted to better understand the interrelationship of the gift with life as we know it, with creation. Did you discover anything? Were the Sisters of the Light able to help you? Unfortunately, no. Althea gazed off in reflection. Few, if any, would agree with me, but I have come to suspect that all people, with the single exception of those like you, offspring of a Lord Rahl born wholly without the gift, have this imperceptible spark of magic that, while intangible in every other way, connects them to the gifted, and thus to the greater world of creation. I don't understand what this would mean for me or for anyone else. Althea slowly shook her head. There is more to this, Jensen, than I know. I suspect there is something far more important involved. Jensen couldn't imagine what that could be. How many offspring are born entirely without the gift? As far as I've learned, it's exceedingly rare for more than one offspring of each Lord Rahl to be born with the gift, as we think of it. His seed conceives but one true heir. Althea held up a finger as she leaned forward. But it is possible that while the others are ungifted in the conventional sense, many have this otherwise invisible and sterile spark of the gift, so that they are detected and destroyed before others, like me, know of them. It is entirely possible that those like you are the ones who are truly rare, as is the single formally gifted heir, and that's why you survived for those like me to notice, thus slanting our idea of which kind is rare and which common. As I said, I think there is far more to this than I know or can understand. But of those truly like you, devoid of even this otherwise imperceptible glimmer of the gift, all are pillars of creation, Jensen said sarcastically. Althea chuckled. Perhaps that sounds better. But to the gifted, we are holes in the world. Althea's smile withered. It is so. Were Addie here, blind as she is with her eyes, and seeing only with her gift? Were you to stand before her, she would see everything but you. She would be blind to you. To Addie, able to see with the gift only, you would truly be a hole in the world. That doesn't make me feel very good about myself. Althea's smile returned. Don't you see, child? It proves only the limitation. To one who is blind, everyone is a hole in the world. Jensen thought it over. Then it's only a matter of perception. Some people are simply lacking the ability to perceive me in one narrow way. Althea gave her a single nod. That's right. But because those with the gift often use their ability without conscious thought, like you use your vision, it's very disturbing to those with the gift to encounter one such as you. Disturbing? Why is it disturbing? It's troubling when your senses do not agree. But they can still see me, so why do I trouble them? Well, imagine if you heard a voice, but you could see no source for it. Jensen didn't have to imagine that. She understood quite well how troubling that was. Or imagine, the sorceress said, If you could see me, but when you reached out to touch me, your hand passed through me as if I wasn't there. Wouldn't that trouble you? I suppose, Jensen conceded. Is there anything else about us that's different? Other than that we are holes in the world to those with the gift? I don't know. It's exceedingly rare to come across one such as you who is still alive. While it's possible that others exist, and I once heard the rumor that one lived with the healers called the Rog Moss, I only know of you for certain. When Jensen had been very young, she had visited the healers, the Rog Moss, with her mother. Do you know the name? Dreffen was the name whispered, but I don't know if it's true. Even if it is, the likelihood of him still being alive would be remote. The Lord Ral is the Lord Ral. He is his own law. Darken Ral, like most of his ancestors, probably fathered many children. Hiding the knowledge of such a child's paternity is dangerous. Few would risk it. So most of your kind were known and immediately put to death. The rest are eventually found. Thinking out loud, Jensen asked, could it be that we're like this as a form of protection? There are animals that have special traits when they're born that help them survive. Fawns, for example, have spots to hide them, to make them invisible to predators. Make them holes in the world. Althea smiled at the notion. I suppose that could be as good an explanation as any. Knowing magic, though, I would expect the reason to be more complex. Everything seeks balance. The deer and the wolves strike a balance. The fawn's spots help them survive, but that threatens the existence of wolves who need food. Such things go back and forth. If the wolves ate all the fawns, then the deer would die out, and the wolves, if they had no other source of food, would also die out, because they had altered the balance between them and the deer. They coexist in a balance that allows both species to survive, but at the cost of some individuals. With magic, balance is critical. What on the surface may seem simple often turns out to have much more complex causes. I suspect that with those like you, an elaborate form of balance is being struck, and that being a hole in the world is merely an ancillary indication. And maybe some of the balance is that, like some fawns are caught despite their spots, some with the gift are able to see me? Your sister said she could see the holes in the world. No, I can't really. I simply learned a few tricks with the gift in much the same way Addie did. Jensen frowned, feeling bewildered again, so Althea asked, can you see a bird on a moonless night? No, if there's not even a moon, it's impossible. Impossible? No, not entirely. Althea pointed skyward, moving her hand as if suggesting something passing overhead. You will see the stars go dark where the bird passes. If you watch the holes in the sky, you will, in a way, be seeing the birds. Just a different way of seeing. Jensen smiled at such a clever notion. So that's how you see those like me? That comparison is the easiest way I can explain it to you. Both, though, have limitations. It only works to see the bird at night if they're flying against a background of stars, if there are no clouds and so on. With those like you, it's much the same. I simply learned a trick to help me see those like you, but it's very limited. When you went to the Palace of the Prophets, did you learn about your ability for prophecy? Maybe that could somehow help with what I need to do. Nothing in relation to prophecy would be of any use to you. But why not? Althea tilted her head forward, as if to question whether or not Jensen had been paying attention. Where does prophecy come from? Prophets. And prophets are strongly gifted with that ability. Prophecy is one form of magic, but the gifted cannot see you with their gift. Remember, to them you are a hole in the world. Therefore, prophecy, since it comes through prophets, cannot see you either. I have a wisp of ability for prophecy, but I am no prophet. When I was with the Sisters of the Light, since such things were one of my fields of interest, I spent decades in their vault studying prophecy. They had been written down by great prophets throughout the ages. I can tell you, both from personal experience and from all that I read, that the prophecies are as blind to you as would be Addie. As far as the prophecies are concerned, your kind never existed, does not exist now, and never will exist. Jensen sat back on her heels. Hole in the world, indeed. At the Palace of the Prophets, I met a prophet, Nathan. And while I learned nothing about those like you, I learned some about my talent. Mostly, I only learned how limited it is. Eventually, the things I learned there came to haunt me.
What do you mean? The Palace of the Prophets was created many thousands of years ago, and is like no other place that I know of. A unique spell surrounds the entire palace and grounds. It distorts the way in which those under the spell age. It changed you, then, in some way? Oh, yes, it changes everyone. Aging is slowed for those living under the spell of the Palace of the Prophets, while those outside the palace went about their lives and aged roughly 10 to 15 years. Those of us in the palace aged only 1 year.
Jensen made a skeptical face. How could such a thing be? Nothing ever stays the same. The world is always changing. The world back in the Great War 3,000 years ago was much different. The world has changed since then. When the Great Barrier to the south of Dahara was put up, wizards were different. They had vast power back then.
Darkenral had vast power.
No. Darkenral, as powerful as he was nothing compared to the wizards of that time. They could control powers Darkenral only dreamed of.
So, wizards like that, with that kind of vast power, all died out?
There have been no wizards like them born since? Althea stared off as she answered in a grave tone. Not since that great war has there been one like that born. Even wizards themselves have come to be born less and less often. But for the first time in 3,000 years, one has again been born. Your half-brother, Richard, is such a man. It turned out her pursuer was far more fearsome than Jensen had given him credit for, even in her all-too-vivid imagination. Small wonder that her mother had been murdered, and Lord Ral's men were so close on Jensen's heels. This Lord Ral was altogether more powerful and dangerous than had been their father. Because this was such an epochal event, some of those at the Palace of the Prophets knew of Richard long before he was born. There was much anticipation over this war wizard.
War wizard?
Jensen didn't like the sound of that. Yes, there was much controversy as to the meaning of the prophecy of his birth, even to the meaning of the term war wizard. While at the palace, I had a chance on 2 brief occasions to meet the prophet I mentioned, Nathan Ral. Jensen's mouth fell open.
Nathan Ral? You mean a real Ral?
Althea smiled not only at the memory, but at Jensen's surprise. Oh, yes, a real Ral. Commanding, powerful, clever, charming, and inconceivably dangerous. They kept him locked away behind impenetrable shields of magic where he could cause no harm, yet he sometimes managed it. Yes, a real Ral. Over 900 years old he was, too.
That's impossible,
Jensen insisted, before she had time to think better of it. Friedrich, standing over her, harumphed. He handed a steaming cup of tea to his wife, and then passed one down to Jensen. With the question in her eyes, Jensen looked back at Althea. I am close to 200 years old, Althea said. Jensen just stared. Althea looked old, but not that old. In part, this business with my age and how the spell slowed my aging is how I came to have dealings with you and your mother when you were young. Althea sighed heavily and took a sip of tea. Which brings me back to the story at hand, to what you wanted to know. Why I cannot help you with magic. Jensen sipped, then glanced up at Friedrich, who looked about as old as Althea.
Are you that age, too?
No, he jibed. Althea robbed the cradle for me. Jensen saw the looks that passed between them, the kind of intimate glances between 2 people who were close. Jensen could see in the eyes of these 2 that they could read each other's slightest expression. She and her mother had been like that, able to see thoughts in the slightest movement of the eyes of the other. It was the kind of communication she thought was facilitated not only through familiarity, but through love and respect. I met Friedrich when I returned from the old world. I had aged only about the same as Friedrich. I had lived a much longer time, of course, but my body had not aged to show it, because I had been under the spell of the Palace of the Prophets. When I came back, I became involved in a number of things, and one of them was how I might help those such as you. Jensen hung on every word. That's when you met my mother? Yes. You see, the spell at the palace, the spell that altered time, sparked an idea of how I might help those like you. I knew that the regular means of casting webs, magic, around your kind, never seemed to work out. Others had tried, but failed. The offspring were killed. I struck on the idea instead to cast the web not on you, but on those who came into contact with you and your mother. Jensen leaned forward expectantly, feeling sure that she was finally getting to the core of what might prove to be the help she sought. What did you do? What sort of magic? I used magic to alter people's perception of time itself. I don't understand. What did that do? Well, the only way Dark and Rawl could search for you was, as I've explained, by using regular means. I tinkered with those regular means. I made it so that those who knew of you perceived time differently. I still don't understand. What did you make them perceive? Time is time. Althea leaned forward with a cunning smile. I made them think you were just born. When? All the time. Whenever they found out some thread of news about you, as a child fathered by Dark and Rawl, they perceived you and reported you as newborn. When you were 2 months, 10 months, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years old, they were all still looking for a newborn despite how long they had known of you. The spell slowed their perception of time in relation to you alone, so that they were always looking for a newborn baby rather than a girl growing up. In this way, until you were 6, I hid you right under their noses. That threw everyone's calculations off by 6 years. To this day, anyone who suspected your existence would believe you to be around 14 or so, when you are actually more than 20, because they thought you were a newborn when the spell ended, when you were 6. That's when they began to mark your age. Jensen rose up onto her knees. But that could work. You must only do it again. If you were to cast a spell like that for me now, like you did when I was little, it would work the same, wouldn't it? Then they wouldn't know I was grown up. They wouldn't be hunting me. They would be looking for a newborn. Please, Althea, just do that again. Do what you did once before. From the corner of her eye, Jensen saw Friedrich, now sitting at his bench in the back room, turn away. By the look on Althea's face, Jensen knew that she had somehow said the wrong thing, and precisely what the sorceress had planned on her saying. Jensen realized that this had been a trap of sorts, and she had just talked herself right into it. I was young and masterful in my skill with magic, Althea said. In her dark eyes glimmered the spark of recollection of that grand time in her life. In thousands of years, few had been through the Great Barrier and back. I had studied with the Sisters of the Light, had audiences with their prelate, and with the great prophet. I had accomplished such things as few others had. I was well over 100 years old and still young, with a handsome and charming new husband who believed I could walk to the moon and back if the fancy struck me. I was well over 100 years of age, yet still youthful, with a full life ahead of me, wise with age, yet still young. I was clever, oh, so clever, and powerful in my gift. I was experienced, knowledgeable, and attractive, with many friends and a circle of people who hung on my every worldly pronouncement. With long, graceful fingers, Althea pulled up the hem of her skirt, uncovering her legs. Jensen drew back at the sight. She saw then why Althea had not stood before. Her legs were withered, deformed, shriveled bones covered with a dry veneer of pallid flesh, as if they had died years ago, but never been buried because the rest of her was still living. Jensen didn't know how the woman could keep from screaming in constant anguish.
You were 6, the sorceress said in a terribly calm and quiet voice.
When Dark and Rawl finally discovered what I had done. He was a very ingenious man, much more shrewd, as it turned out, than a young sorceress of 100-odd years in age. I only had time to tell my sister to warn your mother before he caught me. Jensen remembered running. When she was little, she and her mother had fled the palace. It had been night. It had been shortly after a visitor had come to their door. In the dark hall there had been whispering. And then they had fled. But he didn't kill you? Jensen swallowed. He showed you mercy. He spared your life. Althea chuckled without humor. It was an empty laugh at encountering a profoundly naive notion. Dark and Rawl did not always believe in simply killing those who displeased him. He preferred instead that they should live a good long time. Death would have been a release, you see. If they were dead, how could they regret? How could they suffer? How could they serve as an example to others? You cannot imagine, and I could not begin to tell you, the terror of such a capture, of the long walk to be taken before him,
of what it was like being in the grip of that man, of what it was like to look up into his calm face, his cold blue eyes, and know you were at the mercy of a man who had none. You cannot imagine what it was like to know in that single terrible instant that everything you were, everything you had hoped for in life was about to forever change. The pain was what you might expect, I suppose. Perhaps my legs can partly attest to it.
I'm so sorry, Jensen whispered through her tears, hands pressed over her heartache.
But the pain was not the worst of it, not the worst by far. He stripped me of everything I had, but took for granted. He did to my power, to my gift, worse than he did to my legs. You just cannot see it. You are blind to it. Every day I see it. That hurt. I assure you, you cannot begin to imagine. Even all that, though, was not enough for Darkenral. His displeasure at what I had done to hide you had only begun. He banished me here to this sunken, foul place of hot springs and sickening vapors. He imprisoned me here, filling in about me a swamp with monstrosities created by the very power he had stripped from me. He wanted me close, you see. Several times he visited just to behold me in my prison. I'm at the mercy of those things out there that are given life by my own gift, a gift to which I no longer have access. I could never drag myself out by my arms alone, but even if I were to try, or if I had the help of another, those beasts created from my own power would rip me apart. I can't call them back even to save myself. He left a path in the front so that provisions and supplies could be brought in, so I would be sure to have the things I needed. Friedrich had to build a home for us here, because I cannot ever leave. Darkenral wished me a long life, a life I could spend suffering for displeasing him.
Jensen trembled as she listened, unable to say anything. Althea lifted a hand to point with one long, graceful finger toward the back room.
That man who loves me had to witness it all. Friedrich was thus condemned to a life of tending to a crippled wife he loved, who could no longer be a wife to him in ways of the flesh.
She ran a hand over her bony limbs tenderly, as if seeing them as they once were.
I have never again had the joy of being with my husband as a woman is with a man. My husband never again was able to share and enjoy the intimate charms of the woman he loves.
She paused to regain her composure before going on.
As part of my punishment, Darkenral left me with the power to use my gift in the one way which would haunt me every day. Prophecy.
Jensen could not help herself from asking, thinking that this must be one thread of possible comfort left to the woman. It's part of your gift. Can't it bring you some joy? Dark eyes fixed on her again.
Did you enjoy the last day with your mother the day before she died?
Yes, Jensen finally said.
Did you laugh and talk with her?
Yes.
What if you had known that the next day she was to be murdered? What if you saw it all long before it happened, days, weeks, or even years before, knew what was to happen, when, every ghastly detail, saw by the power of your magic the horrifying sight of it, the blood, the agony, the dying? Would that please you? Would you still have experienced that joy, that laughter?
Jensen answered in a small voice.
No. So you see, Darkenral, I cannot help you, not because I am selfish, as you put it, but because even if I were willing, I have no power left to cast you a spell. You must find within yourself the ability to help yourself, the free will to accomplish what you must. Only in that way can you truly succeed in life. I cannot give you a spell to solve your problems. I have spent a good deal of my life suffering for the last spell I cast for you. Were it only me, I would endure it willingly, for I was doing what I believed in. This is the fault of an evil man, not the fault of an innocent child. Yet I suffer each day because it was not just my life forfeit, but Friedrich's too.
I might have nothing. He had come up behind Jensen. I have considered each day of my life a privilege because you are in it. Your smile is the sun, gilded by the Creator himself, and brightens my small existence. If this is the price for all of that I have gained,
Then I paid it willingly. Don't devaluate the quality of my joy, Althea, by minimizing it or trivializing it. Althea looked back down at Jensen. You see, this is my daily torture, knowing what I have not been able to be, to do for this man. Jensen withered, sobbing at the woman's feet. Magic, Althea whispered from above, is trouble you don't need. Chapter 24. Jensen's thoughts were lost in a forlorn fog. The swamp was only there because it was beneath her feet, around her, above her, but her mind was in a more confused and tangled jumble than all the twisted things around her. So much of what she believed had turned out to be wrong. That meant that not only were many of her hopes lost, but her solutions, too. Worse yet, Jensen had come face to face with the misery, hardship, and heartbreak her existence had ended up causing others who had tried to help her. Through the tears, she could hardly see her way. She moved almost blindly through the mire. She stumbled at times, crawled when she fell, sobbing in racking agony when she paused, supported by the limb of an old, gnarled tree. It was like the day of her mother's murder all over again. The anguish, the confusion, the insanity of it all, the bitter despair, but this time for Althea's tortured life. Staggering through the dense growth, Jensen grasped vines for support as she wept. Since her mother's death, finding the sorceress and getting her help had given Jensen's life a direction, a goal. She didn't know what to do now. She felt lost in the midst of her life. Jensen wound her way through an area where steam rose from fissures. All about her, angry vapor bellowed as it was unleashed from underground in billowing clouds. She plodded past the stench of the boiling vents and back into the thick growth. Thorny bushes scratched her hands. Broad leaves slashed at her face. Reaching a dark pool she vaguely remembered, Jensen shuffled along the ledge, gripping rocks for handholds, weeping as she made her way along the brink. Rock crumbled and came away in her hand. She fought to keep her balance as she snatched for another handhold, catching on just in time to keep herself from falling. She gazed over her shoulder through blurry vision at the dark expanse of water. Jensen wondered if it might be better were she to fall, better to be swallowed into the depths and be done with it. It looked a sweet embrace, a gentle end to it all. It looked like the peace she sought, peace at last. If she could just die there on the spot, the impossible struggle would be over. The heartache and sorrow would be ended. Maybe then she could be with her mother and the other good spirits in the underworld. She doubted, though, that the good spirits took people who murdered themselves. To take a life, except to defend life, was wrong. If Jensen were to give up all that her mother had done, all her sacrifices would be for nothing. Her mother, waiting in eternity, might not forgive Jensen for throwing her life away. Althea, too, had lost nearly everything to help her. How could Jensen ignore such bravery, not just Althea's, but Friedrich's, too? Despite how miserably responsible she felt, she could not throw her only life away. She felt, though, as if she had stolen Althea's chance at life. Despite what the woman had said, Jensen felt a sense of burning shame for what Althea had suffered. Althea would be imprisoned in this miserable swamp forever, every day paying the price of having tried to hide Jensen from Dark and Rahl. Jensen's mind might have been telling her that it was Dark and Rahl's doing, but her own heart said otherwise. Althea would never have her own life back, be free to walk, free to go where she would, free to have the joy of her own gift. What right had Jensen to expect others to help her anyway? Why should others forfeit their life, their freedom, for her sake? What gave her the right to ask such sacrifice of them? Jensen's mother was not the only one to suffer because of her. Althea and Friedrich were chained to the swamp, Lethea had been murdered, and Sebastian was now held prisoner. Even Tom, waiting for her up in the meadow, had set aside earning his living to come to her aid. So many people had tried to help her and paid a terrible price. Where had she ever gotten the idea that she could shackle others to her wishes? Why should they have to relinquish their lives and needs for hers? But how could she go on without their help? Free of the ledge and deep pool, Jensen trudged on through an endless tangle of roots. They seemed to deliberately catch her feet. Twice she fell sprawling. Both times she got up and continued on. The third time she fell, she hit her face so hard the pain stunned her.
Jensen ran her fingers over her cheekbone, her forehead, thinking something surely must be broken. She found no blood, nor protruding bone. Lying there among the roots like so many snakes coiled all about her, she felt shame for all the trouble she had brought to people's lives. And then she felt anger. Jensen. She recalled her mother's words, "Don't you ever wear a cloak of guilt because they are evil." Jensen pushed herself up on her arms. How many others might have tried to help those like Jensen, the offspring of a Lord Rahl, and paid with their lives? How many more would? Why should they, like Jensen, not have their own lives? It was the Lord Rahl who bore the responsibility for lives ruined. Jensen, surrender. Would it never stop? Grushdeva, du kalt mich. Sebastian was only the latest. Was he being tortured that very moment because of her? Was he paying with his life, too, for helping her? Surrender. Poor Sebastian. She felt a pang of longing for him. He had been so good to help her, so brave, so strong. Tu warst nicht, tu warst nicht, Grushdeva, du kalt mich. The voice, insistent, commanding, echoed around in her head, whispering the words that made no sense. She staggered to her feet. Could she never have her own life, not even her own mind? Must she always be pursued by Lord Rahl, by the voice? Jen, leave me be! She had to help Sebastian. She was moving again, putting one foot in front of the other, pushing vines and leaves and branches aside, cutting through the underbrush. The thick mist and dense canopy of leaves made it dark as dusk. She had no idea how late in the day it was. It had taken a lot of time to reach Althea's place. She had been there a long time. For all Jensen knew, it might be near dusk. At best, it could be no earlier than late afternoon. She had hours left before she made it back to the meadow where Tom waited. She had come for help, but that help had been an illusion invented in her own mind. She had relied on her mother her whole life, and then she had expected Althea to help her. She had to accept that it was up to her to do what was necessary to help herself. Jensen, surrender. No! Leave me alone! She was so very tired of it all. Now she was angry, too. Jensen plunged onward through the swamp, splashing through water, stepping along roots and rocks where they were available. She had to help Sebastian. She had to get back to him. Tom was waiting. Tom would take her back. But what then? How was she going to get him out? She had depended on Althea to help her with some kind of magic. Now she knew there could be no such help. Panting from the effort of running through the swamp, she halted when she came to the expanse of water where the snake had been before. Jensen gazed out at the silent, still expanse of water, but didn't see anything. No roots that were really a snake protruded above the surface. It was getting gloomy. She couldn't tell if anything lurked in the dark shadows beneath leaves drooping over the banks. Sebastian's life hung in the balance. Jensen waded into the water. Halfway in, she remembered that she had promised herself that she was going to take a staff to help keep her balance when she returned through the open water. She paused, debating whether or not she should go back to cut a staff. Going back was just as far as going on, so she kept going. Feeling with her feet, she found a firm bottom of roots, real roots, and stepped carefully along them. Surprisingly, as long as she stayed on the roots, the water came up only to her knees, and she was able to hold up her skirts to keep them dry as she waded through the murky water. Something bumped her leg. Jensen flinched. She saw the flash of scales. Her foot slipped. She saw with heady relief that it was only a fish darting away. Trying to get her balance, to regain her footing, Jensen stepped heavily into the bottomless black depths. She only had time for a short gasp before she was under the water. The Pillars of Creation by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 228. Darkness surrounded her. She saw a whirl of bubbles as she went under. Surprised, she kicked frantically, trying to find bottom, something, anything to stop her descent. There was nothing. She was in deep water, weighted down by wet clothes. Rather than support her now, her heavy boots dragged her under. Jensen flailed her arms, splashing at the surface just long enough to gasp a breath before she was under again. The shock of it was startling. With all her strength, She moved her arms, trying to swim to the surface, but her clothes were like a net around her, dampening and hampering any effective action. Eyes wide in fright, red hair floating, she could see shafts of the dim light wavering and glittering, piercing the murky depths around her. It was all happening so shockingly fast. In spite of how she was trying to seize life, it was slipping through her fingers. It didn't seem real. Jensen. Shapes moved closer around her, her lungs aching for air. Althea said that no one could come through the swamp by the back way. There were beasts back here that would tear people apart. Jensen had been lucky once. In the grip of terror, she saw a dark shape moving closer. She was not to be lucky twice. She didn't want to die. She knew she had thought that she did, but she knew now that she didn't. It was her only life, her precious life. She didn't want to lose it. She tried to swim toward the surface, toward the light, but everything seemed so slow, so thick, so heavy. Jensen. The voice sounded urgent. Jensen. Something bumped her. She saw flashes of iridescent green. It was the snake. Could she would have screamed. Struggling but unable to get away, she could only watch as the dark length of the thing underneath rolled up around her. Jensen was too exhausted to fight. Her lungs burned for air as she saw herself sinking down through the shafts of light, getting farther and farther from the surface, from life. She tried to swim to that light and air, but her leaden arms merely waved, like weed drifting in the water. It was surprising to her, since she could swim. Jensen. Now she was going to drown. Dark coils surrounded her. With all her clothes on, her heavy cloak, her knife, her boots, and as weary as she had been, not to mention her surprise and her half-breath before going under, her ability to swim had been overwhelmed. It hurt. She had thought drowning would be the sweet embrace of gentle waters. It was not. It hurt worse than anything had ever hurt. The feeling of helpless suffocation was horrifying. The pain crushing her chest was sharp and unbearable. She desperately wanted it to stop. She struggled in the water against the pain, the panic, consumed with the urgent need of air. Her throat was locked tight, terrified she might gasp in water. So badly did she need a breath. It hurt. Jensen felt the coils of the snake under her, touching her, caressing her. She wondered if she should have tried to kill it when she'd had the chance. She supposed she could pull her knife now, but she was so weak. It hurt. The coils pushed against her. In the silent darkness, she had stopped struggling. There was no reason. Jensen. She wondered why the voice didn't ask her to surrender, the way it always did. She thought it ironic, since she was at last resigned, that the voice didn't ask, but only called her name. Jensen felt something bump her shoulder, something hard. Another bumped her head, then her thigh. She was being pushed against the bank, where the roots went down into the water. Almost without realizing what she was doing, she seized the roots and pulled with sudden desperation. The thing under her continued its gentle push up. Jensen broke the surface. Water sluiced off her head in a sudden rush of sound. Mouth open wide, she gasped wildly at the air. She pulled herself up enough to throw her shoulders up onto the knotted roots. She couldn't drag herself the rest of the way out of the water, but at least her head was up, and she could breathe. Her legs dangled, drifting, floating in the water. Panting with her eyes closed, Jensen clung to the roots with trembling fingers to keep herself from slipping back into the water. The desperate pulls of air felt wonderful as they filled her lungs. With each breath, she could feel her strength returning. Finally, inch by inch, hand over hand, pulling against the roots, she managed to drag herself up onto the bank. She flopped on her side, panting, coughing, shivering, watching the water lapping only inches away. She felt giddy with the simple joy of breathing air. She saw then the snake's head break the surface easily, gracefully, silently. Yellow eyes in the black band watched her. They stared at each other for a time. "Thank you," Jensen whispered. The snake, having seen her there on the bank, seen her breathing, seen her living, slipped back into the water. Jensen had no idea what it had thought, or why it hadn't tried to kill her again, when it had an easy chance at it. Maybe after the first time, it thought she might be too big to eat, or might suddenly fight back. But why help her? Could it be a sign of respect? Maybe it simply viewed her as competition for food and wanted her out of its territory, but didn't want to fight her again. Jensen had no idea why it had pushed her to the surface, but the snake had saved her life. She hated snakes, and this one had saved her from drowning. One of the things that she had feared most had been her salvation. Still trying to catch her breath, to say nothing of recovering her wits after coming so close to passing through the veil into death, she began moving again on her hands and knees, crawling up higher. Water ran from her clothes and hair. She couldn't get to her feet yet, didn't trust her legs yet, so she crawled. It felt good just to be able to move. Before long, she had recovered enough to stagger her feet. She had to keep going. Her time was running out. Walking revived her further. She had always liked to walk. It made her feel alive again, like her old self. She knew she wanted to live. She wanted Sebastian to live too. Hurrying through the tangle of vines and thorny shrubs, over the twisted roots and among the trees, her worry eased when she came at last to the place where the rock began to rise up from the mossy ground. She started up the spine of rock, relieved to have found the landmark among the trackless swamp, and to be climbing out of the wet, boggy bottom. It was getting darker by the moment, and she remembered that it was a long way up. Jensen desperately didn't want to spend the night in the swamp, but she didn't want to be scaling the spine of rock in the dark either. Those fears spurred her on. While there was still light enough, she had to keep moving. When she stumbled, she recalled how in places the ground dropped off precipitously to the sides. She admonished herself to be more careful. No helpful snake would catch her if she plummeted off a cliff in the dark. While she made her way up, she kept going over in her mind everything that Althea had told her, hoping that something in it might be helpful. Jensen didn't know how she could get Sebastian out, but she knew she had to try. She was his only hope. He had saved her life before. She had to help save his now. She wanted desperately to see his smile, his blue eyes, his spikes of white hair. She couldn't bear the thought of them torturing him. She had to get him out of their clutches. But how was she to accomplish such an impossible task? First, she had to get back there, she decided. Hopefully by then she would think of a way. Tom would get her back to the palace. Tom would be waiting, worrying. Tom. Why had Tom helped her? The nugget of that question stuck out in her mind like a landmark to an answer, like the spine of rock led up and out of the swamp. She just didn't know where it led. Tom had helped her. Why? She focused her mind on that question as she trudged up the steep rise. He said he couldn't live with himself if he watched her go out onto the Azrith plains alone with no supplies. He said she would die, and he couldn't let that happen. That seemed a decent enough sentiment. She knew there was more, though. He seemed determined to help her, almost as if he was duty-bound. He never really questioned what it was she had to do, only her method of going about it, then did what he could to assist her. Tom said that she should tell Lord Rahl about his help, that he was a good man. That memory kept nagging at her. Even though it had been an offhand comment, he'd been serious. But what had he meant? She kept turning it over in her mind as she ascended the rise of rock up among the trees, among the limbs and leaves. Animals, distant, strange creatures, called out through the humid air. Others, more distant, answered with the same echoing whoops and whistles. The smell of the swamp rose to her on hot waves of air. Jensen recalled that Tom had seen her knife when she'd been looking for her purse that had been stolen. She had pulled back her cloak only to find that the leather thong from her purse of coins had been cut. He had seen the knife then. Jensen paused in her climb and straightened. Could it be that Tom thought she was some kind of representative or agent of the Lord Rahl? Could it be that Tom thought she was on an important mission on behalf of Lord Rahl? Could it be that Tom thought she knew Lord Rahl? Was it the knife that made him think she was someone special? Perhaps it had been her pressing determination to go on a seemingly impossible journey. He certainly knew how important she thought it was. Perhaps it was that she had told him it was a matter of life and death. Jensen moved on, ducking under heavy limbs, drooping down close over the rock. On the other side, she stood and looked around, realizing that darkness was quickly descending. With a renewed sense of urgency, she scrambled up the steep slope. She recalled how Tom had looked at her red hair. People were often worried about her because of her red hair. Many thought she had the gift because of it. She had often encountered people who feared her because of her red hair. She had used that fear deliberately to help herself stay safe.
That first night with Sebastian, she had made him think she had some kind of magical ability to protect her if he harbored hostile intent. She had used people's fear to ward the men at the inn. All of those things churned together in Jensen's mind as she climbed ever upward, gasping for breath at the strenuous effort. Darkness was enveloping her. She didn't know if she could still make it through in such conditions, but she knew she had to try. For Sebastian, she had to keep going. Just then, something dark swept up right at her face. Jensen let out a clipped cry and nearly fell as the dark thing fluttered away. Bats. She put a hand over her racing heart. It was beating as fast as their wings. The little creatures had come out to snatch the bugs that were so thick in the air. She realized then that in her surprise, she might easily have stepped back and fallen. It was frightening to think how a lapse of attention in the dark, a fright, a loose rock, or a slip, could put her over an edge from which there could be no return. She knew, though, that remaining in the swamp at night might be just as fatal. Weary from the day's struggles, the sudden scares, she climbed, stumbling in the dark, feeling the rock, groping her way, trying to stay on the ridge and not wander off what she knew to be steep drops to either side. She worried, too, what creatures might still come out in the darkness to seize her, just as she thought she was nearly free of the swamp. Althea had said that no one could come into the swamp by the back way. A new worry gripped her. Maybe after dark, Tom would be in danger. Under cover of night, one of the creatures might venture out of the swamp to snatch him. What if she reached the meadow only to discover Tom and his horses mauled by the monsters created out of Althea's magic? What would she do then? She had worries enough. She told herself not to come up with new ones. Jensen stumbled suddenly out into the open. There was a fire burning. She stared, trying to reconcile it.
Jensen!
Tom jumped up and rushed over. He put his big arm around her shoulders to steady her.
Dear spirits, are you all right?
She nodded, too exhausted to speak. He didn't see the nod. He was already running for the wagon. Jensen sank down to sit heavily on the grassy ground, catching her breath, surprised to be there at last, and relieved beyond words to be free of the swamp. Tom ran back with a blanket.
You're soaking wet, he said as he threw the blanket around her. What happened?
I went for a swim.
He paused at mopping her face with the corner of the blanket to frown at her.
I don't want to tell you your business, but I don't think that was a good idea.
The snake would agree with you.
His frown tightened as his face drew closer to hers.
Snake? What happened in there? What do you mean the snake would agree with me?
Still struggling to get her breath, Jensen waved a hand, dismissing it. She had been so afraid of being caught down there in the dark that she had virtually been running up the steep hillside for the last hour on top of the exertion of the rest of it. She was spent. The fear of it all was catching up with her. Her shoulders began to tremble. She realized then that she was clutching Tom's muscular arm for dear life. He seemed not to notice, or if he did, he didn't comment on it. She drew back, despite how good it felt to feel his strength, his solid, reliable form, his sincere concern. Tom protectively bunched more of the blanket around her.
Did you make it through to Althea's?
She nodded, and when he handed her a waterskin, drank greedily.
I swear I've never heard of anyone ever making it back out of that swamp, except going in the other side when they were invited. Did you see any of the beasts?
I had a snake, bigger round than your leg, wrapped around me. I got a pretty good look at it. More of a look than I wanted, actually.
He let out a low whistle.
Did the sorceress help you then? Did you get what you needed from her? Is everything all right then?
He halted abruptly and seemed to rein in his curiosity.
Sorry, you're all cold and wet. I shouldn't be asking you so many questions.
Althea and I had a long talk. I can't say that I got what I needed, but just knowing the truth is better than chasing illusions.
Concern showed in his eyes and the way he made sure the warm blanket was covering her.
If you didn't get the help you needed, then what will you do now?
Jensen drew her knife along with a breath to steel herself. Holding the knife by the blade, she held it up before Tom's face so that the handle was lit by the firelight. The worked metal that made up the ornate letter R glimmered as if it were covered in jewels. She held it out before her like a talisman, like an official proclamation cast in silver, like a demand from on high that could not be denied.
I need to get back to the palace.
Without pause, Tom scooped her up in his massive arms as if she were no more weight than a lamb
and carried her to the wagon. He lifted her over the side and gently set her in the back, among the nest of blankets.
Don't worry, I'll get you back there. You did the hard part. Now you just rest in those warm blankets and let me get you back there.
Jensen was relieved to have her suspicions confirmed. In a way, though, it made her feel slimy, like falling into the swamp again. She was lying to him, using him. That wasn't right. But she didn't know what else to do. Before he turned away, she seized his arm. Tom, aren't you afraid to be helping me when I'm involved in something so...
Dangerous, he finished for her. What I'm doing is nothing much compared to the risk you took in there.
He gestured to her matted red hair.
I'm nothing special like you, but I'm glad you allowed me to do the small part I could do.
I'm not nearly as special as you think I am. She suddenly felt very small. I'm just doing as I must. Tom pulled blankets from the back up toward her.
I see a lot of people. I don't need the gift to tell you're special.
You know that this is secret business, and I can't tell you what it is I'm doing. I'm sorry, but I can't.
Of course you can't. Only special people carry such a special weapon. I'd not expect you to say a word, and I'd not ask.
Thank you, Tom. Feeling even more detestable to be using him as she was, and when he was such a sincere man, Jensen squeezed his arm in gratitude. I can tell you it's important, and you're a huge help in it all. He smiled.
You wrap yourself in those blankets and get yourself dry. We'll soon be back out on the Azrith Plains. In case you forgot, it's winter out there. Wet as you are, you'll freeze.
Thank you, Tom. You're a good man. Jensen slumped back into the blankets, too exhausted from the ordeal to sit up any longer.
I'm counting on you to tell Lord Rawl, he said with his easy laugh.
Tom quickly doused the fire and then climbed up into the wagon seat. Without guile, he was helping her, at what he had to believe was at least some risk. She feared to think what they might do to him were he to be caught helping darken Rawl's daughter. Here he thought he was helping the Lord Rawl, and he was doing the opposite without even knowing the chance he was taking. Before it was over, she would put him at greater risk yet. Despite her fear that they were racing back to the palace of the man who wanted to kill her, the stomach-churning anxiety of what lay ahead, the disappointment of failing to get the help she had hoped for, the heartbreak of learning all she had from Althea, the cold that was making her wet clothes feel like ice, and the bouncing wagon, Jensen was soon fast asleep. Chapter 25. Swaying atop the seat of the wagon, Jensen watched the immense plateau gradually drawing closer. The morning sun lit the soaring stone walls of the people's palace, warming them in a pastel glow. Although the wind had died down, the morning air remained bone-chilling cold. After the reeking rot of the swamp, she welcomed the flat, dry, stony scent of the open plain. With her fingertips, Jensen rubbed her forehead, trying to soothe her dull, throbbing headache. Tom had driven all night, and she had slept in the back of the bouncing wagon, but not well, nor nearly long enough. At least she had slept some, and they had made it back.
Too bad Lord Rawl isn't there.
Shocked out of her private thoughts, Jensen opened her eyes. What?
Lord Rawl.
Tom gestured off to the right, to the south.
It's too bad he isn't here to help you.
He had pointed south, the direction of the old world. On occasion, Jensen's mother had spoken of the bond connecting the Daharan people with the Lord Rawl. Through its ancient and arcane magic, Daharans were somehow able to sense where the Lord Rawl was. While the strength of the bond varied among Daharan people, they all shared it to some degree. What the Lord Rawl accrued from the bond, Jensen didn't know. She thought of it as yet more chains of domination around his people. In her mother's case, though, it helped them avoid Darken Rawl's clutches. From her mother's descriptions, Jensen was aware of the bond, but for some reason never felt anything of it. Perhaps it was so weak in her, as it was with some Daharan people, that she simply couldn't feel it. Her mother said it had nothing to do with one's level of devotion to the Lord Rawl, that it was purely a link of magic, and as such, it would be governed by criteria other than her feelings about the man. Jensen remembered times when her mother would stand in the doorway of their home, or at a window, or pause out in the forest, and stare off toward the horizon. Jensen knew at those times that her mother was sensing Darken Rawl through the bond, where he was, and how close. It was a shame that it told her only where the Lord Rawl himself was, and not the brutes he sent after them. Tom, being Daharan, took that bond to the Lord Rawl for granted, and had just given Jensen a valuable bit of information.
Lord Rall was not at his palace. That news buoyed her hopes. It was one less obstacle, one less thing to worry about. Lord Rall was off to the south, probably in the old world, making war on the people there, as Sebastian had told her. Yes, she finally said. Too bad. The marketplace below the plateau was already busy. Wisps of dust drifted above the crowds gathered there and over the road south. She wondered if Irma the sausage lady was there. Jensen missed Betty. She wanted so much to see the goat's little tail wagging furiously, to hear her bleating with elation at being reunited with her lifelong friend. Tom pointed his team toward the market, to where he had been set up selling his load of wine. Maybe Irma would go to the same place. Jensen would have to leave Betty again in order to go up through the entrance and into the plateau. It would be a long climb up all those stairs, and then she had to find where Sebastian was being held. As the wagon rumbled across the hardpan of the Azrith Plains, Jensen stared at the empty road that wound its way up the side of the plateau. "Take the road," she said. "What?" "Take the road up to the palace."
"Are you sure, Jensen?" "I don't think that's wise. It's only for official business."
"Take the road." In answer, he urged the horses to the left, away from their course toward the market and toward the base of the road instead. From the corner of her eye, she saw him snatch glances at his inscrutable passenger. Soldiers stationed at the base of the plateau where the road began its ascent watched them approach. As the wagon rolled closer, Jensen drew out her knife. "Don't stop," she said to Tom. He stared over at her.
"What? I have to. They have bows, you know."
Jensen continued to stare ahead. "Just keep going." When they reached the soldiers, Jensen held the knife out, holding it by the blade so that the handle stuck up above her fist. She kept her arm out straight and stiff, pointed down at the cluster of men so that they might see what she was announcing. She didn't look at them, but watched the road ahead, showing them the knife as if she couldn't be bothered to talk to them. Every pair of eyes watched that knife handle with the ornate letter R upon it as it flashed past their eyes. None moved to stop the wagon or to knock an arrow. Tom let out a low whistle. The wagon shook and rattled as it rolled onward. The road switched back and forth as it made its way steadily up the plateau. In some places there was ample room, but occasionally the road narrowed, forcing the wagon to ride close to the dizzying drop. Each tight bend offered them a new vista, a new view of the expanse of the Azrith Plains spread out far below. Off in the distance, the plains were rimmed by dusky blue mountains. When they arrived at the bridge, they finally did have to stop. The bridge was pulled up. Her faith in herself and her plan faltered as she realized that this, and not her bold bluff, was probably the reason the soldiers below had let her pass so easily. They knew she couldn't get over the chasm unless the guards lowered the bridge. They knew she couldn't simply barge into the palace, and at the same time, they didn't have to challenge a woman who had what very well might be an official pass of sorts from the Lord Rall himself. Worse yet, she now saw how the soldiers had also isolated, in a place without escape or hope of rescue by reinforcements, people they deemed potential intruders. Any hostile foray could be stopped cold here, and in all likelihood, captured or killed on the spot. It was no wonder Tom had advised against using the road up. Stimulated by the effort of the climb, the big horses tossed their heads at the interruption. One man stepped in front and took control of the horses' bits to keep them still. Soldiers approached the side of the wagon. Jensen sat on the cliffside, and although she saw men guarding the rear quarter on her side, most of the men approached on Tom's side.
"Good day, Sergeant,"
Tom called out. The man scrutinized the inside of the wagon, and after finding it empty, looked up at the two in the seat. "Good day." Jensen knew that this was no time for her to become timid. If she failed here, everything would be lost. Not only would Sebastian have no hope, but she would likely join him in a dungeon. She could not afford to lose her nerve. When the soldiers were close enough, she reached past Tom to hold the knife down toward the sergeant of the guards, showing him the handle as if she were flashing a royal pass. "Drop the bridge," she said, before he had a chance to ask them anything. The sergeant took in the knife handle before meeting her glare. "What's your business?" Sebastian had told her how to bluff. He had explained how she had done it her whole life, that she was a natural at it. Now she had to do it with deliberate intent if she was to save him and get out alive herself. Despite how fast her heart pounded, she showed the man a stern but empty expression. "Lord Rall's business. Lower the bridge."
She thought that he was taken back a bit by her tone, or possibly he was worried by her unexpected words. She could see his level of caution rise, tensing his features. Nevertheless, he stood his ground. "I need a little more than that, ma'am." Jensen twirled the knife, weaving it over and under and between her fingers, the polished metal flashing in the sunlight as it spun, until it came to an abrupt halt with the handle upright in her fist once more, the ornate letter R showing to the soldier. In a deliberate manner, she pushed the hood of her cloak back, exposing her fall of red hair to the morning sunlight and the men's stares. She could see in their eyes that her implication had been clearly understood. "I know you have a job to do," Jensen said with terrible calm, "but so do I. I'm on official business for Lord Rall. I'm sure you can appreciate how displeased Lord Rall would be with me were I to discuss his business with everyone who asked about it. Therefore, I have no intention of doing so. But I can tell you that I wouldn't be here were it not a matter of life or death. You are wasting my precious time, Sergeant. Now lower the bridge." "And what might be your name, ma'am?" Jensen leaned farther past Tom in order to more directly scowl at the sergeant. "Unless you lower that bridge, Sergeant, and right now, you will forever after remember me as Trouble, sent by Lord Rall himself." The sergeant, backed by a few dozen men with pikes along with crossbows, swords, and axes, didn't flinch. He looked at Tom. "What's your part in this?" Tom shrugged. "Just driving the wagon. Were I you, Sergeant, this is one lady I'd not want to be delaying." "Is that so?" "It is," Tom said with conviction. The sergeant gazed long and hard into Tom's eyes. Finally, he considered Jensen again, then turned and rolled his hand, motioning a man to lower the bridge. Jensen gestured with her knife toward the palace up the road. "How may I find the place where we hold prisoners?" As the gears started clattering and the bridge began to descend, he turned back to Jensen. "Inquire with the guards at the top. They can direct you, ma'am." "Thank you," Jensen said with finality, sitting back up straight and putting her eyes ahead, waiting for the bridge to lower. Once it had thudded into place, the sergeant signaled them ahead. Tom nodded his thanks and flicked the reins. Jensen had to play the part through the whole way if this were to have a chance of working. She found that her performance was aided by her very real anger. She was disturbed, though, that Tom had played some part in the success of the bluff. She wouldn't have his help for all of it. She decided that it would be wise to keep her anger out and in plain view of the other guards. "You want to see the prisoners?" Tom asked. She realized that she never had said why she had to return to the palace. "Yes, they've taken a man prisoner by mistake. I've come to see that he's released." Tom checked the horses with the reins, keeping them wide to negotiate the wagon around a switchback. "Ask for Captain Lerner," he said at last. Jensen glanced over at him, surprised that he had offered a name rather than an objection. "A friend of yours?" The reins moved ever so slightly with practiced precision, guiding the horses around the bend. "I don't know if I'd call him a friend. I've dealt with him a time or two." "Wine?" Tom smiled. "No, other things." He apparently didn't intend to say what other things. Jensen watched the sweep of the Azrith plains and distant mountains as they rode up the side of the plateau. Somewhere beyond those plains, those mountains, lay freedom. At the top, the road leveled out before a great gate through the massive outer wall of the palace. The guards stationed before the gate there waved them through, then blew whistles in a short series of notes to others unseen beyond the walls. Jensen realized that they had not arrived unannounced. She nearly gasped as they cleared the short tunnel through the massive outer wall. Inside, expansive grounds spread out before them. Lawns and hedges bordered the road that curved toward a hill of steps well over a half-mile away. The grounds inside the walls were teeming with soldiers in smart uniforms of leather and chainmail covered with wool tunics. Many, with pikes held upright at precisely the same angle, lined the route. These men were not loafing about. They weren't the kind to be surprised by what came up the road. Tom took it all in casually. Jensen tried to keep her eyes pointed ahead. She tried to look indifferent amid such splendor. Before the hill of steps awaited a reception party of guards over 100 strong. Tom pulled the wagon into the pocket they'd formed, blocking the road. Jensen saw, standing on the steps overlooking the soldiers, 3 men in robes. 2 wore silver-colored robes. Between them, 1 step higher, stood an older man wearing white,
both hands held in the opposite sleeves trimmed in golden-colored braiding that shimmered in the sunlight. Tom set the brake on the wagon as the soldier took control of the horses to keep them from moving. Before Tom could begin climbing down, Jensen put a hand on his arm to stop him. "This is as far as you go."
"But you—"
"You've done enough. You helped with the part I needed. I can handle it from here on out on my own." His measured, blue-eyed gaze swept over the guards standing around the wagon. He seemed reluctant to accede.
"I don't think it could hurt if I went along."
"I'd rather you go back to your brothers." He glanced to her hand on his arm before looking up into her eyes.
"If that's your wish."
His voice lowered to little more than a whisper.
"Will I see you again?"
It sounded more like a request than a question. Jensen could not bring herself to deny such a simple thing, not after all he had done for her. "We'll need to go down to the market to buy some horses. I'll stop by your place first, right after I'm done inside with getting my friend released."
"Promise?"
Under her breath, she said, "I have to pay you for your services, remember?" His lopsided grin reappeared.
"I've never met anyone like you, Jensen."
He noticed the soldiers, remembering then where he was, and cleared his throat.
"I'm thankful you let me do my small part, ma'am. I will hold you to your word on the rest of it."
He had risked enough by bringing her this far, a risk he hadn't known he was taking. Jensen fervently hoped that in her brief smile he would see how genuinely grateful she was for his help, since she didn't think she could afford to keep her promise to see him before they left. With his powerful hand gripping her arm to halt her for a final word, he spoke in a low but solemn voice, "Steel against steel, that he may be the magic against magic." Jensen had absolutely no idea what he meant. Staring into his intense gaze, she answered with a single firm nod. Not wanting to let the soldiers suspect that she might really be mild-mannered, Jensen turned away and climbed down from the wagon to stand before the man who looked to be in charge. She allowed him only a perfunctory look at the knife before replacing it in the sheath at her belt. "I need to see the man in charge of any prisoners you're holding. Captain Lerner, if memory serves me." His brow drew together.
"You want to see the captain of the prison guards?"
Jensen didn't know his rank. She didn't know much of anything about military matters, except that for most of her life soldiers like these had been trying to kill her. He could be a general, or for all she knew, a corporal. As she considered the man, his dress, his age, his bearing, she reasoned that he definitely looked more than a corporal. She feared to make a mistake with his rank, though, and decided it would be healthier to ignore it. Jensen dismissed his question with a curt flick of her hand. "I haven't got all day. I'll need an escort, of course. You and some of your men will do, I suppose." As she started up the steps, she glanced over her shoulder and saw Tom wink at her. It lifted her heart. The soldiers had parted to let his wagon leave, so he flicked the reins and urged his big horses away. Jensen hated to see his comforting presence go. She turned her mind from her fears. "You," she said, gesturing to the man in the white robes, "take me to where you hold prisoners." The man, the top of his head showing through his thinning gray hair, lifted a finger, sending most of the milling guards back to their posts. The officer of mysterious rank and a dozen of his soldiers remained behind her. "May I see the knife?" the man in the white robes asked in a gentle voice. Jensen suspected that this man, able to dismiss guards of rank, must be someone important. Important people in Lord Ral's palace might have the gift. It occurred to her that if he did have the gift, he would see her as a whole in the world. It also occurred to her that this was a very poor time to blurt out a confession, and an even worse time to try to bolt for the gate. She had to hope that he was a palace official and that he wasn't gifted. Many of the soldiers were still watching. Jensen casually pulled her knife from the sheath at her belt. Without a word, but showing a face that clearly said she was running out of patience, she held the knife up before the man's eyes so he could see the ornate R on the handle. He looked down his nose at the weapon before returning his attention to her. "And this is real?" "No," Jensen snapped. "I smelted it while sitting around the campfire last night. Are you going to take me to where you hold prisoners or not?" Showing no reaction, the man graciously held out a hand. "If you would follow me this way, madam." Chapter 26. The palace official's white robes flowed out behind him as he ascended the hill of steps, flanked by the two men in silver robes. Jensen remained what she judged to be an imperious distance behind the men. When the man in white noticed how she had lagged behind,
He slowed to allow her to catch up. She slowed her pace accordingly, maintaining the distance. He nervously checked behind, then slowed more. She slowed yet more, until the three robed men, Jensen and the soldiers behind her, were all pausing ponderously on each step. When they reached the next landing on the broad, sunlit marble steps, the man glanced over his shoulder again. Jensen gestured impatiently. He finally understood that she had no intention of walking with him, but expected him to lead the procession. The man acceded, quickening his steps, allowing her to have the distance she demanded, resigned to being what amounted to her lowly crier. The officer of unknown rank and his dozen soldiers climbed the stairs with mincing steps, trying to duplicate the distance she maintained in front of her. It was unanticipated and awkward for her escorts. She wanted it to be. Like her red hair, the distraction gave them something to think about, something to worry about. At intervals, the smooth ascent of marble stairs was broken by broad landings that gave the legs a rest before continuing up. At the top of the stairs, tall, embossed brass doors were set back beyond colossal columns. The entire front of the palace, looming over them, was one of the grandest sights Jensen had ever seen. But her mind was not on the intricate architecture of the entrance. She was thinking about what lay inside. They passed the shadows of the towering columns and swept on through the doorway. The dozen soldiers still trailed in her wake, their weapons, belts, and mail jangling. The sound of their boots on the polished marble floor echoed off the walls of a grand entry lined with fluted pillars. Deeper into the palace, people going about their business, or standing in twos and threes, talking or strolling the balconies, paused to watch the unusual procession, paused to see the officials in their white and silver robes and a dozen guards at a respectful distance escorting a woman with red hair. By her outfit, especially in comparison to the neat, clean dress of the others, it was obvious that she had just traveled in. Rather than being embarrassed by her clothes, Jensen was pleased that they added to the sense of urgent mystery. The reaction of the people, too, was bound to infect her escort. After the man in white whispered to the two in silver robes, they nodded and ran on ahead, vanishing around a corner. The guards followed at her measured distance. The procession wound through a maze of small passageways and funneled down narrow service stairs. Jensen and her escorts made a number of turns through intersecting halls, along dim corridors to doors opening onto wide halls, and intermittently descended a variety of stairs, until she could no longer keep track of their route. By the dusty condition of some of the dingy stairs and musty-smelling, apparently little-used halls, she realized that the man in white robes was taking her on a shortcut through the palace in order to get her to where she wanted to go as swiftly as possible. This, too, was reassuring, because it meant they took her seriously. That helped her confidence in playing the part. She told herself that she was important. She was a personal representative of Lord Rall himself, and she was not going to be deterred by anyone. They were here for no other purpose but to assist her. It was their job, their duty. Since it was hopeless trying to keep track of all the turns and twists they took, she put her mind instead to the matter at hand, to what she would do and say, going over it all in her head. Jensen reminded herself that no matter what condition Sebastian was in, she had to keep to her plan. Acting surprised, bursting into tears, falling on him, wailing, would do neither of them any good. She hoped that when she saw him, she could remember all that. The man in white checked his charge before turning down a stone stairwell. Dull red dust showed through chipped paint on the iron railing. The uncomfortably steep flight of stairs twisted downward, finally ending in a lower passageway lit by the eerie, wavering light from torches in short floor stands, rather than by lamps and reflectors that were used to light the way above. The two men in silver robes who had gone on ahead were waiting for them at the bottom. Hazy smoke hung near the low beams of the ceiling, leaving the place reeking of burning pitch. She could see her breath in the cold air. Jensen felt viscerally how deep they were in the people's palace. She had a brief, unpleasant memory of what it felt like sinking down beneath the dark, bottomless water of the swamp. She felt a similar pressure on her chest in the depths of the palace as she imagined the inconceivable weight overhead. Down the murky stone corridor to the right, she thought she could see evenly spaced doors. In some of the doors, it looked like there might be fingers gripping the edge of small openings. From down that hall in the darkness came a dry, echoing cough. As she looked off toward the unseen source of the sound, she had the feeling that this was a place where men were sent not for punishment, but to die. Before an iron-bound door sealing off the corridor to the left stood a powerfully built man,
feet spread, hands clasped behind his back, chin held high. His bearing, his size, the way his cut-stone gaze locked on her, made Jensen's breath falter. She wanted to run. Why did she think she could do this? After all, who was she? Just a nobody. Althea said that wasn't true unless she made it so herself. Jensen wished she had as much faith in her own abilities as Althea seemed to have in her. Looking Jensen in the eye, the man in white robes held a hand out in introduction. "Captain Lerner, as you requested." He turned to the captain and held his other hand out toward Jensen. "A personal envoy of Lord Rall, so she says." The captain gave the man in white a grim smile. "Thank you," she said to the men who had escorted her. "That will be all." The man in white opened his mouth to speak, then, as he met the look in her eyes, thought better of it and bowed. With his arms held out like a hen herding chicks, he ushered the other two in silver and then the soldiers away with him. "I'm looking for a man I heard was taken prisoner," she told the big man standing before the door. "For what reason?" "Someone messed up. He was taken prisoner by mistake." "Who says it was a mistake?" Jensen lifted the knife from its sheath at her belt and held it by the blade, nonchalantly showing the man the handle. "I do." His iron eyes briefly took in the design on the handle. Still, he stood in the same relaxed stance, barring the iron door to the passageway beyond. Jensen twirled the knife through her fingers, caught it by the handle, and returned it smoothly to its sheath at her belt. "I used to carry one too," he said, with a nod toward the knife she had returned to its sheath. "Few years back." "But not any longer?" She applied gentle pressure to the crossguard until she felt the knife click home. The soft sound echoed back from the darkness behind her. He shrugged. "It gets wearing, having your life at risk for Lord Rall all the time." Jensen feared he might ask her something about the Lord Rall, something she couldn't answer, but should be able to. She sought to block that possibility. "You served under Darken Rall, then. That was before my time. It must have been a great honor to have known him." "Obviously, you didn't know the man." She feared she had just failed her first test. She had thought that everyone who served would be a loyal follower. She thought it would be safe to go with that assumption. It wasn't. Captain Lerner turned his head and spat. He looked back at her with challenge. "Darken Rall was a twisted bastard. I'd have liked to put his knife between his ribs and twisted it good." Despite her anxiety, she showed him no more than a cool expression. "Then why didn't you?" "When the whole world is crazy, it doesn't pay to be sane. I finally told them I was getting too old and took a job down here. Someone far better than I ever was finally sent Darken Rall to the Keeper." Jensen was thrown off by such an unexpected sentiment. She didn't know if the man had really hated Darken Rall, or if he was only saying he did in front of her so as to show loyalty to the new Lord Rall, Richard, who had killed his father and assumed power. She tried to gather her wits without being obvious. "Well, Tom said you weren't stupid. I guess he knew what he was talking about." The captain laughed, a spontaneous, deep rolling sound that unexpectedly made Jensen smile at the incongruity of it coming from a man who otherwise looked like death's darling. "Tom would know." He clapped a fist to his heart in salute. His face softened to an easy smile. Tom had helped her again. Jensen clapped a fist to her heart, returning the salute. It seemed the right thing to do. "I'm Jensen." "Pleased, Jensen." He let out a sigh. "Maybe if I'd have known the new Lord Rall like you do, I might still be serving with you. But I'd already given it up by then and come down here. The new Lord Rall has changed everything, all the rules. He's turned the whole world upside down, I guess." Jensen feared she was treading on dangerous ground. She didn't know what the man meant and feared to say anything in response. She simply nodded and forged ahead with her reason for being there. "I can see why Tom said that you'd be the one to see." "What's this about, Jensen?" She took a deep, casual breath, preparing herself. She had thought it out 100 different ways, forward and backward. She was ready to come at it from any angle. "You know that those of us who serve Lord Rall in this capacity can't always allow everyone to know what we're doing, or who we are." Captain Lerner was nodding. "Of course." Jensen folded her arms, trying to look relaxed, despite how her heart pounded. She had made it past the riskiest assumption. She had guessed correctly. "Well, I had a man working with me," Jensen went on. "I heard he was taken prisoner. It wouldn't surprise me. The fellow sticks out in a crowd. But for what we were doing, that was what we needed.
Unfortunately, the guards must have noticed him too. Because of the mission and the people we were dealing with, he was well armed, so that would have put the men who stopped him on edge. He hasn't been here before, so he wouldn't know who to trust, and besides, it's traitors we're hunting. The captain was frowning in thought as he rubbed his jaw.
Traitors? In the palace?
We don't know for certain. We suspect infiltrators are about. That's who we're hunting. So he wouldn't dare to trust anyone here. If the wrong ears heard who he really was, it would imperil the rest of us. I doubt he would even give you his real name, though he might have. Sebastian. With the danger we're in, he would know that the less he says, then the less risk there is to the others on our team. He stared off, seeming to be caught up in her story.
No prisoner has admitted to that name.
His brow bunched in earnest reflection.
What's he look like?
A few years older than me, blue eyes, short white hair. The captain instantly recognized the description.
That one.
My information was correct then? You have him. She wanted to grab the man by his leather and shake him. She wanted to ask if they'd hurt Sebastian. She wanted to scream at him to let Sebastian out.
Yes, we have him, if it's the same man you're talking about, that is. Matches your description anyway.
Good. I need him back. I have urgent business for him. I can't afford to delay. We need to leave at once before the trail gets any colder. It would be best if we not make a big show of him being released. We need to slip out with as little notice as possible, as little contact with soldiers as possible. The ring of infiltrators might have managed to place themselves in the army. Captain Lerner folded his arms and sighed as he leaned down toward her a little, looking at her as a big brother might look at a little sister.
Jensen, are you sure he's one of your men?
Jensen feared to overplay the bluff. He was chosen for this assignment specifically because soldiers would not suspect he was one of us. Looking at him, you'd never guess. Sebastian has a proven knack for being able to get close to the infiltrators without them getting wind that he's one of our men.
But are you sure of this man's heart? Are you really sure he'd not bring Lord Rahl into harm's view?
Sebastian is one of mine. That much I know. But I'm not sure the man you have is my Sebastian. I guess I'd have to see him to be sure. Why? The captain stared off as she shook his head.
I don't know. I spent a lot of years carrying the knife, like you're starting out doing, and going places where you can't carry the knife, so you won't be known for who you really are. I don't have to tell you how being in such danger all the time sometimes gives you a sense about people. Something about that fellow with the white hair makes mine stand on end.
Jensen didn't know what to say. The captain was twice the size of Sebastian, so it wasn't Sebastian's physical presence that would worry the man. Of course, size was no valid indicator of potential threat. Jensen very well might be able to beat the captain in a knife fight. Maybe Captain Lerner sensed how deadly Sebastian was with weapons. The captain's eyes had been heedful of the way her fingers handled the knife. Perhaps the captain was able to tell by various small things that Sebastian was not Daharan. That could be troublesome, but Jensen had thought out a plan to explain that too, just in case.
Tom still up to his trouble?
The man asked. Oh, you know Tom. He's selling wine along with the help of Joe and Clayton. The captain stared incredulously.
Tom and his brothers selling wine?
He shook his head as a grin spread wide.
I'd like to know what he's really up to.
Jensen shrugged. Well, that's just what he's selling at the moment, of course. The three of them travel around buying goods, bringing them back to sell. He laughed at that and slapped her shoulder.
That sounds like he'd want it told. Small wonder he trusts you.
Jensen was completely confused and desperately didn't want to be dragged any further into a dangerous discussion about Tom, or she could soon be found out. She didn't really know much about Tom. This man apparently did. I guess I'd better see this fellow you have. If it is Sebastian, I need to kick his tail and get him on his way.
Right, Captain Lerner said with a firm nod. If he is your man, at least I'll finally know his name.
He turned to the iron-bound door as he rooted around in his pocket for a key.
If it is him, he's lucky you came for him before one of them women in red showed up to ask him questions. He'd be spouting more than his name then. He'd have saved himself and you a lot of trouble if he'd have told us what he was about in the first place.
Jensen felt giddy relief to hear that a moored Sith hadn't tortured Sebastian. When you're doing Lord Rahl's business, you keep your mouth shut, she said. Sebastian knows the price of our work. The captain grunted his agreement as he turned the key.
The latch unlocked with a cavernous clang. For this, Lord Ral, I'd keep my mouth shut, even if it was a moored Sith asking the questions. But you'd have to know the new Lord Ral better than I, so I guess I don't need to tell you.
Jensen didn't understand, but didn't ask anything either. As the captain tugged on the door, it slowly swung open, revealing a long hallway lit by a few candles along the length of the corridor. To each side were doors with small barred openings. As they passed some of those openings, as many as half a dozen arms stretched out, imploring, reaching, grabbing. From the darkness through others came the clamor of voices calling out vile curses and oaths. From the reaching hands and the collection of voices, she knew that each room beyond held groups of men. Jensen followed behind the captain deeper into the fortress prison. When eyes peered out and saw it was a woman, the men called out obscenely to her. She was shocked by the lewd and vulgar things yelled at her, the jeering laughter. She hid her feelings, her fears, and wore a calm mask. Captain Lerner kept to the center of the passageway, occasionally batting aside a reaching hand. "Watch yourself," he cautioned. Jensen was about to ask why when someone threw something sloppy at her. It missed, splattering on the opposite wall. She was appalled to see that it was feces. Several more men joined in. Jensen had to duck and dodge to miss it. The captain suddenly kicked a door of a man about to throw more. The bang of the kick echoed up and down the corridor, serving as warning enough to cause men to retreat back into the depths of their cells. Only when the glaring captain was sure his threat was understood did he start out once again. Jensen couldn't help but to ask in a whisper, "What are all of these men accused of?" The captain glanced back over his shoulder. "Various things, murder, rape, things like that. A few are spies, the kind of men you're hunting." The stench of the place gagged her. The raw hatred of the prisoners was understandable, she supposed, but no matter how much she sympathized with captives of Lord Ral's soldiers, men fighting against his brutal rule, their behavior only served to support any accusations of perversity. Jensen stayed close to Captain Lerner's heels as he turned down a side passageway. From a shelf built into the stone, he collected a lamp, then lit it from a nearby candle. The light from the lamp only served to throw a little more light into a nightmare and make it all the more frightening. She had terrifying visions of being found out and ending up in this place. She couldn't keep from imagining being locked in a room with men like these. She knew what they would do to her. Jensen had to remind herself to slow her breathing. Another door had to be unlocked, taking them beyond to a low passageway with doors spaced much closer. She guessed that they were cells holding a single man. A grasping hand, grimy and covered with open sores, shot out of an opening to catch her cloak. She shrugged the hand off her and kept moving. Captain Lerner unlocked another door at the end, and they entered a space smaller yet, hardly wider than his shoulders. The twisting, cramped opening, like a fissure in the rock, made Jensen's skin crawl. No hands reached out of the door openings in this place. The captain stopped and held up the lamp to look through the small hole in the door to the right. Satisfied with what he saw, he handed her the lamp and then unlocked the door. "We put special prisoners in this section," he explained. He had to use both hands and all his weight to pull on the door. It moved with grating protest. Inside, Jensen was surprised to see it was only a tiny empty room with a second door. That was why there were no hands reaching in this hall. The cells had double doors, to make escape even more improbable. After unlocking the second door, he took back the lamp. The captain ducked through the short doorway, pushing the light in before him, his bulk in the door momentarily throwing her into the darkness. Once through, he extended a hand out to help her so she wouldn't trip over the high sill. Jensen held the man's big hand and stepped into the cell. It was larger than she expected, looking to be carved out of the solid stone of the plateau. Tooled gouges in the rock walls testified to how difficult the work had been. No prisoner was going to dig his way out of such a secure place. On a bench carved in the opposite wall sat Sebastian. His blue eyes were on her from the instant she entered. In those eyes, she thought she could see how much he wanted out. Nevertheless, he showed no emotion and said nothing. From outward appearances, no one would even know that he knew her. He had neatly folded his cloak and used it as a cushion on the cold stone. Nearby sat a water cup. His clothes were orderly, showing no evidence that they abused him. It was good to see his face, his eyes, his spikes of white hair again. He licked his lips, his beautiful lips that so often had smiled at her. Now, though, he dared not smile. Jensen had been right. She did want to fall on him, to throw her arms around him, to wail with her relief at seeing him alive and unhurt. The captain gestured with his lamp. "This him?" "Yes, Captain." Sebastian's eyes were fixed on her as she stepped forward. She had to pause to be sure she had her voice under control. "It's all right, Sebastian. Captain Lerner here knows you're one of my team." She patted the handle of her knife. "You can trust him to keep your identity confidential." Captain Lerner extended a hand. "Glad to meet you, Sebastian. Sorry about the mix-up. We didn't know who you were. Jensen explained your mission. I used to serve, so I understand the need for secrecy." Sebastian rose to his feet and clasped hands with the man. "No harm done, Captain. I can't fault our men for doing their job." Sebastian didn't know her plan. He appeared to be waiting for her lead. She gestured impatiently and asked a question she knew he wouldn't be able to answer, and in that way let him know what it was she intended him to say. "Did you make contact with any of the infiltrators before you were stopped by the guards? Did you find out who any of them are and gain their confidence? Did you at least get any names?" Sebastian took her lead and sighed convincingly. "I'm sorry, no. I'd only just arrived and didn't have a chance before the guards." His gaze drifted to the floor. "Sorry." Captain Lerner's eyes shifted between the two of them. Jensen assumed a tone of forbearance. "Well, I can't blame guards for not taking chances in the palace. We need to be on our way, though. I made some headway in our search and uncovered some important new contacts. It can't wait. These men are wary, and I need you to approach them. They aren't likely to let a woman buy them drinks. They'd get the wrong idea. So I'm going to leave it to you. I've got other snares to set." Sebastian was nodding as if he were entirely familiar with the imaginary work. "All right." The captain held an arm out. "Let's get you both on your way, then." Sebastian, following Jensen out, glanced back. "I'll need my weapons, Captain, and all the coins that were in the purse. That's Lord Rahl's money, and I need it to do his bidding." "I have it all. Nothing is missing. My word on that." Outside, in the confining passageway, Captain Lerner pulled the cell door shut. He had the light, so Jensen and Sebastian waited on him. As she started out, the captain gently reached past Sebastian to grasp her arm, stopping her. Jensen froze, fearing to breathe. She felt Sebastian's hand slip around her waist to the handle of her knife. "Is it true what people say?" the captain asked. Jensen looked back into his eyes. "What do you mean?" "I mean about Lord Rahl, about how he's, I don't know, different. I've heard men talk, men who have met him, fought with him. They talk about how he handles that sword of his, how he fights and all. But more than that, they talk about him as a man. Is it true what they say?" Jensen didn't know what he meant. She feared to move, to say anything, not knowing how to answer such a question. She didn't know what people, especially Daharan soldiers, said about the new Lord Rahl. She knew that she and Sebastian could kill this man, here, now. They would have the element of surprise. Sebastian, with his hand on her knife, was surely thinking that very thing. But they would still have to make it out of the palace. If they killed him, it was likely that the body would soon be discovered. The Daharan soldiers were anything but lax. Even if they hid the dead captain of the prison guards, a check of the prisoners would soon reveal that Sebastian was missing. Their chances of escaping, then, became remote. Worse, though, she didn't think she could kill this man. Despite the fact that he was a Daharan officer, she held no ill feeling for him. He seemed a decent sort, not a monster. Tom liked him, and the captain respected Tom. Stabbing a man who was trying to kill them was one thing. This would be entirely different. She couldn't do this. "We would lay down our lives for the man," Sebastian said in an earnest voice. "I'd have let you torture and kill me before I would have said a word, for fear it would endanger Lord Rahl." "I, too," Jensen added in a soft voice, "think of little else but Lord Rahl. I even dream about him." She had spoken the truth, but a truth calculated to deceive. The captain smiled, staring off with an inner satisfaction as his fingers released her arm. Jensen felt Sebastian's hand slip away from her knife. "I guess that tells it plain," the captain said in the near darkness. "I've served a long time. I had lost hope of daring to dream such a thing." He hesitated, then spoke again. "And his wife? Is she really a confessor, like they say?"
I've heard tales about the confessors, from back before the boundaries, but I never knew if it was really true.
Wife? Jensen didn't know anything about Lord Rahl having a wife. Jensen couldn't picture him with a wife, or imagine what such a woman would be like. Jensen couldn't even conceive of why the Lord Rahl, a man who could possess any woman he wanted and then discard her at will, would bother to take a wife. And what a confessor could be was a complete mystery to Jensen. But the very title, confessor, certainly sounded ominous. Sorry, Jensen said. I've not met her.
Nor I, Sebastian said. But I've heard much the same about her as you have. The captain smiled distantly. I'm glad I've lived to see a Lord Rahl like this finally come to command Dahara as it should be commanded.
Jensen started out again, troubled by the man's words, troubled that he was pleased this new Lord Rahl was going to conquer and rule the whole world in the name of Dahara. Jensen was eager to get out of the prison and out of the palace. The three of them moved quickly back through the narrow passageways, back through iron doors, and past the reaching prisoners. The captain's growled warning silenced them this time. When they rushed through the last iron-bound door before the stairs, they all came to an abrupt halt. A tall, attractive woman with a single long blonde braid stood waiting for them, blocking their escape route. The look on her face was lightning waiting to strike. She was wearing red leather. It could be nothing other than a Mord Sith. Chapter 27. The woman's hands were clasped casually behind her back. Her expression was anything but casual. Boot strikes echoed off the stone walls as she stepped forward, a dark thundercloud approaching, a thundercloud that didn't know fear. A wave of gooseflesh tingled up Jensen's body from her knees to the nape of her neck, where downy hair stiffened. In a steady, measured pace, the woman strode one full turn around them, looking them up and down, a hawk circling, inspecting mice. Jensen saw an Aegil, the weapon of a Mord Sith, hanging from a fine chain at the woman's right wrist. Lethal as Jensen knew such a weapon could be, it looked like nothing more than a thin leather rod, not a foot in length.
A very agitated official came to see me, the Mord Sith said in a quiet, silken voice. Her deadly glare moved very deliberately from Sebastian to Jensen. He thought I needed to come down here and see what was going on. He mentioned a woman with red hair. He seemed to think she might be trouble of some sort. What do you think he was so worried about? The captain, who was behind Jensen, stepped out to the side. There's nothing going on that you need concern yourself. With a flick of her wrist, the Aegil spun up into her fist and was pointing at the captain's face. I didn't ask you. I asked this young woman. The glare turned back to Jensen. Why do you suppose he would say that I needed to come down here, Jensen. Because, Jensen said, unable to look away from the cold blue eyes, he's a pompous dolt, and he didn't like it that I wouldn't pretend he wasn't just because he wore white robes. The Mord Sith smiled. It was not humor, but grim respect for the veracity of what Jensen had said. The smile evaporated as she glanced at Sebastian. When her gaze returned to Jensen, it looked as if it could cut steel. Pompous or not, that doesn't change the fact that there is a prisoner being released for no more cause than your word. Jensen. My word is sufficient. Jensen irritably lifted the knife at her belt and flashed the handle at the woman. This backs my word. That, the Mord Sith said in her silken hiss, means nothing. Jensen could feel her face going red. It means, do you think we're stupid? The Mord Sith's skin-tight red leather creaked as she leaned closer. That if you come in here and merely wave that knife handle in our faces, that our faculty of reason will evaporate. The tight leather outfit revealed a body as shapely as it was powerful. Jensen felt small and ugly before this flawless creature. Worse, she felt totally inadequate faking a story before a woman as confident as this woman was, a woman who seemed able to see right through their invented tale. But Jensen knew that if she dared to waver now, she and Sebastian were as good as dead. Jensen put as much of an edge to her voice as she could manage. I carry this knife for Lord Rahl in his name, and you will yield to it. Really? Why? Because this knife shows the trust Lord Rahl has placed in me. Ah, so just because you happen to carry it, we're supposed to believe that Lord Rahl gave it to you? That he trusts you? How are we to know you didn't find the knife? Find it? Are you out of your... Or perhaps you and this prisoner here ambushed the knife's true owner, murdered him for no reason but to get your hands on a coveted object, hoping it would give you credibility? I don't know how you can possibly believe such a... Or maybe you're a coward and murdered the knife's owner in his sleep? Or maybe you didn't even have that much courage, and you bought it from cutthroats who murdered him. Is that what you did? Simply got it from the real murderer? Of course not. The moored Sith leaned closer yet, until Jensen could feel the woman's breath on her own face. Maybe you enticed the man it belonged to into lying between your sweet legs while your partner here stole it. Or maybe you're just a whore, and it was the gift of a murderous thief in exchange for your womanly favors. Jensen backed away. I wouldn't... Showing us such a weapon proves nothing. The fact is, we don't know who the knife belongs to. Surrender. It's mine, Jensen insisted. The moored Sith straightened and lifted an eyebrow. Really? The captain folded his arms. Sebastian, standing to Jensen's side, didn't move. Jensen fought to contain tears of panic trying to surface. She endeavored to show a defiant face instead. Jensen, surrender. I have important business on behalf of Lord Rahl, Jensen said through gritted teeth. I don't have time for this. Ah, the moored Sith mocked. Business on behalf of Lord Rahl. Well, that does sound important. She folded her arms. What business? It's my affair, not yours. The cool smile returned. Magic business? That it? Magic? It's not any of your concern. I'm doing Lord Rahl's bidding, and you would do well to remember that. He'd not be pleased to know you were meddling. The eyebrow lifted again. Meddling? My dear young lady, it is impossible for a moored Sith to meddle. If you were who you say you are, you would know that much at least. Moored Sith exist only to protect Lord Rahl. It would be a dereliction of my duty, don't you think, were I to ignore such curious goings-on? No, I told you. And if Lord Rahl finds himself bleeding his life away and asks me what happened, before he dies, I can tell him that a girl with a pretty knife danced in here and demanded to have a very suspicious and tight-lipped prisoner released. And, well, we were so dazzled by the knife and by her big blue eyes that we all just thought we ought to let her have her way. That about it? Of course you have to do some magic for me. The moored Sith reached out and tested some of Jensen's red hair between a finger and thumb. A bit of magic to prove yourself. A spell, a charm, a dazzling show of your craft. Call some lightning down, if you will. If not that, maybe then just a simple flame fluttering in midair. I don't do some magic, witch. Her voice was a deadly command. Surrender. Angry at the voice, but more so at the moored Sith, Jensen slapped the hand away from her hair. Stop it! Faster than seemed possible, Sebastian went for the woman. Faster yet, her aegil spun into her hand. She rammed the tip against Sebastian's shoulder as he was still flying at her. Sebastian cried out as the weapon stopped him cold. The woman calmly pressed the aegil against his shoulder, driving him to the ground. Sebastian screamed as he lay crumpled on the floor. Jensen rushed toward the moored Sith. In one swift movement, the woman stood and had the aegil before Jensen's face, halting her. At their feet, Sebastian writhed in agony. Thinking only of Sebastian, only of getting to him, only of helping him, Jensen grabbed the aegil, pushing it and the woman's hand away. She went to one knee beside Sebastian. He had rolled to his side, holding himself, trembling as if he'd been struck by lightning. He calmed under her gentle touch as she told him to lie still. As he recovered somewhat and tried to sit up, Jensen put an arm behind his shoulders and helped him. He leaned against her, panting, clearly suffering from the lingering effects of the pain of the weapon. He blinked, trying to clear his watering eyes, struggling to focus his vision.
Jensen, horrified by what the touch of the Aegeal could do, stroked a hand down Sebastian's face. She lifted his chin, trying to see if he recognized her, if he was all right. He could hardly sit up on his own, but he gave her a little nod. "Stand up!" The moored Sith towered over them. "Both of you!" Sebastian couldn't yet. Jensen shot to her feet, defiantly facing the woman. "I'll not tolerate this. When I tell Lord Rahl about this, he'll have you horsewhipped." The woman was frowning. She held the Aegeal out. "Touch it." Again, Jensen seized the weapon and shoved it aside. "Stop it!" "It works," the moored Sith muttered to herself. "I know it does. I can feel it." She turned and experimentally pressed the awful thing to the captain's arm. He cried out and went to his knees. "Stop it!" Jensen caught hold of the red rod, pulling it back away from the captain. The moored Sith stared. "How do you do that?" "Do what?" "Touch it without being hurt. No one is immune to the touch of an Aegeal, not even Lord Rahl himself." Jensen realized then that something unprecedented had happened. She didn't understand it, but she knew that while the situation was confused, she had to seize the opportunity. "You wanted to see magic, you saw it. But how? Do you think that Lord Rahl would allow me to carry the knife if I wasn't competent?" "But an Aegeal—" The captain was coming to his feet.
What's the matter with you? I fight for the same cause as you.
"And that cause is protecting Lord Rahl," the woman snapped. She held her Aegeal up. "This is my means of protecting him. I have to know what's wrong, lest I fail him." Jensen reached up and curled her fingers around the weapon, holding it tight as she met the moored Sith's gaze. She told herself that she had to remember who she was supposed to be and to maintain the pretense. She tried to think of what she would do if she really were one of Lord Rahl's elite. "I understand your concern," Jensen said with resolve, determined not to miss her unexpected chance, even if she didn't fully understand it herself. "I know you want to protect Lord Rahl. We share that devotion and sacred duty. Our lives are his. I have vital business doing the same as you, protecting Lord Rahl. You don't know all that's involved in this, and I don't have the time to even begin to explain it to you. I've had enough of this. Lord Rahl's life is in danger. I have no more time to spare. If you don't let me do my job of protecting him, then you are imperiling him, and I will remove you as I would any threat to his life." The moored Sith considered Jensen's words. What she could be thinking, Jensen had no idea, but that very notion, thought, was one Jensen had never ascribed to the moored Sith. She had always considered them to be mindless killers. In this woman's eyes, Jensen could see cognition. Finally, the moored Sith reached down and with a hand under Sebastian's arm, helped him to his feet. When he was standing steadily, she turned back to Jensen. "I'd gladly suffer the horsewhipping, and far worse, if it would help protect this Lord Rahl. Get going, and be quick about it." She gave Jensen a small but warm smile, and then a firm clap on the side of the shoulder. "May the good spirits be with you." She hesitated. "But I need to know how it is that you don't feel the power of an Aegeal. Such a thing is simply not possible." Jensen was taken aback that a person this evil dared to invoke the name of the good spirits. Jensen's mother was a good spirit now. "I'm sorry, but that's part of what I have no time to begin to tell you. And besides, Lord Rahl's safety hinges on me keeping it secret." The woman stared long and hard. "I am Naida," she said at last. "Swear to me, personally, that you will do as you say and protect him." "I swear, Naida. Now I have to go. I can't spare any more time, not for anything." Before Jensen could move, the moored Sith seized a fistful of her dress and cloak at her shoulder. "This is one Lord Rahl we cannot afford to lose, or we all lose everything. If I ever find out you're lying to me, I promise you two things. First, there will never be a hole deep enough for you to hide in that I won't find you. And second, your death will be beyond anyone's worst nightmare. Do I make myself clear?" Jensen could only nod dumbly at the look of fierce resolve in Naida's eyes. The woman turned and started up the steps. "Get going, then." "Are you all right?" the captain asked Sebastian. Sebastian brushed dirt off his knees as he headed for the steps. "I'd have rather had the horsewhipping than that, but I guess I'll live." The captain grimaced his sympathy as he comforted his own arm. "I have your things up there locked away, your weapons and your money." "Lord Rahl's money," Sebastian corrected.
Jensen wanted nothing so much as to be out of the palace. She hurried up the steps, forcing herself not to break into a dead run. "Oh," the Mordsith called back down the steps. She had paused, her hand on the rusty rail as they rushed up after her. "I forgot to tell you." "Forgot to tell us what?" Jensen asked. "We're in a hurry." "That official who came to get me? The one in white robes?" "Yes?" Jensen asked as she reached the woman. "After he came for me, he was going to go looking for Wizard Rahl, to bring him down to see you too." Jensen felt the blood drain from her face. "Lord Rahl is far to the south," the captain scoffed as he came up the stairs behind them. "Not Lord Rahl," Nida said. "Wizard Rahl. Wizard Nathan Rahl." Chapter 28. Jensen remembered that name. Nathan Rahl. Althea had said she met him in the old world at the Palace of the Prophets. He was a real Rahl, she said. She said he was powerful and inconceivably dangerous, so they kept him locked away behind impenetrable shields of magic where he could cause no harm, yet he sometimes still managed it. Althea had said that Nathan Rahl was over 900 years old. Somehow the old wizard had escaped those impenetrable shields of magic. Jensen seized the Mordsith by the elbow. "Nida, what's he doing here?" "I don't know. I've not met him." "It's important he not see us." Jensen nudged Nida ahead, urging her to hurry. "I don't have time to explain, but he's dangerous." At the top of the stairs, Nida looked both ways before meeting Jensen's gaze. "Dangerous? Are you sure about this?" "Yes." "All right. Come with me, then." "I need my things," Sebastian said. "Here." The captain pointed at a door not far away. While Nida stood guard, Sebastian followed Captain Lerner inside. Jensen, her knees trembling, stood in the doorway watching as the captain set the lamp down and unlocked a second door inside. He and Sebastian went into the room beyond, taking the lamp. Jensen could hear brief words and the sounds of things being dragged off shelves. With every passing moment, Jensen could almost hear the wizard's footsteps bringing him ever closer. If he caught them, Sebastian's weapons would do them no good. If Wizard Rahl saw them, he would recognize Jensen for what she was, a hole in the world, the ungifted offspring of Darken Rahl. There would be no bluffing her way out of that. They would have her at last. Sebastian emerged ahead of the captain. "Let's go." He simply looked like a man in a dark green cloak, the same as before. Few would suspect the collection of weapons he carried. His blue eyes and spikes of white hair made him look different from other people. Maybe that was why the guards had stopped him. Page 264. The captain caught Jensen by the arm. "As she said," he nodded toward the Mordsith, "may the good spirits be with you always." He handed her the lamp. Jensen whispered her sincere gratitude before rushing to follow the other two down the passageway, leaving the captain of the guards behind. Nida led them down dark halls and through empty rooms. They raced through a narrow cleft without a ceiling. At least when Jensen looked up, she could see nothing but darkness above. The floor appeared to be bedrock. The wall to the right was rather unremarkable fitted stone. To the left, though, the passageway was lined with colossal speckled pink granite blocks. Each smooth-faced block was larger than any house Jensen had ever lived in, yet the joints were so tight that no blade could have slipped between them. At the end of the passageway, beside the huge stone blocks, they ducked through a low door and out onto a narrow walkway made of iron and laid with planks to cross on. The thread of a footbridge spanned a wide chasm in the bedrock of the plateau. Jensen could see by the light of her lamp that the walls of sheer rock to each side dropped straight down, fading away far below. The light of the lamp wasn't enough for her to see the bottom. Standing there on the slender stretch of walkway suspended over the enormous void made her feel as tiny as an ant. The Mordsith, a hand on the iron rail as she moved across the bridge, paused and looked back over her shoulder. "Why is Wizard Rahl dangerous?" It was obvious that the question had been playing on her mind. "What trouble can he cause you?" The brittle tone of her voice reverberated off the surrounding rock walls. Stopped there in the center of the walkway over the black abyss, Jensen could feel the bridge swaying underfoot. It was making her dizzy. The Mordsith waited. Jensen tried to think of something to say. A glance back at Sebastian's blank expression told her that he had no ideas. She quickly decided to mix in some of the truth in case Nida knew anything about the man. "He's a prophet. He escaped from a place where he was held, a place where he couldn't hurt anyone.
They had him there because he's dangerous. The Mord Sith pulled her long blonde braid over her shoulder, drawing her hand down its length as she considered Jensen's words. She clearly didn't intend to move yet. I've heard he's quite an interesting man. In her eyes was awakened challenge. He's dangerous, Jensen insisted. Why? He can harm my mission. How? I've already said it. He's a prophet. Prophecy could be a benefit. It might help you in your mission to protect Lord Ra. The Mord Sith's frown darkened. Why wouldn't you want such help? Jensen recalled what Althea said about prophecy. He might tell me how I'll die, even the very day. What if you were the one who had to protect Lord Ra against an approaching threat, and you knew that the very next day you were going to die in some horrifying fashion, knew the exact hour, the agonizing details? It might put you in a state of paralyzing fear, and in that panic of knowing exactly when and how you were to die, you would naturally be ill-suited to protect Lord Ra's life. Nida's frown eased only slightly. Do you really think that Wizard Ra would tell you such a thing? Why do you think they had him locked away? He's dangerous. Prophecy could be dangerous for those like me who protect Lord Ra. Or maybe it could help, Nida said. If you knew that something bad was going to happen, you could stop it. Then it wouldn't be prophecy, now would it? Nida ran her hand down her braid as she considered the implications. But if you knew of some dire foretelling, then maybe you could turn the prophecy aside and avert the disaster. If you could turn prophecy aside, that would make it wrong. If it were wrong, if it were prophecy unfulfilled, then it would just be the foolish, empty words of an old man, wouldn't it? Then how could prophecy be distinguished from the ranting of any lunatic who claimed he was a prophet? But it's not empty ranting, Jensen insisted. It's prophecy. If this prophet wanted to harm my mission, he might tell me something terrible about my future. If I knew something terrible, I might fail Lord Ra. You mean, Nida asked, that you think it would be like if I were to jab my Aegil at someone? It would make them flinch? Yes, only if we know a prophecy and flinch, as it were, it's Lord Ra who would be put at risk because of our weakness and fear. Nida released her braid and put her hand back on the railing. But I would not flinch knowing how I was to die, especially if it was Lord Ra's life I was saving. As a Mord Sith, I'm always prepared to die. Every Mord Sith wishes to die fighting for the Lord Ra, not old and toothless in bed. Jensen wondered if the woman was mad, or if she could really be that dedicated. A brave boast, Sebastian put in. But are you willing to bet Lord Ra's life on it? Nida looked him in the eye. If it were my life on the line, yes. I would not flinch knowing how and when I was to die. Then I admit that you're a better woman than I, Jensen said. Nida nodded grimly. I would not expect you to be the same as I. You may carry the knife, but are not Mord Sith. Jensen wished Nida would move on. If she couldn't convince the woman and had to fight her, this would be a very bad place to have to do it. The Mord Sith was strong and quick. With Sebastian behind, he could be little help.
Besides that, hanging on to the swaying bridge over the chasm, Jensen's head was spinning. She didn't like high places and had never prided herself in her sense of balance.
I'd do my best not to fail Lord Ra in a situation like that, Jensen said. But I can't swear I wouldn't. I'd not like Lord Ra's life to hang on the answer. Nida nodded in resignation. That's wise. She finally turned and started out once more across the footbridge. I would still try to change the prophecy, though. Jensen let out a silent sigh as she shuffled along, following close behind. In some manner she didn't understand, her words were swaying the Mord Sith more than seemed possible. She glanced over the edge, but still saw no bottom. Prophecy can't be changed, or it would cease to be prophecy. Prophecy comes from prophets who are gifted with it. Nida had her braid over her shoulder again, stroking it. But if he is a prophet, then he knows the future, and like you said, that can't be changed, or it wouldn't be prophecy. So, he would only be telling you what is going to happen. He can't change it. You can't change it. It's already going to happen, whether he tells you or not. If telling you would make you fail to protect Lord Ra, then he would already see such an event, so it is preordained to happen and would be part of the prophecy to begin with. Jensen pulled a strand of her hair out of her eyes as she advanced along the bridge, gripping the rail tightly. In her mind, she furiously raced to come up with a logical answer. She had no idea if the things she was saying were true or not, but she thought they sounded convincing and seemed to be working.
The problem was, Nida kept asking questions Jensen had more and more trouble answering. She felt almost as if she were descending into the void below, each attempt to climb out only letting her slip deeper. She did her best to keep any trace of desperation out of her voice. But don't you see? Prophets don't see everything about everyone, as if the whole world and every single thing that happens is some grand play, to be acted out according to a script the prophet has already read. A prophet would only see some things, maybe even some things of his choosing. But other things he doesn't see, he might try to influence. Nida frowned back at them. What do you mean? Jensen sensed that her only safety was to keep Nida worried for her Lord Rahl. I mean, if he wanted to harm Lord Rahl, he might tell me something that would make me flinch just to make me flinch, even if he didn't see such an event. Nida's frown grew more serious. You mean he might lie? Yes. But why would Wizard Rahl want to harm Lord Rahl? What possible reason would he have? I told you he's dangerous. That's why they had him locked away in the Palace of the Prophets. Who knows what other things they knew about him that we don't? Things that made them feel it was necessary to lock such a man away. That still doesn't answer why Wizard Rahl would wish to harm Lord Rahl. Jensen felt as if she were in a knife fight, trying to protect herself from this woman's razor-sharp verbal blade. It's not just prophecy. He's a wizard. He's gifted. I don't know if he's interested in harming Lord Rahl. Maybe he's not. But I don't want to risk Lord Rahl's life to find out. I know enough about magic to know I don't like messing around with things of magic that are beyond me. I have to put Lord Rahl's life first. I'm not saying that I believe Nathan Rahl is bent on harm. I'm just saying that it's my job to protect Lord Rahl, and I don't want to take the chance with such magic. Magic I can't ward. The woman shouldered open the door at the end of the footbridge. I can't argue that. I don't like anything to do with magic. But if Lord Rahl is in danger from this prophet of a wizard, maybe you had better stay here so we can look into it. I don't know if Nathan Rahl represents a threat, but I have pressing business that I know for certain is a grave danger to Lord Rahl. My responsibility is to tend to that. Nida tried a door but found it locked. She continued on down the dingy hallway. But if your suspicions about Nathan Rahl are correct, then we must... Nida, I'm hoping you can keep your eye on this Nathan Rahl for me. I can't do it all myself. Watch him for me. Do you wish me to kill him? No! Jensen was surprised at how ready the Mord Sith seemed to be to commit such an act. Of course not. I'm just saying to pay attention. Keep an eye on him, that's all. Nida reached another door. This time the lever lifted. Before she opened it, she turned back to the two of them. Jensen didn't like the look in her eyes as her gaze shifted between them. This is all crazy, Nida said. Too much of it makes no sense. Too many things don't fit. I don't like it when things don't make sense. This was a dangerous creature who could at any moment turn on them. Jensen had to find a way to close the subject for good. She remembered what Captain Lerner had said, how filled with conviction he had been, and spoke the words softly to Nida. The new Lord Rahl has changed everything, all the rules. He's turned the whole world upside down. Nida finally let out a deep breath. A wistful smile came to her lips. Yes, he has, she said in a soft voice. Wonder of wonders. That's why I would lay down my life to protect him. Why I worry so. Me too. I need to do my job. Nida turned away and led them to a dark spiral of stairs tunneling down through the rock. Jensen knew that the tale she was spinning wasn't entirely convincing. She was perplexed that it worked anyway. A long journey down seemingly endless stairs and along dark corridors, occasionally cutting through passageways crowded with soldiers, took them ever lower in a plateau below the People's Palace. Sebastian's hand on her back for much of the journey was a reassuring comfort and a relief. Jensen could hardly believe that she had managed to get him free. Soon they would be out of the palace and safely away. Somewhere within the interior of the plateau, they emerged into the central public area. Nida had taken them down a more direct route and saved them time. Jensen preferred staying within the hidden passageways, but apparently those shortcuts ended at this place, within the common area. They would have to finish their descent among the crowds. Small stands selling food lined the way along the route as throngs of people shuffled past on their long ascent to the palace above. Jensen recalled passing the vendors opposite the stone balusters overlooking the level below on her first visit to the palace. The smells after the dusty places they had been were temptation almost beyond endurance. Soldiers patrolling nearby noticed them on their way down, moving against the crowds. Like all the soldiers she had seen in the palace, these were big men, muscular, fit, eyes alert. In their leather and chain mail, weapons hanging from their belts, they were an intimidating sight. As soon as they realized that Nida was escorting them, the soldiers turned their scrutiny to other people. When Jensen saw Sebastian pull up his hood, she realized it would be a good idea to hide her hair and followed suit. The air inside the plateau was frosty, and a number of people had their heads covered with hoods or hats, so it wouldn't raise suspicions. As they reached the far end of a long landing in the lower reaches inside the plateau, just as they turned to descend the next flight of stairs, Jensen looked up. At the opposite end of the landing, a tall, older man with a full head of straight white hair hanging to his broad shoulders was just coming down off the stairs. Even though he was old, he was still a strikingly handsome man. Despite his age, he moved with vigor. He looked up. His gaze met Jensen's. The world seemed to stop in the man's dark azure eyes. Jensen froze. There was something about him that looked vaguely familiar, something in those eyes that seized her attention. Sebastian had stopped 2 steps below her. Nida was at her side. The moored Sith's gaze followed Jensen's. The man's hawk-like glare was fixed on Jensen, as if they were the only 2 people in the entire palace.
"Dear spirits," Nida whispered, "that has to be Nathan Rahl."
"How do you know?" Sebastian asked. She stepped up beside Jensen, her attention fixed on the man.
"He has the eyes of a Rahl, of darkened Rahl. I've seen those eyes in enough nightmares."
Nida's gaze slid to Jensen. Her brow drew together. Jensen realized where she had seen the man's eyes. In the mirror. Chapter 29. In the distance, across the landing, Jensen saw the wizard's eyes going wide. His hand came up, pointing across the throng of people. "Stop!" he called out in a deep, powerful voice. Even above the racket around her, Jensen could clearly hear that voice ring out. "Stop!" Nida was staring at her, as if the spark of recognition was but an instant away. Jensen seized her arm.
"Nida, you have to stop him."
Nida broke the gaze to look over her shoulder at the man rushing toward them. She looked back at Jensen. Jensen remembered Althea saying that she could see some Rahl in Jensen's looks, and that others who knew Darken Rahl might recognize her. Jensen gripped red leather in her fist.
"Stop him! Don't listen to anything he says!"
"But he might only—" Gripping the fistful of red leather tightly, Jensen shook the woman.
"Haven't you heard anything I've said? He might keep me from helping Lord Rahl. He might try to trick you. Stop him! Please, Nida, Lord Rahl's life is in grave danger."
Invoking the name of Lord Rahl tipped the balance back.
"Go," Nida said. "Hurry."
Jensen nodded and dashed down the steps. She only had time for a brief look. She saw the prophet's long legs striding toward them, his hand held out, calling for them to stop. Nida, Aegil in her fist, ran for him. Jensen scanned the area for soldiers, then turned back for a look, trying to see if Nathan Rahl was still coming, trying to see if Nida was stopping him. Sebastian snatched her hand, pulling her in a headlong rush down the steps. Jensen didn't get a chance for another glimpse of her wizard kin. She hadn't realized how it would affect her to see someone who was related to her. She hadn't expected to see it in his eyes. There had only been her mother and her before. It was the strangest feeling, a kind of pensive longing, seeing this man who was in some way her blood. But if he caught her, her doom would be sealed. Together she and Sebastian raced down the steps, dodging people who were on their way up. Some people grumbled at them to watch where they were going, or cursed them for running. At each landing, she and Sebastian skirted the crowds and flew down the next flight of stairs. When they reached a level where soldiers were stationed, they slowed. Jensen pulled her hood up a little tighter, making sure that her hair was hidden, along with some of her face, fearing people might recognize her for being the daughter of Darken Rahl. Anxiety knotted her insides at having discovered that there was that, too, she now had to worry about. Sebastian's arm around her waist held her close as he wound his way through the flowing river of people. To avoid soldiers on patrol moving by near the balusters, he had to guide Jensen to the side with benches, taking them closer among the stands, weaving through lines of people. The landing was choked with people buying trinkets and treasures of their visit to the people's palace. The air was filled with the aroma of meats and spices from some of the stands. Couples sat on benches eating, drinking, smiling, talking excitedly. Others simply watched people pass. There were shadowy spaces between stands and pillars where some couples sat tight together on short benches, or, where there were no benches, stood close in the dark, cuddling, kissing. When Jensen and Sebastian reached the edge of the landing, about to head down, they spotted a large patrol of soldiers coming up the steps. Sebastian hesitated. She knew he had to be thinking about the last time soldiers took notice of him. This was a large group. It would be impossible to pass them without being within an arm's length. As they marched up the steps, the men looked carefully at everyone. Jensen doubted that she would ever again be able to talk Sebastian out of a prison cell. It was likely, since she was with him, that this time they might take her in to be questioned. If they detained her, Nathan Rowell would seal her fate. She felt a sense of panic, of doom, closing in on her. Jensen, not wanting to separate from Sebastian, instead grabbed his arm and pulled him back across the landing, past couples on benches, past those in lines at counters, past people standing back in the shadows, embracing, and into one of the dark, empty niches. Panting from the effort of their long run, she put her shoulders into the narrow nook back between the rear of a stand and a pillar. She drew Sebastian around in front of her so that his back would be to the soldiers. With his hood up as it was, they wouldn't see much of him. If they noticed them at all, they would only see enough to notice she was a woman. They would look like nothing more than a couple of completely unremarkable people. Jensen put her arms around Sebastian's waist, so they would look like any of the other ordinary couples spending a few moments alone with each other. It was quieter back in their small sanctuary. The sound of their heavy breathing drowned out the voices not far away. Most people couldn't see them, and the ones who could have were turned to other things. It had made Jensen uncomfortable and awkward to watch couples snuggled together as she and Sebastian were now, so she imagined it would be the same for other people. It looked to her that she was right. No one paid any attention to a young couple embracing and obviously wanting to be by themselves. Sebastian's hands were on her waist. Her hands held his back so that they would look the part as they waited for the soldiers to pass. She was grateful beyond words that the good spirits had helped her get Sebastian out. "I never thought I'd see you again," he whispered, for the first time alone with her since he'd been released, for the first time able to say what he wanted. Jensen looked away from the passing people into his eyes and saw how earnest he was. "I couldn't leave you there." He shook his head. "I can't believe what you did. I can't believe how you talked your way into that place. You had them wrapped around your will. How did you manage such a thing?" Jensen swallowed, feeling at the edge of tears from the rush of emotion, the fear, the elation, the panic, the triumph. "I had to, that's all. I had to get you out." She checked to be sure that no one was near before she went on. "I couldn't stand the thought of you being in there, or of what they might do to you. I went to Althea, the sorceress, for help." "That's how you managed it then, her magic?" Jensen shook her head as she gazed up into his eyes. "No, Althea couldn't help me. It's a long story." "She told me how she's been to your homeland, to the old world." She smiled. "Like I said, it's a long story for another time. It has to do with the pillars of creation." One eyebrow lifted. "You mean she's actually been there?" "What?" "The pillars of creation. She really went there when she was in the old world?" His gaze followed a distant soldier for a moment. "You said it has something to do with how she helped you. She actually saw the place?" "What? No, she couldn't help me. She said that I had to do it on my own. I was terrified for you. I didn't know what to do. Then I remembered what you told me about bluffing." Jensen frowned with a curious squint. "What do you mean about her seeing the—" But then her words, her very thought, trailed off as he gazed into her eyes and smiled that wonderful smile of his. "I've never seen anyone pull off anything like that." It felt unexpectedly wonderful knowing that she had surprised him, pleased him. His arms felt so good, so powerful. Pressed back into the shadows, he was holding her close. She could feel his warm breath on her cheek. "Sebastian, I was so afraid. I was so afraid I'd never see you again. I was so afraid for you." "I know." "Were you afraid too?" He nodded. "I could only think about how I'd never see you again." His face was so close, she could feel the warmth radiating from his skin. She could feel the entire length of his body, his legs, his torso, pressed against her as his lips gently brushed hers. Her heart pounded at a furious pace. But then he pulled back as if having second thoughts. She was thankful for his arms because, realizing that he had almost kissed her, she wasn't sure her legs would hold her up just then. What a heady notion a kiss stolen in the shadows like this would have been. Almost a kiss. Feet shuffled past nearby, but the people seemed miles away. Jensen felt completely alone with Sebastian, weak in his arms, safe in his arms. He drew her closer then, as if overcome, as if he was in the grip of something he could no longer control. She saw in his eyes a kind of helpless surrender. He kissed her. Jensen stood rock still, surprised that he was actually doing it, kissing her, holding her in his arms, just like she had seen lovers doing. And then her arms tightened, and she was holding him too, kissing him back. She had never imagined that anything could feel so wonderfully intoxicating. In all her life, Jensen had never thought such a thing could happen to her. She had dreamed of it, of course, but she knew it was only a fantasy, something for other people. She never thought it could happen to her, to Jensen Rahl. And now, magically, it was. A helpless moan escaped her throat as he held her tight, hugging her fiercely, kissing her with passionate abandon. She was acutely aware of his arm encircling the small of her back, his other arm behind her shoulders, her breasts mashed against the hard muscles of his chest, his mouth pressed to hers, his own needful moan in answer to hers. Unexpectedly, it ended. It was almost as if he had recovered his composure and forced himself back. Jensen panted, catching her breath. She liked the way it felt to be held by him. Inches apart, they gazed into each other's eyes. It was all so startling, so quick, so unexpected, so confusing, so right. She wanted to melt into another embrace, another delicious kiss, but when he checked who was around, who might be watching, she gathered herself, remembering where they were and why they were pressed back into the dark niche. Nathan Rahl was after them. Only Nida stood between them. If he told her who Jensen was, and she believed him, then the entire army would be after them. They had to get out of the palace. When Sebastian pulled away from her, doubts washed into the void. His gaze swept the crowd as he looked to make sure no one was watching them. "Let's go." His hand found hers, and he was suddenly pulling her away from the sanctuary of the shadowy fold in the palace. Jensen felt lightheaded with a flood of confusing emotions, everything from fear and shame to giddy excitement. He had kissed her, a real kiss, a man-woman kiss. Her, Jensen Rahl, the most hunted woman in Dahara. She almost didn't notice the steps as they descended. She tried to look normal, to look like any other person simply leaving the palace after a visit. She didn't feel normal, though. She felt as if everyone who looked at her would know that he had just kissed her. When a soldier unexpectedly turned their way, she held Sebastian's arm in both hands, pressing her head to his shoulder, and smiled at the man as if in casual greeting. It was enough of a distraction that they passed him and were away before he even thought to look at Sebastian. "That was quick thinking," Sebastian whispered, letting out a breath. Once past the soldier, they picked up their pace again. The sights she had seen on the way in were now a blur. She didn't care about any of it. She just wanted out. She wanted away from the place where they had imprisoned Sebastian, where the two of them were in constant danger. She was more exhausted from the unremitting tension of being in the place than she had been from the dangers in the swamp. At last, the stairs finally ended. The light coming in the huge maw of the grand entrance made it difficult to see, but the opening out of the plateau was a welcome sight. Together, hand in hand, they rushed toward the light. Crowds of people milled about, stopping at stands, watching passers-by, gawking at the size of the place, while still others flowed past on their way up to the stairs. Soldiers near the sides watched people going in, so she and Sebastian moved toward the middle. The soldiers didn't seem as interested in those leaving as those entering. Cold daylight greeted them outside the Tower of Rock. The marketplace below the plateau was a bustle of activity, just as it had been before. The makeshift streets past the tents and stands teemed with people looking or sometimes stopping to make a purchase. Others moved toward the entrance to the people's palace, with business, with hopes, with small goods, with money. Hawkers strolled among the visitors, calling out the wonders of their wares. She had told him that the horses and Betty were missing, so Sebastian led her instead to a nearby enclosure filled with horses of every variety. The man watching the horses was sitting on a crate that made up part of the rope fence, rubbing his arms in the cold. Saddles sat in a line along the edge of the makeshift fence. "We'd like to buy some horses," Sebastian said as he approached, checking the condition of the animals. The man looked up, squinting in the sunlight. Good for you. Well, are you selling or not? Not, the man said. He turned and spat. With the back of his hand, he wiped his chin. These horses belong to people. I'm paid to watch them, not to sell them. I go selling someone's horse, I'm liable to be skinned alive. Do you know who might sell horses? Sorry, can't say as I do. Check around. They thanked him and moved down the makeshift streets looking for open areas where horses might be picketed. Jensen didn't mind walking. That was usually how she and her mother traveled, but she understood Sebastian's urgency to find a horse. With such a narrow escape, and then with the wizard Nathan Rahl trying to stop them, they needed to get far away from the people's palace as fast as they could. At a second place, they got the same answer as the first. Jensen was hungry and wished she could get something to eat, but she knew that they would be better off making good their escape than lingering to have a meal and end up dying on a full stomach. Sebastian, holding her hand tight, pulled her between stands, cutting across the crowded streets toward horses picketed in a dusty enclosure. You able to sell horses? Sebastian asked a man watching over them. The man, his arms folded, was leaning against a post. No, I've none to sell. Sebastian nodded. Thanks anyway. The man caught Sebastian's cloak before they moved on. He leaned closer. You be leaving the area? Sebastian shrugged. Going back south. Thought we'd like to pick up a horse while we were visiting the palace. The man leaned out a little and checked both ways. After dark, come see me. Plan on being around that long? I may be able to help you. Sebastian nodded. I have some business that will keep me here the day. I'll be back after it's dark. He took Jensen's arm and moved her down the crowded street. They had to step out of the way of two sisters fawning over necklaces they'd bought as the father walked behind with a load of goods they had purchased. The mother watched her girls as she pulled a couple of sheep along behind. It gave Jensen a pang of heartache for Betty. Are you crazy? She whispered at Sebastian, confused as to why he would tell the man that they would be back after dark. We can't stay here all day. Of course we can't. The man is a cutthroat. Since I had to ask if he was selling horses, he knows I have the money to buy one and would like to relieve me of it. If we go back there after dark, he'll likely have friends hiding in the shadows waiting to do us in. He's a thief? Are you serious? This place is full of thieves. Sebastian leaned in with a stern look. This is Dahara, a land where the greedy and perverse prey on the weak, where people care nothing about the welfare of their fellow man and even less about the future of mankind. Jensen understood what he meant. On their way to the people's palace, Sebastian had told her about Brother Nariv and his teachings, his hope for a future where mankind's lot was not suffering, a future where there was no starvation or sickness or cruelty, where every man cared for his fellow man. Sebastian said that, along with the help of Jagang the Just and the will of good and decent people, the Fellowship of Order would help to bring it about. Jensen had trouble imagining such a wonderful world, a world away from Lord Rahl. But if that man was a thief, why would you tell him that you'll come back? Because if I didn't, if I told him I couldn't wait, then he might signal his partners. We wouldn't know who they are, but they would know us and likely find a spot they could surprise us. You really think so? Like I said, the place is full of thieves. Watch yourself, or you might get your purse cut right off your belt without even knowing it. She was just about to confess that that very thing had already happened when she heard her name being called. Jensen! Jensen! It was Tom. Big as he was, he stood out like a mountain among foothills, yet he was holding up his hand, waving for her, as if he feared she would have trouble spotting him. Sebastian leaned closer. You know him? He helped me get you out. Jensen had no time to explain any more than that before smiling her acknowledgement to the big man waving his arm at her. Tom, happy as a puppy at seeing her, rushed out to meet her in the middle of the street. She saw his brothers back at their table. Tom wore a wide grin. I knew you'd come, just like you promised. Joe and Clayton said I was nuts to think you would, but I told them you would keep your promise to stop before you left. I just came from the palace just now. She patted her cloak where it concealed the knife. I'm afraid that we're in a rush and need to be on our way. Tom nodded knowingly. He seized Sebastian's hand and pumped it as if they were friends long separated. I'm Tom. You must be the friend Jensen was helping. That's right. I'm Sebastian. Tom tilted his head and gestured toward Jensen. She's something, isn't she?
I've never seen anyone like her, Sebastian assured him. A man couldn't want for more than a woman like this on his side, Tom said. He stepped between them, putting an arm around their shoulders, preventing any escape, and guided them back to his stand. I've got something for you both.
What do you mean? Jensen asked.
They didn't have time for any delay. They needed to get away before the wizard came out looking for them, or sent troops after them. Now that Nathan Rahl had seen her, he could describe her to guards. Everyone would know what they looked like.
Oh, something, Tom said cryptically.
She smiled up at the big blond man.
What do you have?
Tom reached into his pocket and came up with the purse. He held it out to her.
Well, first off, I got this back for you.
My money?
Tom grinned as he watched the astonishment in her eyes as her fingers touched her familiar worn leather purse.
You'll be pleased to know that the gentleman who had it was reluctant to part with it, but since it wasn't his, in the end he saw the light of reason, along with a few stars.
Tom nudged her shoulder, as if to say she could figure out what more he meant by that. Sebastian's gaze followed as she pulled back her cloak and tied the purse around her belt. His expression said that he had no trouble figuring out what had happened to it.
But how did you find him? Jensen asked.
Tom shrugged. The place looks big to those visiting, but when you're here often, you learn who the regulars are and know what their business is. I recognized your description of the cut purse. Early this morning he breezed by, talking his line, trying to gull a woman out of her money. About the time he passed, I saw his hand below her packages, slipping into her shawl, so I snatched him by the collar. My brothers and I had a long talk with the fellow about returning things he'd found that didn't belong to him.
This place is full of thieves, Jensen said.
Tom shook his head.
Don't judge a place by one man. Don't get me wrong, they're around. But most folks here are honest enough. The way I see it, wherever you go, there will always be thieves. Always has been, always will be. The man I fear most is the one who preaches virtue and a better life while using people's good intentions to shade their eyes from the light of truth.
I guess so, she said.
Maybe virtue and a better life is a goal worthy of such means, Sebastian said.
From what I've seen in life, a man who preaches a better way at the cost of the truth is a man who wants nothing more than for himself to be the master and you the slave.
I see what you mean, Sebastian conceded. I guess I'm fortunate not to have had dealings with such people.
Count your blessings, Tom said.
At his table, Jensen took the hand of both Joe and Clayton.
Thank you for helping. I can't believe you got my purse back.
Their grins had much in common with Tom's.
Most fun we've had in a while, Joe said. Not only that, Clayton added, but we can't thank you enough for keeping Tom busy so we could spend a couple days visiting the palace. About time Tom gave us a break.
Tom put a hand against Jensen's back, urging her around the table to his wagon beyond. Sebastian followed the two of them between the wine barrels and the stand beside them selling leather goods, where before Irma had sold her sausages. Behind Tom's wagon, Jensen saw his big horses. Then beyond them, she saw the others.
Our horses!
Jensen's jaw dropped.
You got us our horses?
Sure did, Tom said, beaming with pride. Found Irma this morning when she came to the market with another load of sausages. She had the horses with her. I told her you'd promised to come see me today before you left, so she was able to have a chance to get them back to you. All your supplies are there with them.
That's good luck, Sebastian said. We can't thank you enough. We're in a hurry to get going. Tom gestured to Jensen's waist where she kept the knife under her cloak.
I figured.
Jensen looked around, feeling a rising flood of dismay.
Where's Betty?
Tom frowned.
Betty?
Jensen swallowed.
My goat, Betty.
It was a mighty effort to keep her voice steady.
Where's Betty?
I'm sorry, Jensen. I don't know anything about a goat. Irma only had the horses.
Tom's face sagged.
I never thought to ask about anything else.
Do you know where Irma lives?
Tom's head hung.
Sorry, no. She showed up this morning, and she had your horses and things. She sold her sausages and waited around for a while before she said she had to get on home.
Jensen seized his sleeve.
How long ago?
Tom shrugged.
I don't know, a couple hours ago?
He glanced over his shoulder at his brothers. They both nodded. Jensen's jaw trembled. She feared to test her voice again. She knew that she and Sebastian couldn't hang around waiting. With the wizards so close trying to stop her, she knew they would be lucky to get away with their lives. Returning would be out of the question. A glance to Sebastian's face confirmed it. Tears stung her eyes.
But didn't you find out where she lived?
Tom's gaze sank as he shook his head.
Didn't you ask if she had anything else belonging to us?
He shook his head again. Jensen wanted to scream and pound her fists against his chest.
Did you even think to ask when she would be back?
Tom shook his head.
But we promised her money for watching our horses, Jensen said. She would say when she would be back so she could be paid.
Still looking at his feet, Tom said,
She told me she was owed money for watching the horses. I paid her.
Sebastian pulled out money, counted out silver coins, and held them out to Tom. Tom refused it, but Sebastian insisted, finally tossing the money on the table to settle the debt. Jensen choked back her desperation. Betty was gone. Tom looked heartbroken.
I'm sorry.
Jensen could only nod. She wiped her nose as she watched Joe and Clayton saddling their horses for them. The sounds of the market seemed distant. In a numb state, she hardly felt the cold. When she saw the horses, she had thought. Now she could think only of Betty, bleating in distress, if Betty was even still alive.
We can't stay,
Sebastian answered softly to the pleading look she gave him. You know that as well as I. We have to be on our way. She looked back to Tom.
But I told you before about Betty.
Desperation drove into her voice.
I told you that Irma had our horses and my goat, Betty. I told you. I know I did.
Tom couldn't meet her eyes.
You did, ma'am. I'm sorry, but I just forgot to ask her. I can't lie to you and tell you anything else or make an excuse. You told me. I forgot.
Jensen nodded and put a hand on his arm.
Thank you for getting our horses and all the other help. I couldn't have done it without you.
We have to get going, Sebastian said, checking his saddlebags and securing the flaps. It's going to take time to work our way through the crowds and out of here. We'll give you an escort, Joe said. People get out of the way of our big draft horses, Clayton explained. Come on, we know the quickest way out. Follow us, and we'll get you through the crowds. Both men pulled a horse over so they could step up on a barrel and mount up bareback. They deftly guided the huge horses out of the narrow way between the stands and barrels without so much as jostling anything. Sebastian stood waiting for her, holding the reins to their horses, Rusty and Pete. On her way past, Jensen paused and gazed up into Tom's eyes, sharing with him a private, wordless moment among all the people around. She stretched up and kissed his cheek, then held her own cheek against his for a moment. His fingertips just touched her shoulder. As she drew away, his wistful gaze stayed on her face. "Thank you for helping me," she whispered. "I'd have been lost without you." Tom smiled then.
"My pleasure, ma'am."
"Jensen," she said.
He nodded.
"Jensen."
He cleared his throat.
"Jensen, I'm sorry."
Jensen, holding back her tears, touched her fingers to his lips to silence him. "You helped me save Sebastian's life. You were a hero for me when I needed one. Thank you from the depths of my heart." He stuffed his hands in his pockets as his gaze sank to the ground once more.
"Safe journey to you, Jensen, wherever you may go in your life. Thank you for letting me join you for a small part of it."
"Steel against steel," she said, not even understanding why, but it somehow sounded right. "You helped me in that." Tom smiled then, with a look of intense pride and gratitude.
"That he may be the magic against magic. Thank you, Jensen."
She patted Rusty's muscular neck before putting a boot into a stirrup and boosting herself up onto the saddle. She cast the big man a last look over her shoulder. Staying with his things, Tom watched as Jensen and Sebastian followed Joe and Clayton out into the sea of people. Their two big escorts, yelling and whistling, moved people out of the way, creating a clear path ahead. People stopped and looked when they heard the commotion coming, then stepped aside at the sight of the huge horses. Sebastian, flashing a heated scowl, leaned toward her. "What was the big ox babbling about magic?" he whispered over at her. "I don't know," she said in a low voice. She let out a sigh. "But he helped me get you out." She wanted to tell him that Tom might be big, but he was no ox. She didn't, though. For some reason, she didn't want to talk about Tom to Sebastian. Even though Tom had been helping her to rescue Sebastian, what they had done together for some reason felt very private to her. When they finally reached the edge of the marketplace, Joe and Clayton waved them a farewell as Jensen and Sebastian urged their horses ahead at a gallop, out onto the cold, empty Azrith plains. Chapter 30. Jensen and Sebastian rode north and west across the Azrith Plains, not far from where only that morning she had ridden back with Tom in his wagon from the swamp around Althea's place. Her visit to Althea only the day before, along with the treacherous journey through the swamp, seemed remote to her now. She had spent most of the day getting up into the palace, talking her way past guards and officials, getting Sebastian released, bluffing the moored Sith Nida into helping them, and getting down and out of the plateau with Wizard Rawl at their heels. With so much of the day already gone, they weren't able to travel a great distance before darkness descended and they had to make camp out in the open plain. "With those cutthroats not all that far away, we don't dare make a fire," Sebastian said when he saw her shivering. "They could spot us from miles away, and if we're night-blinded by a fire, we would never know they were sneaking up on us." Overhead, the moonless sky was a vast, glittering mantle of stars. Jensen thought about what Althea said, that a bird could be seen on a moonless night by noting the stars it blocked out as it passed overhead. She said that was how she could see one who was a hole in the world. Jensen saw no bird, just 3 coyotes in the distance, trotting along on a night patrol of their territory. In the flat, empty land, they were easy enough to spot by starlight alone as they went on their hunt for small nocturnal animals. With numb fingers, Jensen untied her bedroll from the back of the saddle and pulled it down. "And where would you propose we get the wood to make a fire, anyway?" Sebastian turned and stared at her. A smile stole onto his face. "I never thought of that. I guess we couldn't have a fire even if we wanted one." She scrutinized the empty plain as she dragged the saddle off of Rusty's back and laid it on the ground near Sebastian. Even with only the cold starlight, she could make out things well enough. "If anyone approached, we could see them coming. Do you think one of us should keep watch through the night?" "No, without a campfire and not moving, they'd never find us out in this great dark expanse. I think it would be better to get some sleep, so we can make good time tomorrow." With the horses picketed, she used her saddle for a seat. As she unfurled her bedroll, Jensen found 2 white cloth bundles inside. She knew she hadn't put any such things in her bedroll. She undid the knot at the top of one bundle and discovered a meat pie inside. She saw then Sebastian making the same discovery. "Looks like the Creator has provided for us," he said. Jensen smiled as she stared down at the meat pie in her lap. "Tom left these." Sebastian didn't ask how she knew. "The Creator has provided for us through Tom. Brother Narav says that even when we think someone has provided for us, it is actually the Creator working through them. We in the old world believe that when we give to someone in need, we are really doing the Creator's good works. That's why the welfare of others is our sacred duty." Jensen said nothing, fearing that if she did, he might think she was criticizing Brother Narav, or even the Creator. She couldn't dispute the word of a great man like Brother Narav. She had never done any good works like Brother Narav had. She had never even left anyone meat pies or done anything else helpful. It seemed to her that she brought only trouble and suffering to people. Her mother, Lethia, Althea, Friedrich, and who knew how many others. If any force worked through her, it certainly wasn't the Creator. Sebastian, perhaps seeing something of her thoughts in her expression, spoke softly. "That's why I'm helping you. I believe it's what the Creator would want me to do. That's how I know Brother Narav and Emperor Jagang would approve of me helping you. This is the very thing we're fighting for, to have people care about others by sharing their burdens." She smiled not just her appreciation, but also at the notion of such noble intentions. Noble intentions, though, which, for reasons she didn't even fully understand, felt to her like a knife in the back. Jensen looked up from the meat pie in her lap. "So that's why you're helping me, then?" Her smile was forced. "Because it's your duty." Sebastian looked almost as if he'd been slapped. "No." He came closer, going down on one knee. "No, in the beginning, of course, but it's not just duty." "You make it sound like I'm a leper. You think you have to—" "No, that's not it at all." As he searched for words, that radiant smile of his came to his face, that smile that made her heart ache. "I've never met anyone like you, Jensen. I swear I've never laid my eyes on a woman as beautiful as you, or as smart. You make me feel like I'm a nobody. But then when you smile at me, I feel like I'm someone important. I've never met anyone who made me feel this way. At first, it was duty, but now, I swear. Jensen sat in shock at hearing him say such things, at hearing the tender sincerity, the earnest pleading in his voice. I never knew. I should never have kissed you. I know it was wrong. I'm a soldier in the army against oppression. My life is devoted to the cause of helping my people, all people. I don't have anything to offer a woman like you. She couldn't imagine why he would think he had to offer her something. He had saved her life. Then why did you kiss me? He gazed into her eyes, looking as if he had to pull words up from some great painful depth. I couldn't help myself. I'm sorry. I tried not to. I knew it was wrong, but when we were that close and I was looking into your beautiful eyes and your arms were holding me and I was holding you, I'd never wanted anything so much in my life. I just couldn't help myself. I had to. I'm sorry. Jensen's gaze fell away. She stared down at the meat pie. Sebastian pulled the familiar mask of composure around himself and sat back down on his saddle. Don't feel sorry, she whispered without looking up. I liked the kiss. He sat forward expectantly. You did? Jensen nodded. I'm glad to hear that it wasn't done out of duty. That made him smile and eased the tension. No duty ever felt that good, he said. Together they laughed, something she couldn't even remember doing. It felt good to laugh. As Jensen devoured one of the meat pies, relishing the flavorful spices and savory chunks of meat, she felt good again. She hoped she hadn't been too hard on Tom for forgetting about Betty. She had let her frustrations, fear, and anger come out at him. He was a good man. He had helped her when she needed it most. Her thoughts lingered on Tom, on how good she had felt when she was around him. He made her feel important, feel confident in herself, whereas Sebastian often made her feel humble.
Tom had a handsome smile, a different kind of handsome than Sebastian's smile. Tom had a hearty smile.
Sebastian had an inscrutable smile. Tom's smile made her feel secure and strong. Sebastian's smile made her feel defenseless and weak. After she had eaten every crumb of the meat pie, Jensen wrapped herself in blankets over the top of her cloak. Still shivering, she remembered how Betty had kept them warm at night. In the silence, her sense of gloom returned to haunt her, refusing to allow her to fall asleep, despite her exhaustion from everything she had been through the last couple of days. She didn't look forward to the forlorn prospect of what the future might hold for her. She could foresee only an endless hunt until Lord Ral's men finally caught her. She felt empty without her mother, without Betty. She realized that she didn't have any idea where she would go now, other than to keep running. She had been intent on Althea's help, but even that had proved to be an empty dream. In some distant corner of her mind, Jensen had held out a spark of irrational hope that going to her childhood home of the People's Palace might somehow hold a favorable resolution. She shivered not only with the cold, but with the bleak prospect of what the future held. Sebastian inched his back up close to her, protecting her from the wind. The idea of it being more than duty to him was a comfort. She thought about what it felt like to have his body pressed against the length of her. She thought about the intoxicating feel of his mouth against hers. His words that had so surprised her, "I've never laid my eyes on a woman as beautiful as you," still echoed around in her head. She wasn't sure that she believed him. Maybe she was afraid to believe him. The first day she had met him, he made several complimentary remarks. The first about how people might say the dead soldier saw a beautiful young woman strutting along and thus tripped and fell to his death, and then Sebastian's rule, as he called it, giving her the dead soldier's ornate knife, saying beauty belonged with beauty. She had never trusted words offered so effortlessly. She thought again about the sincerity in his eyes this time, and how surprisingly tongue-tied and awkward he'd seemed. Insincerity was often smoothly delivered, but matters of the heart were more difficult to express because so much was at stake. It surprised her to hear that her smile made him feel important. She hadn't suspected that he might feel the same kinds of emotions she felt. She hadn't suspected how good it would feel to have a man like Sebastian, a man of the world, an important man, think she was beautiful. Jensen always felt graceless and plain compared with her mother. She liked knowing that someone thought she was beautiful. She wondered what it would be like if he rolled over right there and embraced her again, kissed her again, this time with no one around. She could feel her heart pounding at the very prospect. "I'm sorry about your goat," he whispered in the silence, his back still to her.
I know.
But with Wizard Rawl after us and still this close, the goat would only slow us down. As much as she loved Betty, Jensen knew she had to put other things first. Still, she would give almost anything to hear that singular bleat of Betty's voice, or see her little upright tail wagging in a blur as her whole body wiggled with the excitement of Jensen's greeting. Jensen could feel the lumps of carrots under her head in the pack she was using as a pillow. She knew they couldn't stay and search for Betty, but that didn't make it any easier to know they were leaving her for good. It broke her heart. Jensen looked back over her shoulder in the darkness.
Did they hurt you? I was so worried that they would hurt you.
That Mord Sith would have. You came just in time.
What did it feel like when she touched you with the Aegil?
Sebastian thought a moment. Like being hit by lightning, I suppose. Jensen laid her head back down on the pack. She wondered why she had felt nothing from the power of the Mord Sith's weapon. He had to be wondering that same thing, but if he was, he didn't ask. She would have had no answer for him anyway. Nida had been astonished too, and said that her Aegil worked on everyone. Nida was wrong. For some reason, Jensen found that strangely worrisome. Chapter 31. Stiff and sore from the cold night on the ground, Jensen woke just as the sky was beginning to take on a faint pink glow. The western sky still displayed a sweep of stars. She hadn't slept much, and wished she could sleep more, but they could not afford to linger. It could be fatal to be caught out in the open like they were, where they could be spotted from miles away. Stretching her arms over her head, the first thing Jensen laid her eyes upon was the black shape of the plateau against the faint blush of the eastern sky. As she watched, the people's palace atop it took on a glow around the edges as the first golden rays of the morning sun, still beyond the horizon, touched it from behind. Standing there, looking at the palace, Jensen felt a peculiar longing. This was her homeland. She wanted so much to have some sense of her place in the world, but her homeland harbored only terror and death for her. Fearing how near they yet were to the palace and Wizard Rawl, they quickly gathered their belongings and saddled the horses. Climbing up onto a frigid saddle was a miserable experience. Jensen spread a blanket across her lap so that Rusty's heat would help warm her. She patted and rubbed her horse's neck, both out of affection and to warm her fingers. Rusty's body heat would keep her second meat pie, wrapped in her bedroll tied to the back of the saddle, from freezing. They rode hard, walking at times to give the horses a rest, but their effort rewarded them when, later in the day, the country began to bear evidence that they were reaching the edges of the Azrith Plains. Their goal was to escape into the wall of mountains rimming the western horizon. Their clear view back across the plains revealed no pursuers, so far anyway. By late in the afternoon, they rode into an area of low hills, ravines, scraggly vegetation, and stunted trees. It was as if the unbroken hardpan of the Azrith Plains could no longer keep itself flat and out of boredom, had to finally roll and heave into a featured terrain. The hungry horses tore at the shrubs and thick clumps of dry grasses on the way past. Even though the horses had bits in their mouths, Jensen didn't have the heart to deny them a bite to eat. She was hungry, too. The meat pies had provided them a good breakfast, but they were long ago finished off. Before dark, they reached foothills leading up into more rugged country, where they made camp in the lee of a rock outcropping. At the base of a cut of rock, Jensen found a place that would provide them shelter from the wind, and for the horses, at last enough grasses to graze on. As soon as the horses were unsaddled, they eagerly began browsing on the clumps of tough stalks. Jensen pulled out some of their gear and supplies while Sebastian hunted around, coming up with remnants of some of the stunted little trees, long dead and dried to a silver gray. He used his battle axe to cut down the dry wood and built a small fire up close to the cut of rock where it wouldn't easily be seen. While she waited for the fire to get hot, he gently laid a blanket around her shoulders. Sitting before the fire, with Sebastian close at her side, Jensen worked salt pork onto sticks and rested them across rocks so the pork could cook over the fire. "Was it hard to get to Althea's place?" he asked at last. She realized that, being preoccupied with everything that had happened, she hadn't told him much at all about what had taken place while he was being held prisoner. "I had to go through a swamp, but I made it." She didn't really want to complain about her difficulties, her fears, her battle with the snake, or nearly drowning. That was past. She had survived. Sebastian had all the while been sitting in a prison, knowing that at any moment they might put him to death or torture him. Althea was forever a prisoner in the swamp. Others had it worse than she. The swamp sounds wonderful. It had to be better than this wretched cold. I've never seen anything like it in all my life. You mean it isn't cold where you come from? In the old world? No. Winters have cold spells, nothing like this, of course. And sometimes it's rainy, too. But we never have that dreadful snow. And it's not like this miserable cold of the New World. I don't know why anyone would want to live here. She was startled at the idea of a winter without snow and cold. She had trouble even imagining it. Where else could we live? We have no choice. I guess, he admitted with a sigh. Winter is wearing on. Spring will arrive before you know it. You'll see. I hope so. I'd even rather be in that place you mentioned before, the Keeper's Furnace, than in this frozen wasteland. Jensen frowned. The place I mentioned? I never mentioned any place called the Keeper's Furnace. Sure you did. Sebastian used his sword to move the logs together so that the flames could build. Sparks swirled up into the darkness. Back at the palace, just before we kissed. Jensen held her hands out, warming her fingers before the glorious heat. I don't remember. You said Althea had been there. Where? The Pillars of Creation. Jensen drew her hands back inside her cloak and stared over at him. No, I never said that. She was talking about something else. Not anywhere she'd been. What was she talking about, then? Jensen dismissed his question with an impatient wave of her hand. It was just idle talk. It's not important. She pulled a ringlet of red hair away from her face. The Pillars of Creation is a place? He nodded as he banked the white hot coals together with his sword. Like I said, the Keeper's Furnace. Frustrated, she folded her arms. What does that mean? He looked up, puzzled by her tone. You know, hot. Like when someone says, it's as hot today as the Keeper's Furnace. That's why people will occasionally refer to the place as the Keeper's Furnace. But its name is the Pillars of Creation. And you've been there? Are you kidding? I don't even know of anyone who has gone there. People fear the place. Some think it really is the Keeper's province, and that only death exists there. Where is it? He gestured south with his sword. In a desolate place down in the old world. You know how it is. People are often superstitious about remote places. Jensen stared back into the flames, trying to reconcile it all in her head. There was something about it that wasn't exactly right. Something about it that alarmed her. Why is it called that? The Pillars of Creation? Sebastian shrugged, frowning again at her tone. Like I said, it's a deserted place, hot as the Keeper's Furnace, so that's why some people call it that. The heat of the place. As for the actual name, the place is said to be... If no one goes there, then how does anyone know all this? Over time, there have been some people who had gone there, or rather gone near there, and they've told others about it. Word spreads, knowledge is accumulated. It's in a place kind of like the plains here. The Azareth Plains? Yes, deserted like the Azareth Plains, but much bigger. And it's always hot there. Dry and deathly hot. There are a few trade routes that cross the barren fringes. Without proper clothing to protect you from the broiling sun and blistering winds, you would bake alive in no time. Without enough water, you won't last long. And this place is called the Pillars of Creation? No, that's just the land you must go through first. Near the center of this vast empty land, there is said to be a low place, a broad valley, that's even hotter yet. Deadly hot, hot as the Keeper's Furnace. That's the Pillars of Creation. But why is it called the Pillars of Creation? Sebastian mounded sand with his boot to contain the red-hot coals that dropped from the logs down into the wavering heat. It's said that down the cliffs, down the surrounding rugged rock walls and slopes, down in that vast valley, there are towering rock columns. It's for those soaring rock formations that the place is named. Jensen turned the sticks with the salt pork. That would make sense. Rock pillars. I've seen towers something like that before in other places where rock is stacked up like disorderly columns of coins on a table. These are said to be more extraordinary than any others, as if the world itself were reaching up in homage toward the Creator, so some consider it a sacred place. But it's a place of deadly heat, too, so while it is thought of by some as the Creator's forge, it's also associated with the Keeper, so some call it the Keeper's furnace. In addition to the heat, everyone has reason enough to fear going there. It remains for everyone a place of otherworldly conflict best left alone. Creation and destruction, life and death, together? The firelight danced in his eyes as he looked over at her. That's what people say. You mean some think this is a place where death itself is trying to consume the world of life? Death is always stalking the living. Brother Narav teaches that man's own evil is what brings the Keeper's shadow to darken the world. If we give in to evil ways, that gives evil power in the world of life. Then the Keeper will be able to topple the very pillars of creation, and the world will end. The words chilled Jensen to the bone, as if the hand of death itself had touched her. It would be just like a sorceress to practice sly wiles with words. Jensen's mother had warned her that sorceresses never told what they knew, but often held back important things. What had been Althea's true intent when she had so casually named Jensen one of the pillars of creation? Although Jensen didn't understand it, it now seemed all too clear that Althea might have had some hidden motive for planting the seed of that name in Jensen's mind. So, what happened with Althea? Why couldn't she help you? Jensen was startled out of her thoughts by his voice. She turned the sticks with the salt pork, seeing that it still needed more cooking, as she considered how to answer the question simply. She told me that she tried to help me once when I was little. Darken Ral found out and crippled her for it. He twisted her gift, too, so she can't use her own magic. Now she couldn't cast me a spell even if she had wanted to. Maybe, without even knowing it, Darken Ral was doing the Creator's work. Jensen frowned in astonishment. What do you mean? The Imperial Order wants to eliminate magic from the world. Brother Narav says it's the Creator's work we do because magic is evil. And what do you think? Do you really think the gift of the Creator could be evil? How is magic used? His hooded gaze fixed on her, anger clearly evident in his eyes. Is it used to help people? Help the Creator's children in this life? No. It's used for selfish reasons. You have only to look at the House of Ral. They've used the gift for thousands of years to rule Dahara, and what has that rule been? Has it been to the help or benefit of the people, or has it been one of torture and death? The last of it was not a question, but a statement, and one Jensen could not argue. Maybe, Sebastian added, the Creator was working through Darken Ral to lift the taint of magic from Althea, to mercifully free her from it. Jensen rested her chin on her knees as she watched the meat sizzling. Althea said that she was left with only the gift of prophecy, complaining that it was torturous to her. Jensen's mother had taught her to draw a grace and told her that the gift was given by the Creator. In the proper hands, a grace was magic. Even though Jensen had no magic, that magical symbol had on several occasions protected her. While she knew that people could do evil, Jensen didn't like the idea of thinking that the gift was evil. Even though she couldn't do magic, she knew that it could be a wondrous thing. She gently sought to try a different approach. You said that Emperor Jagang has sorceresses with him, the Sisters of the Light, who might be able to help me. They use magic. If magic is evil, they use magic in our cause, so that magic might one day be eliminated from the world. How can that make sense? If you truly believe magic to be evil, then how could you think to ally yourselves with what you profess to be evil? Sebastian checked the salt pork when she held one of the sticks out to him, then pulled a piece off on the point of his knife. He held up the knife and waggled it for her to see. People kill other people with knives and swords. If we wanted to eliminate knives and swords so that the killing would stop, we could hardly do so with words alone. We would have to take away people's knives and swords by force in order to stop the madness of violence for the good of everyone. People cling to evil. We would have to use knives and swords in that fight to rid the world of those evil things. Then the world would be at peace. Without the means of murder, people's passions would cool, and the Keeper would flee their hearts. Jensen carved off a chunk of sizzling meat and blew on it to cool it a little. "And so you use magic in that way?" "That's right," Sebastian chewed, giving a moan of approval to the taste before he swallowed and went on. "We want to eliminate the evil of magic, but to do so we have to use magic in the fight, or else evil would win." Jensen took a juicy bite at the pork, moaning her agreement with his opinion of the taste. It was wonderful having something hot to eat. "And do Brother Narev and the Emperor Jagang think that knives and swords are evil too?" "Of course, because their sole purpose is to maim and kill. Naturally, we don't mean tools like bread knives, but weapons certainly are evil things. People will eventually be free of their scourge, though, and then the plague of murder and death will be a thing of the past." "You mean to say that even soldiers won't have weapons?" "No, soldiers will always have to be armed in order to defend a free and peaceful people." "But then how can people protect themselves?" "From what? Only the soldiers will carry deadly weapons." Jensen tilted her head toward him in admonition. "Were it not for the knife I carry, soldiers would have easily murdered me along with my mother." "Evil soldiers. Our soldiers fight only for good, for the defense and security of the people, not to enslave them. When we defeat the Daharan forces, then there will be peace." "But even then," he leaned toward her, "don't you see? Eventually, with magic eliminated, weapons will no longer be needed. It's the corrupt passions of people which are made lethal because they have access to weapons that result in crimes and murders." "Soldiers have passions?" He dismissed the thought with a wave of a hand. "Not if they're trained properly and are under supervision of good officers." Jensen gazed off at the sparkling dome of stars. The world he envisioned certainly sounded inviting. But if what he claimed were true, then magic, as they used it, was being used for a good end. So that would mean it could be neither good nor bad, but that, much like her knife, the intent of the person wielding magic actually carried the moral condition, not the magic itself. Rather than say so, she asked another question. "What would a world without magic be like?" Sebastian smiled wistfully. "Everyone would be equal. No one would have an unfair advantage." He stabbed another piece of meat and pulled it off the stick on the point of his knife. "Everyone would work together then, because we would all be the same. No one would have the unfair use of magic and be able to take advantage of others. You, for example, would be free to live your life without Lord Rahl hunting you with his magic." Althea said that Richard Rahl had been born with powers of the gift not seen in thousands of years. He had, after all, gotten closer to her than Darken Rahl ever had. He had sent those men who had murdered her mother, but Althea had also said that Jensen was a hole in the world to those with the gift. Lord Rahl could hunt her, but not with magic. "You will never be free," Sebastian finally added in a quiet voice, "until you eliminate Richard Rahl." Her eyes turned toward him. "Why me? With all those fighting against him, why do you say until I eliminate him?" But even as she was asking the question, she began to see the terrible answer. "Well," he said, leaning back, "I guess what I really meant to say was that you won't be free until Lord Rahl is eliminated." He turned away and pulled a water skin closer. She watched him take a long drink, then changed the subject. "Captain Lerner said that Lord Rahl was married." "To a confessor," Sebastian confirmed. "If Richard Rahl was looking to find a wife who was his match in evil, he found her." "You know about her, then?" "Only the little I've heard from the Emperor. I can tell you what I know if you want." Jensen nodded. With a finger and thumb, she pulled some more salt pork off one of the long sticks, eating while she watched the firelight dance in his eyes as he spoke. "The barrier between the old world to the south and the new world to the north stood for thousands of years, until Lord Rahl destroyed it, so that he might conquer our people. Probably not long before your mother would have been born, I think, the new world was itself divided up into 3 lands. To the far west was Westland. Dahara is to the east. After killing his father and seizing rule, Richard Rahl destroyed these boundaries, separating the 3 lands of the New World. Between Westland and Dahara is the Midlands, an evil place where magic is said to hold sway and where the confessors live. The Midlands is ruled by the Mother Confessor herself. Emperor Jagang told me that while she is young, maybe my age, she is as smart as she is deadly. Jensen was given pause by his chilling words. "Do you know what a confessor is? What
confessor means? Holding the water skin, Sebastian draped a forearm over his bent knee. I don't know, except that she's gifted with frightening power. Her mere touch burns away a man's mind, making him into her mindless slave. Jensen listened, rapt, appalled by such a notion. And they really do anything she says? Simply because she touched them? Sebastian handed her the water skin. Touched them with her evil magic. Emperor Jagang told me that her magic is so powerful that if she tells a man so enslaved that she wants him to die on the spot, he will do so. You mean he would kill himself right before her eyes? No, I mean he would simply drop dead because she commanded it. His heart would stop or something. He would just drop dead. Shaken by the very idea, Jensen set the water skin aside. She drew her blanket up around herself. She was exhausted, and she was weary of learning new things about Lord Rahl. Every time she learned something new, it was more terrible than the last thing. Her monster half-brother, after he had killed their father, seemed to have wasted no time in assuming the family duty of hunting her. After they'd eaten and seen to the horses, Jensen curled up under a blanket and her cloak. She wished she could go to sleep and wake to find it had all been a bad dream. She almost wished she would never wake to have to face the future. Because they had a fire, Sebastian didn't sleep with his back to hers. She missed the comfort of that. With anguishing thoughts cascading through her mind, she stared into the flames, eyes wide open, as Sebastian fell asleep. Jensen wondered what she could do now. Her mother was dead, so she had no real home. Home had been with her mother, wherever they were. She wondered if her mother was watching her from the world of the dead, along with all the other good spirits. She hoped her mother was at peace and had happiness at last. Jensen felt an empty, desolate sorrow for Althea. There could be no help from the sorceress, and none wanted. Jensen felt shame at the trouble she had brought to others who tried to help her. Her mother had died for the crime of giving birth to Jensen. Althea's sister, Lethia, had been murdered by Jensen's relentless hunters. Poor Althea was stuck forever in that awful swamp for the crime of trying to protect Jensen when she had been but a child. Friedrich was almost as much a prisoner as Althea, his life robbed of many joys. Jensen remembered the thrill of Sebastian's kiss. Althea and Friedrich had lost the pleasure of sharing passion. It was as if there had been that kiss for Jensen, the awakening discovery, the spark of possibility, and then there could be no more, ever. She was in her own kind of swamp, also a prison of Lord Rahl's making, trapped in the endless flight from killers. She thought about what Sebastian had said, that she would never be free until she eliminated Richard Rahl. Jensen watched Sebastian as he slept. He had come unexpectedly into her life. He had saved her life. She could never have imagined the first time she saw him, or the first night when she looked up into his eyes from across the fire after she had drawn the grace at the cave entrance, that he would one day end up kissing her. His spikes of white hair had a soft golden glow from the firelight. His face was such a pleasure for her. What more was there for them? She didn't know the answer to that. She didn't know what that kiss had meant, or where it could lead them, if anywhere. She wasn't sure she wanted it to. She wasn't sure he did. She feared he didn't. Chapter 32. The more open ground closer to the plains was soon behind them, and they began a difficult journey through deepening snow and rugged terrain, taking them slowly but inexorably up into mountainous country. Sebastian had agreed to take her where she wanted to go, to the old world. There she hoped to be safe, to be free for the first time in her life. Without Sebastian, such a dream would not even have been possible. He told her that the rugged range of mountains they were entering, along with their vast tracts of forests, skirted the western edge of Dahara, safely out of the way of most people, and would eventually lead them down toward the old world. As they entered the sheltering solitude among the shadows of the towering peaks, they finally began to work their way more to the south, following the mountains toward a distant liberty. The weather was brutal in the mountains. For several days they had to walk, lest they kill the poor horses. Rusty and Pete were hungry, and the heavy snow cover made it difficult for them to get at any vegetation. Their thick winter coats were getting mangy. At least they were still sound, if weak. The same could be said for her and Sebastian.
As the heavy overcast darkened ominously and a light snow began to fall late one afternoon, they were fortunate to find a small village. They spent the night there, letting the horses stay in the small stable where they had good oats and clean bedding. There was no inn in the town. Sebastian and Jensen paid a few copper pennies to sleep in the hayloft. After having been out in the open so long, Jensen felt it was a palace.
Page 301. The morning brought a storm with wind and snow, but even worse, the snow was interspersed with a heavy, wet sleet that came in gales. Traveling in such conditions would be not only miserable, but dangerous. She was glad, especially for the horses, that it kept them at the stable an extra day and another night. The horses ate and rested, while Sebastian and Jensen told each other light-hearted stories from their youth. She loved to see the gleam in his eyes when he told her some of his misadventures of fishing as a boy. The next day dawned blue, but with the wind. Still, they dared not linger longer. They made their way along roads or trails, since people were few and far between. Sebastian was ever cautious, but quietly confident that they would be safe enough. With the ever-present comfort of the knife at her belt, Jensen, too, felt that it was better to risk the roads and trails rather than attempt to strike out across remote and unknown territory covered in a thick blanket of snow. Traveling cross-country was always difficult, from time to time dangerous, and with the barrier of towering mountains all about, frequently impossible. Winter only made such travel all the more difficult, but worse, hid perils lurking beneath the snow. They feared to have a horse break a leg attempting it needlessly. That night, as she started building them a shelter by loosely weaving together a dozen saplings and covering them with balsam boughs, Sebastian stumbled back to their camp, panting from effort. His hands were slick with blood. "Soldier," he said, trying to catch his breath. Jensen knew what soldiers he meant. "But how could they have followed us? How could they?" Sebastian looked away from her fury, her frantic demand. "It's Lord Ral's gifted chasing us." He pulled a deep breath. "Wizard Nathan Ral saw you back at the palace." That made no sense. She was a hole in the world to the gifted. How could any gifted follow a hole in the world? He saw her dubious expression. "Not too hard to track through snow." Snow, of course. She nodded in resignation, her fury turning to fear. "One of the quad?" "I'm not sure. It was a Daharan soldier. He came out of nowhere at me. I had to fight for my life. I killed him, but we must hurry and get out of here in case there were others nearby." She was too frightened to argue. They had to keep moving. The thought of men coming out of the darkness at them lent swiftness to her actions as they saddled the horses. They were quickly mounted and soon riding hard while there was still enough light to see by. They had to dismount then and walk to let the horses rest. Sebastian was sure they would have put distance on anyone after them. The snow helped them see, so that even with clouds scudding past a partial moon, they were able to follow the road. By the next night, they were so exhausted that they had to stop, even at the risk of being captured. They slept sitting up, leaning together before a small fire, with their backs to a deadfall. They made slow but steady progress in the days following, and saw no sign of anyone following them. Jensen took little comfort in that. She knew that they would not give up. A stretch of sunny days allowed them to make good time. It was no comfort to her because they left clear tracks, and the soldiers pursuing them would be able to make equally good time. They stayed to roads that had been traveled, whenever they came across them, so as to throw off and delay anyone who followed. But then the storms returned. They pushed onward for 5 days despite near blizzard conditions. As long as they could see the paths and narrow roads and were able to put one foot in front of the other, they couldn't afford to stop, because the wind and snow covered their tracks almost as soon as they made them. Jensen had spent enough of her life outdoors to know that tracking them would be impossible in such conditions. It was their first real hope of slipping the noose from their necks. They selected roads or trails randomly. Each time they came to a crossroads or fork, Jensen was relieved to see it because it meant another chance for their pursuers to choose wrong. Several times they cut cross-country, the drifting snow making it impossible for anyone to know where they had gone. Despite how weary she was, Jensen began to breathe easier. It was exhausting traveling in such conditions, and it seemed like the foul weather would never relent, but then it did. Late in the afternoon, as the wind finally died, allowing the quiet of winter to settle back in, they came across a woman struggling along one of the roads. As they rode up behind her, Jensen saw that the woman was carrying something heavy. Even though the weather had begun to break, fat snowflakes still drifted in the air. Sun shone through an orange slash in the clouds, lending the gray day a peculiar gilding. The woman heard them coming and stepped aside. As they reached her, she held one arm up. "Help me, please." It looked to Jensen like the woman was carrying a small child all bundled up in blankets. By the look on Sebastian's face, Jensen feared that he intended to pass on by. He would say that they couldn't stop when they had killers, and maybe even Wizard Rahl at their heels. Jensen felt confident that for the time being, at least, they had succeeded in slipping away from their hunters. When Sebastian cast her a sidelong glance, she spoke softly before he had a chance to say anything. "Looks like the Creator has provided for this needy woman by sending us to help her." Whether Sebastian was convinced by her words or dared not challenge the Creator's intentions, Jensen didn't know, but he drew his horse around to a halt. As he dismounted and took the reins to both horses, Jensen slid down off Rusty. She struggled through heavy, knee-deep snow to reach the woman. She held out her bundle, apparently hoping it would explain everything. She looked as if she were ready to accept help from the keeper himself. Jensen drew back the flap of bleached wool blanket and saw a boy, maybe 3 or 4, with a blotchy red face. He was still. His eyes were closed. He was burning up with fever. Jensen lifted the burden from the woman's arms. The woman, about Jensen's age, looked exhausted. She hovered close, worry creasing her face. "I don't know what's taken him," the woman said, on the verge of tears. "He just came down sick." "Why are you out here in the weather?" Sebastian asked. "My husband went off hunting 2 days ago. I don't expect him back for several days more. I couldn't just wait there with no help." "But what are you doing out here?" Jensen asked. "Where are you going?" "To the Rog Moss." "The what?" Sebastian asked at Jensen's back. "Healers," Jensen whispered to him. The woman's fingers traced their way along her boy's cheek. Her eyes rarely left his little face, but she finally looked up. "Can you help me get him there? I fear he's getting worse." "I don't know if we—" "How far are they?" Jensen asked, cutting Sebastian off. The woman pointed down the road. "That way, the way you're going, not far." "How far?" Sebastian asked. The woman for the first time began to weep. "I don't know. I had hoped to make it by tonight, but it will be dark before long. I fear it's farther than I can manage. Please help me." Jensen rocked the sleeping boy in her arms as she smiled at the woman. "Of course we'll help you." The woman's fingers clutched Jensen's arm. "I'm sorry to trouble you." "Hush now. A ride is no trouble." "We can't leave you out here with the sick child," Sebastian agreed. "We'll take you to the healers." "Let me get up on my horse, and then hand your boy up to me," Jensen said as she returned the child to his mother's arms. Once mounted, Jensen stretched her arms down. The woman hesitated, fearing to part with her child, but then quickly handed him up. Jensen settled the sleeping boy in her lap, making sure he was well balanced and secure as Sebastian clasped arms with the woman and helped lift her up behind him. As they started out, the woman held Sebastian tight around the waist, but her eyes were on Jensen and the boy. Jensen took the lead to give the woman the assurance of being able to see the stranger who now held her baby and her hopes. She urged Rusty ahead through the deep snow, worried that the child was not really sleeping, but unconscious with fever. The wind billowed snow around them as they raced along the road in the fading light. Concern for the boy, wanting to get him to help, made the road seem endless. Each rise revealed only more forest ahead, each curve in the road yet another sweep of empty woods. Jensen was concerned, too, that their horses couldn't be pushed so hard through deep snow without a rest, or they would drop. Sooner or later, despite the fading light, they would have to slow to give the struggling horses a rest. Jensen looked back over her shoulder when Sebastian whistled. "That way," the woman called, gesturing toward a cutoff to a smaller trail. Jensen urged Rusty to the right up the trail. It rose abruptly, switching back and forth to ascend the sharp rise. The trees on the mountainside were huge, with trunks as big around as her horse, rising to a great height before branches spread overhead to close off the leaden sky. The snow was unbroken by anyone before them, but the lay of the trail, the dish in the surface of the snow, the undulating but smooth line it took up through the forest, among rocks and snow-crusted brush, and the way it followed beneath steep overhangs of rock wall and along ledges, made it easy enough to follow. Jensen checked the boy asleep at her lap and found him the same. She watched the forest around them for any sign of people, but saw none. After being at the palace, in Althea's swamp, and out on the Azrith plains, it was comforting to again be in the forest. Sebastian didn't especially like the woods. He didn't like the snow either, but she found it peaceful the way the snow lent the woods a sacred silence. The smell of wood smoke hanging in the air told her that they were close. A look over her shoulder at the mother's face told her the same. Breaking over the top of a ridge revealed several small wooden buildings along a gently rising wooded slope. In a clearing behind was a small barn with a fenced paddock. A horse at the fence rail, its ears alert, watched them approaching. The horse lifted its head, tossing a whinny their way. Rusty and Pete both snorted a brief greeting in return. Jensen put 2 fingers between her teeth and whistled as Rusty plowed through the drifts toward the small cabin at the upper end, the only one with smoke rising from the chimney. The door opened as she reached the building. A man threw on a flaxen cloak on his way out to greet them. He wasn't old. He could be the right age. He pulled up the cloak's broad hood against the cold before she could get a good look at his face. "We have a sick boy," Jensen said, as the man took hold of Rusty's reins. "Are you one of the healers known as the Rog Moss?" The man nodded. "Bring him inside." The mother had already slid down off Sebastian's horse and was standing beside Jensen to receive her boy into her waiting arms. "Thank the Creator you're here today." The healer, laying a reassuring hand on the woman's back, urging her toward the door, tilted his head in gesture to Sebastian. "You're welcome to put your horses in the back with mine and then come inside." Sebastian thanked him and led the horses away while Jensen followed the other 2 toward the door. In the failing light, she still hadn't been able to get a good look at the man's face. It was too much to hope she knew, but at the very least, this man was a Rog Moss and could answer her question. Chapter 33. Inside the cabin, a large hearth made of rounded rocks took up most of the wall to the right. Crude burlap curtains hung to the sides of the 2 doorways to rear rooms. A rough-hewn mantel held a lamp, as did the plank tabletop, neither lamp lit. Oak logs crackled and popped in the hearth, lending the room a smoky but inviting aroma, as well as the soft flicker of firelight. An iron arm, black with soot, held a lidded kettle off to the side of the fire. After so long out in the weather, Jensen felt it was almost too hot inside. The healer laid the boy on one of several pallets along the wall opposite the hearth. The mother knelt on one knee, watching as he drew back the folds of the blanket. Jensen left them to examine the child as she casually checked the place, making sure there were no surprises lurking. There hadn't been any chimney smoke coming from the other cabins, and she hadn't seen any tracks through the fresh snow, but that didn't mean there couldn't be people in those other cabins. Jensen moved across the room, past the trestle table in the center, to warm her hands at the hearth. It gave her the chance to cast a glance into the 2 rooms at the rear. Each was tiny, with a sleeping pallet and a few items of clothing hanging on pegs. There was no one else in the place. Between the doorways stood simple pine cabinets. As Jensen held her hands up before the heat of the fire, and the boy's mother sang him soft songs, the healer hurried to the cabinet and pulled out a number of clay jars. "Bring a flame for the lamp, please," he asked as he set his armload of items on the table. Jensen pried a long splinter from one of the logs stacked to the side, then held it in the wavering flames until it caught. While she lit the lamp and then replaced the tall glass chimney, he took pinches of fine powders from several of the jars and added them to a white cup. "How is the boy?" she asked in a whisper. He glanced around the room. "Not good." "What can I do to help?" Jensen asked, after she had adjusted the wick. He wiggled the stopper from a jar. "Well, if you wouldn't mind, bring over the mortar and pestle from the center cupboard." Jensen retrieved the heavy gray stone mortar and pestle for him and set it on the table beside the lamp. He was adding a mustard-colored powder to the cup. So intent was he on his task that he hadn't removed his cloak, but when he pushed the hood back out of his way, she could finally get a good look at him. His face didn't rivet her the way Wizard Rawls so unexpectedly had. She saw nothing in this man's round eyes, straight brow, or the pleasant enough line of his mouth that looked at all familiar to her. He gestured to a bottle made of wavy green glass. "If you would, could you please grind one of those for me?" While he hurried to the corner to lift a brown crockery pot down from a high shelf, Jensen unfastened the wire hold-down and removed the glass lid from the jar.
She was astonished to see the strangest little things inside. It was the shape that so surprised her. She turned one over with a finger. It was dark, flat, and round. She could see by the light of the lamp that it was something that had been dried. She jiggled the jar. They all looked the same, like a jar full of little graces. Just like the magical symbol, these things had an outer circle, parts that suggested a square inside that, and a smaller circle inside the square. Overlaying it all, tying it together, was another structure, rather like a fat star. While not exactly a grace the way she had always seen it drawn, it bore a remarkable resemblance. "What is this?" she asked. The healer cast off his cloak and pushed up the sleeves of his simple robes. "Part of a flower, the dried base of the filament from a mountain fever rose. Pretty little things they are. I'm sure you must have seen them before. They come in a variety of colors, depending on where they grow, but they're best known for the common blush color. Hasn't your husband ever brought you a nosegay of mountain fever roses?" Jensen felt her face flush. "He's not. We're just traveling together. We're friends is all." "Oh?" he said, sounding neither surprised nor curious. He pointed. "See there? The petals are attached to it here and here. When the petals and stamen are removed and this selected part of the head is dried, they end up looking like this." Jensen smiled. "It looks like a little grace." He nodded, returning her smile. "And like the grace, it can be beneficial, but it can also be deadly." "How is it possible to be both beneficial and deadly?" "One of those dried flower heads, ground up and added to this drink, will help the boy sleep deeply so he can fight off the fever, help drive it from him. More than one, though, actually causes fever." "Really?" Looking as if he had anticipated her question, he held up a finger as he leaned closer. "If you were to take 24, 30 for certain, there would be no cure. Such a fever is swiftly fatal. It's not for this effect that the plant is named." He showed her a sly smile. "In many ways an apt name for a flower so associated with love." "I suppose," she said, thinking it over. "But if you ate more than one, but less than a couple dozen, would you still die?" "If you were foolish enough to crush up 10 or 12 and add them to your tea, you would come down with a fever." "And then you would eventually die, just as if you ate more?" He smiled at the earnest concern on her face. "No, if you ate that many, it would cause a mild fever. In a day or two, you would be over it." Jensen peered carefully in at the whole collection of the deadly little grace-like things, and then set down the jar. "It's not going to harm you to touch one," he said, seeing her reaction to the jarful. "You'd have to eat them to be affected. Even then, as I said, one in conjunction with other things will help the boy's fever." Jensen smiled her embarrassment and reached in with 2 fingers to retrieve one. She dropped it in the bottom of the mortar, where it looked like nothing so much as a grace. "If it was for an adult who was awake, I'd just crush it between my thumb and finger," the healer said, as he drizzled honey into the cup. "But he's little and asleep besides. I need to get him to drink it down easily, so grind it to a dust." When he was finished, he added the dark dust of the little fever rose flower head Jensen had crushed for him. Like the grace it resembled, it could be life-saving or lethal. She wondered what Sebastian would think of such a thing. She wondered if Brother Nariv would want such mountain fever roses eradicated because they could potentially be lethal. Jensen put away the jars for the healer while he took the honeyed drink to the boy. Along with the mother's help, they put the cup to his little lips and gently worked at getting him to drink. Drop by precious drop, they coaxed the sleeping boy to suckle and swallow each little bit they dribbled into his mouth. They weren't able to rouse him, so they had to drip it into his mouth a little at a time, waiting until he swallowed as he slept, then urge him to drink a little more. While they worked, Sebastian returned from the barn. Before he closed the door, she saw stars outside. A wave of cold air rolled past her legs, sending a shiver through her shoulders. When the wind died like this as the sky cleared, it often meant a bone-chilling cold night. Sebastian made for the fire, eager to warm himself. Jensen put another log on, using the poker to position it askew so it would catch well. The healer, his hand lying gently on the woman's shoulder, nodded his assurance to her as she slowly gave the drink to her sick child. He left her to do the work, and after hanging his cloak on a hook just inside the door closest to the hearth, joined Jensen and Sebastian at the fire. "Are this woman and child kin?" he said. "No," Jensen said. With the warmth of the fire, she removed her cloak, too, and laid it over the bench at the table. "We saw her on the road, and she needed help. We just gave her a ride here." "Ah," he said. "She will be welcome to sleep here with her boy. I need to keep my eye on him through the night." She had forgotten about the singular nature of the knife she wore at her belt until he noticed it. "Please," he said, "help yourself to the stew I have cooking. We always have plenty at hand for those who may come here. It's late to be traveling. You both are welcome to use the cabins for the night. They're all empty at present, so you may each have your own for the night." "That would be a kindness," Sebastian said. "Thank you." Jensen was about to say that they could share one cabin when she realized that he had said that because she had told him that Sebastian wasn't her husband. She realized how it would look if she said anything to change the plan, so she didn't. Besides, the idea of sleeping with Sebastian outdoors was only natural and innocent enough. Together in a cabin seemed somehow different. She recalled that several times on their long journey north to the People's Palace, they had taken shelter at inns, but that was before he had kissed her. Jensen gestured to include the general area. "Is this the place of the Rog Moss?" He smiled at her question, as if he found it amusing but didn't want to mock her ignorance. "By no means. This is just one of several small outposts we use when we travel. Shelter, and a place where people who need our services can come to us." "The boy is lucky you were here, then," Sebastian said. The Rog Moss studied Sebastian's eyes for a moment. "If he lives, I will be pleased that I was here to help him. We frequently have a brother at this station." "Why is that?" Jensen asked. "Outposts such as this help provide the Rog Moss with income from serving the needs of people with no other access to healers." "Income?" Jensen asked. "I thought that the Rog Moss helped people out of charity, not for profit." "The stew, the hearth, the roof we offer, they do not appear magically because there is a need. People who come to us for the knowledge we've spent a lifetime acquiring are expected to contribute something in exchange for that help. After all, if we starve to death, how can we then help anyone else? Charity, if you have the means, is a personal choice, but charity which is expected or compelled is simply a polite word for slavery." The healer hadn't been speaking about her, of course, but Jensen still felt stung by his words. Had she always expected others to help her, feeling entitled to their help simply because she wanted it? As if her wish for their assistance took precedence over the best interest of their own lives? Sebastian fished around in a pocket, coming up with a silver mark. He held it out to the man. "We would like to share what we have in return for your sharing what you have." After the briefest of glances at Jensen's knife, he said, "In your case, that isn't necessary." "We insist," Jensen said, feeling uncomfortable knowing that this money wasn't even really hers, something she had earned in exchange for the food, shelter, and care of their horses, but was taken from dead men. With a bow of his head, he accepted the payment. "There are bowls in the cupboard on the right. Please help yourselves. I must tend to the boy." Jensen and Sebastian sat on a bench at the trestle table and ate 2 bowls each of the hearty lamb stew from the big kettle. It was the best meal they had had since the meat pies Tom had left for them. "This turned out to our advantage," Sebastian said in a low voice. Jensen glanced to the side of the room to see the healer and the mother bent over the boy. She leaned closer as he stirred a spoon through his stew. "How so?" His blue eyes turned up to her. "Gives the horses good feed and a good rest. Us too. That gives us an advantage over anyone chasing us." "Do you really think they could have any idea where we are? Or even be close?" Sebastian shrugged as he ate more of his stew. He checked across the room before he spoke. "I can't see how they could, but they've surprised us before, haven't they?" Jensen admitted the truth of it with a nod and went back to eating her own meal in silence. "Anyway," he said, "this gives us and the horses needed food and rest. It can only help us put more distance on them. I'm glad that you reminded me of how the Creator helps those in need." Jensen was warmed by his smile. "I hope it helps that poor boy." "Me too," he said. "I'm going to clean up and see if they need any help." He nodded as he scooped up the last piece of lamb into his spoon. "You take the next to last cabin. I'll take the one after on the end. I'll go start you a fire first while you finish up here." After he put his spoon in his empty bowl, Jensen put a hand over his. "Sleep well." She basked in his private smile for her, and then watched as he whispered to the healer. By the man's nod, she guessed that Sebastian had thanked him and wished him a good night.
The mother, sitting beside her boy, stroking his brow, also thanked Sebastian for the help, and hardly noticed the icy air that rushed in as he went out the door. Jensen carried a steaming bowl of stew over to the woman. She accepted it politely, but absently, her attention on her small worry asleep at her hip. At Jensen's urging, the healer sighed in agreement, and sat at the table while she served him a bowl of his stew. "Quite good, even if I made it," he said with good humor, as she brought him a mug of water. Jensen chuckled, assuring him that she shared his conviction. She let him eat, occupying herself with cleaning the dirty bowls in a wooden wash bucket, and then adding several logs to the fire. The burning logs shot showers of sparks. Oak made a good fire, but it was messy without a screen. As she arranged the logs, sparks anew swirled up the chimney amid billowing smoke. With a broom from the corner, she swept the dead ashes back into the hearth. When she saw that the healer was nearly finished with his meal, she sat on the bench close to him, so that she could speak privately. "We must be leaving early, so in case I miss you in the morning, I wanted to thank you for all your help this evening, not only for the boy, but for us as well." Although he didn't look down, she knew by the expression on his face that he interpreted her need to be away early as having to do with the knife at her belt. She said nothing to dissuade that notion. "We appreciate the generous contribution to our sect. It will help in our efforts to help our people." Jensen knew he was just marking time until she said what was really on her mind, so she finally did. "I would like to inquire about a man that I've learned is living with the Rog Moss. He may even be a healer, I'm not sure. I'd like to know if you know anything about him." He shrugged. "Ask. I will tell you what I know." "His name is Dreffen." For the first time that night, the man's eyes revealed the fire of emotion. "Dreffen was the evil spawn of Darkenral." Jensen had to force herself not to show any reaction at the power of his words. She reminded herself that he had seen her knife with the symbol of the House of Rahl, and that might be coloring his words. Still, he sounded emphatic. "I know that much. I still need very much to find him." "You're too late." A satisfied smile ghosted across his face. "Master Rahl protect us," he quoted from the devotion. "I don't understand." "Lord Rahl, the new Lord Rahl, killed him. Spared us all from that bastard son of Darkenral." "Jensen." Jensen sat stunned, feeling almost as unseen talons were coming out of a dark sky toward her throat. "You're sure?" was all she could think to say. "I mean, you're sure that Lord Rahl was the one who did it?" "While there were polite words spoken about Dreffen's death, about how he had died in service of the people of Dahara, I believe, as do the rest of the Rog Moss, that Lord Rahl killed Dreffen." "Jensen." Polite words for murder. Jensen imagined that one did not just come right out and call it murder to Lord Rahl's face. Ordinary people were murdered. Lord Rahl's victims died in service to the people of Dahara. Jensen felt her chest tightening at the fright of Lord Rahl being one murder closer to her. Darkenral had not found Dreffen. Richard Rahl had. Richard Rahl would find her, too. She gripped her trembling hands together in her lap under the table. She hoped her face didn't show anything. This man was obviously loyal to the Lord Rahl. She dared not reveal her true revulsion, her true terror. "Surrender." Her true anger. "Surrender." That single word echoed around in her head behind the tumbling thoughts, her frustration, her hopeless gloom, her burgeoning anger. Chapter 34. Jensen sat alone on the floor before the robust fire Sebastian had made for her, staring into the flames, her unblinking gaze absently fixed on the glowing yellow-orange coals that now and again dropped from the checkering logs. She only dimly recalled the farewells to the healer and the boy's mother. She was hardly aware of the slow shuffle through the snow and cold that had gotten her to the empty cabin. She didn't know how long she sat there, staring at nothing, as somber thoughts glided unceasingly through her mind. In his unrelenting effort to get to her, Richard Rahl had taken Jensen's mother from her, leaving her with no sense of family or home. Jensen missed her mother to the marrow of her bones, missed her so much that the agony seemed unendurable, yet she had no choice but to endure it. There were no tears left. At times, even the pain of the loss seemed to grow distant. Ever since Althea had told her about Dreffin, Jensen had thought that if she could find this other child of Darkenral, her half-brother, a hole in the world like her, she might find strength through that connection. She thought that they might possibly have a sense of kinship, and, in their common struggle, together come up with a solution to their shared station in life. Whether or not any of that might have come to pass, she would never know now. It had been her hope that it would. That hope was dead. Richard Rahl had killed Dreffin. Richard Rahl would surely kill her when he found her. And he would find her. She knew that now. Really knew it. He would find her. Jensen! A mad torrent of thoughts cascaded through her mind, everything from hope to despair, terror to rage. Tu vas mischt, tu vas mischt, Grushdeva du kalt mischt. The voice, too, was there, beyond the churning thoughts, beyond the turmoil of emotions, beyond the jumble of disorder, whispering to her in those strangely seductive words. In the end, all other thoughts melted away in the glowing heat of her anger. Jensen, surrender! She had tried everything else. She had no options left. The Lord Rahl had cut her off from any other hope. She had no choice. She knew what she had to do now. Jensen rose up, feeling the strange sensation of inner peace at having made the decision. She threw her cloak around her shoulders and marched out into the still, frigid, quiet night. The air was so cold that it hurt to breathe it. The snow crunched as she made her way through the fresh tracks. Shivering with the cold, or maybe the enormity of what she had decided, she knocked gently on the door to the last cabin. Sebastian pulled the door in enough to see it was her, and then quickly opened it to admit her. She hurried in through the opening into the firelight and cocoon of warmth. Delicious heat embraced her. Sebastian was without a shirt. By his clean scent and the towel thrown over his shoulder, she realized that she must have caught him at the wash bowl. He had probably filled a wash bowl in her cabin, too, though she hadn't noticed. Concern creased Sebastian's brow as he stood, posture tense, waiting to see what had brought her there. Jensen stepped up close to him, so close that she could feel the heat of him. Fists at her sides, she met his eyes boldly. I intend to kill Richard Rahl. He studied her face, accepting her determined words calmly, as if he had known all along that she would someday come to see the inescapable need. He remained silent, waiting to hear the rest of what she had to say. I know now that you were right, she said. I have to eliminate him, or I'll never be safe. I'll never be free to live my own life. I'm the only one to do it, the one who must do it. She didn't tell him why it had to be her. His hand came up to grip her upper arm. His intense gaze never left hers. It will be difficult getting near such a man in order to do as you must. I've told you that we have sorceresses with the Emperor, sorceresses fighting to end the reign of Lord Rahl. Let me take you to them first. Jensen had been focused on the decision rather than the details of how to go about it. She had given no thought to the approach or dealing with all the layers of people who would be protecting him. She would have to get in close enough for the killing itself. She had only pictured in her mind hitting him with her fist, clutching her knife, yelling at him, screaming how much she hated him, how much she wanted him to suffer for all he had done. She had only fixed on the deed, not on how she would come to be standing that close before him. There were practical matters she needed to take into account if she was to succeed. Do you think these women could help me with what you said? Magic used to end magic? Do you think they might be able to provide me with the means to go after him? Sebastian nodded. I wouldn't suggest it if I didn't. I know the destructive power of the magic on Lord Rahl's side. I've seen it with my own eyes, and I know how our sorceresses have been able to help us fight back. Magic can't do it all, but I think they can provide valuable help. Jensen held herself erect, her chin up. I would appreciate it. I will gladly accept any assistance they can offer. A small smile curved the line of his mouth. But know this, she added. With or without their help, I intend to kill Richard Rahl. If I must go alone and bare-handed, I intend to kill him. I will not rest until I do, because I have no life until I kill him. By his choice, not mine. I'm at the end of running. I will run no more. I understand. I will take you to our sorceresses then.
How far do you think it is to the old world? Until we can reach them?
We won't be going to the old world for now. In the morning, we'll need to start looking for a pass to the west over the mountains. We have to begin looking for a way into the Midlands. Jensen pulled a ringlet of her hair back off her face when she noticed him looking at it.
But I thought that the Emperor and the Sisters of the Light were in the old world.
Sebastian's expression twisted with a sly smile. No, we cannot allow Lord Raoul to bring war to our people without answering his aggression, without making him pay a price. We intend to fight and win, the same as you have finally decided. Emperor Jagang is with our troops, laying siege to their seat of rule in the Midlands, the city of Adendril. That's where the Confessor's palace is, Lord Raoul's wife's palace. We're cleaving the New World. When spring arrives, we will take Adendril and break the back of the New World.
I had no idea. Have you known all along that Emperor Jagang would try something so bold?
Sebastian half laughed. I'm his strategist. Jensen's jaw dropped.
You? You thought of it?
He dismissed her wide-eyed astonishment. Emperor Jagang came to the rule of the old world because he is a genius. He had two alternatives in this, two different recommendations, to attack the Midlands or to attack Dahara first. Brother Narav advised that right is on our side and that the Creator would grant us victory either way, so he had no preference, no military advice to offer. The Emperor himself already had the goal of Adendril in mind, though he kept silent on it until he heard the recommendations. My recommendation decided it for him. Emperor Jagang does not always use my strategy, but I was pleased that in this he saw what I saw, that taking the city and palace of Lord Raoul's wife would not only be a momentous military victory, but will also strike a great blow at our enemy's very heart. Jensen was seeing him again as she had at first, in awe at how important he truly was. This was a man who, in part, directed the very course of history. The fate of nations and countless lives hung on Sebastian's word.
You don't think the Emperor may have taken the Confessor's palace by now?
No, he said with certainty. We will not waste our brave men trying to take such an important objective until the weather is with us. We will seize Adendril in the spring, when this wretched winter is over. I think we can yet reach them in time to be there for the great event. Jensen was enthralled by the very idea of seeing such a momentous event, the forces of a free people striking a mighty blow against Lord Raoul. At the same time, she knew it meant the beginning of the end of Dahara, but it really only meant the end of evil rule. In the crackling firelight, it seemed a remarkable night in more ways than one. The world was changing, and she was going to be a part of it. She had changed this night, too. The fire was warm on the side of her face. She realized that she had never seen Sebastian without a shirt. She liked the sight. His other hand came up to gently grasp her other arm. Emperor Jagang will like to meet you.
Me? But I'm no one important.
Oh, yes, Jensen. Jagang the Just will be eager to meet you, I can promise you that. To meet the brave woman who wishes to strike such a blow for our courageous people, for the future of a free mankind, and finally bring an end to the scourge of the House of Raoul. For such an historic event as the taking of Adendril and the Confessor's palace, Brother Narav himself intends to travel up from the old world to witness the great victory on behalf of our people. I'm sure he, too, would be most pleased to meet you.
Brother Narav?
Jensen thought about the sweep of events that, until now, she had no idea were taking place. Now, she was a part of those momentous events. She felt a kind of thrill that she would meet Jagang the Just, a real emperor, and maybe even Brother Narav, who Sebastian said was just about the most important spiritual leader ever to have lived. Without Sebastian, none of it would be possible. He was such a remarkable man, everything from his wonderful blue eyes and his exotic spikes of white hair to his handsome smile and extraordinary intellect.
Since you had a hand in planning the campaign, I'm happy that you'll be there to see your strategy triumph. I admit, too, that I would be honored to be in the presence of such great and noble men.
Even though Sebastian seemed as modest as always, she still thought she saw a spark of pride in his eyes. But then he turned serious. When we meet with the Emperor, you mustn't be alarmed by what you see.
What do you mean?
Emperor Jagang has been marked by the Creator with eyes that see more than ordinary men can see. Foolish people are frightened by his looks. I wanted to forewarn you. You mustn't be frightened of such a great man simply because he looks different.
I won't be.
It's settled then.
Jensen grinned. I agree to your new strategy. We can leave for the Midlands, the Emperor, and the Sisters of the Light in the morning. It seemed he hardly heard her. His gaze wandered her face, her hair, returning at last to her eyes. You're the most beautiful woman I've ever met. Jensen felt his fingers tighten on her arms, pulling her closer. You favor me with such words, she heard herself say. He was a trusted advisor to an emperor. She was just a girl who grew up in the woods. He influenced history. She simply ran from it, until now. And yet he was just Sebastian, a man she talked with, traveled with, ate with. She had seen him yawn from exhaustion and fall asleep countless times. He was a fascinating mix of nobility and commoner. He seemed to chafe at being held in awe, yet by his manner he seemed to court it, if not demand it. I'm sorry at how inadequate those words sound, he whispered, looking very humble. I mean so much more than that you're merely beautiful. You do? Her words were more than a question. They were expectant wonder. Sebastian's mouth met hers in a rush. His arms surrounded her. She held her arms out to the side, afraid to hug him because if she did, she would have to touch his naked flesh. She stood in his arms, her own arms held out stiffly, her spine arched back under the press of him. His mouth felt luscious against hers. His arms did more than encircle her. They sheltered her. Her eyes closed as she sagged into his kiss. His whole body felt so hard against hers. His fist seized her hair at the nape of her neck, holding her as he moaned against her lips as his warm tongue unexpectedly filled her mouth. Jensen's head was spinning with the delicious sensations. The world seemed to be tipping, and she felt as if she were hanging in his arms. She felt the sudden press of the bedding against her. The shock of being on her back with him atop her had her suddenly confused and not knowing what to do or how to react. She wanted to stop him before he went any further. At the same time, she feared to do anything that would cause him to stop, to believe she was spurning him. It occurred to her how very alone they were. Such isolation worried her. Yet it excited her, too. With the two of them so completely alone, only she could stop him. The choices that she made not only decided her own path, but also held sway over Sebastian's heart. It gave her a comforting sense of power. But it was just a kiss. More of a kiss than in the palace, but still just a kiss. A head-spinning, heart-pounding kiss. She surrendered herself into his embrace, daring to use her tongue as he did his, and was exhilarated by his ardent response. She felt like a woman, a desirable woman. Her hands ran up the smooth skin of his back, feeling the landscape of his bone and muscle, unhindered by a veil of cloth, feeling him flex as he pressed against her. She could hardly get her breath with the wonder of such feelings. Jen, he whispered breathlessly into her ear, I love you. Jensen was stunned, speechless. It didn't seem real. It felt like she had to be dreaming it or living in someone else's body. She knew she'd heard him say it, but it just didn't seem real to her. Her heart was racing so fast that she feared it might burst. Sebastian's breath, too, came in desperate pulls, as if his lust for her were driving him mad. She clung to him, eager to feel the warm breath of his words in her ear again. She feared to believe him, though, to allow herself to believe him, to know if it was real, if this was really happening to her, or if she was only imagining it. But you can't mean it. Her words were a wall to protect her. I do, he panted. I do. I can't help myself. I love you, Jensen. His warm breath tickled her in a way that ran a scrumptious shiver up through the core of her. For some reason, the memory of Tom came into her mind. She saw him in her mind's eye smiling at her in that way of his. This would not be Tom's manner. She didn't know how she knew that, but she did. Tom would not approach the subject of love in this fashion. For some reason, she felt a stab of ache for Tom. Sebastian, tomorrow we leave to carry out our destiny. Jensen nodded against his shoulder, marveling at how those words sounded somehow passionate. Their destiny. She held on tight, feeling the slick warmth of his back, feeling him push himself against her leg, feeling his arm lying across her belly as his hand caressed her hip, in a way hoping he would say something to thrill her, to frighten her, at the same time praying he wouldn't. But this night is ours, Jen, if you will only seize it. Jensen. Sebastian, I love you, Jensen. I love you. Jensen. She wished the image of Tom would leave her mind. Sebastian, I don't know what... I never wanted to. It wasn't my intention to allow myself to feel this way, but I do. I love you, Jen. I didn't expect it. Dear Creator, I can't help myself. I love you. Her eyes closed as he kissed her neck. It felt so good feeling his intimate whispers in her ear, a whisper that in a way sounded close to a painful confession, laced with regret, anger, yet thick with desperate hope. I love you, he whispered again. Jensen! Jensen shuddered with the pleasure of the sensation, with the pleasure of feeling like a woman, of knowing that her mere existence thrilled a man. She had never felt particularly attractive before. Right then she felt more than beautiful. She felt seductively beautiful. Surrender. She kissed his neck as he shifted his weight. She kissed his ear and ran her tongue along it, as he had done to her. His whole body felt afire. She froze when his hand slid up under her dress. His fingers glided over her bare knee, over her bare thigh. It was her choice to make, she told herself. It was. She gasped, eyes wide, staring up at the dark rafters. His mouth covered hers before she could say the word wanting to come out. Her fist pounded his shoulder once in frustration at not being able to say that one short, important word. She gripped his face to push him away, to allow her to say it. But this was the man who had saved her life. If not for him, she would have been killed along with her mother that rainy night. She owed him her very life. Letting him touch her in such a way was nothing in exchange for that. What harm was it? It was a small thing compared to the way he had opened his heart to her. Besides, she cared for him. He was a man any woman would desire. He was handsome, smart, and important. Moreover, she was excited that he cared so for her. She was. What more could she want? She forcefully banished the unwanted image of Tom from her mind by focusing all her attention on Sebastian and what he was doing to her. His touch weakened her in a way that made her ache. His fingers felt so good that tears ran down her cheeks. She forgot the word, wondering why she would ever have wanted to say it. Her fingers clutched the back of his head, holding on for dear life. Her other fist pressed against the sides of his ribs as she cried out at what he was doing to her. All she could do was pant as she squirmed, helpless at the indecent delight of it. Sebastian, she gasped. Oh, Sebastian. I love you so much, Jen. He forced her knees farther apart. He pushed himself between her trembling legs. I need you, Jensen. I need you so. I can't live without you. I swear I can't. It was supposed to be her choice. She told herself that it was. Sebastian. Surrender. Yes, she breathed. Dear spirits, forgive me, yes. Chapter 35. Oba leaned a shoulder against the red-painted side of a wagon set back out of the way. Hands in his pockets, he casually surveyed the busy marketplace. People crowding among the open-air stands seemed in a festive mood, possibly because at long last spring was nearly at hand. Even if winter was not yet ready to relinquish its harsh grip, despite the biting chill, people chatted and chuckled, bargained and bickered, purchased and perused. Little did the shuffling crowds braving the cold wind know that someone important was among them. Oba grinned. A Rahl was among them, a member of the ruling family. Since he had decided to become invincible, and over the course of his long journey north, Oba had become a new man, a man of the world. At first, after the death of the troublesome sorceress and his lunatic mother, he was a swirl in newfound liberty, and hadn't given any thought to coming to the people's palace. But the more he considered the pivotal events that had taken place and all the new things he had learned, the more he had come to realize that the journey was vital. There were still bits missing, bits that could lead to trouble. That Jensen woman had said that quads hunted her. Quads only hunted important people. Oba was concerned that they might turn to hunting him, too, since he was important. Like Jensen, he was also one of those holes in the world. Lethea hadn't explained to him what that meant, but it made Oba and Jensen both special in some way. It somehow linked them. It was possible that Lord Rahl had learned about Oba, maybe from the treacherous Lethea, and he feared having a rightful rival who could challenge him. Oba was, after all, also a son of Darken Rahl, an equal in many ways. Lord Rahl had magic, but Oba was invincible. With all the potential trouble brewing, Oba thought it best to look after his own interests by traveling to his ancestral home to learn what he could.
Even before he had decided to travel north, Oba had had his concerns. Still, he enjoyed his visits to new places and had learned many new things. He kept lists of them in his head. Places, sights, people. Everything meant something. In quiet moments he would go over those mental lists, seeing what things fit together, what revelations he could divine. It was important to keep the mind active, he always said. He was a man on his own now, making his own decisions, choosing his own road, doing as he pleased, but he still had to learn and grow. But no more did Oba have to feed the animals, tend the garden, mend fences and barns and houses. No longer did he have to haul and fetch and obey every foolish whim of his lunatic mother. No more did he have to endure the troublesome sorceress's loathsome cures, her furtive glances. No more did he have to listen to his mother's tirades, her taunts, or be subjected to her venomous humiliation. To think, she had once had the gall to order him to pick away at a frozen mound of muck. Him, the son of Darkenral himself. How Oba put up with it, he didn't know. He supposed that he was a man of remarkable patience, one of his many stellar traits. Since his maniacal mother had always been so harshly adamant that he never spend money on women, Oba had celebrated his freedom from her tyranny, once he reached a good-sized city, by visiting the most expensive whore he could find. He understood then why his mother had always been so dead set against him being with women. It was enjoyable. He had found, though, that those women, too, could be cruel to a man of his sensitivity. They, too, would sometimes try to make him feel small and unimportant. They, too, would fix him with that calculating, callous, condescending gaze he so hated. Oba suspected that it was his mother's fault. He suspected that even from the world of the dead, she might still manage to reach into this world, through a whore's cold heart, to vex him in his most triumphant moments. He suspected that her dead voice whispered vicious things in the women's ears. It would be just like her to do that, even in her eternal rest. She would not be content to let him have any peace or satisfaction. Oba wasn't a spendthrift, not by any means. But the money that had so rightly been his did bring him some well-deserved pleasures, like clean beds, good food and drink, and the company of attractive women. He tended his money carefully, though, lest he end up without it. People, he knew, were only too covetous of his wealth. He had learned that just having money, though, brought him favors, especially from women. If he bought them drinks or small gifts, a pretty piece of cloth for a scarf, a trinket for their wrist, a shiny pin for their hair, they were more likely to cozy up to him. They often took him somewhere quiet, where they could be alone with him. Sometimes it was an alley, sometimes it was a deserted wood, sometimes it was a room. He suspected that some of them just wanted to get at his money. Still, it never failed to amaze him what entertainment and satisfaction he could derive from a woman, frequently with the aid of a sharp knife. Being a man of the world, Oba knew about women now. He had been with many. Now he knew how to talk to women, how to treat women, how to satisfy women. There were a number of women still waiting, hoping, praying he would one day return to them. Several had even deserted their husbands, expecting they might win his heart. Women couldn't resist him. They fawned over him, delighted over his looks, marveled at his strength, moaned at the way he pleasured them. They especially enjoyed it when he hurt them. Anyone less sensitive than he would fail to recognize their tears of joy for what they really were. While Oba enjoyed the company of women, he knew he could always have another, so he didn't become entangled in long love affairs. Most were brief, some very brief. For now, he had more important matters on his mind than women. Later, he would have all the women he could ever want, just like his father had. Now, at last, he could look upon the soaring stone splendor of his true home, the People's Palace. Some day it would be his. The voice had told him so. A hawker pushed in close beside him, disturbing Oba's pleasant thoughts, his imagining of what lay ahead for him. "Charms for you, sir. Magic charms. Good luck for sure." Oba frowned down at the hunched hawker. "What?" "Special charms with magic. Can't go wrong for a silver penny." "What do they do?" "Well, sir, the charms are magic sure. Wouldn't you like a bit of magic to ease the terrible struggles of life? Make things go your way for a change? Only a silver penny." Things did go his way, now that his lunatic mother wasn't around to pester him and keep him down. Still, Oba did like to learn new things. "What will this magic do? What kinds of things?"
Great things, sir, great things. Give you strength at will, strength and wisdom. Strength and wisdom beyond any normal mortal man.
Oba grinned.
I already have that.
The man was at a loss for words for only a moment. He looked over each shoulder, making sure no one was close before he leaned in closer, pushing against Oba's side in order to speak confidentially. He winked up at Oba.
These magic charms will help win the girls for you, sir.
Women already can't get enough of me.
Oba was losing interest. This magic promised only what he already had. The man might as well say that the charms would give Oba 2 arms and 2 legs. The filthy little man cleared his throat, thick with phlegm, as he leaned close again.
Well, sir, no man can have enough wealth, or the most beautiful...
I'll give you a copper penny if you can tell me where I can find the sorceress Althea.
The man's breath stank. Oba pushed him back. The hawker lifted a crooked finger. His wiry eyebrows rose as well.
You, sir, are a wise man, just as you said. I knew I saw something keen about you. You, sir, have ferreted out the one man in this market who can tell you what you need.
He thumped his chest.
Me. I can tell you all you need to know on the subject, but as a man of your wisdom will no doubt realize, such obscure and privileged information will of necessity cost you a great deal more than a copper penny. Yes, sir, a great deal more, and worth it.
Oba frowned.
How much more?
A silver mark.
Oba grunted a laugh and started walking away. He had the money, but he didn't appreciate being played for a fool.
I'll ask around. Decent people can offer such simple help as directions to the sorceress, and they will expect nothing more than a tip of my cap.
The hawker scurried along at Oba's side, eager to renegotiate, speaking hurriedly as he struggled to keep up. Loose ends of his ragged outfit flapped like flags in the breeze as he dodged people dodging Oba.
Yes, I can see you're a wise man indeed. I'm afraid I'm no match for you, sir. You've bested me, that's the simple truth of it. But there are more knotty matters you don't know about, matters a man of your rare sensitivity should know. Things which could very well mean your safety in such a dangerous venture as I think you may be about to undertake. Things which not many folks can tell you true.
Oba was sensitive. That much was true. He gazed down at the man shuffling along sideways like a dog begging for a scrap.
A silver penny, then. That's all I'm offering.
A silver penny, then, he conceded with a sigh, for the valuable information you need, sir, which I warrant you will hear nowhere else.
Oba halted, satisfied that the man had caved in to the superior intellect. Hands on his hips, he stared down at the hopeful fellow, licking his cracked lips. It was against Oba's nature to part with money so easily, but he had plenty, and something about this intrigued him. He fished around in his pocket, slipping 2 fingers into the leather purse he kept there, and drew out a silver penny. He flipped it to the scruffy fellow.
All right, then.
As the man caught the coin, Oba caught the hawker's bony wrist.
I will give you the price you ask. But if I don't think you're telling it true, or if I suspect that you're holding back on me, I'll take back the coin, and I'll have to wipe your blood off it before I return it to my pocket.
The man swallowed at the dangerous look on Oba's face.
Sir, I'd not cheat you, especially not once my word is given.
You'd best not. So where is she? How can I find Althea?
In a swamp she lives, but I can tell you how to get into her for only...
Do you think I'm a stupid oaf?
Oba twisted the wrist.
I have already heard that people go to see this sorceress, that she receives visitors in her swamp, so something more than the way into her place had better be included in the fair price I've given you.
Yes,
the hawker gulped in pain.
Of course it is.
Oba eased up. Still wincing, the man was quick to go on.
I was going to say that I will tell you the secret way to get to her through a swamp for the generous price you've already paid. Not just the regular way in, which folks know, but the secret way in as well. Few, if any, know of it, all included in the price. I'd not hold anything back from a fair man like you, sir.
Oba glared.
Secret way in? If there is a regular way, a way people use to see Althea, why would I care about this other way?
People go in to see the sorceress Althea for a telling. She's a powerful one, this sorceress.
He leaned closer.
But you must be invited before you can go see her for a telling. None dare to go without being invited. People all go in the same way, so as she can see them coming, after she's invited them in and withdrawn her bloodthirsty beasts that guard the path.
A sly smile spread on the man's twisty face. "It seems to me that if you were invited in, you wouldn't need to ask people how to get there. Have you been invited, sir?" Oba gently pushed the reeking hawker back.
"So there is another way in?"
"There is. A back way in. A way to sneak up on her, if you're of a mind, while her beasts guard the front door, as it were. A smart man might not choose to approach a powerful sorceress on her terms." Oba glanced to the sides, checking that people weren't listening.
"I don't need to go in a secret back way. I'm not afraid of the sorceress. But as long as I've already paid for it all, I'll hear it all told, both ways in, and everything else about her, too."
The man shrugged. "If you're of a mind, you can simply ride due west, as the folks who was invited to Althea's place do. You travel west across the plains until you come to the largest snow-capped mountain. Beyond the mountain, you turn north and follow along the base of the cliffs. The land goes lower until it finally enters the swamp. Just follow the well-kept path on in through the swamp. Stay on that path. Don't wander off. It leads to the home of the sorceress Althea."
"But the swamp would be frozen this time of year."
"No, sir. This is the wicked place of a sorceress and her menacing magic. Althea's swamp does not bow to winter." Oba twisted the man's wrist until he cried out.
"Do you think me a fool? No place is a swamp in winter."
"Ask anyone," the man squealed. He swept his other arm around. "Ask anyone, and they'll tell you Althea's place doesn't bow to the Creator's winter, but is hot and boggy all year round." Oba let up on the man's wrist.
"You said there was a back way in. Where is it?"
For the first time, the man hesitated. He licked his weather-cracked lips. "It's difficult to find. There are few landmarks, and they're hard to spot. I could tell you how to find the place, but you might miss it, and then you'll think I lied to you, when it's only that it's tricky to find by directions alone, if you're not familiar with the land in these parts."
"I'm already thinking about having my coin back."
"I'm only looking to your safety, sir." He flashed a quick apologetic smile. "I don't like giving a man like you only part of what he needs, for fear I might live to regret it. I believe in giving the full measure of my word."
"Go on."
The hawker cleared his wet throat, and then spat to the side. He wiped his mouth with the back of his filthy sleeve. "Well, sir, the best way to find it is if I take you there." Oba checked an older couple passing nearby, then pulled the man by his wrist.
"Fine, let's go."
The hawker dug in his heels. "Now hold on there, I agreed to tell you, and I can do that. Like I said, though, it's hard to find. But I can't be expected to give up my business to go off as a guide. It's a number of days I'd be away from an income." Scowling, Oba leaned down.
"And how much is it you want to guide me there?"
The man took a heavy breath as he considered, muttering to himself as if toiling at tallying up numbers in his head. "Well, sir," he said at last, lifting a finger on his free hand that stuck up through a short stub of a knit glove. "I guess I could be gone for a few days if I were to be paid a gold mark."
Oba laughed. "I'm not giving you a mark, gold nor even silver, for the work of guiding me for a few days. I'd be willing to pay you another silver penny, but that's all. Take it, or give me back my first silver penny and be gone."
The hawker shook his head as he mumbled to himself. Finally, he squinted up at Oba with a look of resignation. "My charms aren't selling well of late. To tell the truth, I could use the money. You have the best of me again, sir. I'll guide you then, for a silver penny." Oba released the man's wrist.
"Let's go."
"It's across the Azrith plains. We'll need horses."
"Now you want me to buy you a horse? Are you out of your mind?"
"Well, walking is no good. But I know folks here who will give you a good deal on a couple of horses. If we treat the animals right, I'm sure they'd agree to buy them back once we return, less a small fee for their use." Oba thought it over. He wanted to go up into the palace to have a look around, but he thought it best if he visited Lethea's sister first. There were things to learn.
"That sounds fair."
Oba gave the hunched hawker a nod.
"Let's go get some horses and be off then."
They moved out of the quieter side route into a main road thick with milling throngs. There were a number of attractive women about. Some of them looked Oba's way, the invitation and longing clear in their eyes. They met his gaze, hungry for him. Oba gave them smiles, a token suggesting the possibility of more later. He could see that even that much thrilled them. It occurred to him, though, that these women roaming the market were probably lowly peasants. Up in the palace were likely to be the kind of women Oba wanted to meet, women of station. He deserved no less. After all, he was a Ral, practically a prince, or something comparable, maybe even something more than that.
What's your name, anyway? Oba asked, seeing as we'll be traveling together.
Clovis. Oba didn't offer his name. He liked being called Sir. It was, after all, only fitting.
With all the people, Oba said as his gaze swept the crowds, how is it that your charms aren't selling? Why is it that you're having hard times?
The man sighed in apparent misery. It's a sad tale, but it's not your burden, sir.
Simple enough question, I think.
I suppose it is. He shielded his eyes from the sunlight with a hand, partly covered in a knitted fingerless glove as he peered up at Oba. Well, sir, a time ago back in the thick of winter, I met a beautiful young woman. Oba looked over at the hunched, wrinkled, disheveled man shuffling along beside him.
Met her?
Well, sir, truth be told, I was offering her a charm. Clovis's brow twisted curiously, as if he'd suddenly come across something quite unexpected. It was her eyes that seized you, big blue eyes, blue like you rarely see. Clovis ogled up at Oba. The thing is, sir, her eyes look very much like yours. It was Oba's turn to frown.
Like mine?
Clovis nodded earnestly. They did, sir. She had eyes like yours, imagine that. Something about her, about you as well, that looks somehow familiar. Can't say as I know what it is, though.
What does this have to do with your hard times? Did you give her all your money and fail to get between her legs?
Clovis seemed shocked by the very notion. No, sir, nothing like that. I tried to sell her a charm, so she would have good fortune. Instead, she stole all my money. Oba grunted skeptically.
I'd bet she was batting her eyelashes and smiling at you while she had her arm in your pocket to her elbow, and you were too eager to suspect what she was really doing.
Nothing like that, sir, nothing like that at all. His voice turned bitter. She set a man upon me, and he took it all for her. He did it, but it was at her word, I'm sure of it. The two of them stole all my money, robbed me of everything I had earned all year. Something tickled Oba's memory. He scanned his mental lists of odd and unrelated things. Some of those things began to come together.
What did this woman with the blue eyes look like?
Oh, she was beautiful, sir, with thick ringlets of red hair. Even if this woman had robbed the man of his savings, the distant look in his eye told Oba that he was still clearly taken by her. Her face was like a vision of a good spirit, it was, and her figure was enough to take your breath away. But I should have known by that bewitchingly evil red hair that there was something more devious to her than her beauty. Oba halted and seized the man by the arm.
Was her name Jensen?
Clovis offered only a regretful shrug. Sorry, sir, she never gave me her name. But I don't imagine there are many women that look like her, not with those blue eyes, her exquisite looks, and those ringlets of red hair. Oba didn't think so either. The description fit Jensen perfectly. Well, wasn't that just something? Clovis pointed. There, sir. Down there is the man who can sell us horses. Chapter 36. Oba squinted into the gloom under the thick vegetation. It was hard to believe how dark it was in under the towering trees, down at the bottom of the crooked spine of rock, when it had been such a bright, sunny morning up in the meadow above. It looked wet ahead, too. He turned from the way leading in under the vines and hanging trailers of moss to look back up the steep, rocky incline toward where he had left Clovis by a warm fire, watching their horses and gear. Oba was glad to finally be free of the jumpy little man. He was wearing, like a pesky fly, buzzing around all the time. All the way across the Azrith plains, the man jabbered on and on at length about everything and nothing. Oba would have rather been rid of the hawker and gone alone, but the man had been right about how difficult it would have been to have found this place down into the back of Althea's swamp. At least the man had no intention of going into the swamp with Oba. Clovis had seemed nervous and edgy about making sure that his customer went in, though. He was probably worried that Oba wouldn't believe him and was eager to prove himself. He waited at the top, watching, shooing, with hands covered in tattered, fingerless gloves, impatient for Oba to go in and see that he was being given his money's worth. Oba sighed and started out again, slogging ahead through the underbrush, stooping beneath low branches. He tiptoed across roots where he could, and waded through standing water where he had to. The air was still and as stagnant as the water. It felt wet, too, besides smelling foul. Strange birds called from far off through the trees, back in the shadows where light probably never reached, back beyond vines, thick clumps of leaves, and rotting trunks leaning drunkenly against stalwart companions. Creatures moved through the water, too. What they could be, fish or reptile or conjured beast, there was no telling. Oba didn't like the place, not one bit. He reminded himself that there would be a myriad of new things to learn once he got to Althea's place. Not even that cheered him. He thought about the strange bugs and weasels and salamanders he'd seen so far, and the ones he was likely yet to see. That, too, failed to cheer him. He still didn't like the place. Ducking under branches, he swept spiderwebs aside. The fattest spider he'd ever encountered fell to the ground and darted for a hiding place. Oba, quicker yet, squashed it good. Hairy legs clawed the air in death before going still. Oba grinned as he moved on. He was beginning to like the place better. His nose wrinkled. The farther in he went, the worse it smelled, reeking with a strange, pungent, dank rot. He saw steam rising off through the trees and began to detect an odor something like rotten eggs, but more acidic. Oba was beginning not to like the place again. He plowed onward, unsure if it had been a good idea to go to see Althea, especially by the route suggested by the hand-wringing hawker. Oba sighed as he slogged through thick brush. The sooner he got in and had a chat with Althea, the sooner he could be out of the disgusting place. Besides, the voice had stirred, restless that he continue. The sooner he was finished with Althea's sister, the sooner he could visit his ancestral home, the People's Palace. It would be wise to learn what he could first, so that he might know what to anticipate from his half-brother. Oba wondered if Jensen had been to see Althea yet, and, if she had, what she had found out. Oba was more and more convinced that his fate was somehow linked to the Jensen woman. Too many things kept leading back to her for it to be a meaningless connection. Oba was very careful about how things on the lists he kept connected. Other people weren't so observant, but they didn't have to be. They weren't important. Both he and Jensen were a hole in the world. Possibly even more interesting, they both had something in their eyes that Clovis had noticed. What it was exactly, the man wasn't sure. Oba had pressed him, but he couldn't say. As the morning wore on, Oba made the best time he could along the twisted tangle of roots that passed for a path until it sank lower ahead of him into an expanse of still, dark water. Oba paused, panting, sweat streaming down his face, checking to the sides, searching for another way across to where the ground looked to rise up again. It appeared that the way ahead tunneled on through the thick, steamy growth. But first, he had to get across the water. Hot as he was, that didn't sound half bad. He saw no vines hanging down that might steady him, so he quickly cut a stout limb and stripped it of branches to make himself a staff to help him balance as he crossed the low place. Staff in hand, Oba waded out into a stretch of water. It wasn't as much of a cooling relief as he had hoped. It smelled awful and was full of brown leeches. As he moved through the water, trailing a wake that dislodged debris from the banks, he had to keep brushing the clouds of biting bugs from his face. He kept checking, but unless he backtracked to look for another way, he saw that it was the only way to dry land beyond. That thought alone convinced him to keep going. There were roots enough under the surface for footing, but Oba soon found himself in up to his chest, and he wasn't yet to the middle. As deep as it was, the water made him buoyant, which meant his footing wasn't as good. The roots at the bottom were slippery, and poor support for the staff, but it at least helped him keep his balance. He was a good swimmer, but didn't like the thought of what else might be swimming with him, and preferred to keep on his feet. Almost to the far bank, Oba was just about to discard the staff and swim the rest of the way to wash the sweat off when something heavy brushed against his leg. Before he could think what to do about it, the thing bumped him hard enough to push him from his feet, dumping him into the water. As soon as he plunged into the deeper water, the thing enveloped his legs. He instantly thought of the monsters that were said to dwell in the swamp. Throughout their long ride, Clovis had regaled him with stories of the beasts, warning him to be careful, but Oba had scoffed, confident in his own strength. Now, Oba cried out in fright of the monster that had him. He struggled frantically, in gasping panic, trying to shake his legs free, but the fire-breathing beast had him fast and wouldn't let go. It reminded him of being locked in the pen when he was little, trapped and helpless. Oba's cry echoed out across the frothing water, returning threefold from the darkness beyond. The only clear thought that came to him was that he was too young to die, especially in so awful a fashion. He had so much ahead of him to live for. It wasn't fair that this should happen to him. He cried out again as he splashed and fought to escape. He wanted away, just as he had wanted out of the terrible trapped feeling of being locked in the pen. His screams never helped then, and they didn't help now. Their echo was empty companionship. The thing suddenly and forcefully twisted him around, spinning him, and dragged him under. Oba gasped a breath just in time. As he went under, eyes wide in fright, he saw for the first time the scales of his captor. It was the biggest snake he had ever seen, but he was also struck with relief, because it was still a snake. It might be big, but it was just an animal, not a fire-breathing monster. Before his arm could be pinned, Oba snatched the knife in a sheath at his belt and yanked it free. He knew that in water it would be difficult to use the same force as on dry land. Still, stabbing the thing would be his only chance, and he had to do it before he drowned. With his neck stretching for air, but the life-giving surface getting farther and farther away as the weight around him continued to drag him deeper, his feet unexpectedly found something solid. Rather than continue to fight to reach the surface for air, he let his legs bend as he sank. When his legs were folded like a bullfrog ready to spring, he tensed his powerful leg muscles and pushed with a mighty shove off the bottom. Oba exploded from the water, coils of snake wrapped around him. He landed on his side, halfway out of the water, up on twisted roots. The snake, its body cushioning Oba's weight when they crashed to the ground, clearly didn't appreciate it. Iridescent green scales shimmered in the weak light as the reeking water sluiced from both combatants. The snake's head rose over Oba's shoulder. Yellow eyes peered at him through a dark mask. A red tongue flicked out, feeling along its troublesome prey. Oba grinned. "Come closer, my pretty friend." The snake undulated along his body as the eyes fixed him with a menacing stare. If a snake could get angry, this one was. Lightning quick, Oba snatched the thing behind the dark green head, gripping it in his brawny fist. It reminded him of the wrestling he had done before on rare occasions. He liked wrestling. Oba never lost at wrestling. The snake paused to hiss. With powerful muscles, each held back the other. The snake tried to enfold Oba in yet more coils and gain the advantage by constricting. It was a mighty struggle of strength as each tried to wrestle the other into submission. Oba recalled that ever since he had listened to the voice, he had been invincible. He remembered how his life used to be ruled by fear, fear of his mother, fear of the powerful sorceress. Most everyone feared the sorceress, just as most everyone feared snakes. Except Oba had stood up to her dangerous magic. She had sent fire and lightning at him, magic able to blast its way through walls and vanquish any opposition, yet he had been invincible. What was a lowly snake in the face of that kind of opponent? He felt a bit chagrined that he had cried out in fright. What had he, Oba Ral, to fear, least of all from a mere snake? Oba rolled farther up onto solid ground, taking the snake with him. He grinned as he brought the knife up under the scaled jaw. The huge animal went still.
The Pillars of Creation by Terry Goodkind. Continuing on page 337. With deliberate care, gripping the thing behind the head with one hand, Oba pressed the blade upward with his other. The tough scales, like pale white armor, resisted penetration. The snake, now under threat from Oba's deadly blade, suddenly began struggling, not to dominate this time, but to escape. Muscular coils unwrapped from Oba's legs, sweeping across the ground, trying for purchase against roots and saplings, searching for anything to latch onto. With his foot, Oba pulled a length of the shimmering green body back toward him, preventing any escape. The razor-sharp blade, with Oba's powerful muscles pushing it, suddenly popped through the thick scales under the jaw. Oba watched, fascinated, as blood ran down his fist. The snake went wild with fear and pain. Any thoughts of conquest were long forgotten. Now it wanted desperately to get away. The animal put all its considerable strength to that effort alone. But Oba was strong. Nothing ever escaped him. Straining with the effort, he dragged the twisting, turning, writhing body up onto higher, drier ground. He grunted as he lifted the heavy beast. Holding it aloft, screaming with fury, Oba ran forward. With a mighty lunge, he drove his knife into a tree, pinning the snake there with the blade through its lower jaw and roof of its mouth, like a long third fang. The snake's yellow eyes watched helpless as Oba drew another knife from his boot. He wanted to see the life go out of those wicked yellow eyes as they watched him. Oba made a slit in the pale underbody, in the fold between rows of scales. Not a long slit, not a slit that would kill, just a slit big enough for his hand. Oba grinned. "Are you ready?" he asked the thing. It watched, unable to do anything else. Oba pushed his sleeve up his arm as far as he could, then wormed his hand in through the slit. It was a tight fit, but he wriggled his hand, then his wrist, then his arm into the living body farther and farther as the snake whipped side to side, not just in its futile effort to escape, but now in agony. With a knee, Oba pinned the body to the trunk of the tree, and with a foot held down the thrashing tail. For Oba, the world seemed to vanish around him as he felt what it was like to be a snake. He imagined he was becoming the animal, in its living body, feeling its skin around his own as he pushed his arm in. He felt its warm, wet insides compressed around his flesh. He slithered his hand in deeper. He had to stand closer so that he could get his arm down in farther until his eyes were only inches from the snake's. Looking into those eyes, he was wildly exhilarated at seeing not just brutal pain, but the most marvelous terror. Oba felt his destination pulsing through the slippery viscera. Then he found it, the living heart. It beat furiously in his hand, throbbing and jumping. As they gazed deeply into each other's eyes, Oba squeezed with his powerful fingers. In a thick, warm, wet gush, the heart burst. The snake thrashed with the sudden wild strength of death. But as Oba held the quivering burst heart, each of the snake's movements became progressively more labored, more sluggish, until with one last rolling flip of its tail, it went still. The whole time, Oba stared into the yellow eyes until he knew they were dead. It wasn't the same as watching a person die, because it lacked that singular connection of human identity. There were no complex human thoughts with which he could relate, but it was still thrilling to see death enter the living. He was liking the swamp better all the time. Victorious and blood-soaked, Oba squatted at the water's edge, washing himself and his knives clean. The entire encounter had been unexpected, rousing, and satisfying, although he had to admit that it was nowhere near as exciting with a snake as it was with a woman. With a woman, there was the thrill of sex added into the experience, the thrill of having more than his hand inside her as death entered her, too, to share her body with him. There could be no greater intimacy than that. It was sacred. The dark water was turned red by the time Oba had finished. The color made him think of Jensen's red hair. As he straightened, he checked to make sure he had all his belongings and hadn't lost anything in the struggle. He patted his pocket for the reassuring presence of his hard-earned wealth. His money purse wasn't there. In cold panic, he thrust his hand in his pocket, but the purse was gone. He realized that he had to have lost it in the water while struggling with the snake. He kept the purse on the end of a thong he tied to a belt loop, so as to be sure it was safe and couldn't be accidentally lost. He didn't see how it was possible, but the knot in the leather thong must have come loose in the struggle. He turned a scowl on the dead thing slumped in a heap at the base of the tree. In a screaming rage, Oba lifted the snake by the throat and pounded the lifeless head against the tree until the scales started sloughing off. Panting and drained from the effort, Oba finally halted. He let the bloody mass slip to the ground. Despondent, he decided he would have to dive back into the water and search for his missing money. Before he did, he made one last despairing check of his pocket. Looking closer, he saw then that leather thong he kept tied to his belt loop was still there. It hadn't come undone after all. He pulled the short length of leather out in his fingers. It had been cut. Oba turned, looking back the way he had come. Clovis. Clovis was always pushing up close, yammering away like a pesky fly buzzing around him. When Oba had bought the horses, Clovis had seen the money purse. With a growl, Oba glared back through the swamp. A light rain had begun to fall, making but a whisper against the living canopy of leaves. The drops felt cool on his heated face. He would kill the little thief, slowly. Clovis would no doubt feign innocence. He would beg to be searched to prove he didn't have the missing money purse. Oba figured the man would likely have buried the money somewhere, intending to come back later and retrieve it. Oba would make him confess. There was no doubt in his mind about that. Clovis thought he was clever, but he had not met the likes of Oba Ral before. Striking out back through the swamp to wring the hawker's neck, Oba didn't get far before he stopped. No, it had taken him a good long time to get this far. He had to be close to Althea's by now. He couldn't let his anger rule him. He had to think. He was smart. Smarter than his mother, smarter than Lethea the sorceress, and smarter than a scrawny little thief. He would act out of deliberate intent, not out of blind anger. He could deal with Clovis when he was finished with Althea. In a dark mood, Oba started out again toward the sorceress. Chapter 37. Watching from a distance through the slow fall of rain, Oba didn't see anyone outside the cedar log house that lay beyond the tangled undergrowth and trees. There had been tracks, the boot prints of a man, around the shore of a small lake. The tracks weren't fresh, but they had led Oba up a path to the house. Smoke from the chimney curled lazily in the stagnant, humid air. The house up ahead, almost hidden under trailers of moss and vines, had to be the home of the sorceress. No one else would be fool enough to live in such a miserable place. Oba crept lightly on the balls of his feet, up the back steps, up onto the narrow porch. Around in front, columns made of thick logs supported a low, overhanging roof. Out beyond the wide front steps lay a broad path, no doubt the way visitors timidly approached the sorceress for a telling. In the grip of rage and well beyond any pretense of being polite enough to knock, Oba threw open the door. A small fire burned in the hearth. With only the fire and two little windows, the place was rather dimly lit. The walls were covered with fussy carvings, mostly of animals, some plain, some painted, and some gilded. It was hardly the way Oba chose to carve animals. The furnishings were better than any he had ever grown up with, but not nearly as nice as he had become accustomed to. Near the hearth, a woman with big, dark eyes sat in an elaborately carved chair, the finest of the furnishings, like a queen on her throne, quietly watching him over the rim of a cup as she sipped. Even though her long golden hair was different, and she didn't have that hauntingly austere cast to her face, Oba still recognized her features. Looking into those eyes, there could be no doubt. It was Lethea's sister. Eyes. That was something on one of the mental lists he kept. "I am Althea," she said, taking a cup away from her lips. Her voice wasn't at all like her sister's. It conveyed a sense of authority, as did Lethea's voice, yet it didn't have the haughty ring that went with it. She didn't rise. "I'm afraid you've arrived much sooner than I expected." Seeking to quickly nullify any potential threat, Oba ignored her and hurried to the rooms at the rear, checking first the room where he saw a workbench. Clovis had told him that Althea had a husband, Friedrich, and, of course, there had been a man's boot prints outside. Chisels, knives, and mallets were laid out in an orderly fashion. Each could be a deadly weapon in the right hands. The place had the tidy look of work put up for a time. "My husband is gone to the palace," she called from her chair by the fire. "We're alone." He checked for himself anyway, looking in the bedroom and found it empty. She was telling the truth. But for the rain on the roof, the place was quiet. The two of them were indeed alone. Finally confident that they would not be disturbed, he returned to the main room. Without a smile, without a frown, without worry, she watched him coming toward her. Oba thought that if she had any brains, she should at least be worried. If anything, she looked resigned, or maybe sleepy. A swamp with its heavy, humid air could certainly make a person drowsy. Not far from her chair on the floor off to the side rested a square board with an elaborate gilded symbol on it. It reminded him of something on one of his lists of things. A pile of small, smooth, dark stones sat to the side on the board. A large red and gold pillow lay near her feet. Oba paused, suddenly realizing the connection between one of the things on his lists and the gilded symbol on the board. The symbol reminded him of the dried base of a mountain fever rose, one of the herbs Lethea used to put in his cures. Most of Lethea's herbs were already ground up, but that one never was. She would crush a single one of the dried flowers only just before she added it to his cure. Such an ominous conjunction could only be a warning sign of danger. He had been right. This sorceress was the threat he had been concerned she might be. fists flexing at his side, Oba towered over the woman as he glared down at her. "Dear spirits," she whispered to herself. "I thought that I would never again have to stare up into those eyes."
What eyes?
"Darken Ral's eyes," she said. Her voice carried a thread of some distant quality, maybe regret, maybe hopelessness, maybe even terror.
Darken Ral's eyes.
A grin stole onto Oba's face.
That's very generous of you to mention.
Not a trace of a smile visited her. It was not a compliment. Oba's smile curdled. He was only mildly surprised that she knew he was the Darken Ral's son. She was a sorceress, after all. She was also Lethia's sister. Who knew what that troublesome woman might have tattled from her eternal place in the world of the dead? "You're the one who killed Lethia." Her words were not so much question as condemnation. While Oba felt confident, because he was invincible, he remained wary. Though he had feared the sorceress Lethia his whole life, she had in the end turned out to be less formidable than he had reckoned. But Lethia was not the equal of this woman, not by any means. Rather than answer her accusation, Oba asked a question of his own.
What's a hole in the world?
She smiled a private smile, then held a hand out. "Won't you sit and have some tea with me?" Oba guessed that he had the time. He would have his way with this woman, he was sure of that. There was no rush to be done with it. In a way, he regretted having rushed right into it with Lethia, before he'd thought to get answers to everything first. Done was done, he always said. Althea, though, would answer all his questions. He would take his time and be sure of it. She would teach him many new things before they were finished. Such long-anticipated gratification should be savored, not rushed. He cautiously sank into the chair. A pot sat on the simple little table between the two chairs, but there was no second cup. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said, when she noticed his eyes searching and realized the omission. "Please go to the cupboard over there and get a cup."
"You're the hostess of this tea party. Why don't you go get it for me?"
The woman's slender fingers traced the spiral curves at the ends of the chair's arms. "I'm afraid that I'm a cripple. I can't walk. I'm only able to drag my useless legs around the house and do a few simple things for myself." Oba stared at her, not knowing if he believed her. She was sweating profusely, a sure sign of something. She was sure to be terrified in the presence of the man powerful enough to do away with her sorceress sister. Maybe she was trying to distract him, hoping to make a run for it as soon as he turned his back. Althea took her skirt between forefingers and thumbs and lifted the hem in a dainty manner, allowing him to see her knees and a little bit higher. He leaned over for a look. Her legs were mangled and withered. They looked like they had died ages ago and not been buried. Oba found the sight fascinating. Althea lifted an eyebrow. "Crippled, as I said."
"How?"
"Your father's work." Well, wasn't that just something? For the first time, Oba felt a very tangible connection to his father. He had had a difficult and trying morning, and was entitled to a leisurely cup of tea. In fact, he found the notion provocative. What he had in mind for her would be thirsty work. Oba crossed the room and retrieved the biggest cup from among the collection he found on a shelf. When he set the cup down, she poured it full of a dark, thick tea. "Special tea," she explained when she noticed the frown on his face. "It can be terribly uncomfortable here in the swamp, what with the heat and humidity. This helps clear the head, too, after the onus of a morning's difficult tasks. Among other things, it will sweat the weariness from tired muscles, such as from a long walk." His head was pounding after his tough morning. Although his clothes were finally dry after his swim and the blood had all been washed off, he wondered if she could somehow sense the difficult time he'd had. There was no telling what this woman could do, but he wasn't worried. He was invincible, as Lethia's end had proved.
"Your tea will help all that."
"Oh, yes, it's a very powerful tonic. It will cure many problems. You'll see for yourself." Oba saw that she was drinking the same thick tea. She was sweating, sure, so he figured she was right about that. She downed the rest of her cupful and poured herself another. She held her cup up in toast. "To sweet life while we have it." Oba thought it an odd toast. It sounded almost as if she was admitting that she knew she was about to die.
"To life," Oba said, lifting his cup to tap against hers. "While we have it."
Oba took a gulp of the dark tea. He grimaced at recognizing the taste. It was what the symbol on the board represented, the mountain fever rose. He had learned to identify the bitter taste from the times when Lethea crushed one and added it to his cure. "Drink up," his companion said. Her breathing seemed labored. She took a few long swallows. "As I said, it will solve a lot of problems." She drained the rest in her cup. He knew that Lethea, despite her mean streak, sometimes mixed up cures to help sick people. While he'd waited on her to make cures for him and his mother, he had seen her crush up a mountain fever rose in many a concoction she mixed for others. Now Althea was downing it by the cupful, so she obviously had faith in the distasteful herb, too. Such heavy humidity always gave Oba a headache. Despite the bitter taste, he took another sip, hoping it would help his sore muscles in addition to clearing his head.
"I have some questions."
"You mentioned that," Althea said, peering at him from over the rim of her cup. "And you expect me to provide answers?"
"That's right."
Oba took another swallow of the heavy tea. He grimaced again. He didn't know why the woman called it tea. There was no tea about it. It was just ground, dried mountain fever rose in a little hot water. Her dark-eyed gaze followed as he set the big cup on the table. The wind had picked up, beating the rain in against the window. Oba guessed he'd made it to her house just in time. Foul swamp. He turned his attention back to the sorceress.
"I want to know what a hole in the world is. Your sister said that you could see holes in the world."
"Did she now? I don't know why she would say such a thing."
"Oh, I had to convince her," Oba said. "Am I going to have to convince you too?"
He hoped so. He tingled with the anticipation of getting to the blade work, but he was in no rush. He had time. He enjoyed playing games with the living. It helped him understand how they thought, so that when the time came and he looked into their eyes, he was better able to imagine what they were thinking as death hovered close. Althea tilted her head in gesture to the table between them. "The tea won't help if you don't have enough. Drink up." Oba waved off her concern and leaned closer on an elbow.
"I've traveled a long way. Answer my question."
Althea finally looked away from his glare and used her arms to lower her weight from her chair down onto the floor. It was quite a struggle. Oba didn't offer to help. It fascinated him to watch people struggle. The sorceress pulled herself to the red and gold pillow, dragging her useless legs behind. She worked herself into a sitting position and folded her dead legs up before herself. It was difficult, but she managed with precise and efficient moves that looked well practiced. All the effort puzzled him.
"Why don't you use your magic?"
She peered up at him with those big dark eyes so filled with silent condemnation. "Your father did the same to my magic as he did to my legs." Oba was stunned. He wondered if his father had been invincible too. Perhaps Oba had always been meant to be his father's true heir. Perhaps fate had finally stepped in and rescued Oba for better things.
"You mean you're a sorceress, but you can't do magic?"
As distant thunder rumbled through the swamp, she gestured to a place on the floor. While Oba sat down before her, she dragged over the board with the gilded symbol and placed it between them. "I was left with only a partial ability to foretell things," she said. "Nothing else. If you wished to, you could strangle me with one hand while finishing your tea with the other. I could do nothing to stop you." Oba thought that might take some of the fun out of it. Struggle was part of any genuinely satisfying encounter. How much could a crippled old woman struggle? At least there was still the terror, the agony, and witnessing death's arrival to look forward to.
"But you can still do prophecy. That was how you knew I was coming."
"In a way." She sighed heavily as if the effort of pulling herself to her red and gold pillow had left her exhausted. As she turned her attention to the board before her, she seemed to shrug off her weariness. "I want to show you something." She was speaking now like a confidant. "It may finally explain some things for you." He leaned forward expectantly, pleased that she had at last wisely decided to reveal secrets. Oba liked to learn new things. He watched as she sorted through her little pile of stones. She inspected several carefully before she found the one she wanted. She set the others to the side, apparently in some order she understood, though he thought they all looked the same. She turned back to him and lifted the single stone up before his eyes. "You," she said.
"Me? What do you mean?"
"This stone represents you."
"Why?"
"It chose to."
You mean that you decided it would represent me?
No, I mean that the stone decided to represent you, or rather that which controls the stones decided.
What controls the stones?
He was surprised to see a smile spread on Althea's face. It grew to a dangerous grin. Not even Althea had ever managed a look as chillingly malevolent. Magic decides, she hissed. Oba had to remind himself that he was invincible. He gestured, trying to look unconcerned.
What about the others? Who are they, then?
I thought you wanted to learn about yourself, not others. She leaned toward him with a countenance of supreme self-confidence. Other people don't really matter to you, now do they? Oba glared at her private smile.
I guess not.
She rattled the single stone in her loose fist. Without looking away from his eyes, she cast the stone down at the board. Lightning flickered. The stone tumbled across the board, rolling to a stop out beyond the outer gilded circle. Thunder rumbled in the distance.
So, he asked, what does it mean?
Rather than answer, and without looking down, she scooped up the stone. Her gaze didn't move off his face as she rattled his stone again. Again, and without a word, she cast it at the board. Lightning flashed. Amazingly, the stone came to rest in the same place as it had the first time. Not just close to the same place, but in the exact same place. Rain drummed against the roof as a stutter of thunder crackled through the swamp. Althea quickly swept up the stone and cast it a third time, again accompanied by a flash of lightning, only this time the lightning was closer. Oba licked his lips as he waited for the fall of the stone that represented him. Goosebumps ran up his arms as he saw the dark little stone roll to a stop in the same place on the board as it had the 2 previous times. The instant it had halted, thunder boomed. Oba put his hands on his knees and leaned back.
Some trick.
Not a trick, she said. Magic.
I thought you couldn't do magic.
I can't.
Then how are you doing that?
I told you I'm not doing it. The stones are doing it themselves.
Well, then what's it supposed to mean about me when it stops there in that place?
He realized that somewhere during the stone rolling, her smile had gone away. One graceful finger, lit by the firelight, pointed down to where his stone lay. That place represents the underworld, she said in a grim voice. The world of the dead. Oba tried to look only mildly interested.
What does that have to do with me?
Her big dark eyes wouldn't stop boring into his soul. That's where the voice comes from.